Chapter 1. The For-Nothing True Immortal Little Tiger Demon. In the world of the primordial chaos. In a mountain range on the eastern continent, the mountains stretch endlessly, towering majestically, with ancient trees reaching for the sky, their lush canopies whispering softly in the gentle breeze, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Suddenly, a beam of golden light soared into the heavens, startling a flock of birds into flight. The sky became turbulent, swirling with spiritual energy, forming a colossal vortex. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately drew the attention of the surrounding beings, who turned their gazes toward this spectacle. Within a cave dwelling, Su Ming sat cross-legged, clad in a black robe. His visage was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of elegance. A radiant light enveloped him, as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth flowed toward him in a continuous stream. As a cup of tea would take to brew, the golden light gradually dissipated. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and slightly opened his eyes. In his clear gaze, a brilliance sparkled like countless stars. Above his head, a shadow of a dark blue Tao lotus gradually solidified. "I have finally broken through," Su Ming exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. A decade ago, he had traversed into the world of primordial chaos, transforming into an unremarkable celestial-level little tiger demon. Without a foundation, without treasures, without cultivation, and without background, he was indeed a true embodiment of the For-Nothing. As a transmigrator, Su Ming was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the primordial chaos world. It was a realm filled with formidable beings, rife with tribulations. Quasi-saints roamed freely, and Aluo were treated as mere playthings. Various factions incessantly clashed in their quest to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth. Ordinary scattered cultivators navigating the primordial chaos risked death at every turn. Those as weak as Su Ming, lacking even the ability to protect themselves, naturally dared not venture carelessly into the chaotic world. He could only remain holed up in his cave, diligently cultivating and developing in isolation. At this moment, the primordial chaos world was in a brief period of peace, following the calamity of fierce beasts, yet before the onset of the Dragon Han initial tribulation. This provided Su Ming with a perfect opportunity to stealthily advance his cultivation. After 100,000 years of seclusion and training, he had finally broken through to the celestial realm, achieving the status of a profound immortal. Spending 100,000 years to reach the profound immortal stage, my pace resembles that of a tortoise. Su Ming sighed in self-deprecation. At present, the primordial chaos was in its nascent stages, with Hong Jun yet to attain sainthood, and there existed no systematic cultivation methods. Cultivators relied solely on their own foundations. For innate beings like Su Ming, with an ordinary foundation, his progress in cultivation was naturally slow and arduous. By estimating his current pace, it would take 1,000,000 years to ascend from profound immortal to golden immortal. From golden immortal to Tai golden immortal would require 10,000,000 years. From Tai golden immortal to Deluo golden immortal would take an astronomical 1,000,000,000 years. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He could only blame his ill fortune having traversed into this world. He found himself at the mercy of a cataclysmic start. In his previous life, he was a mere cog in the machine, enduring a monotonous existence of a 9-to-6 work schedule, and now he had crossed into the primordial chaos, only to find himself still ensnared in the fate of the lower class. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by an unusual sound. The world of primordial chaos shook violently, an unexpected calamity unfolding. Suddenly, the heavens changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. A malevolent aura pervaded the sky, as if the apocalypse was upon them, sending countless beings into a state of panic. In a state of shock, Su Ming stepped out of his cave to observe. He beheld the horizon shrouded in purple mist as boundless auspicious clouds of merit materialized, lingering in uncertainty. Golden lotuses cascaded from the heavens, and ethereal images of auspicious beast dragons, phoenixes, and Killins came forth in a grand procession. Then, a resonant dragon's roar echoed in his ears. I am the ancestor dragon, and today I declare to the heavens, from this day forth, I shall lead the true dragon clan to govern the waters of the four seas. May the heavenly Tao witness it. As this proclamation reverberated across the cosmos, boundless merit descended upon the eastern sea. The ancestor dragon, having received the favor of the heavenly Tao, was directly elevated to the level of quasi-saint. Immediately after, two more crisp declarations shattered the air. I am the ancestor phoenix, and today I declare to the heavens. From this day forth, I shall lead the avian clan to dominate the skies. May the heavenly Tao witness it. I am the primordial Qilin, and today I declare to the heavens. From this day forth, I shall lead the terrestrial beasts to govern the central land. May the heavenly Tao witness it. With the utterance of these declarations, the boundless merit was divided in two, cascading toward the southern Ming Fire Mountain and the Buzhou Mountain. The ancestral figures of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan were also bestowed with substantial merit from the heavenly Tao, instantly ascending to the quasi-saint realm. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, all beings of the 100 tribes in the primordial chaos were filled with trepidation, trembling in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground in reverence. Witnessing the celestial spectacle, Su Ming's brows furrowed deeply. The Dragon Clan governs the seas, the Phoenix Clan rules the skies, and the Qilin Clan commands the earth. The Dragon Han calamity has already commenced. As a transmigrator, he certainly understood what this celestial phenomenon portended. The three innate clans were filled with ambition, each claiming supremacy over the avian, terrestrial, and scaled beasts. These three clans, relying on their profound heritage, relentlessly expanded their territories, vying for the fortunes of heaven and earth, leading to constant conflicts. As a tiger demon belonging to the terrestrial beast clan, Su Ming was under the jurisdiction of the Qilin clan. Inevitably, he would be caught in the crossfire of the impending Great War, unable to escape the tribulation. Yet with his current cultivation as a profound immortal, his power was paltry in the face of the might of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. He would merely serve as cannon fodder. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a shadow of gloom crossed Su Ming's face. Ding! Detection of the impending calamity in the primordial chaos world. System activation. Binding commencing. 10.20.50.80.100. System binding successful. Mission options issued. Option 1. Join the army of the three innate clans and partake in the calamity strife. Reward: a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Option 2. Do not join the battle of the three clans. Maintain a neutral stance. Reward: an innate treasure, the reincarnation banner. Gazing at the options before him, Su Ming's pupils constricted. The standard system gold finger of a transmigrator had finally awakened. The system may be delayed, but it would never be absent. Suppressing the joy within him, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Both options offered exceedingly tempting rewards. Option 1. Joining the three innate clans promised a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. As is well known, this Hongmeng purple qi is the foundation for attaining sainthood, an essence derived from the heavenly Tao, and possessing it could lead to the achievement of a heavenly Tao saint. There are only 7 strands in the entire primordial chaos world, which during the later witch and demon calamity period were distributed by Hongjun to the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, and the 6 disciples of Zhuanti and Jin, along with Hanyan. This underscores its rarity. However, for Su Ming, this Hongmeng purple qi appeared somewhat less appealing. As merely a small demon, he could not compare to the likes of the 3 pure ones or Niuhua, primordial deities of great stature. Given his foundation, merely elevating his cultivation to the Deluo golden immortal would take him billions of years, let alone achieving sainthood. Thus, the Hongmeng purple qi held little significance for him. It would be unwise to join the 3 innate clans merely to become cannon fodder for the sake of Hongmeng purple qi. He promptly disregarded option 1. Turning to option 2. By not joining the 3 innate clans, he would receive the innate treasure, the reincarnation banner. Upon seeing the 4 characters of innate treasure, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. In the world of primordial chaos, there are numerous spiritual treasures, and a cultivator's power is intricately linked to the treasures they wield. For instance, the mighty Eastern Emperor Tai of the Demon Clan could stand toe-to-toe with the 6 ancestral witches due to his formidable strength, a strength bolstered by his possession of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. In the primordial chaos, only 3 innate treasures are widely recognized: the Chaos Bell, the Panga Banner, and the Taiji Diagram. Chapter 2. The strength gained from collecting corpses. Among the 3 innate treasures, the Chaos Bell is transformed from the axe handle of the Chaos Treasure, the Pangu Axe, used by the supreme deity Pangu to create the heavens and the earth. It possesses the formidable powers to suppress chaos, invert time and space, refine yin and yang, and reverse the universe, embodying the laws of time and space. The remaining Panga Banner is derived from the blade of the Pangu Axe, and is the most powerful weapon among the 3 innate treasures, capable of tearing apart the primordial chaos and shattering the void. This treasure was later bestowed upon Yuanshi Tianzuan by Hong Jundaozu, serving as the foundation for the establishment of the Chan teaching, used to suppress fortune. Additionally, the Taiji Diagram is exceptionally powerful, having originated from the back of the Pangu Axe, and is renowned as the strongest defensive entity among the innate treasures. Once this treasure is invoked, it transforms into a golden bridge, disregarding all attacks and granting immunity to various divine spells, ensuring the wielder's invulnerability. Each of these 3 innate treasures possesses enough strength to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Although the Reincarnation Banner may lack renown in the primordial realm, it is nonetheless an innate treasure of considerable might. With this thought, Su Ming hesitated no longer and made his choice that I choose to. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system immediately responded, bestowing the innate treasure, the Reincarnation Banner, upon Su Ming. With the treasure in hand, Su Ming focused his thoughts, and a large black banner appeared in his grasp. It was adorned with intricate innate patterns, shimmering with mysterious brilliance. Holding the Reincarnation Banner, Su Ming's mind became exceptionally clear. In a mystical connection with the spiritual treasure, he understood its origins. The reason for the lack of fame of this treasure in the primordial realm was due to its damage during the Great Catastrophe, which split it into 3 parts, transforming into the 3 treasures: the Wheel of Reincarnation, the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen. These 3 treasures are the foundational artifacts that suppress fortune in the future under the dominion of the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, the Reincarnation Banner not only possesses remarkable origins, but also unparalleled power. The banner contains a realm of the underworld, capable of aiding deceased beings in dissipating their karma and reshaping their true spirits. In the primordial world, any being that commits acts of slaughter will inevitably become tainted by karmic retribution. Thus, the higher one's cultivation, the heavier the karmic burden. One of the special effects of the Reincarnation Banner is to convert the karmic burden of deceased beings into merit. In the primordial world, merit is akin to a universal remedy. It can be used to enhance cultivation and refine spiritual treasures, serving numerous purposes. Moreover, the Reincarnation Banner can also be employed in combat. When facing an enemy, it can burn away the opponent's karmic burden, inflicting tremendous damage. The greater the karmic burden, the more significant the damage inflicted. Additionally, this treasure can obscure celestial secrets and shield from perception, making it impossible for even the most powerful beings in the primordial realm to discern the holder's true nature. Even more astonishingly, this treasure can grow in power alongside the holder's cultivation, unlocking new divine abilities. If Su Ming could attain enlightenment and become a saint in the future, he would be able to command the 6 realms and govern reincarnation through the Reincarnation Banner. With this treasure in hand, what worries could he possibly have in traversing the primordial world? Overjoyed, Su Ming exclaimed, although his cultivation was currently low, preventing him from unleashing the full might of this treasure. Possessing an innate treasure promised a bright future. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of the Dragon Han catastrophe to devise a grand plan. The Dragon Han catastrophe, marked by the fierce conflicts among the 3 clans, brought about immense casualties and suffering, leaving corpses strewn across the land. This provided the perfect opportunity for Su Ming to utilize the reincarnation banner. With this in mind, Su Ming could hardly remain seated and immediately set forth to the primordial world. Millennia passed in the primordial realm. 3,000 years later, in a certain valley. Here, vast stretches of forest lay toppled, the once verdant earth cracked and scorched, clearly bearing the marks of a great battle between powerful beings. In the void, Su Ming, clad in black robes and wielding the reincarnation banner, reappeared. By this time, his cultivation had dramatically improved, ascending from the profound immortal realm to the Tai golden immortal realm. In the span of 3,000 years, he had achieved 3 major breakthroughs, a feat that would astonish any other powerful being. During these 3 millennia, the calamities of heaven and earth escalated, and the primordial land was suffused with malevolent energy, leading to continuous bloodshed. Countless beings in the primordial realm were tainted by the malevolent energy, losing their sanity and becoming exceedingly vicious, blinded by rage. This presented Su Ming with a prime opportunity to reap the benefits. After all, to fully harness the effects of the reincarnation banner, he required a significant number of deceased beings, and within the chaos, the most abundant resource was the dead. Initially, Su Ming was cautious, deliberately seeking out corpses in areas distant from the battlefields of the 3 clans, where it was relatively safe. These regions housed beings of lower cultivation, resulting in lighter karmic burdens and limited merits to be gained. However, Su Ming did not mind, for even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. No matter how slow the pace of collecting corpses with the reincarnation banner, it was far swifter than the arduous process of cultivating on his own. Over the course of 3,000 years, Su Ming diligently collected corpses, gradually accumulating an impressive amount of merit. Relying on this merit, his cultivation surged, propelling him from the profound immortal realm to the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Now he believed himself to possess considerable strength and felt ready to explore riskier areas. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper toward the battlefield of the 3 clans. Soon, amidst crumbling walls, he discovered the corpse of a peculiar beast. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a Qilin of golden immortal cultivation. The Qilin's corpse was a ghastly sight, bloodied and mangled, clearly a victim of a devastating blow. Alas, such a tragic fate. Allow me to assist you in crossing over, Su Ming remarked, waving his sleeve to summon the reincarnation banner. He then gently waved it toward the Qilin's corpse. The reincarnation banner's pattern shimmered, releasing 6 streams of black mist. This was the tangible manifestation of the power of the 6 paths. The 6 paths represented the path of the celestial deity, the path of humanity, the path of Azura, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts. As the 6 streams of black mist emerged, they resembled 6 tendrils, entwining the power of reincarnation and sweeping toward the Qilin's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the Qilin's body was drawn into the space of the reincarnation banner. As the reincarnation banner absorbed the corpse, Su Ming's mind became exceptionally clear, and information about the Qilin appeared in his consciousness. Name: Lin Wu species. Qilin cultivation: golden immortal karmic burden. 6,500 years. Seeing the information in his mind, Su Ming's eyes brightened. That a golden immortal level corpse could yield merit equivalent to 10 profound immortals. This was a windfall. It was worth noting that during these 500 years, the 3 clans had engaged in a massacre, resulting in countless deaths. Among these deceased, there were undoubtedly many powerful golden immortal level beings. With this thought, Su Ming's mouth curled into a grin. Thus emboldened, he made his way toward the battlefield of the 3 clans. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an in a certain region of the Kunlun Mountains in the primordial realm. Beneath the shattered walls, the ground was strewn with scorched debris, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had recently taken place. Suddenly, a streak of light shot through the air, transforming into a figure clad in black robes. This individual was none other than Su Ming. Wielding the reincarnation banner, his objective was to locate the corpse of a powerful being from the Phoenix clan buried amidst the ruins before him. "Here it is," Su Ming exclaimed, channeling his magical power to clear away a pile of rubble. Before him lay the corpse of a Phoenix clan powerhouse, surrounded by a tremendous aura of indestructible laws, indicating that in life, this being held a prominent status within the Phoenix clan, at least a great Luo golden immortal. Chapter 3. The Unruly Demon General for Millennia. Su Ming has continuously utilized the reincarnation banner to collect the corpses of powerful beings from the three clans, cleansing their karmic burdens and accumulating a vast amount of merit. His cultivation has surged from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Alongside this elevation in cultivation, the power of the reincarnation banner has also risen dramatically, gaining new divine abilities that IT can extract the power of laws from the corpses it reclaims. In the primordial realm, there are three paths to enlightenment, categorized as the path of strength, the path of severing the three corpses, and the path of merit. Among these, the path of strength is the most arduous. The process is exceedingly long and perilous, and only those endowed with great perseverance and fortune can succeed. Practitioners must rely on the power of the laws to break through their realms in pursuit of the ultimate truth. Upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, Su Ming developed a certain understanding of the power of laws. All powerful beings from the three clans at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level and above possess the power of laws. The Phoenix clan possesses the indestructible law, the Qilin clan wields the 5 elemental laws, and the Dragon clan commands the law of water. These three laws are innate to the powerful beings of the three clans and have given rise to various magical abilities. This also facilitates Su Ming's search for the corpses of powerful beings from the three clans using the power of laws. With this in mind, Su Ming hesitated no longer and directly activated the reincarnation banner. The power of the 6 paths coalesced into 6 black tendrils, rushing toward the corpse of the Phoenix Elder. Name: Feng Geospecies. Phoenix Cultivation. Great Luo Golden Immortal Karmic Burden. 76 million years gazing at the information in his mind. Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. The karmic burden of a Great Luo Golden Immortal was equivalent to tens of thousands of Golden Immortals. What a windfall! As Su Ming reveled in his newfound bounty, his attention suddenly sharpened. He sensed a powerful killing intent surging toward him from behind. An ambush! Instinctively, Su Ming unleashed his escape technique to evade. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying force struck, shattering the mountain peak beneath him. Trembling with fear, Su Ming focused his gaze. Before him, a formidable figure emerged from the void. The figure revealed itself to be a fearsome demon with a green face and tusks, surrounded by a swirling aura of malevolence. Keek, I am Tianbo Sun, a general under the demon ancestor Luo, who... Quickly hand over your treasure, and I shall spare your life. The visage of Tianbo Sun was grotesque, his smile more unsightly than his weeping. To his astonishment, he was a demonic cultivator. Su Ming furrowed his brows tightly, steeling himself for battle. Having traversed the vastness of the primordial wilderness for an extended period, he was well acquainted with the infamous name of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. This demon ancestor commanded a legion of demonic cultivators, reigning supreme in the Western realms, with 6 formidable demon generals under his command, each possessing extraordinary powers. The figure before him, Tianbo Sun, was the most powerful among these generals, boasting the pinnacle strength of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Keek, if you wish to live, surrender the black banner in your possession, Tianbo Sun proclaimed, his countenance revealing a gluttonous gleam, his elongated tongue incessantly licking his parched lips. His gaze was fixated on the reincarnation banner in Su Ming's hand, recognizing its extraordinary brilliance, which he surmised was not inferior to the upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. Within the primordial wilderness, spiritual treasures were abundant. Yet those of higher grades were exceedingly rare. The upper-grade innate spiritual treasures were particularly scarce. Even the great demon ancestor Luo Ho possessed but a few. Furthermore, the reincarnation banner obscured the heavenly secrets, rendering Tianbo Sun unable to discern Su Ming's cultivation level, mistakenly believing him to be a lowly cultivator, which ignited his murderous intent to seize the treasure. The treasure is in my hands. Come and take it if you dare. In response to Tianbo Sun's threat, Su Ming merely shook the reincarnation banner dismissively. Despite his outward calm, he had already channeled his entire magical energy into the banner. fully prepared for confrontation. Seeking death, enraged, Tian Basan roared and struck out. His fist, enveloped in boundless demonic energy, unleashed a force so tremendous that the surrounding air cracked under its pressure. In the face of Tian Buoshuan's ferocious assault, Su Ming remained unperturbed. He gently shook the reincarnation banner, invoking the power of the six paths, which transformed into six enormous black tendrils that intertwined, forming a black barrier that enveloped him completely, providing steadfast protection. This was a new divine ability Su Ming comprehended after ascending to the Great Luo, utilizing the power of the six paths to create a defensive shield. Once summoned, it rendered him invulnerable. Boom! Tian Buoshuan's fierce punch struck the black six paths barrier, producing a thunderous clang akin to metal meeting metal, sending shockwaves and clouds of dust swirling. After a few breaths, as the dust settled, Su Ming emerged completely unscathed. Tian Buoshuan's astonishment was palpable. He had believed that this punch would end his opponent's life, only to find it akin to striking pure chaos gold, leaving him gritting his teeth in pain. In his shock, he felt a wave of agony. Tian Basan soon realized that his once indomitable fist bore numerous cracks. Damn it! Both alarmed and furious, Tian Basan silently lamented. He comprehended that Su Ming's strength was formidable, possessing the pinnacle prowess of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Initially considering Su Ming an easy target, he now found himself up against an unyielding wall. Enraged by the setback, he gritted his teeth and resolved to treat this foe with utmost seriousness. With a wave of his hand, he summoned boundless malevolent energy. This energy gradually solidified in his grasp, transforming into a colossal weapon. This was Tian Buoshuan's treasured artifact, the Heavenly Demon Axe. The Heavenly Demon Axe was a formidable weapon, classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, a gift bestowed upon him by the demon ancestor Luo Ho for protection. Tian Basan cherished this artifact dearly, only wielding it in the face of formidable adversaries. "You force me to use my spiritual treasure. Prepare to die." With a furious roar, Tian Basan raised a massive axe and swung it fiercely towards Su Ming. Boom! 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 In a fit of rage, the giant axe struck the black barrier of the reincarnation banner time and again. The terrifying shock waves reverberated, causing the very ground to tremble. Yet no matter how fiercely he struck, he could not breach Su Ming's defenses, leaving him breathless. "Are you finished?" Seeing Tian Basan cease his assault, Su Ming smirked disdainfully and slowly shook the reincarnation banner. The six black tendrils surged forth, ensnaring Tian Basan with an iron grip. "Let me go!" The binding power of the six paths was overwhelming. No matter how fiercely Tian Basan struggled, he could not break free. "Burn!" Su Ming bellowed, igniting the karmic retribution within Tian Basan. In an instant, the karmic energy transformed into raging flames that engulfed Tian Basan whole. "No! What kind of flames are these that can penetrate my physical defenses?" As the karmic flames consumed him, Tian Basan let out a horrific shriek. He could hardly believe that his indestructible body offered no resistance against these flames. In truth, the boundless karmic flames summoned by Su Ming targeted the opponent's primordial spirit, disregarding physical defenses. Thus, no matter how robust Tian Buoshuan's corporeal form, he could not withstand the onslaught of the karmic fire. Soon, Tian Buoshuan's primordial spirit was devoured by the flames, leaving behind a lifeless husk. In the next moment, his entire being was dragged into the reincarnation banner by the power of the six paths. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 4. The arrival of the demon ancestor Luo Ho name. Tian Basan race. Demon clan cultivation level. Pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Karmic Retribution. 250 million years after slaying Tian Basan, Su Ming reaped substantial rewards. The immense karmic retribution could be converted into a vast bounty of merits. Su Ming had not anticipated that the demonic general's karmic energy would be so staggering, amounting to a staggering 250 million years. He could not help but inwardly scoff, pondering how many misdeeds Tian Basan must have committed to accumulate such a wealth of karmic retribution, besides the merit rewards. Su Ming also acquired 2 spoils of war. The first was the colossal heavenly demon axe wielded by Tian Basan. This axe was of considerable quality, classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Within the primordial wilderness, spiritual treasures were rare, and innate ones even more so. Having entered the primordial realm not long ago and journeyed for thousands of years, Su Ming had yet to encounter a decent innate spiritual treasure. Thus, slaying Tian Basan and obtaining this prize was indeed a notable gain. Among the remaining spoils, another piece of treasure caught Su Ming's attention. That it was a black token, intricately carved with runes and exuding a sinister aura. Heavenly Demon Token? Picking up the black token, Su Ming focused his thoughts and probed into it with his consciousness. That it turned out that this Heavenly Demon Token was a symbol of the Demon Clan, containing records of the strategic plans for the tumultuous conflict among the three clans. I see. Soon, Su Ming absorbed the information contained within the Heavenly Demon Token, uncovering the truth behind the early stages of the Dragon Han era. This conflict among the three clans, ostensibly a struggle for the heavenly fortunes between the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants, was in fact orchestrated by the demon ancestor Luo Ho from the shadows. Luo Ho, born of chaotic primordial demons, possessed the laws of slaughter and required immense calamity energy for his cultivation. Hence, he dispatched his demon generals to sow discord among the three clans, orchestrating assassinations of the Phoenix clan's key figures and framing the other two clans to incite conflict, continuously exacerbating the rift among the three. The demon ancestor Luo Ho, with malicious intent, sought to ignite a bloodbath among the clans. This presents an opportunity for me to profit. Su Ming mused, casting the Heavenly Demon Token aside. Now alone and unencumbered, he was disinclined to involve himself in the grand calamities, indifferent to the fate of the three clans. The more fiercely they battled, the greater the loss of powerful beings, which would ultimately benefit him. Just as Su Ming prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Heavenly Demon Token erupted with a surge of black light, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy. Who dares to slay my demon clan's general? Accompanied by a deep, resonant roar, the swirling malevolence gradually congealed into a colossal figure. This figure slowly revealed its true form, a middle-aged man exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. Clad in the demon clan's ceremonial robes, he emanated a terrifying aura, exuding a suffocating pressure. Faced with this formidable presence, Su Ming's brows knitted tightly. He recognized that this uninvited guest was none other than the renowned demon ancestor. Luo Ho, realizing this, Su Ming gritted his teeth, a look of apprehension crossing his face. It was important to note that this demon ancestor, Luo Ho, was one of the key figures of the early Dragon Han calamity. Possessing immense strength, it was said that he had already transcended to the quasi-saint level tens of thousands of years ago. Given Su Ming's current strength, facing a quasi-saint being would clearly be beyond his capabilities. However, Su Ming did not succumb to panic. He quickly steadied his mind, regaining his usual composure. He discerned that this Luo Ho was not his true self, but rather a manifestation of the malevolent energy within the Heavenly Demon Token. Su Ming speculated that, with his pinnacle power as a great Luo Golden Immortal, he could barely contend with this avatar if he exerted himself fully. Even if he ultimately could not prevail, he could use the reincarnation banner to escape. The two parties found themselves in a brief stalemate. Luo Ho calculated with his fingers, uncovering the cause of Tian Buoshuan's demise. A mere tiger demon managed to breach Tian Buoshuan's physical defenses. Contemplating this, a hint of astonishment flickered across Luo Ho's otherwise placid face. He had not anticipated that such a formidable practitioner lurked within the primordial wilderness, capable of igniting an opponent's karmic energy as a means of attack. This ability was unprecedented. What is your name? Luo Ho, retracting his malevolent aura, inquired in a deep voice. Su Ming. Su Ming promptly responded, Su Ming, my friend, today you have slain my demon general, thus intertwining our fates. A confrontation should ensue. However, I take note of your considerable strength and, out of an appreciation for talent, extend to you an opportunity for redemption, if you are willing to lay down your weapons and return to my demon clan. I will promise to overlook the past and grant you the esteemed position of a high-ranking general within the demon clan, Luo Ho proclaimed, shifting his tone and extending an olive branch to Su Ming. In the face of Luo Ho's proposal, Su Ming felt a twinge of surprise that he mused that this Luo Ho lived up to his reputation as the demon ancestor, indeed possessing a certain grandeur. To recruit him, he was willing to overlook past grievances, dismissing enmity with a smile. Just as he hesitated, the system's notification sounded in his ear once more. Ding! The pivotal figure of the calamity, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, has extended an invitation to the host, presenting a divine choice. Option 1. To accept Luo Ho's invitation and join the demon clan, rewarded with the exquisite innate spiritual root, bitter bamboo. Option 2. To decline Luo Ho's invitation and engage him in battle, rewarded with the supreme Taoist technique, the chaotic golden chapter. As he gazed upon the options before him, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity. Both rewards were undeniably appealing. Firstly, the reward of bitter bamboo from Option 1 is among the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. Exceedingly rare, it is said that the Western sage, the Taoist of guidance, was later transformed from this bitter bamboo, that if utilized for crafting, this bitter bamboo could yield a supreme innate spiritual treasure. However, Su Ming currently lacks proficiency in artifact forging. Even if he were to acquire the bitter bamboo, he would be unable to forge it into a spiritual treasure. Thus, its value to him is limited. Turning to Option 2, the supreme Taoist technique. The chaotic golden chapter. This is the very technique practiced by the great Pangu. It encompasses all known techniques of the primordial world, including the 9 transformations profound technique, the 8-9 profound technique, and the upper clear immortal method. Along with records of merit, the method of slaying the 3 corpses, and 3 paths to attain the Tao. It is truly a compendium of techniques from the primordial realm. Su Ming, in urgent need of a cultivation technique, could not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. I choose Option 2. With a single thought, Su Ming made his decision. The system immediately placed the chaotic golden chapter into his reward inventory. At the same time, Su Ming looked up at the demon ancestor Luo Ho and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, demon ancestor, but I am but a wandering cultivator, accustomed to solitude, and I do not wish to join the demon clan." Upon hearing Su Ming's reply, a flicker of anger crossed the otherwise calm countenance of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. "You dare to refuse me? Excellent. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity." As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Ho formed a hand seal and unleashed his divine power. Intending to strike Su Ming down, a thunderous roar erupted and an overwhelming malevolence surged, forming a colossal vortex in the sky. In an instant, the vast expanse of land transformed, the sun and moon dimmed. Su Ming's expression shifted as he realized the formidable power of Luo Ho's avatar, which had evidently surpassed that of the heavenly demon Tobo's son, reaching the early stage of quasi-saint. The mere avatar possessing such strength hinted at the true might of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. In a heartbeat, the boundless malevolence coalesced into a gigantic demonic hand, descending upon Su Ming with great force. "This is dire." The oncoming hand bore an overwhelming pressure. Su Ming had no choice but to take it seriously. With a low roar, he shook the reincarnation banner in his hand, summoning the power of the 6 paths to confront it. Chapter 5. This Hong Jun seems a bit weak. Boom. After a tremendous explosion, the boundless power of the 6 paths clashed with the overwhelming malevolence, unleashing a terrifying wave of battle that scorched the surrounding millions of miles in a barren earth. Yet, the strength of Luo Ho's avatar exceeded Su Ming's expectations. Faced with the immense pressure, the power of the 6 paths from Su Ming's reincarnation banner showed signs of crumbling. His surrounding mana was rapidly depleting amidst the confrontation. In a moment of desperation, Su Ming, quick-witted, chose to burn his merit power to enhance his mana. With a thought, 18 radiant merit golden wheels appear behind him, radiating brilliant light. The immense power of merit suddenly pushed back the gigantic demonic hand. He possesses such a formidable merit power. Seeing this, Luo Ho was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Ming harbored such substantial merit. It is well known that in the primordial realm, those of great merit hold a revered position. Even the heavenly Tao must show them some respect. If anyone dares to act recklessly against a being of great merit, they will undoubtedly provoke the heavenly Tao's retribution, leading to their utter destruction. Realizing this, Luo Ho furrowed his brows. One must not let minor grievances disrupt grand schemes. Currently, Luo Ho's plan to incite the conflict among the three clans was progressing smoothly. If Su Ming were to offend the heavenly Tao and bring upon retribution, disrupting the momentum of the calamity, it would be a grave loss for him. The heavens are compassionate. Today, I shall spare your life, and we shall settle the score later. Luo Ho retracted his divine power and glared at Su Ming, saying, I hope you will act wisely. With that, he vanished into the air as Luo Ho departed. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he silently praised his good fortune for narrowly escaping calamity. Had it not been for the protective aura of merit surrounding him, he would have inevitably faced a bitter struggle. Now, having established a karmic connection with Luo Ho, it is certain that they will cross paths again. I must hasten to enhance my cultivation with this thought. Su Ming dared not linger and promptly set off to leave this perilous place. However, just as he was about to depart, a sudden voice called out from behind, Friend, please hold. Just as Su Ming's battle with Luo Ho's avatar concluded, a powerful figure emerged from the void, blocking his path. Su Ming halted in his tracks, internally lamenting his misfortune. Had he forgotten to consult the auspicious calendar before venturing out today, encountering one obstacle after another? I am Hong Jun, a wandering cultivator from Yujing Mountain. I have come to bow before you. A white-clad elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, approached Su Ming and performed a respectful gesture. Introducing himself, gazing at the elder in white, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity. Having just bid farewell to the demon ancestor Luo Ho, he now found himself face to face with the Tao ancestor Hong Jun. To encounter two top-tier beings of the primordial realm in a single day was truly extraordinary. I am Su Ming. Honored to meet you, Tao friend. Su Ming returned the gesture with a bow. Your recent defeat of the demon General Tobo Sun and your repulsion of the demon ancestor Luo Ho's avatar was a commendable display of skill. Hong Jun's words were laden with praise. It was merely a trifling matter. With a smile on his face, Su Ming could not help but internally criticize the elder Hong Jun for being rather insidious. He had merely stood by, observing as Su Ming struggled against Tobo Sun and Luo Ho's avatar, waiting until the conflict concluded before daring to reveal himself. Truly a crafty old fox. Good and evil cannot coexist. It is said that you, Tao friend Hong Jun, have long been at odds with the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Now that the demon clan runs rampant, why do you not step forward to eliminate the evil and uphold justice? Su Ming tactfully inquired. Hearing this, Hong Jun shook his head with a sigh, then spoke. It is with great shame that I confess, I have battled Luo Ho for many years, intending to act on behalf of heaven to eradicate the demon clan. However, due to my inadequate foundation, my realm has stagnated, and I am no longer a match for Luo Ho. Thus, I find myself powerless despite my intentions. Upon hearing Hong Jun's lament, Su Ming realized that the Tao ancestor's cultivation was currently only at the early stage of quasi-saint. In contrast, the demon ancestor Luo Ho's avatar had already reached the same level. The disparity in strength between the two was staggering. Su Ming could not help but wonder, is this truly the Hong Jun Tao ancestor who would become the first saint of the primordial world? Preaching in the Zishao Palace and giving life to all beings, Tao friend may not be aware, but I was once a chaos demon god who lost my physical form during the great cataclysm of creation and possessed a passing creature to preserve my true spirit. Although I managed to retain my essence, my foundation and comprehension suffered greatly, resulting in my current stagnation. Hong Jun explained, his expression filled with sorrow. Oh, that is how it is, Su Ming pondered, finally comprehending the situation. In the present primordial realm, there are few pathways for beings to cultivate, and the only widely known method is the path of the laws. The path of the laws requires beings to possess exceptionally high comprehension and foundation, presenting a formidable barrier. Hong Jun was originally a chaos demon god who fell to the Great Pangu during the Great Cataclysm, leading to his demise. To preserve his true spirit, he desperately possessed a passing creature, thus saving his life. The creature he possessed was none other than what would later be known as an earthworm, in the primordial realm. Earthworms are merely seen as ugly and humble innate beings. It is precisely due to such a weak foundation that Hong Jun struggles to cultivate, perpetually unable to break through his bottleneck. In contrast, the demon ancestor Luo Ho possesses an impressive foundation, belonging to the ranks of innate deities. Furthermore, Luo Ho cultivates the laws of slaughter, absorbing the malevolent energies of calamity to continuously advance, making him incomparable to Hong Jun were it not for Hong Jun's possession of the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner. He might have already fallen victim to Luo Ho's treachery. To forcibly attempt to use the path of the laws to break through is naturally no match for the ruthless methods of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. If that is the case, why not take an alternate route, utilizing the method of slaying the 3 corpses, which anyone can cultivate to attain quasi-saint? It is equally valid for achieving the Tao and becoming a saint. Su Ming retorted without hesitation, a method that anyone can cultivate to reach quasi-saint. Impossible! There surely cannot be such a method in this world. Hong Jun replied, momentarily taken aback, an expression of confusion crossing his face. Upon hearing Hong Jun's response, Su Ming felt speechless. That it is well known that the method of slaying the 3 corpses was precisely taught by the Hong Jun Dao ancestor in the Zishao Palace. Yet, the current Hong Jun seemed to be unaware of this. In light of this, it appears that Hong Jun has yet to attain sainthood, and his teachings remain incomplete, leaving him oblivious to any means of achieving the Tao beyond the path of the laws. With this thought, Su Ming's eyes suddenly brightened with an idea. Conveniently, the reward technique, the chaotic golden chapter, contains detailed records of the method of slaying the 3 corpses. Why not take this opportunity to share the method with Hong Jun, aiding him in breaking through his bottleneck and creating a karma connection? Once Hong Jun grows stronger, he could rally the power of the 3 clans to defeat Luo Ho. This plan would not only resolve the significant threat posed by Luo Ho, but also leave Hong Jun indebted to him. A true 2-for-1 deal. If you're interested, Dao friend, I can impart the method of slaying the 3 corpses to you, assisting you in overcoming your bottleneck. Su Ming said with a smile. Excellent. If you would be so kind, I would be most eager to listen. Hong Jun's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he deeply bowed to Su Ming. Having long struggled to break through his realm, encountering Su Ming felt like finding a lifeline, and he certainly could not refuse. Please. Thus, the two sat on the ground, engaging in profound discourse. Chapter 6. The 4th method of enlightenment. In the boundless primordial chaos, time was inconsequential point. 3,000 years passed. Su Ming imparted the techniques of severing the 3 corpses and the paths of merit and enlightenment to Hong Jun. Following this, Hong Jun, adhering to the method of severing the 3 corpses, successfully eliminated 2 of his own, experiencing a remarkable surge in cultivation, reaching the late stage of quasi-saint. Upon opening his eyes, the once murky and dim depths of his gaze now radiated with brilliant light. As if reborn, I am eternally grateful for your guidance, dear friend. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. Hong Jun expressed with heartfelt gratitude, performing a grand gesture of respect with 3 bows and 9 kowtows to Su Ming. There is no need for such formalities. The eradication of evil and the safeguarding of the righteous is our sacred duty as cultivators. Assisting you, Hong Jun, is a great merit in itself. Su Ming humbly replied. Your generosity in enlightening me on the path has left me with no means of repayment. Please accept this treasured item as a token of my gratitude. With that, Hong Jun waved his grand sleeve and presented a spiritual treasure before Su Ming. The treasure resembled a jade disc, its surface adorned with swirling innate patterns, encircled by boundless laws of power, mysterious and profound. The disc of creation. Su Ming's eyes brightened suddenly as he recognized the origin of this spiritual artifact. This disk of creation was a treasure born alongside the primordial deity Pangu, damaged during the great calamity of creation, and later obtained by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. It is said that within this treasure lies the essence of 3,000 great laws and the path to the world's origin. Rumor has it that the Tao ancestor Hongjun comprehended the teachings within this disk of creation, merging with the Tao to achieve unparalleled greatness. However, from Su Ming's perspective, such claims appeared exaggerated, given Hongjun's humble beginnings and insufficient comprehension. He could hardly fathom the profound mysteries contained within the disk of creation that if he could, he would not have struggled to comprehend even the method of severing the three corpses. In light of this, I shall humbly accept your gift, Su Ming said, calmly receiving the disk of creation into his possession, that I believe that with your understanding, dear friend Su, you will surely unravel the secrets within this disk and attain the fruits of your cultivation. Hongjun expressed with utmost respect, bowing once more to Su Ming. Dear Hongjun, no merit goes unrewarded. I, too, have a gift for you in return, Su Ming declared. This demon order contains the schemes of Rahu. Present it to the leaders of the three clans to reveal the truth, that I am confident that with your strength, you can unite the three clans to defeat the Rahu demon race. With that, Su Ming produced the demon order obtained from slaying the celestial general Tian Bo Sun and handed it to Hongjun, now tied to his enmity with Rahu. He could not avoid retaliation from his adversary. Rather than remaining in a passive defensive stance, it would be wiser to take the initiative, inciting Hongjun to rally the three primordial clans against the demon race, effectively turning the tables on his foe. Excellent. With his demon order in hand, I shall undoubtedly persuade the clan leaders to join forces against the demon race. Hongjun responded, clasping his fists in gratitude. Until we meet again, Su Ming nodded, bidding farewell to Hongjun as he transformed into a streak of light and departed. In the western region of Shumi Mountain, the ancestral ground of the demon race, the demon palace was shrouded in dark energy. Within the grand hall, the demon ancestor Rahu sat ominously upon a cloud platform, his expression grim. What is the origin of this Su Ming? Not only does he possess a vast amount of merit, but he also wields the power of karmic fire to slay my great general Tian Bo Sun. If he is not eliminated soon, he shall become a significant threat to me. Rahu gritted his teeth. Filled with resentment that as his ambitions approached fruition, he would not allow anyone to jeopardize his grand design. In the primordial world, apart from Hongjun, Su Ming was his greatest threat. Consequently, Rahu resolved to personally eradicate him. Eager to act swiftly, contemplating this, Rahu closed his eyes slightly, calculating in an attempt to discern Su Ming's whereabouts. However, after a brief moment, he opened his eyes, astonished by the sight before him. He discovered that Su Ming's information seemed obscured by some mysterious force. Shrouded in chaos, utterly inscrutable, unyielding, Rahu attempted to calculate again, yet the result remained unchanged. This Su Ming is merely a great Luo golden immortal, and I cannot even discern his true nature. Could it be that he has a powerful ally behind him? Rahu pondered, his brows furrowing with concern. The sense of unease intensified that in that case, I can no longer delay my plans. He resolved to strategize promptly, aiming to attain the mixed yuan as soon as possible. 3,000 years later, in a cave paradise near Kunlun Mountain, Su Ming sat cross-legged in a black robe. Above his head, 3 flowers converged as spiritual energy enveloped him. Over these 3,000 years, he had not returned to the battlefield of the 3 clans to collect corpses. Instead, he sought a tranquil place for seclusion, diligently contemplating the disk of creation. After his previous encounter with Rahu, he recognized the vast disparity in strength between a quasi-saint and a great Luo golden immortal. Therefore, for Su Ming, the immediate priority was to focus on enhancing his cultivation, striving to reach the quasi-saint realm as soon as possible. Without becoming a quasi-saint, I cannot enter the calamity. However, as a transmigrator equipped with a system and the supreme treasure of the reincarnation banner, Su Ming would not choose the crude method of severing the 3 corpses to break through to quasi-saint, as Hongjun had done. The method of severing the 3 corpses merely involved relinquishing one's own path, discarding the 3 notions of good and evil, in hopes of drawing closer to the essence of the heavenly way. Thus, even if one were to achieve quasi-saint status through the severing of the three corpses, they would ultimately be constrained by the heavenly way, their strength far inferior to someone like Rahu, who comprehended the path through the power of laws. Yet, while the law-based path was advantageous, it progressed slowly, with unsatisfactory effects and immense costs. Therefore, Su Ming must seek a more ideal method of transcendence beyond the constraints of the heavenly way. Perseverance bore fruit, and over these 3,000 years, Su Ming devoted himself to contemplating the disk of creation. Ultimately making a new discovery, he found that beyond the three methods of severing the three corpses, merit and law-based enlightenment, there existed a fourth method, the establishment of the path to sainthood within the primordial realm. There existed three paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. Currently, aside from the heavenly path, the earthly and human paths had yet to manifest. These two paths would not appear until the future calamity of the Wu and Yao and the creation of humanity by Nuwa, followed by the reincarnation of Hao Hu de T present. As long as Su Ming could perfect the six paths of reincarnation, he could open a realm of the underworld within the reincarnation banner, establishing his own path. This way, he would be able to escape the constraints of the heavenly way and attain the mixed yuan. The six paths consist of three virtuous paths and three malevolent paths. The three virtuous paths are the path of celestial beings, the path of humanity, and the path of asuras. The three malevolent paths are the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts. Among these, the path of hell and the path of hungry ghosts already existed within the realm of the underworld. The remaining paths, the path of celestial beings and the path of beasts, were under the control of the heavenly way. Thus, the only paths Su Ming could strategize were the path of humanity and the path of asuras. The path of humanity would only emerge once Nuwa creates humanity in the future. Thus, it cannot be schemed at present that Su Ming then set his sights on the path of asuras. It is well known that the Asura clan was created by the Lord of the Blood Sea of the underworld, the ancestor of the Dark River. However, at this time, the Dark River had yet to manifest, providing Su Ming with a prime opportunity. Having made up his mind, Su Ming left his cave dwelling, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the Blood Sea of the underworld. 500 years later, in the Blood Sea of the underworld, this place is renowned as a perilous region within the primordial realm. It is said to have originated from the filthy blood of Pangu's navel after his fall during the creation of the world. Here, no birds dare to fly, fish and shrimp do not spawn, and an endless aura of death permeates the air, corroding gold and flesh. Few living beings in the primordial realm would dare to tread here recklessly. At this moment, a black luminescence suddenly pierced through the silence that had lasted for countless eons. The figure descended, transforming into a black-robed man wielding a black banner. This man was none other than Su Ming. Su Ming's purpose for venturing into the Blood Sea of the underworld was to seek a great opportunity to perfect the six paths of reincarnation. Chapter 7. Intercepting the Lord of the Blood Sea. As he delved deeper into the Blood Sea, Su Ming felt a faint tremor emanating from the reincarnation banner in his hand, as if resonating with some opportunity within the Blood Sea. Su Ming could not help but accelerate his flight, quickly arriving at the deepest part of the Blood Sea of the underworld. Here, the density of death energy was alarming, even with Su Ming's cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal. He had to summon the power of merit to protect himself. As he parted the darkness, a sudden brightness filled Su Ming's vision. Not far away, an extraordinary placenta emerged. This placenta shimmered with otherworldly light, emanating waves of innate death energy, mysterious and profound. Upon seeing this extraordinary placenta, Su Ming's expression brightened with joy. What was being nurtured within this placenta was none other than the Lord of the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the Dark River. Su Ming's objective was to seize this opportunity before the Dark River took form. Boom! As Su Ming approached, the extraordinary placenta emitted strange fluctuations. The boundless blood sea suddenly surged with immense waves. A peculiar crimson lotus platform rose from the sea, enveloped in immeasurable mana, safeguarding the placenta with utmost security. the fiery red lotus? Upon seeing the crimson lotus platform, Su Ming immediately recognized its origin. Within the primordial realm, there exist 4 great innate lotus platforms. These 4 innate lotuses are all supreme, innate spiritual treasures. They're the 12-grade fiery red lotus, the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, the 12-grade pure world white lotus, and the 12-grade world-destroying black lotus. Each of these 4 lotus platforms is a top-tier defensive treasure, each possessing unique powers. The golden lotus of merit can suppress fortune and connect the merits of heaven and earth. The pure world white lotus can purify all things and remedy the deficiencies of creation. The world-destroying black lotus can annihilate all things, renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. Finally, the fiery red lotus is even more extraordinary. Similar to the reincarnation banner in Su Ming's hand, the fiery red lotus can release boundless karmic fire, incinerating the souls of mortals. It directly triggers the karmic power within an enemy to launch an attack. The greater the karmic burden on the opponent, the greater the damage they would suffer. Su Ming sensed that the reincarnation banner in his hand resonated with the fiery red lotus. After all, among the myriad treasures within the primordial realm, those related to karmic power are exceedingly rare. Power of reincarnation, break for me, Su Ming commanded, shaking the reincarnation banner in his hand, summoning the power of the 6 paths. The power of the 6 paths transformed into 6 black tendrils, intertwining with the power of reincarnation, directly tearing apart the defenses of the fiery red lotus. Though the fiery red lotus of karma is indeed formidable, it has yet to be fully refined, thus its power remains limited, allowing Su Ming to effortlessly breach its defenses. As Su Ming shattered the defenses of the fiery red lotus, the consciousness within the placenta began to rage, exhaling boundless death energy, transforming into 2 sharp swords that lunged fiercely towards Su Ming. These 2 swords are the accompanying treasures of the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, the dual swords of destruction. Yuan Tuabi in the Eastern Sea, the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Within the Grand Hall for powerful figures stand. These 4 individuals are the Dragon Clan's ancient ancestor, Zhu Long, the Phoenix Clan's ancient ancestor, Yuan Feng, the Qilin Clan's ancient ancestor, Shi Qilin, and the Dao ancestor Hong Jun. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall is thick with tension, as Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and others were expressions of grim determination. Not long ago, Daoist Hong Jun arrived with the Celestial Demon Order, exposing the deceit of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, before the 3 ancient ancestors. That it was only then that the clan leaders realized they had been manipulated by Luo Ho. Originally believing that the calamity of the dragon and Han was a contest for the fortunes of the 3 clans, they discovered that it was, in fact, a struggle between the righteous cultivators of the eastern wilderness and the demonic practitioners of the west. Once the truth was revealed, the clan leaders resolved to reconcile and unite the forces of the 3 clans to march against the Western world, seeking retribution from the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Under the leadership of Dao ancestor Hong Jun, the clan leaders personally led their armies into a formal declaration of war against the Western demon clan. The clash between righteous and demonic forces immediately ignited a storm of bloodshed across the wilderness. The brutality of this war surpassed even that of the previous conflict among the 3 clans. After a millennium had passed, in the depths of the boundless sea of blood, clad in a black robe, Su Ming sat cross-legged in the void, his aura subdued, entering a state of profound transcendence where self and world merged into oblivion. Following a fierce battle, he had annihilated the placenta that nurtured the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, incorporating it into the wheel of reincarnation. Moreover, the fiery red lotus of karma and the dual swords of destruction had changed hands, becoming Su Ming's spoils of war. During this millennium, Su Ming, by refining the underworld river placenta, continuously perfected the path of Shuro within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Simultaneously, the rhythms of the Tao flowed around him, an endless chain of slaughtering laws enveloping him. As Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkled with an otherworldly light, reminiscent of a resplendent galaxy. He had finally broken through the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, ascending to the status of a quasi-saint. the surer path within the wheel of reincarnation gradually flourished. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? Upon entering this new realm, Su Ming experienced an entirely fresh perception that, in comparison, the disparity in power between the quasi-saint realm and the great Luo golden immortal realm was immense, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. With this thought, Su Ming willed the turbulent sea of blood beneath him to return to its former tranquility. At this moment, he had mastered the laws of slaughter, and had unmistakably become the sovereign of this entire sea of blood. This is the might of a quasi-saint. In battles among the great Luo golden immortals, the power expended is drawn from their own laws. In contrast, quasi-saint beings communicate with the primal laws of heaven and earth, transforming them for their own use. However, the path of the laws is exceedingly profound and obscure, thus the number of quasi-saints in later generations is limited. Unlike ordinary quasi-saints, Su Ming achieved this status through his own great Tao. Consequently, the disparity in combat prowess between the two is indisputable. After absorbing the power of the placenta, the accompanying spiritual treasure of the ancient ancestor of the underworld river also belonged to Su Ming, further augmenting his strength. Simultaneously, the wheel of reincarnation underwent new changes. Since traversing the wilderness, in addition to collecting the true spirits of deceased beings and converting karma into virtue, Su Ming had also utilized the corpses of these beings as materials for constructing the underworld. Now, within the netherworld, the 5 spiritual mountains, Fengdu City, the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, the River of Oblivion, and others were beginning to take shape. The world S level had leaped from a minor 1,000 realms to a medium 1,000 realms. With the elevation of the netherworld status, the power of the wheel of reincarnation surged once more. Su Ming believed that with his current strength, combined with the wheel of reincarnation, the 12-grade fiery red lotus of karma, and the dual swords of destruction, he would dare to confront the true body of the demon ancestor Luo Ho head-on, during the time that Su Ming entered seclusion within the Blood Sea. The war between the coalition of the 3 clans and the Demon Clan continued for nearly a millennium. Under the leadership of Hong Jun and the clan leaders, the coalition swept through the Demon Clan's forces, driving them back relentlessly. Soon, the coalition reached the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, Mount Shumi, cornering the remnants of the Demon Clan into a dire predicament, leading to a final showdown. Amidst the bloodshed, what was once a paradise, Mount Shumi, had transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Countless powerful beings from the 3 clans and demon cultivators fell in battle, their blood staining the earth red. Chapter 8. How dare the ants challenge the heavens? The battle beneath Mount Shumi raged fiercely. The clan leaders summoned the fortunes of their clans to empower themselves, each manifesting their true forms. Zhu Long transformed into a golden dragon, wielding the North's Xian Yuan water control banner. Unstoppable in his advance, Yuan Feng became a resplendent phoenix, bearing the South's Li Di flame light banner. Sweeping through the enemy ranks, Shi Qilin morphed into a black jade Qilin, adorned with the Central's Wu Ji apricot yellow banner. Wreaking havoc in all directions, the North's Xian Yuan water control banner, the South's Li Di flame light banner, and the Central's Wu Ji apricot yellow banner are all supreme innate spiritual treasures, equally serving as the clan heirlooms of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribes. Bolstered by the fortunes of their clans and these treasures, the clan leaders' powers surged to the late quasi-saint stage, dramatically enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, the demon clans suffered catastrophic losses under the onslaught of the coalition. The 5 great demon generals, Umo Runli, Nu-Mo Pai Emoji Duo, CMO Luo Qianta, Ju Moyi Emotian, and Xinmo Pia, were all slain. Encircled, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, his battle robe stained with blood, fought desperately. He stood upon the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, one of the 4 great lotuses of the wilderness. Wielding the unparalleled innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, engaged in a fierce struggle with Hong Jun. Meanwhile, Taoist Hong Jun did not hold back either, summoning his 3 corpse avatars to flank Luo Ho, the left avatar. The good corpse bore the yin-yang fish atop its head, manifesting a golden bridge that severed the power of time and space, shielding against the god-slaying spear's assault. The right avatar, the evil corpse, wielded an extraordinary long banner, enveloping chaotic power, tearing through the void, unleashing boundless earth, water, fire, and wind. The two treasures wielded by Hong Jun's incarnations were the Tai Chi diagram and the Panga banner, among the three supreme innate treasures. With the innate treasures in hand and the support of the clan leaders, Hong Jun's power had far surpassed that of Luo Ho, quickly forcing him into a corner. Seeing Luo Ho showing signs of defeat, the clan leaders shouted in unison, charging towards him with ferocity. Do you think you can kill me with your meager strength today? I shall send you all back to where you came from." In the midst of the encirclement, Luo Ho, trapped in desperation, suddenly laughed maniacally. With one hand forming a seal, he muttered incantations. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth were enveloped in ominous clouds. Malevolent energy surged forth like a tide. This malevolent energy rapidly spread, engulfing the cultivators of the three clans. "Explode for me!" As the malevolent energy surged into their bodies, the lower-ranked cultivators among the three clans lost their sanity, howling in rage, and instantly detonated themselves. Among these cultivators were many golden immortal-level powers, and the explosive force was terrifying. The entire Western world trembled under the impact of this explosion. Following this, the boundless malevolent energy plunged downward, engulfing the spiritual veins of the earth in a torrential rain of blood. Upon witnessing this, Hong Jun's face turned pale. He realized that the cornered Luo Ho intended to gamble everything, attempting to ignite the malevolent energy to explode the Western spiritual veins. However, it was already too late for Hong Jun to intervene. He could only watch as the boundless malevolent energy surged into the Western spiritual veins, accompanied by thunderous roars that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Western world, once a paradise, was instantly reduced to scorched earth. In this act of slaughter to prove his path, Luo Ho had ignited the calamity's malevolent energy, contaminating the boundless karma. Hong Jun could hardly believe that Luo Ho would resort to such madness. As a result, the entire Western spiritual veins would be completely eroded by malevolent energy, rendering them barren. Such losses, even with countless treasures and resources, could not be compensated. It was unimaginable how immense the karma brought about by Luo Ho's actions would be. If his scheme succeeded, it would be one thing, but should he fail, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end under the backlash of karma. On the Western battlefield, malevolent energy filled the air. Amidst the bloodshed, the demon ancestor Luo Ho stood triumphantly, wielding the god-slaying spear, treading upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How dare the ants challenge the heavens? Today, I shall slay all of you ants, devouring the fortunes of the wilderness, and prove my path to the primordial. Luo Ho laughed maniacally, his features twisted with ferocity. At this moment, he had succumbed to the frenzy of the malevolent energy. He paid no heed to the vast karma that would arise from igniting the Western spiritual veins. In this battle, he could only win, not lose. The god-slaying sword array, rise! With a booming command, Luo Ho formed a seal with one hand. Chanting incantations, suddenly, a flash of spiritual light appeared atop Mount Shumi, rapidly transforming into an intricate array diagram. The diagram expanded with the wind, instantly becoming a fearsome grand formation that enveloped an area of millions of miles. As this fearsome array emerged, a chilling, killing intent filled the air, accompanied by sinister winds, summoning 4 flying swords that hovered at its corners. In the east hung the god-slaying sword, in the south the immortal slaying sword, in the west the immortal trapping sword, and in the north the immortal severing sword. In an instant, boundless sword energy surged through the array, as if it were set to shred the very heavens and earth. The already turbulent, malevolent energy became even more violent under the array's influence. With the entire Western world enveloped in this array, it transformed into a hellish battlefield. Countless mighty beings from the 3 clans shrieked in agony, turning to ashes in an instant. In the void, Taoist Hong Jun wore a grave expression, he formed seals with both hands, channeling his entire power into the golden bridge, shielding the clan leaders within. As an ancient power of the wilderness, Hong Jun was well aware of the formidable nature of the god-slaying sword array. This array was the foremost killing formation of the heavenly Tao. Once unleashed, it could only be broken by the four saints. Fortunately, at this moment, Luo Ho had yet to attain sainthood and could not unleash the array's full potential. Otherwise, Hong Jun would have long since lost his life. Even his good and evil corpse avatars could not withstand the might of the array, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Witnessing the tragic demise of his kin, the three clan leaders, Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin, stood by, their faces ashen with despair. Despite the fury raging within them, they dared not take a single action. The terrifying power of the Juxian sword array before them was utterly overwhelming, were it not for the protection of the Taiji diagram bestowed by Hong Jun. Even beings of quasi-saint caliber would surely meet their demise. Luo Hu's detonation of the Western spiritual vein, sacrificing countless cultivators in a blood-soaked ritual on the battlefield, not only stained the ground with infinite karmic retribution, but also, unbeknownst to him, augmented the might of the Juxian array. Now, even the combined strength of the four of us was no match for him. A deep sigh escaped Hong Jun's lips, his expression bitter. Given the current circumstances, it was far too late to dismantle the Juxian sword array. Even with the congenital supreme treasure at his side, he could only manage to protect himself. The tide has turned, and destiny is no longer with me. Beside him, the clan leaders of Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin let out mournful cries, blood tears streaming from their eyes. Ha ha ha. Hong Jun, you have lost. This primordial world now belongs to me. At the center of the array, Luo, who laughed maniacally. Just as he reveled in his assured victory, he failed to notice a powerful presence concealed in the void, observing him intently. This figure was none other than Su Ming, who had rushed from the sea of blood. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Su Ming did not hasten to join the fray, but instead chose to watch from a distance. He was inherently indifferent to the conflict between the three clans and held no interest in the ideological clash between Luo Hu and Hong Jun, preferring to remain uninvolved. His purpose for this journey was merely to collect the bodies of fallen cultivators, hoping to profit from the chaos. However, given the current situation, if Su Ming did not intervene, it seemed that Hong Jun might indeed perish within the Juxian sword array. Chapter 9. Luo Hu. I cannot believe I lost to an ant. Is this the Juxian sword array? It is truly terrifying. Su Ming remarked, his face betraying a sense of trepidation. He had long heard of the array's formidable power, and witnessing it firsthand was nothing short of shocking. This array was said to be the foremost killing formation of the heavenly Tao since the inception of the primordial chaos. It stood alongside the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, the 10,000 immortals array, and the Zhoutian Star Do formation as one of the four great evil arrays of the primordial era. It was also a treasured formation of the later generation's Tongtian sect, serving as a protective array for the teachings. If a saint were to set up this array, it would require the combined efforts of four saints to dismantle it. Realizing this, Su Ming quietly acknowledged his own youth, having clearly underestimated Luo Hu's strength. Even with his quasi-saint early-stage cultivation and his supreme treasure in hand, he found himself helpless against the most formidable array of the primordial era. Ding! The system detected the final battle of the Longhan catastrophe. Activating the divine choice, Option 1. Remain indifferent to the battle between the righteous and the demonic. Reward. Innate spiritual treasure, the 8 treasure glazed bottle. Option 2. Intervene in the battle. Assist Hong Jun in defeating Luo Hu. Reward. The earthly Tao divine wheel. I choose option 2. Faced with the system's choices, Su Ming made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Unlike the previous 2 instances, there was no doubt this time. The reward of the 8 treasure glazed bottle from option 1 was originally a treasure of the primordial beginning. Within this bottle lay a peculiar space containing golden sunlight, divine water, silver moonlight, divine water, and purple starlight, divine water. Each of these 3 divine waters was a potent poison, capable of corroding the essence and consuming the true spirit. However, should these 3 divine waters be combined, they would form the primordial era's foremost healing holy medicine, the three light, divine water, capable of reviving the dead. The value of this treasure was self-evident. Nevertheless, no matter how remarkable the 8-treasure glazed bottle was, it paled in comparison to the reward of option 2. The earthly Tao divine wheel, also known as the core of order, grants its possessor dominion over the earthly Tao, placing their status on par with the heavenly Tao. This treasure can communicate with the forces of the underworld, condensing the fortunes of heaven and earth, manifesting 9 golden lotuses. Once these 9 lotuses bloom, they can fuse with his essence, granting him supreme power that surpasses the heavenly Tao. For Su Ming, who aspired to establish his own path to sainthood, the earthly Tao divine wheel was an indispensable choice. In fact, even if the system had not made an appearance, Su Ming would have chosen to assist Hongjun. After all, a millennium ago, he had forged an irreconcilable enmity with that demon ancestor Luo, who, entangling himself in karmic repercussions, allowing Luo, who to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth to attain the path of chaos, would undoubtedly be detrimental to Su Ming. With this in mind, Su Ming no longer hesitated, directly casting the earthly Tao divine wheel into the underworld realm of the reincarnation banner. The earthly Tao divine wheel took root immediately, radiating profound light and frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, restoring the creation of the underworld. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt a surge of spiritual light enveloping him, and his aura suddenly doubled. His cultivation soared from the early to the late quasi-saint stage, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. At this moment, he was confident in his ability to withstand the sword energy and fierce winds within the Juxian array. With this thought, Su Ming wasted no time, summoning the reincarnation banner and stepping onto the flames of karmic lotus, charging into the Juxian sword array. It is worth noting that the weakness of the Juxian sword array lay in the 4 Juxian swords. If he could retrieve one of the 4 swords, Juxian, Luxian, Xian, or Juexian, that hung at the corners, it would weaken the array's power. Resolute in his decision, Su Ming braved the howling sword energy, moving towards the relatively weaker sword energy in the west. At the same time, in the center of the array, Luo, who, wielding the god-slaying spear, laughed maniacally. He relentlessly channeled his entire force to unleash a torrent of sword energy against Hongjun, just as this terrifying sword energy was about to breach the defense of the Taiji diagram. The Juxian sword array suddenly emitted a mournful wail, and the previously fierce sword energy gradually dissipated. Luo, whose smile instantly froze, he could hardly believe that his meticulously crafted supreme formation had been unraveled. Who has broken my array? In shock, he turned abruptly. There, emerging from the western void of the Juxian sword array, was a figure clad in black robes. Luo, who, my friend, we meet again. The figure, holding a black banner and standing upon a red lotus, grinned at Luo, who, the previously suspended Xian sword, now fell into the hands of this black-robed figure. So it is you. Recognizing the identity of the individual, Luo, who momentarily froze, then gritted his teeth in anger. This black-robed figure was none other than Su Ming, the one who had slain Tianbo Sun and defeated Luo, whose avatar a millennium ago. Faced with Su Ming, Luo, who was filled with both astonishment and dread. He knew that the power of this array was so formidable that even quasi-saint level beings could scarcely withstand it. He could not comprehend how this Su Ming, a mere tiger demon, possessed such tremendous abilities. Damn it. Realizing this, Luo, whose fury mounted, just when he was on the verge of defeating Hongjun and seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth to attain the path of chaos. Su Ming had thwarted his plans. Had he known this would happen, he should have eliminated Su Ming outright from the beginning to avoid future troubles. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. I shall not become a demon until I kill you. The more he thought about it, the angrier Luo who became, and with a thunderous roar, he brandished the god-slaying spear and charged at Su Ming. The speed of this strike was astonishing, carrying an immense pressure that could tear through the fabric of space and time, something even quasi-saint late-stage beings would struggle to withstand. Yet, faced with the furious Luo, who, Su Ming remained unfazed. He merely smiled slightly, not attempting to evade, and activated the power of the reincarnation banner to shield himself entirely. Boom! The two immense forces collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the air. The surrounding area, spanning millions of miles, was suddenly engulfed in a chilling stillness. After a few breaths as the dust settled, Su Ming emerged unscathed. Luo, who was momentarily stunned, involuntarily taking several steps back, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly believe that his full-force strike had failed to breach Su Ming's defenses. It was well known that the god-slaying spear in his hand was an unparalleled innate treasure, capable of effortlessly shattering the defenses of superior, innate spiritual treasures. What kind of spiritual treasure is that black banner in your hand, capable of withstanding the assault of the god-slaying spear? Luo, who inquired in astonishment. This is an innate supreme treasure, the reincarnation banner. Su Ming replied with a clear voice. The reincarnation banner. Luo, whose brows furrowed upon hearing this, as far as he recalled, there were only three innate supreme treasures: the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the Chaos Bell. He had never heard of any other reincarnation banner. Today, I shall let you witness the power of this treasure, Su Ming declared, shaking the reincarnation banner. The power of the 6 realms of reincarnation transformed into 6 black tendrils, surging forth to attack Luo, who, now, his strength had risen to a level where he was no longer inferior to Luo, Hu, or Hongjun. This is bad. Sensing the overwhelming pressure approaching, Luo, who was momentarily taken aback, quickly summoning the world-destroying Black Lotus to shield himself. Boom! After a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, Luo, who felt as if he had suffered a grave injury, being violently propelled back several thousand jong. Terror etched across his face. He could hardly believe the terrifying strength of Su Ming before him. Even with his quasi-Saint peak strength and the enhancement of the Juxian sword array, he could not withstand Su Ming's strike. The usually unflappable Luo, who was now besieged by a whirlwind of emotions. Who could have imagined that the illustrious ancestor of the demon race, a primordial deity, would fall at the hands of a mere tiger demon? Chapter 10. The battle concludes, and the collection of corpses begins on the other side. During the standoff between Luo, Hu, and Su Ming, Hongjun and the 3 clan leaders seized the opportunity presented by the weakening power of the sword energy within the Juxian sword array to capture the remaining 3 Juxian swords. The Juxian, Luxian, and Juexian swords now fell into Hongjun's hands. With the Juxian sword array shattered, Hongjun and the 3 clan leaders swiftly redirected their attacks towards the demon ancestor Luo, who was still entangled with Su Ming. Surrounded by 5 quasi-saint level beings, the demon ancestor Luo, who found himself in dire straits. Without the support of the Juxian sword array, Luo, who was no match for Su Ming, Hongjun, and the others. Luo, who, the Juxian array has been broken. You have lost. Hongjun, wielding the Panga banner and standing upon the Taiji diagram, coldly addressed Luo, who did I have lost. At Hongjun's words, Luo, who paused momentarily, then sighed deeply towards the heavens. Despite his inherently rebellious nature, he could only accept the harsh reality. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. He devoted countless eons to meticulous planning, only to find himself a mere step away from vanquishing Hongjun and attaining the Tao of primordial chaos. Yet his ambitions were thwarted by Su Ming's interference, resulting in a catastrophic failure. However, the tide had turned, and at this juncture, even fleeing held no significance. In a desperate act, he self-destructed the western spiritual meridians, becoming engulfed in boundless karmic retribution. Even if he managed to survive, he would find himself in a state of decline, his fortunes severed, living a fate worse than death. I refuse to accept this. Even in death, I shall ensure your demise accompanies mine. Luo Ho let out a long, mournful howl that echoed with a sense of tragic grandeur. With a single hand gesture, he summoned a malevolent aura spanning billions of miles, causing his aura to surge dramatically. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. Upon witnessing this, Hongjun's expression shifted drastically. He swiftly summoned the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden bridge that enveloped Su Ming and the leaders of the 3 clans. It must be noted that Luo Ho was a formidable being of quasi-saint level, and the power of his self-detonation was unimaginable. Ahaha! Let all perish, accompanied by maniacal laughter. Luo Ho's body erupted instantly, unleashing a tremendous shockwave of explosion. The force of this detonation was terrifying, sending Hong Jun and others flying millions of miles away. The once vibrant Western realm suffered yet another devastating blow in an instant. The landscape changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The surrounding space-time was torn apart, reenacting the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. This scene resembled the arrival of the apocalypse, with the earth cracking and spiritual meridians shattering. Even the entirety of the primordial world began to warp beneath the remnants of this horrific explosion. This is dire. Upon witnessing this, Hong Jun Daoist and the clan leaders were filled with despair. If this continued, it would not only spell doom for the Western realm, but likely lead to the destruction of the entire primordial world. This madman Luo Ho sought to drag the entire primordial realm down with him in death. In this moment of crisis, Su Ming could not help but voice his grievances. Given the urgency of the situation, he was compelled to harness the power of virtue to suppress the raging elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Reluctantly, he gestured with his hand, summoning 18 radiant wheels of virtue behind him. This overwhelming power of virtue spread forth, permeating the heavens and the earth. It stabilized the primordial world, which was on the brink of collapse. Soon enough, order was restored. Pure energy ascended while turbid energy descended. The primordial realm regained its former tranquility. The overwhelming malevolent aura gradually faded away. The final battle of the Dragonhan catastrophe drew to a close. The surviving formidable beings from the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and initial Qilin clans felt a stirring in their hearts, awakening to their realizations. The three clans, once dominant and self-assured due to their profound heritage, now found themselves mere sacrifices in the grand scheme of calamity. All of this was the machination of the heavenly Tao. The once resilient, innate three clans now faced dwindling kin and declining fortunes. The clan leaders felt their hearts twist in anguish. Yet, the transgressions of the three clans were numerous, stained with karmic retribution, and could not be atoned for. If this continued, the clans would inevitably face extermination. To preserve a sliver of hope, the clan leaders were compelled to make a choice. Heavenly Tao above, I, the ancestral dragon, vow to lead the dragon clan to eternally guard the four seas, never to step foot into the primordial realm again. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. Heavenly Tao above, I, the primordial phoenix, vow to lead the Phoenix clan to eternally guard the southern Ming volcano, never to step foot into the primordial realm again. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. Heavenly Tao above, I, the initial Qilin, vow to lead the Qilin clan to eternally guard the central land, never to step foot into the primordial realm again. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. The ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and initial Qilin each proclaimed their vows to the heavens. The heavenly Tao responded promptly, bestowing a meager fortune to ensure the survival of the three clans that Su Ming, my friend. We are grateful for your assistance in vanquishing Luo Ho and safeguarding the primordial realm. We present these three spiritual treasures to you. Please accept them. As they spoke, each clan leader produced a spiritual treasure and presented it before Su Ming. These treasures were the revered clan artifacts of the innate three clans: the Wuji Huang banner, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, and the Ledihuo light banner. Upon receiving the treasures, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with delight. These innate treasures were said to be transformed from the 5 lotus leaves of the primordial blue lotus, each a rare and exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Thank you for your kind intentions. Esteemed clan leaders, I shall graciously accept them, he declared, sweeping his arm to receive the 3 banners into his possession. Previously, to save the primordial realm and suppress the elements, he had incurred significant losses of virtue. Thus, these treasures served as a form of compensation. Seeing Su Ming accept the treasures, the clan leaders nodded in approval and soon took their leave, leading their kin away in a flash of light. As he watched the clan leaders depart, Su Ming let out a sigh. Even such a profoundly rooted force as the innate three clans before the heavenly Tao was merely a discarded pawn at will. It is often said that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Yet beneath the heavenly Tao, even saints are mere puppets. At this moment, Su Ming's resolve to establish the Earth Tao and transcend the heavenly Tao grew even stronger. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the skies. Purple energy surged from the east for billions of miles. In an instant, the heavens rained down golden lotuses. The heavenly Tao bestowed virtue. Su Ming looked up, his eyes brightening. Above him, a magnificent power of virtue gathered, suspended in the air. He instinctively sensed that this was the reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao following the conclusion of the great calamity. However, although this heavenly Tao virtue was enticing, Su Ming found little interest in it. It must be noted that this virtue was akin to a hot potato, tainted by the karmic ties of the heavenly Tao, which would inevitably lead to backlash in the future. Meanwhile, the vast quantities of heavenly Tao virtue divided into several portions, descending. Of these, 50% fell upon Hongjun, 30% melded into the primordial earth to stabilize its fortunes. 10% repaired the damaged spiritual meridians of the Western realm, and the last 10% landed in Su Ming's hands. Upon receiving a portion of virtue, Su Ming wore a look of disdain, casually discarding it as if it were refuse, allowing it to merge into the Western spiritual meridians and vanish from sight. This scene left Hongjun Daoist beside him utterly astonished, his mouth agape. He inwardly mused that Su Ming, unperturbed by his familial ties, even disregarded the heavenly Tao's virtue, as if it were nothing, tossing it aside with abandon. Such audacity was simply inhumane, although Hongjun internally grumbled. He maintained a facade of respect towards Su Ming. Thank you, Tao friend Su Ming, for your assistance in eliminating the great demon Luo Ho. I am immensely grateful. He approached Su Ming with utmost reverence. Performing a deep bow. There is no need for such formalities, Hongjun Daoist. Eliminating demons and safeguarding our path is the duty of all righteous cultivators. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the peace of the primordial realm. Su Ming replied with a light chuckle, his voice ringing out. After exchanging pleasantries, Hongjun bade farewell to Su Ming and returned to Yujing Mountain for seclusion and cultivation. I've struck gold. Once Hongjun departed, Su Ming began an exhaustive search throughout the Western realm. Let us not forget that countless cultivators from the three clans and the demon clan had perished in this final battle, awaiting his reclamation. Among them, the most valuable was the remnants of the demon ancestor Luo Ho's soul. Chapter 11. Reconstructing the True Spirit. Luo Ho submits 3,000 years later. Western Shumi Mountain. Under the influence of the Great Calamity, the once paradisiacal Western realm had become barren, devoid of any spiritual energy. At this moment, a black light swiftly descended, shattering the surrounding silence. As the black light touched the ground, it transformed into a young figure clad in a black robe, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes. This individual was none other than Su Ming. Throughout these 3,000 years, Su Ming had tirelessly scoured the western battlefield, collecting the corpses of fallen cultivators from the three clans and the demon clan, amassing a vast fortune of Tao virtue and spiritual treasures. Of this, 90% of the Tao virtue was poured into the Earth Tao Divine Wheel, enhancing the reincarnation power within the underworld of the reincarnation banner. Over time, the Earth Tao Divine Wheel absorbed an immense amount of virtue, and among the 9 golden lotuses that manifested its power, one had fully bloomed. Simultaneously, Su Ming had once again comprehended a new divine ability of the reincarnation banner. He could utilize the Earth Tao Divine Wheel to help deceased beings reconstruct their true spirits. The so-called true spirit was the essence of the 3 souls and 7 spirits of living beings in the primordial realm. In this world, the stronger the being, the more formidable their true spirit, particularly for beings of quasi-saint level. Even if their physical form perished, as long as a trace of true spirit remained, they could attach themselves to spiritual treasures or lower beings, reforming their souls anew. Moreover, With the reincarnation banner in Su Ming's possession, he could wield the power of reincarnation to aid the deceased in reconstructing their souls, inheriting their abilities and memories. Even more astonishing was that the reconstructed beings must submit to Su Ming, obeying his commands, and could even assist him in battle if necessary. However, such an overwhelmingly powerful divine ability demanded a tremendous amount of reincarnation power. Using it on ordinary beings would clearly be a poor investment. With this in mind, Su Ming extended his hand, bringing forth a spiritual treasure. This treasure was a battered azure crown, emanating a faint spiritual light, showing signs of significant damage from the prior battle. Despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance, this treasure held great significance, being the innate spiritual treasure known as the Qianma crown. Its former master was none other than the top-tier being of the primordial realm, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, who perished during the Dragon Han catastrophe. After Luo Ho's self-detonation, with his physical form obliterated, a wisp of true spirit attached itself to this Qianma crown. It had taken Su Ming 3,000 years of relentless searching to finally uncover it in the Western realm. Soul, coalesce! As the words left his lips, Su Ming gently waved the reincarnation banner towards the crown. A wisp of true spirit flickered upon the azure crown. Immediately, boundless reincarnation power surged forth from the reincarnation banner, swiftly enveloping the feeble, true spirit. Under the influence of the reincarnation banner's might, that wisp of true spirit began to reshape itself at a visible pace, gradually taking form. A century passed, and the soul was finally reconstructed. The haughty Luo Ho opened his eyes once more. Who has awakened this one? It is you. As Luo Ho's spirit gradually regained consciousness, he began to discern Su Ming's appearance before him. Luo Ho. We meet again. Su Ming smiled faintly and responded in a clear voice. On Jade, Capital Mountain, within the grand hall of the Taoist Palace, an ethereal aura enveloped the surroundings on the cloud platform. Hong Jun was in seclusion. Since the conclusion of his battle with Luo Ho, he had experienced a remarkable surge in his cultivation, thanks to the immense merits he had accrued from the heavens and the earth. Now he was on the verge of severing the 3 corpses, merely a step away from attaining the Tao of Han Yuan. At this moment, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and slightly opened his eyes. The ominous aura from the Western world had resurfaced. Could it be the remnants of the demon clan stirring once more? Confounded, Hong Jun slowly calculated with his fingers. Yet before him, there remained an impenetrable chaos, obscuring his vision. Forget it. Now that Luo Ho is dead, the remaining minions of the demon clan cannot stir up much trouble. I shall focus on severing the 3 corpses. With that thought, he cast aside the matter and resumed his secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, beneath the Shumi Mountain in the west, Luo Ho gazed intently at Su Ming and inquired, "What is your true intention behind reshaping my soul?" To speak frankly, my purpose in reshaping your soul is to gain some benefits from you through the reincarnation banner. Su Ming replied candidly that it is known that Luo Ho's soul is an invaluable treasure to Su Ming, encompassing Luo Ho's memories, inheritance, and insights from his lifelong cultivation. Its worth is comparable to that of a congenital supreme treasure. Thus, Su Ming did not hesitate to spend thousands of years and vast amounts of reincarnation power to reshape Luo Ho's soul. However, rest assured, demon ancestor, as long as you are willing to submit to me, I guarantee that I will cleanse you of your karmic burdens and allow you to reincarnate. Su Ming shifted his tone and continued. Unlike ordinary beings, Luo Ho possessed profound roots and formidable cultivation. Belonging to the ranks of congenital deities, Su Ming must obtain his consent before he could incorporate him into the reincarnation banner. Is this truly the case? Luo Ho asked, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope yet still skeptical. I, Su Ming, have always spoken with sincerity. If I utter a single lie, may the heavens strike me with thunder, Su Ming vowed, striking his chest and swearing to the heavens, observing Su Ming's resolute demeanor. Luo Ho felt a surge of temptation. After all, Luo Ho had detonated the spiritual veins of the Western world, becoming enshrouded in endless karmic burdens, requiring untold epochs to cleanse, even if he were to find a new physical body to resurrect. His cultivation would still be hindered by the weight of karma. For Luo Ho, the prospect of cleansing his karmic ties and reincarnating offered a glimmer of hope for a resurgence. Once a figure of ambition, Luo Ho had sacrificed the entire Western world in his quest to contend with Hong Jun for control of the heavenly fate. Even now, despite having lost his physical form and cultivation, the desire to attain the Tao of Hun Yuan lingered in his heart. If granted a chance for rebirth, he would be willing to pay any price. Very well. As long as you can assist me in cleansing my karma and enabling my reincarnation, I, Luo Ho, swear to the heavens to submit to you. Should I waver, may my soul be shattered. Luo Ho declared, his voice resonant, but a myriad of extraordinary lights flickered above his spirit. Should he ever breach this oath, his true spirit would immediately be extinguished without need for Su Ming's intervention. It is settled. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded in agreement and gently waved the reincarnation banner towards Luo Hou. In the next moment, Luo Ho's soul directly entered the reincarnation banner, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Su Ming's mind became clear. Countless divine abilities and methods surged forth before his eyes. These were the spells and insights accumulated by the demon ancestor Luo Ho over countless millennia. The array of techniques, formations, and principles was vast and comprehensive. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming garnered more techniques than he had accumulated since his own emergence into the world. Yet, more than the techniques, Su Ming was particularly concerned with Luo Ho's final memories before his demise. Following these memories, Su Ming swiftly uncovered the whereabouts of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-Slaying Spear, Chapter 12. A new era unfolds in the primordial world through Luo Ho's memories. Su Ming clearly discerned the locations of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-Slaying Spear. He had found them. In an instant, Su Ming transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the treasured artifacts. Soon, he discovered the traces of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus within a broken mountain range. Unfortunately, the Annihilation Black Lotus had become severely damaged, its spiritual light dimmed, and its quality had diminished from a supreme, innate spiritual treasure to an upper-grade one. With a pained expression, Su Ming stored the Annihilation Black Lotus away. He lamented silently that Luo Ho, despite being a powerful figure, had foolishly chosen self-detonation, squandering a magnificent treasure. With that thought, Su Ming had no choice but to cast the Annihilation Black Lotus into the ethereal space of the reincarnation banner, hoping that the nurturing power of the great Tao would help restore its former quality. After locating the Annihilation Black Lotus, Su Ming continued his search and soon made another discovery. He stumbled upon a pitch-black spear beside a shattered spiritual vein, its aura exuding a fierce malevolence, shimmering with dark light, mysterious and profound. Upon seeing the spear, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This artifact was none other than the God-Slaying Spear, the proof of the demon ancestor Luo Ho's path to the Tao. As Su Ming approached, a joyful smile broke across his face. Truly, the God-Slaying Spear, being an innate rare treasure, had emerged unscathed from the cataclysmic battles. Compared to the defensive Annihilation Black Lotus, this offensive God-Slaying Spear held greater value for Su Ming. At present, Su Ming possessed a plethora of spiritual treasures. In terms of defense, aside from the reincarnation banner, he also had the fiery red lotus of karmic flames, the Wuji golden banner, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, and the Li Di flame light banner, among others. In contrast, his offensive spiritual treasures were somewhat lacking. He possessed the dual swords of the Yuan Tu Ubi that do not incur karmic retribution for slaying, as well as the trapping immortal sword from the 4 swords of slaying immortals. While these treasures were certainly rare offensive artifacts, they paled in comparison to the God-Slaying Spear before him. It is said that the God-Slaying Spear was forged from the roots of the Pangu's primordial blue lotus at the dawn of creation, a peerless weapon of slaughter in the realm. Once wielded, even saints would find it difficult to withstand its might. Due to its ferocity, it was not categorized among the innate spiritual treasures that, in terms of offensive power, its might was undoubtedly on par with innate supreme treasures. Since the emergence of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, he had wielded this spear, traversing the primordial realm with unmatched prowess. Countless formidable beings had perished beneath its tip, during the great battle between the forces of righteousness and evil in the West. Had it not been for Hongjun possessing an innate supreme treasure for defense, he would have long since become a vengeful spirit beneath the god-slaying spear. With that thought in mind, Su Ming wasted no time, directly channeling his power to subdue the god-slaying spear. Sensing the immense power of the laws emanating from Su Ming, the spear responded with a slight tremor. Come! With a low shout, the god-slaying spear relinquished its resistance, soaring into Su Ming's grasp. With the spear in hand, Su Ming felt a surge of triumph. After traversing the primordial realm for countless years, he finally possessed a weapon that suited him. He twirled his wrist, performing a flourish with the spear, unleashing waves of terrifying pressure into the air. Next, he planned to spend some time refining the god-slaying spear to ensure it would unleash its full potential. Having subdued the god-slaying spear, Su Ming did not linger, transforming once more into a streak of light as he sped towards the blood sea of the underworld. Ever since he had seized the territory from the ancestor of the underworld river, this blood sea had become Su Ming's private domain. The primordial deathly aura permeating the blood sea formed a natural barrier, enhancing Su Ming's safety. Upon returning to the blood sea, Su Ming began his seclusion, meticulously tallying his gains that in the final battle of the Dragon Han's initial calamity, Su Ming had reaped a bountiful harvest. Notably, aside from the god-slaying spear, there were also the innate 5 directions flags gifted to him by the leaders of the 3 clans. The Wuji Golden Banner, the Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner, and the Li Di Flame Light Banner. Each of these flags manifested the innate energies of the 5 elements, and once invoked, all evils would retreat, and no laws could intrude. Each was a rare and precious innate spiritual treasure. In addition, he had the Annihilation Black Lotus, the god-slaying spear, and the trapping immortal sword from the 4 swords of slaying immortals. Considering all this, the number of spiritual treasures Su Ming possessed now rivaled or even surpassed that of Hongjun. Beyond the treasures, the greatest gain for Su Ming this time was undoubtedly the soul of the demon clan's Luo Ho. This Luo Ho, formed from innate malevolent energy, belonged among the ranks of congenital deities, especially the intricacies of the slaughter laws he commanded, which provided significant enlightenment to Su Ming. With Su Ming's comprehension, fully grasping Luo Ho's inheritance would not be achievable in a single day. Hence, for the considerable time to come, Su Ming intended to enter seclusion, earnestly pondering Luo Ho's legacy, as 3 epochs passed. The innate 3 clans and the demon clan gradually faded from the memories of the beings of the primordial realm, with the continuous restoration of the energies of heaven and earth. The primordial world regained its former vitality, and countless great beings of divine powers emerged, claiming dominion over the renowned mountains and rivers of the realm. On Mount Kunlun, the essence of Pangu transformed into Laozu, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, the 3 pure ones. On Mount Buzhou, the siblings Enhua and Fuxi stood tall. The western Kunlun, embodying the utmost Yin energy, birthed the female immortal Zhuangmu. The eastern sea, with its primal Yang energy, manifested the great being Dong Wang Gong. Additionally, the 12 ancestral witches, born of Pangu's essence, resided beneath Mount Buzhou, alongside Jin Yuanzi of the Wuzhuangguan and Hongyun Laozu of the Fire Cloud Cave. These innate deities, with their lofty roots, attained the status of grand Luo golden immortals upon birth. With the emergence of these great beings, the entire primordial realm saw a surge of heroes, heralding the dawn of a new era. Among these heroes, those with the greatest ambition were undoubtedly the demon clan's mighty figures, Donghuang, Tai Yi, and Dijun. These 2 were born on the Sun Star, formed from Pangu's left eye. And their true forms were 3-legged golden crows. Relying on their innate divine lineage, they were born as grand Luo golden immortals. The 2 individuals possess extraordinary prowess, and the treasures they wield are renowned far and wide. Dong Huang Tai Yi holds the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, while Dijun dons the exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu. These 2 artifacts are exceedingly rare treasures within the primordial realm, unparalleled in both offense and defense. Since their emergence, They have regarded themselves as the destined rulers of the demon race, amassing countless formidable demon warriors under their command. Among these, there are 10 demon gods at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Bai Zhe, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, Gui Che, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiu Ying, and Shan Yang. Under the dominion of these two unparalleled beings, the strength of the demon race has rapidly expanded, their overwhelming might unmatched in the primordial world. On this day, as they traversed the primordial realm, subduing demons, they happened upon the shores of the Blood Sea. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, an extraordinary phenomenon arose above the Blood Sea. Dijun and Tai Yi turned their gazes towards the sound. Their eyes suddenly alight with anticipation. They beheld the Blood Sea shimmering with spiritual radiance, clearly indicating the emergence of a spiritual treasure. Upon witnessing this, the two exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the significance. The appearance of a spiritual treasure in the primordial realm is an exceedingly rare opportunity that must not be overlooked. With this thought in mind, they immediately invoked their divine powers, transforming into two beams of golden light, racing towards the direction of the spiritual treasure's emergence. Chapter 13. Encountering two mischievous little golden crows. Deep within the Blood Sea of the underworld, the waves surged tumultuously. In the void, Su Ming sat cross-legged, clad in a black robe. Surrounding him were the laws of slaughter, emanating an immensely terrifying pressure. After 3 cycles of closed-door cultivation, he had reaped significant rewards. His cultivation had ascended from the late quasi-saint stage to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Simultaneously, he had successfully refined the innate 3 flags of the Divine Slayer Spear and the Celestial Trap Sword, as well as the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Ubi, through comprehending the legacy of Luo Ho. He had also grasped several formidable divine abilities and powerful formations, along with the techniques for alchemy and artifact crafting. Previously, Su Ming had scavenged numerous spiritual treasures on the battlefield of the Dragon Han catastrophe. These treasures were left behind by the fallen cultivators of the 3 races and demonic practitioners, many of which had been damaged in battle, rendered useless. Now he was utilizing the artifact crafting methods from the Luo Ho legacy, combining them with boundless karmic fire to reforge these treasures, turning waste into wealth. At this moment, above Su Ming's head floated an extraordinary spiritual treasure. This was a black and gold robe, adorned with flickering golden light of virtue. Mysterious beyond comprehension, this treasure was the result of Su Ming's fusion of virtuous power and boundless karmic fire, resulting in the creation of the underworld robe. This artifact, belonging to the category of innate treasures of virtue, resonated with Su Ming's intentions. As long as it was worn, it could enhance his defenses and accelerate his cultivation speed, offering myriad benefits. Upon seeing that the underworld robe had been successfully refined, Su Ming's thoughts stirred. The robe immediately sensed the summoning, descending from the air to drape over him. Clad in the underworld robe, Su Ming radiated a dazzling black and gold aura, standing atop the Blood Sea, exuding the majesty of a sovereign. Just as he donned the underworld robe, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, his gaze sharpening. He sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Turning his gaze, he beheld 2 golden fireballs racing towards him from the horizon, creating monstrous waves upon the Blood Sea with their terrifying speed. These 2 golden fireballs swiftly transformed into 2 powerful figures. To the left stood one in a purple robe, exuding a defiant demeanor, while to the right stood another clad in a golden robe of the sun, bearing an imposing expression. These 2 were none other than the demon race sovereigns, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. They had traversed the primordial realm to the shores of the Blood Sea and fortuitously stumbled upon Su Ming, who was refining spiritual treasures, causing a celestial spectacle that piqued their covetous interest. Yet upon arrival, instead of finding the spiritual treasure, they encountered Su Ming, who had just exited his closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Su Ming was cloaked in the reincarnation banner, concealing his true power from Dijun and the others. Who dares to seize the opportunity of my brother? Such audacity! Dong Huangtai pointed at Su Ming, a furious expression on his face, misunderstanding Su Ming's presence as a competitor for their chance. He was greatly incensed. Tai Yi, do not act rashly. In contrast to the hot-headed Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Dijun remained much calmer. It was well known that the depths of the Blood Sea were suffused with deathly energy, deterring ordinary cultivators below the Great Luo from approaching. However, Su Ming stood serenely upon the Blood Sea, his demeanor composed, clearly not an ordinary individual. In terms of cultivation, he was at least a Great Luo golden immortal. In the current primordial world, following numerous calamities that had left countless beings in dire straits, powerful figures above the Great Luo golden immortal level were indeed scarce. Dijun, self-proclaimed ruler of the demon race, ambitious and dignified, now perceived Su Ming, also a demon, and felt a sense of admiration, wishing to forge an alliance. May I inquire your esteemed name, friend? Dijun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, adopting a courteous approach before resorting to hostility. Su Ming. Su Ming replied calmly, standing with his hands behind his back. Yes, a transmigrator. He was well aware that these two individuals would become the future Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign. However, he remained unfazed, clearly not placing them in high regard. Su Ming. Upon hearing this name, Dijun furrowed his brow. Since his transformation, he had roamed the primordial realm for ages, having crossed paths with nearly all notable and renowned figures. Yet he had never heard of Su Ming. Brother, do not waste breath on this rustic rogue, Dong Huang Tai interjected, unabashedly declaring, Su Ming, wise up and hand over your treasure. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. He, confident in his pinnacle Great Luo golden immortal cultivation and the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, believed no one in the same realm could surpass him, and thus did not take Su Ming. An unknown rogue, seriously in the face of Dong Huang Tai Yi's threats, Su Ming remained undeterred. With his peak quasi-saint cultivation, he had no intention of squabbling with a junior of the Great Luo realm. However, after 3 lengthy cycles of time, he had grown exceedingly bored and was eager to stretch his limbs. Since the other party wished to engage, he would oblige, seizing the opportunity to witness the power of the innate treasure. The Chaos Bell. The treasure is in my hands. Come, and take it if you dare. Su Ming beckoned to Dong Huang Tai Yi with a finger. Seeking death. Enraged, Dong Huang Tai Yi bellowed. He surged forward, revealing the full might of his Great Luo golden immortal peak cultivation. The already turbulent blood sea roiled even more violently beneath his presence. The surrounding space and time began to crack under the weight of his terrifying pressure. With this strike, he unleashed boundless golden flames of the sun towards Su Ming. Faced with the oncoming assault from Dong Huang Tai Yi, Su Ming did not flinch or evade. Instead, he yawned and extended a finger. Boom! A thunderous clash echoed as the collision produced terrifying shockwaves, creating monstrous waves upon the Blood Sea. The surrounding primordial death energy surged like a ravenous beast, rolling and churning. Moments later, as the dust settled, Su Ming remained standing, utterly unmoved. He raised a finger, pressing it against the blazing fist of Dong Huang Tai Yi. Upon witnessing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi was momentarily taken aback. His defiant face was now etched with terror. He could hardly believe that his full-force strike had been effortlessly neutralized by Su Ming with a mere finger. A profound dread washed over him. Recovering his senses, Dong Huang Tai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Since his transformation, he had traversed the primordial realm for hundreds of thousands of years, never encountering an opponent as formidable as Su Ming. The latter had not employed any treasures, relying solely on a finger to withstand his full-on assault. Could it be that this person's cultivation was not merely at the Great Luo golden immortal level, but, at this moment, a chilling realization dawned upon Dong Huang Tai Yi, one that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Su Ming seemed disinclined to grant him the luxury of contemplation. You mischievous little golden crow, unaware of your own limitations, I shall impart a lesson upon you today. With that, Su Ming gestured with his hand, summoning a pitch-black spear, gripping it firmly. The moment the dark spear materialized, it radiated a blinding black light, exuding an awe-inspiring and terrifying pressure. The divine Slayer's spear. The instant the spear appeared, Dong Huang Tai, he felt an unprecedented sense of impending doom. Chapter 14. Collecting the remains of Dong Huang Tai Yi and his severed leg in the face of the Divine Slayer spear. Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression was filled with trepidation. He had roamed the primordial realm for a long time and had heard tales of this legendary ancient weapon. Though he had never encountered it firsthand, it was said to be an innate treasure forged from the root of the Genesis Blue Lotus, unparalleled in offensive capabilities during the final battle of the Dragon Han catastrophe. It had vanished alongside Luo Ho's self-dash detonation. To his astonishment, it now appeared in Su Ming's hands. In a moment of shock, Dong Huang Tai Yi instinctively withdrew. Simultaneously, Su Ming wielded the Divine Slayer spear, launching it with unmatched speed. The spear's emergence sent tremors through the heavens and the earth. Wherever the spear tip passed, space and time shattered. Realizing the severity of the situation, Dong Huang Tai Yi's heart sank. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his accompanying innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. If he delayed any longer, his life would be in jeopardy. Buzz! As the Chaos Bell emerged, radiant beams of divine light erupted forth. Mystical patterns shimmered upon its surface, intricately entwined with the laws of space and time. Accompanied by the resounding chimes that echoed through the heavens and the earth, the surrounding blood sea trembled violently. Under the overwhelming power of this innate treasure, time and space warped and slowed. The bell's resonance formed an invisible barrier, shielding Dong Huang Tai Yi within. The legendary power of the innate treasure proved to be as formidable as its reputation suggested. Yet alas, your meager cultivation is insufficient to unleash its true potential, Su Ming remarked with a faint smile. Channeling his entire essence into the Divine Slayer spear, he unleashed a glimmering cold light. And then, the spear surged forth like a dragon. In the next moment, accompanied by a mournful wail, the god-slaying spear suddenly pierced through the ethereal barrier of the Chaos Bell. Upon witnessing this, Dong Huang's countenance turned ashen, for he had relied on the belief that the Chaos Bell, a treasure of innate origin, was unparalleled in both offense and defense. No ordinary spiritual treasure could possibly breach his defenses. Yet, faced with the supreme might of the god-slaying spear, the Chaos Bell appeared as fragile as paper, its defenses shattered in an instant. After breaking through the protection of the Chaos Bell, the god-slaying spear continued its relentless advance, striking directly into Dong Huang Tai Yi's right thigh. With a piercing scream, Dong Huang Tai Yi's entire leg was severed, sending him hurtling away for thousands of feet, landing amidst a sea of blood. Once an invincible three-legged golden crow, he had now been reduced to a mere two-legged crow. Second brother, at this sight, Di Jun's heart sank. He dared not hesitate and immediately flew out to shield the unconscious Dong Huang Tai Yi. In that moment, Di Jun looked at Su Ming, a mix of indignation and terror in his expression. He had not anticipated that his second brother, who wielded a treasure of utmost power, was utterly outmatched by the Taoist Su Ming before him. Not far away, Su Ming held the god-slaying spear, his demeanor indifferent. The more placid his expression, the greater Di Jun's fear grew. It dawned on him that Su Ming was no mere mountain hermit, but rather an ancient mighty being living in seclusion. In the vastness of the Honghuang world, those capable of effortlessly overpowering Dong Huang Tai Yi were scarce, save for the legendary quasi-saint beings. However, since the calamity of Long Han, such quasi-saints have become exceedingly rare. In the countless years of Di Jun's exploration of the Honghuang, he had never encountered one. He had thought quasi-saint level beings were merely a legend. Yet today he had stumbled upon one amidst the blood sea. Di Jun could not help but silently curse Dong Huang Tai Yi for his recklessness in provoking a quasi-saint, thus entangling them in grave trouble. Taoist Su Ming. No, Senior Su Ming, we were blind to your greatness and have offended you. I implore you to forgive us. Di Jun bowed slightly, speaking with reverence. In the Honghuang world, power was paramount. Faced with a powerhouse like Su Ming, even the usually proud Di Jun had to lower his haughty head. Not a problem. Not a problem. Ignorance is not a crime, as long as you show some sincerity. I, Su Ming, am magnanimous and shall ensure there are no further grievances. Su Ming waved his hand. a casual smile gracing his face. Despite Di Jun and Dong Huangtai's distinguished status as pivotal figures in the War of the Witches and Demons, to Su Ming, they were merely juniors, but he was not a petty individual and would not execute them over a minor dispute. However, should he forgive them so easily, word would spread, and he would lose face among the venerable figures of the Honghuang. Weighing his options, he resolved to let them go if Di Jun could offer some form of compensation. Agreed. As long as you are willing to spare my brother and me, I, Di Jun, shall provide recompense. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Di Jun did not hesitate, extending his hand to summon a spiritual treasure. This treasure was a golden ring, encircled by blazing solar flames, shining brilliantly upon its emergence. This treasure, known as the Great Sun Golden Wheel, had originated from the Sun Star and was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. I present this treasure to you, Senior. I hope you will accept it, Di Jun declared, his thoughts racing as he offered the treasure before Su Ming. 1. Must preserve the Green Mountains. There is no need to worry about firewood. In his view, no matter how valuable the spiritual treasure, it was merely an external possession. As long as he could secure the lives of himself and Dong Huangtai, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Indeed, a fine treasure. Su Ming nodded, taking the Great Sun Golden Wheel into his hands and examining it. He inwardly acknowledged Di Jun as a worthy demon lord, for he indeed had some spirit. It was no small feat to offer a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Great Sun Golden Wheel was formed from a trace of the original power of the Sun Star, containing the essence of solar flames. A peerless treasure. Once unleashed, even quasi-saint level beings would find it challenging to withstand its might. This treasure was truly a rarity in the Honghuang world. Di Jun, you are indeed straightforward. In that case, I shall let both of you go this time. Please leave at your leisure. No need for formalities. Accepting the Great Sun Golden Wheel, Su Ming gathered his thoughts and declared with a booming voice, "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Until we meet again," Di Jun replied. Not daring to linger, he swiftly lifted Dong Huangtai and executed the Golden Crow transformation, transforming into a streak of golden light and departing. Just as they were about to leave the Blood Sea realm, Su Ming's voice echoed once more behind them. "Remember, this Blood Sea is my sanctuary. Should you dare to trespass again, do not blame me for being merciless." At these words, Di Jun was drenched in cold sweat, hastening his escape without looking back. Watching Di Jun depart, Su Ming felt no stirrings within. He understood that having incurred enmity with Di Jun and Dong Huang, there would inevitably be a reckoning in the future. However, he did not dwell on it. With Su Ming's current strength, not to mention Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, even if they ascended to quasi-saint status in the future, they would not pose a threat to him. Moreover, according to the trends of the calamity, even if Su Ming did not intervene, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai would likely fall in the final battle of the witches and demons. After their departure, Su Ming sat cross-legged, intending to refine the Great Sun Golden Wheel to tea that moment. He sensed something and noticed a golden radiance floating above the Blood Sea, shining brilliantly. Flying closer to investigate, Su Ming's eyes brightened. It turned out that this golden light was none other than Dong Huangtai's severed leg. Encircled by solar flames, it emanated a searing heat that caused the surrounding Blood Sea to boil. As a primordial deity born from the Sun Star, even a severed leg from Dong Huangtai held considerable value. With this thought, Su Ming extended his hand and summoned the reincarnation banner. Buzz! The power of the 6 paths transformed into 6 massive tendrils, reaching towards the severed leg of Dong Huang. Name: Dong Huangtai's severed leg race. 3-legged golden crow cultivation. Peak of the great Luo golden immortal karmic virtue. 150 million years upon securing Dong Huang's severed leg. Su Ming reaped considerable rewards. It contained a vast reservoir of karmic virtue that could be converted into immense merits. Su Ming was astonished by the sheer magnitude of the karmic debt associated with Dong Huangtai. Merely his severed leg possessed a staggering 150 million years. Su Ming could not help but silently ridicule Dong Huangtai as a pivotal figure in the War of the Witches and Demons, undoubtedly having committed numerous misdeeds to amass such karma. In addition to the merit rewards, Su Ming made another discovery. Upon Dong Huang's severed leg with a golden seed, radiating brilliance, the great sun golden flame seed. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was indeed a valuable find. The great sun golden flame was a divine fire intrinsically mastered by the three-legged golden crow, Dong Huang Tai. This fire was among the most potent divine flames in the entire Hongwang world, ranking alongside the likes of the three flames of true fire, namely the Samadhi true fire, the South Brightly fire, the Six Ding divine fire, the Nine Heavens mysterious fire, and the Red Lotus karmic fire, collectively known as the six true fires of Hongwang. The so-called Great Sun Golden Flame seed was the true essence of the Great Sun Golden Flame contained within Dong Huang Tai. Once Su Ming refined this seed, he would fully grasp the power of the Great Sun Golden Flame. In Su Ming's eyes, this seed was exceedingly precious, rivaling that of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. With this in mind, Su Ming sat cross-legged, planning to refine both the Great Sun Golden Flame seed and the Great Sun Golden Wheel. In his future travels through the Hongwang, they might prove to be of immense benefit. Chapter 15. The Secret Realm of Nine turns reincarnation after spending 100 years, relying on the vast merits he had accumulated. Su Ming successfully refined the Great Sun Golden Wheel. Next, he intended to travel through the Hongwang world. His cultivation had now reached the peak of quasi-saint, mere steps away from attaining the mixed element Tao. Continuing to seclude himself in the blood sea would make further breakthroughs difficult. It was better to venture out. Perhaps he would encounter great opportunities. With this thought, Su Ming transformed into a streak of black light, soaring towards the land of Hongwang. As time flowed, 3,000 years passed, in the eastern part of the Hongwang world. Su Ming stood in the void, his brow furrowed. Did they not say the Hongwang world was filled with treasures? Why have I found none? He cursed under his breath, feeling deceived by the novels of his past life. Hadn't they claimed that in Hongwang, treasures were strewn everywhere, and a mere stumble could yield a chaos pearl? Yet over the past 3,000 years, Su Ming had traversed the Hongwang without encountering a single opportunity or spiritual treasure. With a sigh, Su Ming came to a realization. It was merely due to the inadequacy of his innate background as a living being, lacking the support of fortune, that he had been unable to encounter great opportunities. It is well known that in the Hongwang, the background of living beings is of utmost importance, influencing not only comprehension and cultivation speed, but also determining their fortune and opportunities. For instance, the Pangu Sanqing of Kunlun Mountain, born from the primordial spirit of Pangu, were innate deities. These three possessed extraordinary backgrounds and fortunes, carrying immense opportunities. Indeed, they were the favored children of the heavenly Tao. Every time they ventured out during Hongjuan's teachings, they would stumble upon nearly dead primal creation green lotus, acquiring treasures such as the three jade rui, the white jade cane, and the blue-green sword, all of which were top-tier innate spiritual treasures. In contrast, Su Ming's background appeared rather meager. He was merely an inconspicuous innate being, a small tiger demon. How could he possibly compare to the three Qing as innate deities, had it not been for his possession of the system and the reincarnation banner? Not to mention achieving quasi-saint status, he would likely have perished in the calamity of Longhan long ago, becoming mere cannon fodder, although he intercepted the Tao of the old ancestor of the underworld in the sea of blood. Acquiring a supreme inheritance, he remained unable to elevate his fortune due to being tainted by the causality of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, if he wished to enhance his fortune, Su Ming would need to start from the roots he was born with. If only there were a way to improve those roots. Su Ming sat cross-legged, pondering aloud. However, despite racking his brains, he could not conceive of any effective methods. It is well known that in the primordial chaos, it is nearly impossible for beings to elevate their roots, which is fundamentally why such roots are of utmost importance. It is said that Hongjun possesses a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, which can reverse the innate to the acquired and turn fate on its head. Yet this applies only to spiritual treasures and holds no effect for corporeal beings. Buzz, as he was lost in thought. An extraordinary phenomenon suddenly manifested in the sky above. Radiant hues filled the air, with celestial flowers cascading and golden lotuses surging from the earth. countless ethereal images of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants appeared in succession. Accompanied by an enigmatic wave, an exquisite fragrance wafted through the cosmos. Behold, the horizon was shrouded in purple chi, and boundless clouds of merit materialized, transforming into a rain of virtue that nourished the beings of the earth. Upon this manifestation, the myriad races of the primordial world trembled in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground in worship. I am Hongjun. Today, having comprehended the heavenly Tao and attained the status of a primordial saint, I hereby announce to heaven and earth, given that the beings of the primordial world struggle to cultivate, I shall in 1,000 years expound upon the Tao in the chaos purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. All those with affinity may come to listen. In the next moment, a vast and ethereal voice resonated from beyond the heavens, instantly clarifying the entire primordial realm. In an instant, 5-colored radiance illuminated the skies. An infinite sacred might reverberated throughout the universe. Hongjun had become a saint. Witnessing the celestial spectacle, Su Ming furrowed his brows. After 3 grand epochs of arduous cultivation, Hongjun had finally unraveled the mysteries within the primordial purple chi, achieving sainthood, and would soon deliver teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, promoting the Tao lineage. Su Ming realized this also signified the onset of the battle between the witch and the demon races. The news of Hongjun's ascension stirred countless beings in the primordial realm, inciting a wave of unrest and fervor. Since the calamity of the Dragon and Han eras, the world had been plunged into misery, and the remaining cultivators, having witnessed the devastation of the catastrophe, retreated into their abodes, focusing solely on their cultivation. Now, with Hongjun's ascension, it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped into a lake, forcing all the hidden powers to surface. For the great powers of the primordial realm, attending a saint's teachings was a rare opportunity that could not be missed, even at the cost of their lives. In an instant, countless streaks of light shot into the sky, surging towards the location of the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Just as the mighty beings of the primordial realm hurried to the Purple Cloud Palace for the teachings, a familiar system prompt echoed in Su Ming's ear once more. Ding! Detection of Hongjun's ascension and the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. A divine-level choice has been issued. Option 1. Proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings and compete with the 3,000 guests for a saint position. Reward: an innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Option 2. Do not attend the teachings. Reward: the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm. Gazing at the options before him, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity. After Hongjun's ascension, the system that had lain dormant for millions of years had finally reactivated. Just like before, the rewards offered this time were exceedingly tempting. First, the Enlightenment Tea Tree, in the primordial realm. The name of the Enlightenment Tea Tree is on par with the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. It possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance a cultivator's comprehension and accelerate their enlightenment. Much like the 12th rank creation green lotus, the tea tree's extraordinary efficacy led to its being envied by the heavens, ultimately resulting in its disappearance from the primordial realm when the heavenly Tao sought to destroy it. Its immense value is thus evident. However, while the Enlightenment Tea Tree is indeed remarkable, it holds little significance for Su Ming at present. That he urgently needs to elevate his roots, and the tea tree can only assist beings in enhancing their comprehension, not their roots. Moreover, as an esteemed power in the primordial realm, it would be beneath Su Ming's dignity to attend Hongjun's lectures, especially since the teachings would be the same as those imparted to him millions of years ago. Therefore, the teachings hold little value for him, akin to a turtle reading scriptures. Attending would merely waste his time. It is worth noting that Hongjun's lectures are divided into 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years. The first session covers the methods of cultivation, the Great Tao, and allocates 6 sacred positions. The second session discusses the method of slaying the 3 corpses, the path of the quasi-saint, and takes on disciples such as the 3 purities, Niwa, and the 2 Western Buddhas, granting each one a strand of primordial purple chi. The third session concerns the path of the saint, wherein treasures from the treasure cliff are distributed among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. after which he merges with the Tao, forever stabilizing the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. For Su Ming, who aspires to transcend the heavenly Tao and attain sainthood, the 6 sacred positions and primordial purple qi hold no allure. Though the primordial purple qi serves as the foundation for achieving sainthood, it feels like a death warrant to him. In later generations, the old ancestor of the Red Cloud faced dire consequences due to the conflict over his saint's position, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of formidable beings like Kunpeng Su Ming, determined to surpass the heavenly Tao, has no interest in the fruits of the heavenly Tao saint. The true allure for him lies in the treasures distributed during the 3rd lecture. Thus, he disregarded option 1. Upon glancing at the reward for option 2, Su Ming's eyes lit up: the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm. This is indeed a marvelous treasure. The so-called 9 turns reincarnation secret realm is a spatial secret realm constructed using the power of the reincarnation banner, allowing cultivators to experience 9 distinct reincarnations. Any with a steadfast Tao heart who completes the trials within the secret realm can gain significant benefits in enhancing their roots and increasing their fortune. Conversely, if a cultivator lacks sufficient resolve and fails the trials, their Tao heart will shatter, leaving them unable to progress in their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Even more astonishing, if a recently deceased true spirit is sent into the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm, passing the trials can aid in their resurrection and the reconstruction of their physical form. I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Su Ming made his choice after reviewing the system's reward description as soon as he spoke. The 9 turns reincarnation secret realm appeared directly in the system reward section. What Su Ming urgently needed was a treasure that could elevate his roots. It was as if the perfect pillow had arrived, just as he was feeling drowsy. For Su Ming, the value of this reincarnation secret realm surpasses that of even innate supreme treasures. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and directly entered the space within the reincarnation banner. At this moment, within the ethereal space of the reincarnation banner, mountains, rivers, and countless pavilions formed a self-contained world. Su Ming, however, had no time to admire the beauty of the ethereal space and went straight to a bronze door imbued with the essence of the Tao. Beyond this bronze door lay the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm. Pulling open the bronze door, Su Ming stepped inside without a moment's hesitation, embarking on his journey through 9 reincarnations. In his first life, he reincarnated as an ancient tree, witnessing the rise and fall of countless years. In the second life, he became a half-blood Qilin, scorned by his kin and betrayed by his beloved, turning into a vengeful demon on a path of slaughter. In the third life, he was reborn as a brave warrior of the Witch Clan, achieving great feats in battle, only to ultimately fall to the demon god of the Monster Clan and meet an unfortunate death. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. With an unwavering Tao heart, Su Ming successfully completed the trials of the 9 reincarnations. As he emerged from the bronze door, he felt as if he had been reborn. The innate roots he possessed as a beastly demon now underwent a transformation, elevating to that of a divine root at the level of a demon god. His roots now rivaled even those of Pangu and the 3 purities. Feeling the overwhelming essence of his bloodline within, Su Ming was immediately invigorated. Now, with great fortune and destiny in his possession, he could truly be considered a venerable power in the primordial realm. Exiting the ethereal space of the reincarnation banner, Su Ming returned to the primordial world. Observing the familiar surroundings, he felt as if he had traversed through time. The memories of the 9 reincarnations lingered vividly in his mind. Although Su Ming spent several tens of thousands of years within the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm, only 1,000 years had passed in the primordial world. Next, Su Ming planned to seize the opportunity of Hongjuan's teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace to visit Buzhou Mountain. He recalled that after Hongjuan's first lecture, an innate spiritual root, the innate gourd vine, would manifest on Buzhou Mountain. This innate gourd vine ranks among the top 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. It is a rare and extraordinary treasure. Su Ming was determined to acquire it. Just as the 3 purities, Niuhua, and the 2 Western Buddhas were headed to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings, he intended to intercept this great opportunity in advance. With this in mind, Su Ming transformed into a streak of light and swiftly made his way to a forest. In this forest, countless spiritual trees have been uprooted and leveled to the ground. Clearly the aftermath of a battle between great powers. Observing this, Su Ming suddenly had an epiphany that he sensed that not far away, a fortuitous encounter awaited him. To his surprise, having just elevated his roots, an opportunity presented itself right before him. Overjoyed, Su Ming approached and discovered a peculiar beast corpse lying amidst the scorched earth. This beast was covered in fur, humanoid in shape, with a long tail protruding from its rear, resembling a monkey with a face like that of a thunder god. Most remarkably, this monkey had 6 ears, 3 on each side of its head. TSK, this monkey met a tragic end, its soul completely shattered. Observing the gruesome state of the monkey demon, Su Ming let out a sigh. This monkey, with its peculiar appearance, left him wondering about its origins. Intrigued, Su Ming extended his hand and summoned the wheel of reincarnation. With a hum, he focused his mind, and from the wheel emerged 6 formidable tendrils of power, wrapping around the corpse of the 6-eared macaque. Name: 6-eared macaque race. 4 monkeys of chaos cultivation. Celestial immortal karmic debt. 10,000 years the 6-eared macaque. Upon seeing the information displayed in his mind, Su Ming instantly grasped the significance. The corpse before him belonged to none other than the legendary 6-eared macaque from the tales of his previous life. This macaque had an impressive lineage, ranking among the 4 monkeys of chaos. The 4 monkeys of chaos are renowned as the 4 extraordinary beings of the primordial world, not classified among the 10 categories of the heavens and earth. The first is the spirit bright stone monkey, adept at transformation and understanding the opportune moments of heaven and earth, capable of shifting stars and constellations. This monkey possesses vast powers and is a pivotal character in the epic of Journey to the West. Famously known as the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The second is the long-armed ape, capable of manipulating the sun and moon, discerning the fates of mountains and valleys, and altering the cosmos. The third is the red-butt monkey, knowledgeable in the dualities of yin and yang, skilled in navigating the human affairs, adept at evading death and prolonging life. Lastly, there is the 6-eared macaque, gifted with the ability to listen, comprehend the principles of existence, and possessing clarity about all things, which is the very demon that lies lifeless before Su Ming. It is truly a pity that such a rare being from the primordial world has met its end. Su Ming pondered, filled with confusion. According to the grand narrative of the primordial era, the 6-eared macaque should have perished during the catastrophic events of Journey to the West, defeated by the great sage, Sun Wukong. Yet he could not fathom why it had met its demise prematurely during this calamity of witches and demons. With this thought, Su Ming conceived the idea of utilizing the power of the Wheel of Reincarnation to assist the 6-eared macaque in reconstructing its true spirit. He shook the wheel in his hand, and divine light radiated from it, manifesting strange points of light from the void. These points were none other than the remnants of the true spirit of the 6-eared macaque. Now that the 6-eared macaque had perished, its 3 souls and 7 spirits had been shattered by its enemies, leaving only a wisp of true spirit. If neglected, this fragment would gradually dissipate over endless time, ultimately returning to the primordial universe. Consolidate the soul. Su Ming chanted incantations, and with a thought, the Wheel of Reincarnation responded, its brilliance oscillating as countless enigmatic laws and patterns emerged and vanished, enveloped by the power of reincarnation. The wisp of true spirit of the 6-eared macaque began to slowly coalesce, forming its 3 souls and 7 spirits. After a brief moment, the spirit was successfully reconstituted. Where is this? I thought I was dead. The newly formed spirit of the 6-eared macaque gazed at Su Ming, bewildered. You fell in battle against a formidable opponent. Leaving only a fragment of your true spirit, I have helped you reconstitute your soul, granting you the chance for rebirth. Su Ming calmly explained, it is the exalted immortal who has saved me. Thank you. Thank you. The 6-eared macaque's spirit suddenly recognized Su Ming, its eyes lighting up. Wait, I know you. You are the Lord of Blood Sea, Su Ming. Oh, you recognize me. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's otherwise tranquil face. He had not anticipated that this spirit of the 6-eared macaque would be aware of his identity. Since the end of the Dragonhan calamity, Su Ming had secluded himself in the Blood Sea for millions of years, with little interaction with other practitioners in the primordial realm, except for Emperor Jun and Donghua. Yet he wondered how this celestial-level monkey could discern his background. Esteemed immortal, you may not know this, but a millennium ago, I was born in the spirit mountain of the primordial world, while I lacked other abilities. I possessed these 6 extraordinary ears, capable of hearing all things. Thousands of years ago, I caught wind of some happenings within the blood sea of the underworld and learned of your epic battle against Emperor Juntai, which sparked my desire to seek you as my master. The spirit of the 6-eared macaque pointed to its ears and continued. Thus, I traveled thousands of miles, hoping to become your disciple. Yet, I encountered an ambush from the witch clan midway and met a tragic end. Now I understand, Su Ming remarked, coming to a realization. Emperor Juntai was an extraordinary figure of the demon race, renowned far and wide. The 6-eared macaque, having learned of the defeat of these 2 formidable beings at Su Ming's hands through its extraordinary hearing, naturally wished to seek him as a master. However, as a mere celestial immortal, its cultivation was too weak, and it could not match Su Ming's speed, which led it to follow him with great difficulty. Unfortunately, it encountered a patrol from the witch clan, mistaking it for a demon minion, and met a grim fate. Reflecting on this, Su Ming felt a pang of sympathy, in terms of life's circumstances. The 6-eared macaque might be the most unfortunate among the 4 monkeys of chaos. Born the earliest among them, and possessing an illustrious lineage, it had nevertheless been punished by Tao ancestor Hongjun for eavesdropping on his teachings, resulting in the decree that the teachings of the 6 ears be withheld. Since then, the macaque had searched the primordial world in vain for a powerful figure willing to take it as a disciple, ending up in a dismal fate with no one to guide it. This had caused it to stagnate for countless eons, ultimately leading to its demise at the hands of the seemingly insignificant Tai Golden Immortal, the spirit bright stone monkey, Sun Wukong. In truth, Su Ming was aware that the reason for Hongjun Dao ancestors' harsh treatment of the 6-eared macaque was not merely due to its eavesdropping. The true reason lay in the fact that the 6-eared macaque had ties to the chaos demon god, making it intolerable to the heavens, prompting the heavenly Tao to seek its destruction. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ming suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "Heaven has a benevolent nature. Recognizing your aspiration towards the Tao, I shall grant you a chance to start anew, aiding you in reconstructing your golden body and returning to life." Chapter 17. The Trial of the Secret Realm. The resurrection of the 6-eared macaque. As Su Ming's voice fell, the true spirit of the 6-eared macaque glimmered with renewed hope. If the esteemed immortal can help me return to life and live again, I am willing to serve you faithfully. I implore your kindness. The spirit of the 6-eared macaque knelt down, fervently pleading, "Very well. I see your determination towards the Tao. Thus, I shall grant you a chance to start afresh." Su Ming declared, forming a hand seal and channeling his power. Boom! As the spiritual energy of the world swirled, a massive bronze gate rose from the ground. This bronze gate contained immense Taoist principles, exuding an otherworldly aura. If you truly wish to reincarnate, enter this gate to accept the trial. Should you pass this secret realm trial, you shall be reborn and reforge your body, Su Ming said, gesturing towards the bronze gate. Boom! The bronze gate swung open with great force. Beyond it lay the 9-fold reincarnation secret realm. Clearly, he intended for the 6-eared macaque to enter the 9-fold reincarnation secret realm and undergo the trial. It is worth noting that this 9-fold reincarnation secret realm not only aids beings in enhancing their bloodlines and origins, but also possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. If the recently departed true spirit were sent into this 9-fold reincarnation secret realm, passing the trial would allow for its revival and reconstruction of its physical form. Coincidentally, the corpse of the 6-eared macaque was still warm, having just died not long ago. Thus, while Su Ming planned to assist the 6-eared macaque in its resurrection, he also intended to test the extraordinary capabilities of the 9-fold reincarnation secret realm. Is the immortal going to test me? The spirit of the 6-eared macaque, momentarily taken aback, instinctively gazed towards the bronze gate of the 9-fold reincarnation secret realm. This is the ninefold reincarnation secret realm, a profound domain constructed through the power of reincarnation. Once the true spirit enters, it must undergo the trials of 9 lifetimes. These trials are not concerned with cultivation, but rather the resolve of the one being tested. Only those with unwavering hearts towards the Tao can complete the trials within this realm and achieve resurrection. Conversely, if the practitioner lacks the steadfastness of heart and fails the trials, their Tao heart will shatter, and they shall never progress in cultivation again. Su Ming solemnly stated, pointing at the bronze gate. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the spirit of the six-eared macaque transitioned from trepidation to determination. Now that I am devoid of physical form, with only a wisp of true spirit remaining, what is there to fear? Saying this, the six-eared macaque resolutely stepped through the bronze gate. This foolish child, Su Ming observed, shaking his head slightly, though he did not voice it. He inwardly lamented. Despite the six-eared macaque's appearance as a mere monkey, it possessed a steadfast heart, a rare talent indeed. With such determination and a profound lineage, its future achievements were boundless. After the six-eared macaque entered the ninefold reincarnation secret realm, Su Ming began to observe closely that in the first lifetime, the six-eared macaque was reborn as a serpent demon, continuously devouring and evolving, slaying foes to attain enlightenment. In the second lifetime, it took on the form of a mystical turtle, fearing death and thus enhancing its defenses. In the third lifetime, it reincarnated as a mighty dragon, binding itself to the fate of the dragon clan from the outset and leading its kin into seclusion. This macaque is decisive in battle, with measured actions. Quite impressive. Watching the six-eared macaque's performance within the realm, Su Ming could not help but nod in approval. The six-eared macaque's unwavering heart towards the Tao, its pure nature, and its clear sense of right and wrong made it adaptable and resilient. A millennium passed swiftly. With its resolute heart, the six-eared macaque successfully completed the trials of the ninefold reincarnation secret realm. Its physical form reconstituted, emerging from the bronze gate. This moment, it radiated vitality, enveloped in the aura of its bloodline. As if reborn anew, its cultivation had ascended directly from celestial immortal to profound immortal. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your enlightenment. The grace of your rebirth is a debt I can never repay. In my second life as a monkey, the six-eared macaque possesses a clear and enlightened mind, having attained profound understanding. Indeed, your resolve is steadfast, and you are a worthy candidate for cultivation. You may depart now. Having reshaped your physical form, I hope you will take care of yourself. Su Ming nodded slightly, his heart filled with joy. In truth, at the very moment when the true spirit of the six-eared macaque completed the 9-turn reincarnation secret realms trial and was resurrected, Su Ming also reaped considerable rewards. Not only did his bloodline power rise once more, but he also mastered the new divine ability of listening to all things. This was yet another hidden special effect of the 9-turn reincarnation secret realm. I will not leave. Esteemed immortal, you are my rebirth parents. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. With a thud, the six-eared macaque knelt before Su Ming, bowing deeply. A millennium ago, when Hong Jun attained sanctity and announced his teachings to the world, my cultivation was insufficient to venture beyond the 33 heavens. Out of curiosity, I utilized my abilities to eavesdrop, which angered the Tao ancestor, who imposed the punishment of no transmission to the 6 ears. Now, with no path to follow and utterly alone, I implore you to take me as your student. Tears of gratitude streamed down the six-eared macaque's face as he repeatedly bowed to Su Ming. Currently, he found himself with no means to pursue the Tao, and, with his low cultivation, if he recklessly traversed the wilderness, he would likely meet a tragic end. Observing the six-eared macaque's frantic demeanor, Su Ming sighed internally. Ultimately, the six-eared macaque was merely a monkey, and mischief was in his nature. Out of curiosity, eavesdropping on the Tao ancestor's teachings was simply a manifestation of his inherent disposition, and he had committed no grave fault. When Hong Jun attained sanctity, he himself proclaimed that this lecture was open to all beings of fate, without distinction of status. Furthermore, in the wilderness, any being with 9 orifices could become an immortal. The six-eared macaque's aspiration to the Tao was inherently a good thing. Yet, instead of rejoicing, Hong Jun was displeased and chose to blame the six-eared macaque, imposing punishment upon him. Was this not a self-contradiction? As a Tao saint of utmost authority, Hong Jun would never engage in such contradictory actions that in truth, the genuine reason for the punishment of the six-eared macaque stemmed from the machinations of the Tao. This caused the monkey to fail in his pursuit of the Tao, ultimately leading to his demise. It is noteworthy that the six-eared macaque belongs to the 4 mischievous monkeys, which were formed from the chaotic demon-ape split during the great calamity of the creation of the world. Because the six-eared macaque bore the bloodline of the chaotic demon god, he was rejected by the heavens and suppressed by the Tao. The notion that eavesdropping on the teachings angered the Tao ancestor and resulted in punishment was merely a fade. The truth of the matter, unknown to others, was crystal clear to Su Ming, who had traversed time and space. Other mighty beings of the wilderness feared the Tao ancestor's authority and hesitated to take the six-eared macaque as a disciple. In contrast, Su Ming held no such apprehensions. During the Dragon Han calamity, he had debated with Hong Jun, imparting the method to sever the 3 corpses, aiding him in attaining the Tao. Furthermore, in the final battle, he helped Hong Jun turn defeat into victory against Luo Ho. Obtaining the celestial Tao lineage, it could be said that Hong Jun still owed Su Ming a significant karmic debt that had yet to be repaid. Thus, the Tao ancestor's decree held little weight for Su Ming. Akin to the sound of flatulence, of no consequence whatsoever, do you truly wish to enter my fold? Su Ming gazed intently at the six-eared macaque and spoke solemnly. Indeed, as long as the esteemed immortal is willing to accept me, I would not hesitate to brave fire and water. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he bowed fervently. Very well, I happen to need a young attendant to serve tea and water in my cave. You shall remain. Su Ming smiled slightly and spoke in a grave tone. In truth, Su Ming had long contemplated accepting disciples. Now his strength had reached unprecedented heights, standing at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, with the supreme treasure of the reincarnation banner in hand. He commanded the blood sea of the underworld and ruled over the realm of reincarnation, exuding the aura of a sovereign. Although he had no intention of seizing dominion over the wilderness, he still required capable assistance. However, the matter of accepting disciples must be approached with caution, emphasizing fate and virtue. It is better to have none than to have many that are unworthy. Should a disciple of poor character and heavy karma be chosen, it would inevitably cast a shadow over the reputation of a master, the later established by the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. During its peak, attracted countless immortals, basking in boundless glory, yet ultimately it could not escape the fate of extinction. The reasons for this, aside from the absence of an innate supreme treasure to suppress the sex fortune, were primarily due to the mixed quality of his disciples, with many of ill character dragging down the sex fortunes. Now that the six-eared macaque had passed the trials of the 9-turn reincarnation secret realm, coupled with his significant background and the bloodline of the chaotic demon god, he belonged to the ranks of innate deities. With his understanding and opportunities, he was guaranteed to achieve greatness in the future. Chapter 18. No destruction, no establishment. The decision of the Eastern Emperor gazing at the six-eared macaque before him, Su Ming silently lamented. The 9-turn reincarnation secret realm, bestowed as a reward by the system, was extraordinarily miraculous. It not only aided beings in enhancing their foundations and resurrecting them, but also granted immense benefits to Su Ming. As the master of the secret realm, concurrently with the completion of the trial by the beings, at this moment, as the six-eared macaque passed the trial, Su Ming gained both bloodline power and the divine ability to listen to all things. Furthermore, he had acquired an excellent disciple with a commendable character and nature. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, and I bestow upon you the Tao title of Lu Heir. Do you accept? Su Ming directly addressed the six-eared macaque. I accept. I accept. Thank you, master, for the name. I have a master now. Lu Heir has a master now. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque jumped with joy, leaping and flipping with exuberance. Since you have pledged yourself to me, I shall impart to you the inner cultivation technique. the Chaos Gold chapter. I hope you will diligently practice and not be negligent, lest you bring shame upon your master. Observing the six-eared macaque's excitement, Su Ming smiled faintly, then slowly pointed to the center of the six-eared macaque's brow. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the teachings, feeling the influx of divine abilities and methods into his consciousness. The six-eared macaque was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. After many years of earnest seeking the Tao, he had been unable to find the right path and had endured countless scorn. Now, having traversed hardships, he finally achieved his desire, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. Today, as you become my disciple, I shall present you with a gift. Upon finishing his sentence, Su Ming extended his hand, summoning a spiritual treasure. This treasure was a colossal axe, shrouded in demonic energy, exuding an aura of slaughter. This axe, known as the Heavenly Demon Axe, was the spoils of war obtained when Su Ming defeated the demon General Tian Bo Sun during the Dragon Han Calamity. This treasure was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure primarily used for offense. It had collected dust in Su Ming's possession for too long, and now it was fitting to present it to the six-eared macaque as a meeting gift. At present, your cultivation is low, and you cannot wield a powerful spiritual treasure. Take this treasure for now. When your cultivation progresses, I shall bestow upon you even mightier artifacts. As Su Ming spoke, he placed the Heavenly Demon Axe into the six-eared macaque's hands. Currently, Su Ming possessed numerous treasures, ranging from innate supreme treasures to postnatal spiritual treasures, an abundance beyond count. However, as the six-eared macaque's cultivation was still low, if he were to bestow upon him a treasure of too high a grade, not only would it be of no assistance, but would also hinder his cultivation speed. Thank you, Master, for the gift. Your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Grasping the Heavenly Demon Axe, the six-eared macaque was moved to the point of bowing deeply. Since his birth, he had been entirely alone, never having received such concern from anyone as he had from Su Ming, that in his heart, he resolved that once he achieved success in his cultivation, he would repay his master's kindness for recognizing him. Rise, for you are now my disciple, and need not be overly formal. Stand steady. I shall take you to a wonderful place. Su Ming helped the six-eared macaque to his feet and continued speaking. Where are we going? The six-eared macaque asked, scratching his head while shouldering the Heavenly Demon X.T.O. Buzhou Mountain. Su Ming chuckled lightly, then transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly departing, as Su Ming led the six-eared macaque toward Buzhou Mountain. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, beyond the 33 heavens, a farcical contest for the sacred positions was unfolding. When the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open, 3,000 mighty beings surged into the Grand Hall in a frenzy. Their goal was the 6 golden mats positioned at the front. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian were the first to seize the 3 mats closest to the forefront. The remaining 3 were claimed by Nuwa, Kunpeng, and Hongyun. Those mighty beings who failed to secure a sacred position were left to find a spot at the back, settling for less. As the powerful beings settled into their seats, the Western duo of Zhuanti and Jin arrived fashionably late. Having failed to secure seats, they devised a plan, performing a tragic act of crying, pleading, and threatening to hang themselves. The seasoned mighty beings present, well versed in such tricks, were not easily deceived. Only the kind-hearted Hongyun, with a simple mind, felt pity for the duo's tragic circumstances and, against all odds, relinquished his hard-won sacred position. Little did he know that this act of kindness would inadvertently lead to the misfortune of the demon clan powerhouse. Kunpeng, who sat behind him, under pressure from the disdainful Yuanshi and the Western Zhuanti, he had no choice but to relinquish his seat, planting the seeds of resentment that would ultimately lead to Hong Yun's demise. Meanwhile, the demon clan powers of Dijuan and Donghuang Tai exhibited an unusual indifference to the unfolding drama. They had always regarded themselves as the destined rulers of the demon clan, boasting innate supreme treasures. They looked down not only on innate powers like Kunpeng, but even on primordial deities like Pangu and the 3 Pure Ones, as they watched the other mighty beings scramble for sacred positions. They remained unmoved, appearing as though it had no bearing on them. Observant individuals could clearly sense that their behavior was notably out of character. The once arrogant and ostentatious Dongwang Tai had seemingly undergone a transformation, becoming much more composed and restrained. Brother, it seems that Su Ming Daoist has not come to listen to the teachings. The Eastern Emperor surveyed his surroundings with a solemn expression and remarked, Su Ming, what purpose does his mention serve? Upon hearing that name, Emperor Jun's demeanor shifted slightly. Every time he recalled the encounter with Su Ming thousands of years ago in the blood sea of the netherworld, an icy chill would creep down his spine. Following that battle, Eastern Emperor Tai had suffered a broken leg and sustained grave injuries, resulting in him retreating to the sacred tree of the sun, Fusang, for seclusion and recuperation for several millennia, depleting countless rare treasures before finally recovering. It was also due to this encounter that Eastern Emperor Tai's temperament underwent a dramatic transformation. Once he had relied on his innate divine lineage and the accompanying treasure, the Chaos Bell, to dominate the vast wilderness with unparalleled strength, regarded as the foremost being beneath the quasi-saint level. In those days, he basked in glory, unmatched and unrivaled. However, everything changed the moment he and his companion traversed the wilderness and encountered Su Ming in the Blood Sea. The peak of the Great Luo, wielding a treasured artifact, Eastern Emperor Tai found himself utterly outmatched by Su Ming. In that battle, not only did Eastern Emperor Tai's physical form suffer devastating harm, but his heart of Tao was also shattered. His former impulsiveness and recklessness vanished, replaced by a newfound calmness and an insatiable thirst for power. Tai, remember that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Cultivators must prioritize their heart of Tao, and one cannot be disheartened by a single defeat. Emperor Jun reminded him gravely, Brother, there is no need for concern. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Though my heart of Tao has been harmed since my loss to Su Ming, I have gained new insights. In the path of cultivation, one must break to establish, as long as I do not perish. One day I shall possess sufficient strength to avenge myself upon that Taoist Su Ming. Eastern Emperor Tai replied in a deep tone, his eyes filled with determination. That Taoist Su Ming is no ordinary figure. He played a crucial role in aiding Hong Jun Daozu to defeat the demon ancestor Luo, who during the ancient calamity of Long Han. His cultivation far surpasses ours by at least one major realm. Losing to him is not a source of shame. Emperor Jun nodded in agreement before continuing. Since the battle with Su Ming, Emperor Jun had diligently sought information about him and learned of his various identities and backgrounds. Just as the two were quietly discussing, a voice rang out, Silence! Hong Jun Daozu has arrived. As the words fell, a powerful figure cloaked in white robes slowly materialized upon the cloud platform of the Zixiao Palace. Chapter 19. The Divine Artifact in the Unyielding Mountain. Once again, Hong Jun Daozu appeared atop the cloud platform of the Zixiao Palace. Beside him stood two exquisitely carved young attendants, the future rulers of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West. We pay our respects to the Daozu. Within the hall, the 3,000 mighty beings of the Zixiao Palace knelt in reverence, resounding their calls in unison. Today, your presence in the Zixiao Palace marks you as individuals of great fortune and destiny. From this day forth, I shall expound upon the innate Tao, once every 3,000 years, divided into 3 sessions. I hope you will all dedicate yourselves to comprehending and achieving mastery. On the high platform, Hong Jun's gaze was solemn, his presence majestic. As he spoke, his words transformed into golden lotus blossoms that resonated profoundly, stirring the hearts of all. In the primordial void, the cosmos was born, silent and tranquil, unwavering and unchanging, traversing the heavens without peril, as if to be the mother of all. While the 3,000 mighty beings were captivated by Hong Jun Daozu's teachings, Su Ming and his companions had already arrived at their destination in the heart of the wilderness. Unyielding Mountain. This mountain loomed majestically, piercing the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear and awe in all who beheld it. It was said that this mountain was formed from the remnants of Pangu's spine after his demise during the creation of the world, as the ancestral vein of heaven and earth. This place was rich with extraordinary beings, giving birth to the powerful deities Enhua and Fuxi, and it would one day become the stronghold of the demon tribe's heavenly court. How magnificent! Lu'er gazed up at unyielding mountain, his face filled with astonishment that in this place, an innate spiritual root will emerge within a millennium, and thus we shall ascend the mountain, Su Ming declared, leading Lu'er onward. His purpose for visiting Unyielding Mountain was to acquire one of the top 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots, the innate gourd vine. According to his memories from his past life, this vine would reveal itself after Hong Jun's first lecture concluded. Upon it, 7 gourds of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet would form. Each gourd was an innate spiritual object, easily refined into a supreme innate treasure, possessing remarkable properties. Based on the original trend of the wilderness, these 7 gourds would eventually be claimed by figures such as Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, Inhua, Eastern Emperor Tai, Hong Yun, and Hong Jun Daozu. The value of this treasure was immense, and Su Ming was determined to obtain it. Thus he arrived at Unyielding Mountain, hoping to seize the opportunity while the innate gourd vine was still unripe. As the mighty beings were preoccupied in Zhixiao Palace listening to Hong Jun's teachings, even if the 3 purities and Inhua came to obstruct him, Su Ming would not yield. After spending 100 years climbing, Su Ming and his companions reached the foot of Unyielding Mountain. This place truly lived up to its reputation as the ancestral vein of heaven and earth, brimming with spiritual energy and abundant opportunities. As they ascended, Su Ming and his disciples collected numerous innate spiritual roots and treasures. Master, look at this flower. Oh, it's actually the 9-leaved sword grass, an innate spiritual root, Lu'er exclaimed, marveling at a peculiar stone. Wait, this isn't just a stone. I found the innate treasure-breaking heaven hammer. He laughed joyfully. Can you believe this seemingly ordinary black stick is also an innate treasure? Lu'er's excitement was palpable, his enthusiasm evident as he collected treasures. Observing this, Su Ming remained silent outwardly, but inwardly criticized, thinking, this monkey truly embodies the chaotic demon god's legacy, casually picking up treasures as if they were worthless. The master and disciple continued their ascent. However, the higher they climbed, the more arduous it became for Lu'er. 200 years later, they finally reached the mountainside of Unyielding Mountain. Master, the pressure here is too great. I simply cannot ascend any further. Lu'er gasped, burdened by the heavenly demon, X. Su Ming acknowledged this with a slight nod, refraining from expressing any reproach that it was important to note that Unyielding Mountain was formed from Pangu's spine. Imbued with overwhelming Pangu's might, the higher one climbed, the more intense the pressure became. For a being like Lu'er, to reach the mountainside was already an extraordinary feat. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly, Su Ming said, leaping into the air, transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing, leaving Lu'er dumbfounded, rooted in place. Now at the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, Su Ming found the Panga pressure to be a trivial matter. Without Lu'er's hindrance, his ascent became significantly faster. 100 years passed, and Su Ming reached the summit of Unyielding Mountain. After surveying the area, he found no trace of the innate gourd vine. This treasure truly is extraordinary. Even I cannot discern its location, Su Ming mused thoughtfully. The innate gourd vine was an unparalleled treasure, steeped in profound karmic ties, capable of influencing the very trajectory of the wilderness. The divine object cloaked itself. If one lacked the fate to discover it, even a being of Su Ming's caliber would struggle to locate it. Could it be that a primordial restriction is in place for its protection? Su Ming speculated. The so-called primordial restriction was a barrier formed by the natural forces of heaven and earth, formless and intangible, devoid of spirit or thought. It melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even a divine sense sweeping across would reveal no anomalies. After pondering for a while, Su Ming finally devised a plan. Let us not forget, not long ago, during Lu'er's trial for the 9 Revolutions Reincarnation Secret Realm, I also gained the ability to listen to all things. It was known that this ability of the 6-eared macaque allowed it to eavesdrop even on the Zhixiao Palace beyond the chaos. If it could be utilized to discern the location of this primordial restriction, it should not be too difficult. With that thought, Su Ming seated himself on the ground, circulating his energy to invoke the ability to listen to all things. This ability proved to be remarkable. As the wind rustled and the grass stirred, he could hear every minute fluctuation of spiritual energy with crystal clarity. He quickly discerned a nearby mountain range, where the winds were sparse, yet the flow of spiritual energy was exceedingly potent, as if obstructed by some force. Found it! Su Ming's eyes widened as he surged toward the suspicious area. Moments later, he arrived at the location of the primordial restriction. However, this place was barren, with nothing but a pile of scattered stones. As Su Ming's mind raced, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed boundless infernal flames. Boom! As the infernal flames surged forth, the air within 100 miles ignited. Just as the flames approached the valley, they were suddenly dissipated by an invisible force in the air. Here, Su Ming's eyes brightened at that moment. He could confirm that this was indeed the location of the primordial restriction. With that realization, he wasted no time, extending his hand and summoning the god-slaying spear. He then lunged toward the hidden primordial restriction in the void. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the massive surge of magical power radiated outward, turning the surrounding mountains into scorched earth. The power of the god-slaying spear was terrifying, shaking the very foundations of unyielding mountain. Moments later, as the dust settled, before Su Ming stood a spiritual plant radiating boundless spiritual energy. Chapter 20. Seeking Immortal Island in the Eastern Sea, the innate gourd vine. Just as the formless primordial restriction dissipated, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Before him, a vine adorned with 5 gourds, each emanating spiritual light, materialized. Indeed, it is here, Su Ming remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he quickly sensed something amiss. At present, there were only 5 gourds on the vine. According to Su Ming's knowledge, the innate gourd vine should originally bear 7 gourds: gold, red, white, green, yellow, blue, and black. The red gourd was acquired by the venerable Hong Yun, transforming it into the 99 dispersion soul gourd. The purple gold gourd was obtained by the Great One of Taiji, utilized for containing the 9 transformations golden elixir. The purple red gourd, claimed by the Taoist Hong Yun, was refined into the 99 dispersion soul red gourd. The purple white gourd was acquired by the Eastern Emperor Tai, forged into the immortal slaying gourd, which was later passed down to his nephew Liya. The purple green gourd was obtained by Niuhua, crafted into the summoning banner, capable of attracting all spirits across the realms. The purple yellow gourd was claimed by the Lord of Heaven, fashioned into the water fire gourd, which contained 2 water fire qilin. The purple black gourd was acquired by the primordial supreme one, forged into the chaos gourd, encompassing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Yet upon the gourd vine before him, there existed only 5 gourds: gold, red, yellow, green, and black. The originally belonging blue and white gourds of the Eastern Emperor Tai and Niuhua had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that my premature breaking of the seal has resulted in the inability of the other 2 gourds to mature? Su Ming pondered aloud. However, at this moment, Hong Yuan's lecture was nearing its conclusion, leaving little time for hesitation. With this thought, Su Ming slightly raised his hand, uprooting the primordial gourd vine. Buzz! Under the overwhelming force of his magical power, the gourd vine soon ceased its resistance, directly falling into the space within Su Ming's reincarnation banner. Upon collecting the primordial gourd vine, Su Ming suddenly felt a profound connection, sensing a tremendous karmic force descending upon him. It was evident that this was a consequence of his preemptive acquisition of the primordial gourd vine, which had disrupted the grand design of the heavenly Tao and entangled him in karmic retribution. Yet, Su Ming paid no mind to this karmic force, for he had resolved to achieve sanctity and transcend the heavenly Tao. It is said that in the primal chaos, the grand currents are immutable, but the minor currents may be altered. For Su Ming, such concerns were trivial. He could alter both grand and minor currents at will. Having gathered the primordial gourd vine, Su Ming made his way down the mountain. Reaching the hillside, Lu Er had been waiting for quite some time. Master has returned. Have you found the primordial spirit plant? Upon seeing Su Ming, Lu Er rushed forward, beaming with joy. Yes, I have found it. Su Ming nodded in response to, "So, where to next?" "The Eastern Sea." After saying this, Su Ming, accompanied by Lu Er, transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, in the palace of purple clouds beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjuan's first lecture had come to an end. The 3,000 great beings transformed into streaks of light, returning to the primal chaos. The once bustling hall returned to tranquility. High upon the cloud platform, Hongjun sat, neither joyful nor sorrowful. The aura of the heavenly Tao subtly emanated from him, hinting at a harmony with the essence of a universe. At this moment, it seemed he sensed something, gradually opening his eyes. Within his chaotic gaze, the vastness resembled that of the stars. Indeed, Su Ming is an anomaly of the primal chaos, acting with audacity, defying reason, and dismissing even the karmic retribution of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun shook his head, murmuring softly. With that, he waved his sleeve point. Two peculiar gourds, one blue and one white, materialized from seemingly nowhere. These two gourds were precisely the missing ones among the 7 gourds from Su Ming's primordial gourd vine. The grand design of the heavenly Tao, every action and reaction, the cycle of karma, and the inevitability of retribution. The karmic debt owed to Su Ming must now be repaid. As Hongjun spoke, he slowly pointed in the direction of the primal world. Buzz! A beam of light surged forth, vanishing into a certain location in the Eastern Sea. After completing these actions, Hongjun once again closed his eyes, swiftly disappearing into the void. After 300 years, Su Ming and Lu Er arrived above the Eastern Sea. What a vast lake! Observing the endless waves beneath, Lu Er displayed a look of astonishment. The boundless Eastern Sea stretched infinitely, its expanse unknown, perhaps spanning billions of miles, born within the spiritual veins of the primal continent. Lu Er felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, having never witnessed such grandeur. At this moment, standing amidst the vast Eastern Sea, he still believed it to be merely a great lake. Paying no mind to Lu Er's astonishment, Su Ming stood in the void, his eyes gently closed. He focused his mind, channeling his magical power, and once again summoned the divine ability to listen to all things. Buzz! An immense wave of magical power surged forth, enveloping the entire area of the Eastern Sea within its grasp. Moments later, Su Ming felt a surge of insight and abruptly opened his eyes. He soared upon auspicious clouds, flying towards the source of opportunity, quickly arriving at an empty expanse of sea. Drawing from past experience, Su Ming extended his hand, summoning the god-slaying spear, thrusting it fiercely into the sea below. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the terrifying shockwave erupted. The Eastern Sea was thrown into tumultuous waves. The crashing waves rolled like a great dragon emerging from the depths, wild and ferocious. Lu Er, startled by the chaos, nearly tumbled from the clouds. Suddenly, a shattered mirror-like surface appeared in the void, which soon fractured. With the boundless chaotic energy spilling forth, a colossal island materialized seemingly out of thin air, coming into view. What is this place? Witnessing the emergence of the massive island, Lu Er exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape. This is one of the 3 immortal islands of the Eastern Sea. Penglai Island, Su Ming replied calmly. It is said that within the Eastern Sea, 3 immortal islands formed from the convergence of the world's spiritual energy exist, named Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong. These islands are natural wonders, each harboring countless opportunities and spiritual treasures. Over the course of long ages, the islands of Yingzhou and Fangzhong have been discovered by mortals. Among them, Yingzhou has been claimed by the foremost male immortal, Dong Wanggong, as a sanctuary. The remaining Fangzhong Island has already been plundered by various primal powers. The island before Su Ming is the yet undiscovered Penglai Island among the 3 immortal islands. Indeed, this place is a realm of fortune. Observing the expansive island beneath him, Su Ming nodded appreciatively. The spiritual energy here is abundant, teeming with countless rare treasures and spiritual roots. It is said that this island was formed from the fragments of chaos during the great heavenly catastrophe. Beyond the primordial spiritual energy, chaotic energy also permeates the island. Master, I will go ahead and scout the path." Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Er, agitated, leaped forward, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for Penglai Island. This foolish child, his monkey-like temperament, is truly unchangeable. Su Ming sighed, shaking his head, and promptly followed suit. Chapter 21. Collecting Corpses and the Annihilation of the World's Black Lotus, the Dark Fairy. Upon entering Penglai Island, Lu Er was left in shock, his jaw dropping at the breathtaking sights. As far as the eye could see, countless celestial materials and earthly treasures, spiritual roots, and plants flourished. "Master, look at this spiritual root. I have never seen anything like it. And this peculiar stone, its color is so strange." Faced with these rare treasures seldom seen in the outside world, Lu Er's curiosity surged as he eagerly inquired about everything he encountered. This is 10,000-year stalactite. A single drop can enhance one's cultivation by a century. This is the primordial spiritual root, earth spirit grass. Consuming it can eliminate impurities within the body, enhancing physical strength. This is gung metal jade. It is an excellent material for forging magical artifacts. Su Ming patiently answered every question that in truth. Not only Lu Er, but Su Ming also found it hard to believe the astonishing abundance of resources on Penglai Island. In comparison, the quantity of spiritual materials and treasures on Penglai Island far exceeded his expectations. The sheer number of spiritual materials and treasures here seemed to dwarf the combined total of those remaining on Yingzhou and Fengzhou by tenfold. What other grand opportunities might be hidden on this island? With a heart full of anticipation, Su Ming and Lu Er continued deeper into the island. Soon, they arrived at the central area of Penglai Island. Parting the mists, Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly. Before them lay a vast lake, its tranquil surface radiating an extraordinarily mystical tricolored glow. Tricolor divine water. He recognized immediately that the entire lake was filled with tricolor divine water. This water condenses the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, containing the quintessence of the sun, moon, and stars. Just a single drop is sufficient to dissolve all poisons in the world, reviving the dead. In the later epochs, during the Great Journey of the West, when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc at Wuzhuang Temple, he revived the ginseng fruit tree with a tricolored divine water from Guanin's pure vase. This water can not only heal wounds, but is also invaluable for alchemy and artifact forging, making it a rare treasure. Such precious spiritual material, an entire lake full of it at this moment. Yet, Su Ming seemed unfazed by the tricolor divine water. His attention was drawn to a pure white lotus flower in the center of the lake. This is the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Gazing at the 12th grade blossom, crystalline and exuding a sanctified aura, Su Ming felt both astonished and delighted. This is a rare top-tier primordial treasure among the primal chaos. Indeed, he had a remarkable connection with the 4 great 12th grade lotus platforms of the primal chaos. In the past, during the Dragon Han Great Catastrophe, he obtained the 12th grade fiery red lotus amidst the sea of blood. Later, after the final battle, he acquired the shattered 12th grade annihilation black lotus. Now, with the 12th grade pure world white lotus before him, he had singularly claimed 3 of the 4 primordial lotus platforms from the primal chaos. Gather, the treasured item lay before him, and without hesitation, Su Ming unleashed a surge of magical power. The 12th grade pure world white lotus had fallen into the inner space of the reincarnation banner. After receiving the pure world white lotus, Su Ming did not hastily depart. Gazing at the vast expanse of 3 light divine water before him, he pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a spiritual treasure. This treasure was a black lotus, its wilted leaves dimmed and its stalk and roots severed, appearing significantly damaged. This black lotus was none other than the Tao attainment treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The 12th grade annihilating world black lotus. This treasure had accompanied the demon ancestor Luo Ho during his self-destruction, falling onto the battlefield in the west, and its grade had diminished from the original 12th to the 9th. Later, it was discovered by Su Ming and placed within the reincarnation banner's netherworld to be nourished by the merits of the great Tao. Observing the annihilating world black lotus, which was gradually withering like a remnant flower, Su Ming felt a pang of sorrow. This annihilating world Black Lotus, one of the four great lotus platforms of heaven and earth, was subtly revealing signs of decay and extinction. This treasure was on the verge of vanishing. Initially, he believed that placing this treasure in the netherworld to be nourished by the merits of the great Tao would aid in its restoration. However, the reality was far more complicated than Su Ming had anticipated. After millions of years of nourishment by the merits of the great Tao, the grade of the annihilating world Black Lotus had not only failed to rise, but had instead dropped from 9th to 6th. Reflecting on this, Su Ming felt a surge of heartache, accompanied by an impulse to drag the soul of the demon ancestor Luo Ho from the reincarnation banner and give him a thorough beating. If it weren't for his reckless self-destruction back then, how could this treasure of heaven and earth be reduced to such a state? With this thought, Su Ming placed the annihilating world Black Lotus into the three-light divine water, hoping it might be salvaged. Unexpectedly, as the annihilating world Black Lotus came into contact with the three-light divine water, cracks suddenly appeared on the remaining 6 lotus leaves. Su Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the so-called three-light divine water, renowned as the first healing elixir of the primal chaos, would not only fail to restore the annihilating world Black Lotus, but instead accelerate its extinction. What a pity! Observing the scene before him, Su Ming let out a sigh. Although he possessed no shortage of spiritual treasures, there were very few of the supreme innate variety like the annihilating world Black Lotus. Moreover, who among normal people would ever complain about having too many spiritual treasures? Even if he had no use for it himself, bestowing such a treasure upon his disciples in the future would be an exceptional gesture. There was no remedy now. Observing the cracks on the Black Lotus, Su Ming felt an undeniable sorrow. Yet he was helpless at that moment. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the remaining lotus leaves and the lotus platform beneath them completely shattered. However, surprisingly, just as Su Ming thought the annihilating world Black Lotus had completely perished, a lotus seed at the heart of the lotus stirred, emitting mysterious glimmers of light. Was this life energy? Witnessing this phenomenon, a rare look of astonishment appeared on Su Ming's face. The light from the shattered lotus platform coalesced upon the lotus seed, an infinite aura of creation slowly rising, manifesting life energy in an instant. Under the influence of this energy, a translucent phantom began to solidify within the lotus seed. This was a true spirit's thought. In his astonishment, Su Ming gained a sudden insight. Over millions of years, the annihilating world Black Lotus had absorbed the merits of the great Tao in the netherworld. And although it had failed to restore its grade, it had condensed a trace of true divine soul essence. If nurtured further, it could take form as a living being. With this realization, Su Ming did not hesitate and pointed gently at the lotus seed. Buzz! Boundless merit power surged toward the lotus seed. Following this, the seed began to tremble violently. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed, an overwhelming life energy erupted from within the seed. This life energy was exceedingly rich, solidifying into a petite and delicate figure. Focusing closely, the figure gradually revealed its true form, astonishingly a little girl standing less than 3 feet tall, clad in a black robe. Her entire being was entwined with demonic energy, and her flowing black hair could not conceal the enchanting and wild features of her exquisite face. Upon successfully taking form, the little girl opened her pitch-black eyes and coldly regarded Su Ming and the others before her. Chapter 22. Su Ming, my second disciple, seems to harbor a heavy heart for killing. Once her transformation was complete, the little girl fixed her dark eyes upon Su Ming. Her black and white attire evoked the Gothic style from a fantastical novel of a past life, decadent, dark, twisted, and rebellious. As their gazes locked, even the steadfast Su Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite her diminutive and delicate appearance, there emanated from her an aura of chilling coldness that was incongruous with her looks. Instilling fear, within her small frame lay a terrifyingly potent aura of slaughter. It was as if a merciless primordial beast, devoid of any emotion, stared with bloodshot eyes, ready to devour. It is worth noting that in the primordial chaos, due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the transformation of spiritual treasures into living beings was exceedingly rare. Normally, if a supreme innate spiritual treasure were to take form as a living entity, with his innate divine bloodline, it would be reasonable to expect that upon birth, it would possess at least the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. However, the annihilating world Black Lotus before him lacked the opportunity for transformation. Thus, this entire occurrence was a mere stroke of coincidence. In this light, the girl could be considered a unique being within the primordial world. If Su Ming was not mistaken, this girl was not the embodiment of the annihilating world Black Lotus, but rather a being born from the dying lotus after absorbing the merits of the great Tao. Theoretically speaking, she could be regarded as the spirit of the annihilating world Black Lotus, a continuation of its life. Consequently, she was born without encountering the tribulation of transformation, and she also lacked the magical powers of the annihilating world Black Lotus. It is noteworthy that although this girl currently possessed no cultivation, the profound aura surrounding her hinted at her exceptional innate talent. Master, at that moment, the little girl suddenly knelt on one knee and spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. The contrast between her voice and her petite, adorable appearance was striking. Master, Su Ming's lips twitched at her words. This title sounded rather peculiar. You helped me to be born, thus you are my master. The little girl lifted her gaze to Su Ming, her expression resolute. Ahem, you might as well call me master instead. Su Ming cleared his throat a few times, his face displaying an awkward expression. He inwardly lamented how easily he had been mistaken for a peculiar uncle with dubious interests. Master, the little girl nodded, accepting her new title. Observing the adorable yet melancholic visage of the girl, Su Ming felt warmth in his heart. After all, this girl was a being born from his netherworld within the reincarnation banner, creating an inextricable bond of fate between them. The karmic connection between master and disciple was already firmly established in the fabric of destiny. All right, today, I shall take you as my second disciple. Since you are derived from the annihilating world Black Lotus, I bestow upon you the title. Do you accept? Su Ming gently proposed. Lianer, thanks, master, the little girl replied, unfazed as she bowed lightly to Su Ming. Lianer, come over and meet your senior brother, Lu Er, Su Ming said, introducing Lianer to Lu Er. Lianer greets her senior brother. Lianer performed a formal greeting to Lu Er. Good, little junior sister, hello. Lu Er scratched his head, smiling bashfully at the adorable little junior sister. After the formalities of apprenticeship were completed, Su Ming waved his large sleeve and unleashed a burst of magical power. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a bronze door imbued with the essence of the Tao rose from the ground. This door was none other than the entrance to the 9 reincarnations secret realm. Lianer, listen closely, this is the 9 reincarnations secret realm. Anyone who enters under my tutelage must pass through the trials of this realm. Do not blame your master for not warning you. Only those with a resolute heart can succeed in the trials of this realm. Otherwise, Su Ming's words trailed off that Lianer is willing to accept the trials. If I fail, I shall perish, Lianer declared, stepping forward decisively to push open the bronze door and enter. This foolish child. Su Ming shook his head slightly at the sight. Despite being a girl, when it came down to it, Lianer was fiercer than any man. After Lianer entered the 9 reincarnation secret realm, Su Ming began to observe closely. In her first life, she reincarnated as a female emperor of the demon race. Upon hearing a single word of defiance, she exterminated her entire clan. In her second life, she became a 9-tailed fox. When her beloved cast a glance at another woman, she annihilated his entire tribe. In her third life, she was reborn as a dragon princess. When someone stepped on her dragon robe, she slaughtered their entire family. Observing Lianer's performance in the secret realm, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. This little girl had a heart of iron and stone, killing without a second thought, employing exceedingly cruel methods that were appalling. Su Ming couldn't help but silently criticize how much suppressed animosity and bloodlust dwelled within her. Her desire for slaughter was far too intense. 1,000 years swiftly passed. With her iron will, Lianer successfully completed the trials of the 9 reincarnation secret realm. Emerging from the bronze door, I could see this moment. She was enveloped in demonic energy, her aura of slaughter heightened compared to before. Her pale face bore sharp, dark eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. Just a glance could send shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, her cultivation level had directly risen to the first level of Tai Golden Immortal, surpassing even her senior brother Lu'er by 2 major realms. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." As Lianer spoke, she suddenly knelt upon the ground with a resounding thud, bowing her head in reverence towards Su Ming. "Good, good, good." Su Ming nodded slightly, an awkward smile gracing his lips. He felt somewhat speechless regarding Lianer's conduct within the Nine Turns Reincarnation secret realm. The temperament of this girl could no longer be described merely as decisive. It was more accurately characterized by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Such a terrifying disposition caused even Lu'er, who stood nearby, to retract his neck and stick out his tongue in trepidation. Just as Lianer completed her trial in the Nine Turns Reincarnation secret realm, Su Ming also reaped substantial rewards. He had mastered a new divine ability that transformed the devouring of the world's malevolent energy into offensive power. "You have successfully passed the trial of the secret realm and have become a disciple of our sect. I shall impart to you the internal cultivation method, the Chaos Golden Chapter. I hope you diligently practice and do not become negligent, lest you tarnish the reputation of our sect." As Su Ming spoke, he slowly pointed towards the center of Lianer's brow. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing the..." Having comprehended the divine ability, Lianer performed a respectful gesture. "Today, as you take your vows as my disciple, it is customary for me to present you with a spirit treasure as a greeting gift. Choose one for yourself." Upon finishing his words, Su Ming waved his large sleeve, conjuring 3 spirit treasures that lay before him. The first was a 3-foot-long azure sword, its blade gleaming with a fierce radiance. "This is the mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the Ling Feng sword." The second was an iron rod, 2 yards long and as thick as a bowl. "This is the mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the Wujigan." The third was a massive iron hammer, 3 feet 3 in length, weighing an immense amount. "This is the low-grade innate spirit treasure, the Poti hammer." These 3 spirit treasures were obtained by Su Ming during his travels in the Unzao Mountain. Due to their lower grade, he seldom utilized them. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in the reincarnation banner, it was better to present them to Lianer as a meeting gift. Looking at the 3 spirit treasures before her, Lianer pondered for a moment before decisively picking up the Poti hammer. With the colossal weapon in her hands, she wielded it with a fierce vigor, creating a massive whirlwind in the void. "This one," Lianer declared, grinning as she hoisted the enormous hammer, creating a striking visual contrast with her petite stature. Su Ming observed the scene, a vein of black humor appearing on his forehead. Lu'er beside him also stuck out his tongue in disbelief. It was utterly baffling that this small girl chose not to select a mid-grade spirit treasure, but instead opted for a heavy and cumbersome iron hammer. "Lianer, have you truly made up your mind?" Su Ming inquired tentatively. "I have made up my mind. This hammer will dispatch foes with efficiency. It suits me perfectly." Lianer responded with a resolute nod. Before Su Ming's eyes, a scene of comedic proportions unfolded. On the battlefield, the adorable Lianer brandished the massive hammer, roaring with ferocity as she pursued enemies relentlessly. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to gaze towards the depths of Penglai Island. There, chaotic energies swirled, as if concealing some grand opportunity. "Lu'er, you and your junior sister should focus on your cultivation on Penglai Island. Take good care of her. I shall return shortly," Su Ming instructed Lu'er. "Master, where are you going?" Lu'er asked, slightly taken aback. "I sense a great opportunity lies deep within Penglai Island, and I shall investigate," Su Ming replied, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the depths of Penglai. Chapter 23. The mustard seed encompasses the universe. Recovering the chaos treasure after imparting a few words to his 2 disciples, Su Ming followed the trace of the opportunity deeper into Penglai Island. The further he ventured, the denser the chaotic energy became, causing his garments to flutter and rustle. Eventually, the chaotic energy thickened to the point where he could barely see his own hand in front of him. Su Ming sensed that this chaotic energy was not simply a random occurrence, but rather instigated by some underlying reason, perhaps related to the grand opportunity hidden in the depths of Penglai Island. With this thought in mind, Su Ming wasted no time. He seated himself cross-legged, circulating his profound power and invoking the divine ability to listen to all things. It is worth noting that in the past, Liu Er could use this ability to penetrate the chaotic worlds beyond 33 heavens and eavesdrop on Hong Jun's teachings in the Zhixiao Palace. Now, Su Ming sought to utilize this divine ability to pierce through the surrounding chaotic energy, which should also prove feasible. Buzz! In the next moment, a tremendous wave of powerful energy surged from Su Ming's body, enveloping a vast radius of millions of miles. Even amidst the howling winds and the tumultuous blend of chaotic energy and spiritual essence, Su Ming captured every detail, missing nothing. After a brief moment, he detected an invisible barrier obstructing him. Found it. He concluded that this place must be the site of the great opportunity. Next, he formed a hand gesture, summoning the reincarnation banner to hover above him, shielding his entire being. He then began to chant incantations, and 18 golden wheels suddenly burst forth behind him as the boundless radiance of merit and virtue emerged. The surrounding chaotic energy was instantly dispelled. This expanse of heaven and earth was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Simultaneously, the reincarnation banner above Su Ming's head seemed to resonate, emitting waves of pulsation, as if it had struck a chord with some grand opportunity nearby. This opportunity appeared to be quite significant, closely linked to my reincarnation banner. Curiosity piqued, Su Ming quickened his pace to its right here. As Su Ming approached the source of the opportunity, the vibration of the reincarnation banner in his hand intensified. Soon, guided by the banner, he arrived atop a small hill, dispelling the dense chaotic energy surrounding him. Su Ming's vision brightened. He beheld a peculiar fragment floating solitary atop the hill, emanating an ancient and indomitable arcane glow, ceaselessly spinning. Upon closer inspection, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he discerned that this fragment was a broken pearl. To his astonishment, boundless chaotic energy was gushing forth from this pearl in a frenzied torrent. Surrounding the pearl were profound laws of creation, with countless worlds of life and death unfolding within. It was unimaginable that this palm-sized pearl contained an entire world within it. The mustard seed encompasses the universe. This treasure is none other than the Chaos Pearl, Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Just a glance was enough for him to confirm that this shattered pearl was one of the 4 great chaos treasures. The Chaos Pearl. This treasure housed the essence of the world, giving rise to myriad beings, and was on par with the heaven-splitting axe, the creation jade disc, and the chaos green lotus. Alas, the Chaos Pearl before him was not whole. At best, it was but a fragment. Having finally located the Chaos Pearl, Su Ming's heart felt heavy with regret. The 4 great chaos treasures were extraordinary artifacts that transcended the heavenly path, born of the great Tao. When Pangu split the heavens, the chaos green lotus, heaven-splitting axe, and creation jade disc were already shattered. Only the Chaos Pearl had vanished into the void, lost to time. That it was unexpected that even this treasure, which transcended the heavenly path, could not escape the fate of fragmentation. Yet it was not surprising. If the other 3 treasures had shattered, the Chaos Pearl could hardly remain intact. Upon discovering the Chaos Pearl, Su Ming finally understood the origin of the various anomalies on Penglai Island. This Chaos Pearl contained the myriad paths of heaven and earth, harboring within it a grand world. With the pearl shattering, the internal grand world had been downgraded to that of a medium world. Nevertheless, the creation and spiritual essence contained within this Chaos Pearl were still overwhelmingly vast. This resulted in the concentration of spirit treasures, spiritual materials, and spiritual essence on the entire Penglai Island, exceeding that of the combined islands of Yingzhou by nearly tenfold. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. Even though the Chaos Pearl had been shattered, its value remained unrivaled by ordinary spirit treasures. With this in mind, Su Ming unleashed a wave of power, drawing the Chaos Pearl into his possession. Buzz! At the moment the Chaos Pearl flew into the reincarnation banner, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The reincarnation banner above his head suddenly trembled violently. Following this, Su Ming's primordial spirit and true essence within his mind quaked. In the next instant, the world beneath his feet shifted dramatically. and moments later, he was pulled into a peculiar realm by a mysterious force. As Su Ming raised his eyes, he observed the abundant spiritual essence permeating the surroundings, and the previously overwhelming pressure of the heavenly path had vanished. It was evident that this place was not the Hong Huang world. Not far away stood 5 peculiar spiritual mountains, shrouded in clouds and mist, with countless cities and palatial structures, bridges and pavilions, faintly visible within. This was none other than the shadowy world within Su Ming's reincarnation banner. Boom! At that moment, a colossal sound akin to the shattering of the heavens resonated overhead. Su Ming looked up, his eyes brightening. He saw a grayish giant object materializing in the sky, obscuring the sun. He immediately recognized that this giant object was the fragment of the Chaos Pearl he had obtained on Penglai Island. Before Su Ming could react, the fragment of the Chaos Pearl shattered before him. Streams of profound light surged forth from the fragment, slicing through the heavens and merging into the shadowy world where Su Ming resided. As the earth trembled and mountains shook, the surrounding area of millions of miles was engulfed in a whirlwind of sand and stones, unleashing an endless torrent of earth, water, fire, and wind. This elemental chaos spread rapidly, continuously accelerating and evolving. The scene was immensely grand and breathtaking, reminiscent of Pangu's creation of the heavens and earth, evoking a profound sense of awe. Observing the staggering spectacle around him, Su Ming's gaze burned with intensity. He had never anticipated that at the very moment he acquired the Chaos Pearl, the medium world within the pearl would once again merge with the medium world of the reincarnation banner. As the Chaos Pearl and the reincarnation banner fused, Su Ming felt the power of the reincarnation's origin within him growing ever more profound and pure. The remnants of the medium world contained within the Chaos Pearl were perfectly suited to aid the shadowy world within the reincarnation banner in its further evolution. As the two worlds continued to merge, the second golden lotus among the 9 blooms of the Dao Shanluan has begun to unfurl gracefully, suppressing the excitement within his heart. Su Ming's gaze blazed with intensity, but he estimated that at this pace, it would take less than 10,000 years for these 2 central thousand worlds to complete their fusion. By that time, the netherworld within the cycle banner would elevate from its original central thousand world status to that of the greater thousand world. Correspondingly, Su Ming's own realm would rise in tandem, reaching the threshold of the half-step primordial stage. He awaited the moment when the 3rd golden lotus would blossom, heralding his ascension to the primordial Tao and his path to sanctification. Thus resolved, he decided to suppress the atmospheric fortunes of this realm, accelerating the evolution of the world. With this thought, Su Ming seated himself in meditation, channeling his entire magical essence to bolster the netherworld and assist in its evolution. Chapter 24. Millennia of Hardship Unnoticed. The Zixiao Palace gains renown in a day as Su Ming immersed himself within the cycle banner to hasten the evolution of the reincarnation world. Unbeknownst to him, several millennia had already elapsed in the primordial expanse. Within the Zixiao Palace, the second sermon delivered by the Tao ancestor Hongjun was nearing its conclusion. The 3,000 mighty beings seated below listened intently, enraptured by the teachings. Suddenly, as he sat upon his mat atop the cloud platform, Hongjun felt a stirring within his heart and ceased his discourse. The mighty beings below awakened, gazing at the Tao ancestor with expressions of confusion. Oh, their astonishment! They noticed a hint of a smile breaking upon Hongjun's otherwise impassive countenance. This sermon will conclude in a century. If any of you still harbor doubts, feel free to inquire. Hongjun's smile faded as he addressed the assembly of mighty beings. Dare I ask, ancestor, how might one cultivate to achieve the status of a quasi-saint? At that moment, Laozi, seated in the front row, stood to respectfully pose his question. Upon hearing Laozi's inquiry, Hongjun turned his gaze towards him and spoke slowly, to transcend to the Deluo realm and attain quasi-sainthood. There exist 2 methods. The first method involves comprehending the laws of heaven and earth to break through the constraints of 1S realm. This path, while conferring immense strength upon those who succeed, is fraught with difficulty, and since the dawn of creation, few have managed to achieve it. Moreover, the challenges of attaining primordiality thereafter are beyond imagination. Only those of great will and exceptional fortune may succeed. The second method is far simpler. This method, known as the three corpses severing technique, allows one to sever the three corpses of virtue, malice, and obsession within oneself by using three innate spiritual treasures of the same origin, thereby achieving quasi-sainthood. Today, I shall impart this technique unto you. With a mere gesture, Hongjun invoked the laws of the universe, and as radiant purple light cascaded down, the attendees of the Zixiao Palace experienced a sudden clarity in their minds, grasping the essence of the three corpses severing technique. Upon comprehending this method, the assembly of mighty beings erupted into discussions. Most were venerable figures from the primordial era, possessing numerous spiritual treasures suitable for severing their three corpses and breaking through the constraints of quasi-sainthood. After countless millennia of stagnation, the barriers to their realms were finally lifted, and the mighty beings wore expressions of joy and rejuvenation. However, among them, the mighty being of the demon race, Dong Huang Tai Yi, bore a somber expression. Given Su Ming's formidable strength, he must have utilized the first method to achieve quasi-sainthood. Dong Huang Tai Yi muttered to himself, recalling their battle in the blood sea thousands of years prior. The memory of the wound inflicted by the god-slaying spear still lingering painfully on his right leg. Dare I ask, ancestor, are you aware of a cultivator named Su Ming in the primordial realm? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Dong Huang Tai Yi rose to inquire. Upon hearing his question, the 3,000 mighty beings in the Zixiao Palace furrowed their brows. The opportunity to pose questions to his saint was precious. Yet Dong Huang Tai Yi had chosen to ask an utterly irrelevant question. Who is Su Ming? I have never heard of him. Many wondered if Dong Huang Tai Yi had been scorched in the flames of the sun. To pose such a nonsensical question to the Tao ancestor. Among the assembly, only Di Jun understood Dong Huang Tai Yi's sentiments. For the two of them, Su Ming represented the source of their unstable Tao hearts, an impediment to their cultivation. As the assembly of mighty beings grumbled, Hongjun Tao ancestor spoke. I have known my friend Su Ming for a long time. We share a profound karmic bond. He made no effort to obscure the nature of his relationship with Su Ming. At this revelation, the powerful beings were taken aback. The esteemed Hongjun Tao ancestor referred to this obscure Su Ming as a friend. It was well known that none among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, nor any prominent figures in the primordial world, dared to address Hongjun as anything but ancestor. To be acknowledged as a peer by Hongjun signified that Su Ming possessed an extraordinary status, a being of ancient prowess capable of engaging in discourse with the Tao ancestor. Dare I ask, ancestor, what is the origin of this individual, and what is his cultivation level? Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression remained calm, seemingly unperturbed. The origins of my friend Su Ming are a secret I cannot disclose to you. As for his cultivation, when we first met during the Longhan calamity, he was already a quasi-saint. Considering the passage of time, he has likely entered the half-step primordial realm. As Hongjun spoke, his gaze fell, his expression neutral. Though his words were delivered in a tranquil tone, they sent shockwaves through the hearts of nearly all present. To think that within the primordial realms, apart from Hongjun, there existed such a powerful being. This individual had already reached the half-step primordial realm, and given time, would surely break through to full primordialhood, attaining the status of a saint. At that point, he would be the second saint in the primordial world, standing shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Hongjun Tao ancestor. Yet what puzzled the assembly was that, for countless millennia, apart from Di Jun and Dong Huang, not a single person among the 3,000 mighty beings had ever heard a whisper of Su Ming. Thus, the name of this enigmatic figure resonated like thunder in their minds, igniting their curiosity. This Su Ming has already reached the half-step primordial realm. Dong Huang Tai Yi clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, Di Jun wore a bitter smile. Not only was Su Ming of equal standing with Hongjun, but he had also achieved quasi-sainthood long before during the Longhan calamity, and now stood at the precipice of the half-step primordial realm. Poised to attain full sanctity, to defeat Su Ming would necessitate the use of the laws to prove one's own path, or else, at this moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi quietly resolved himself. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Zixiao Palace as he accelerated the evolution of the world within the cycle banner. Little did he know that his name had been invoked by Hong Jun, echoing throughout the primordial realms. As the saying goes, for countless years of arduous cultivation, none have inquired. Yet in a single day, the Zixiao Palace is renowned across the world. His illustrious name had already become well known throughout the primordial expanse. Countless mighty beings yearned to witness the grandeur of this legendary ancient figure. Time flowed swiftly, and yet another millennium passed. In the heart of Penglai Island, a black banner hung suspended in the void, its endless radiance swirling and pulsating with life. In the next instant, with a brilliant flash from the banner, a figure clad in black robes emerged. This figure was none other than Su Ming. The nether great thousand world had completed its fusion, and the second golden flower upon the Dao Shenlun had fully bloomed. Once the third golden flower blossoms, I shall attain sanctity and break through the primordial realm. Su Ming declared, his face alight with anticipation. Yes, he was within the cycle banner, aiding in the evolution of the great thousand world. 10,000 years had passed in the primordial realm. I wonder how my two disciples are faring now. Reflecting on the two disciples he had taken under his wing a millennium ago, Su Ming shook his head with a sigh. One was a comically foolish monkey wielding a massive axe, and the other, a darkly enchanting girl bearing a colossal hammer. These two foolish children were each more eccentric than the other. He could only wonder if they had diligently cultivated during his absence. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ming suddenly jolted, a chill running down his spine. Not good. He realized that after the cycle banner absorbed the chaos pearl, the chaotic aura that had once enveloped Penglai Island had long since dissipated. Consequently, the entire Penglai Island appeared as an unguarded treasure trove, exposed within the primordial realm, becoming a target for plunder by the mighty beings. Chapter 25. Children, your master has returned. Not good. During my secluded cultivation over this millennium, the chaotic aura of Penglai Island has vanished. It seems perilous. With urgency, Su Ming quickly summoned the divine ability to listen to all things, releasing a profound wave of magical energy that enveloped the entirety of Penglai Island. After sensing the state of the island, he furrowed his brows. The spiritual materials and treasures on the island had been almost entirely stripped bare, and even the spiritual veins had been largely shattered. What was once a paradise of hidden caves had now turned into scorched earth, with remnants of battles fought by mighty beings scattered throughout. Most concerning to Su Ming was that both of his disciples, Lu Er and Lian Er, appeared to have vanished without a trace. Su Ming's expression darkened as he channeled his magical essence, expanding the range of his listening ability. Soon, he detected the whereabouts of Lu Er and Lian Er, 1,000 miles away above the eastern sea. At that moment, the eastern sea was tumultuous, the skies ablaze with the brilliance of various divine abilities and magical treasures. An intense battle was underway. Lu Er and Lian Er found themselves besieged by a throng of cultivators, embroiled in a desperate struggle. Clad in battle armor, Lu Er exuded an aura of fierce determination, skillfully wielding the heavenly demon axe against his foes, each swing producing a whistling sound that split the air. Beside him, Lian Er, barely 3 feet tall and dressed in black robes, wore a wild expression. She swung her enormous breaking heaven hammer, roaring ferociously as she launched it toward the enemy, interspersed with fits of wicked laughter. However, she remained oblivious to the shadow that had materialized behind her in the void, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, poised to strike. This individual clearly intended to take advantage of her moment of inattention and launch a covert assault. "Be careful, junior sister," Lu Er exclaimed, his voice ringing out like thunder. He swiftly swung his axe, forcing the assailant to retreat. "How shameless you are, practitioners of the Purple Mansion, relying on your numbers to bully the few. Do you not feel any shame in trying to take advantage of my fellow disciples?" Lu Er, brandishing the celestial demon axe, taunted the several Tai practitioners surrounding them. These unwelcome guests were indeed disciples under the command of the Eastern King of Yingzhou Island's Purple Mansion. Long before, during the first sermon by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, This Eastern king had been bestowed the title of the foremost male immortal of the primeval world. Thereafter, he leveraged his esteemed title to recruit scattered practitioners throughout the primeval realm, establishing a formidable faction within the Purple Mansion. Now, as the Purple Mansion's influence grew, attracting myriad immortals, it subtly approached the power of the Demon Clan's heavenly court. This monkey-faced creature is exceedingly powerful. Even a single blow from his axe nearly shattered my soul. And that black-clad girl, despite her petite stature, possesses the peak strength of a Tai golden immortal. With astonishing combat prowess, the battle raged on. And the several Tai practitioners from the Purple Mansion found themselves in a grueling struggle against Liu Er and his sister, revealing their apprehensive expressions, their fighting spirit long extinguished. Ha! Senior brother, stop wasting time with them. Just smash them one by one. Liu Er's companion, Lian Er, her hair disheveled, her pale face alight with bloodlust and wild determination, let out a manic laugh, raising her heaven-splitting hammer to strike at the Purple Mansion practitioners. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a tremendous force surged from the void, sending Liu Er and Lian Er flying thousands of miles away. Mere children daring to stir trouble on the head of the Tai Sui. Accompanied by a disdainful snort, two formidable figures emerged from the void, one clad in a blue Taoist robe, the other in purple that a millennium ago. It was you who crushed my disciple, girl. The blue-robed practitioner waved his whisk, casting a cold gaze at Lian Er. And you, monkey-faced creature, cleave my beloved student in twain, leaving him without a complete corpse. The purple-robed practitioner brandished his 3-foot azure blade, seething with hatred. Today, you shall pay in blood for your transgressions. As his words echoed, the two practitioners unleashed their tremendous power, radiating a terrifying pressure that stirred the East Sea into tumultuous waves. They were none other than great Luo golden immortals. Liu Er and Lian Er gripped their treasures tightly, their faces etched with trepidation. During the millennia of Su Ming's seclusion, he and his sister Lian Er had trained diligently night and day, their powers now vastly superior. Yet, even with Liu Er's late-stage Tai golden immortal strength, he found himself outmatched against these great Luo golden immortal practitioners. Junior sister, with our current cultivation, we are no match for these two that you must leave. I will hold them off. Liu Er's expression turned stern as he spoke earnestly. No, Lian Er will not flee. She will fight to the bitter end. Lian Er clenched her hammer, her voice filled with defiance. Listen to me, junior sister. Master specifically instructed me to take good care of you before entering seclusion. I cannot disappoint him. I refuse to leave. If anyone is to go, it shall be you, junior sister. I implore you, depart quickly. Remember to deliver those spiritual materials and treasures to Master, and ask him to avenge me. Liu Er suddenly pushed Lian Er away, his voice resounding. Want to escape? Too late. Hand over your heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and perhaps I might spare your lives. The blue-robed Taoist waved his whisk with a cold sneer. Do not be too confident, for if my master were here, he would obliterate your very souls with a mere flick of his sleeve. Prepare yourselves, Liu Er declared, swinging his celestial demon axe, channeling unparalleled divine might as he charged at the two. Wah! Kill! I will hammer you to the ground. Lian Er roared in fury, raising her heaven-splitting hammer to follow suit. Such reckless youth! Very well, I shall extract your souls and light them as lanterns, leaving you in a state of neither life nor death. And let us see if your esteemed master can save you. The purple-robed Taoist grinned disdainfully, brandishing his 3-foot azure blade. Just as the blue and purple-robed practitioners prepared to strike, a profound pressure descended from the void, silencing the East Sea for countless miles? Oh, I shall see how you intend to make my two disciples wish for life and death. Accompanying this terrifying pressure, a powerful figure emerged from the void. Clad in a black ceremonial robe and holding a black banner, he stood unwavering against the wind, speaking with an unperturbed tone, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. This figure was none other than Su Ming, who had just emerged from seclusion, rushing over upon hearing the news. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of my Eastern King's Purple Mansion? State your name at once, sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from Su Ming. The blue and purple-robed Taoists displayed visible apprehension that in the mere moment their gazes met, they felt an unprecedented sense of deathly threat. Yet, bolstered by the might of the Yingzhou Purple Mansion, they maintained a facade of confidence. Su Ming replied in a deep voice. Su Ming, I have not heard of him. The blue and purple-robed practitioners exchanged glances, seemingly unaware of Su Ming's name. Wait, I remember now. The Eastern King mentioned before his seclusion that we should not provoke a Taoist named Su Ming. Could it be that this Su Ming is the very same? The blue-robed Taoist pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing how a rare look of fear surfaced on his brash face. You have destroyed my Taoist temple and still aspire to be the foremost male immortal? Could it be that this person is the Su Ming who referred to the Tao ancestor Hongjun as a fellow Taoist? The master of that monkey-faced creature and the black-clad girl is actually him. Such terror! The purple-robed Taoist's lips twitched involuntarily, and he instinctively retreated. At this moment, all fighting spirit drained from him, his soul trembling. Only now did he comprehend that the Su Ming before him was the very same Taoist mentioned by the Tao ancestor Hongjun thousands of years ago within the Purple Cloud's palace. He never imagined that this person would be the master of Lu Er and Lien Er standing right before him. Had he known this, he would have 1,000 times more courage, yet would never dare to offend. However, even if he wished to flee now, it was already too late. Enough of your prattling. Su Ming, disinterested in idle talk, gently waved his black banner. The 6 paths of power transformed into 6 colossal tendrils that swiftly ensnared the blue and purple-robed Taoists. Release me. Let go of me. The power of the 6 paths was terrifying. Even a great Luo golden immortal could not break free from the shackles of the reincarnation banner. Burn, Su Ming commanded, his thoughts directing boundless karmic flames to engulf the two. These flames were among the 2 most powerful of the 6 divine fires of the primeval world, one consuming the true essence of beings, annihilating their souls, and the other burning all that exists to ashes. Surrounded by these 2 divine fires, the blue and purple-robed Taoists had no time to even scream before their souls were obliterated. Their bodies were dragged into the reincarnation banner and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the remaining Tai golden immortal practitioners of the Purple Mansion were reduced to ashes by the blazing sun's golden flames. Name, Ziwu race. Innate purple bamboo cultivation. Early Great Luo golden immortal karmic debt. 350 million years. Name, Qing Xian race. Innate green bamboo cultivation. Mid-Great Luo golden immortal karmic debt. 430 million years before Su Ming. Even these 2 great Luo golden immortal practitioners offered no resistance, becoming mere sustenance for the realm of the reincarnation banner. After vanquishing the Purple Mansion practitioners, Su Ming's face remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The once tumultuous sea beneath his feet returned to its previous tranquility. With his current half-step primordial level cultivation, slaying a few great Luo golden immortal practitioners was as simple as crushing ants. Even when facing quasi-saint level practitioners, it merely required a bit more time. Master, it truly is you. Gazing upon the familiar figure, Lu Er's eyes glistened with tears. Even Lien Er, typically hard as iron, felt her eyes redden. In the millennia of your absence, you have endured much hardship. Su Ming turned to his 2 disciples, speaking solemnly. Before him, Lu Er and Lien Er, their robes stained with blood, had lost some of their youthful innocence. Bearing a semblance of the hardships they had faced, over the past millennia, they had weathered innumerable battles, honing their wills and fortitude, their cultivation now vastly improved. Lu Er had reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while Lien Er had attained the peak. Reflecting on this, Su Ming raised his hand slightly, summoning the 3 lights divine water to sprinkle upon his 2 disciples. Under the nurturing power of the first healing sacred medicine of the primeval world, the 3 lights divine water, the wounds on Lu Er and Lien Er healed at a visibly rapid pace. Disciple Lu Er and Lien Er pay respects to Master upon your emergence from seclusion. The 2 individuals spoke in unison, bowing deeply before Su Ming. Subsequently, Lu Er began to recount the events that had transpired during Su Ming's secluded meditation over the past 10 millennia, since Su Ming had subdued the fragmented Chaos Pearl. The chaotic energy on Penglai Island had lost its source and gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Lu Er and Lian Er had been preoccupied with their cultivation, initially indifferent to this development. However, as time passed, a crisis unknowingly approached them. Approximately 3,000 years ago, the forces of the Purple Mansion discovered Penglai Island above the Eastern Sea. Recognizing the island's abundant cultivation resources, the Purple Mansion cultivators flocked to it, eager to partake in its bounty. As Penglai Island was Su Ming's domain, his disciples, Lu Er and Lian Er, would naturally not permit outsiders to infringe upon it. Yet, faced with the relentless onslaught of enemies, Lu Er and Lian Er found themselves isolated and powerless, unable to withstand the assault. If this continued, they would only be left to await their doom. In desperation, they gritted their teeth and made the decision to gather all the heavenly materials and treasures from the island, destroying the spiritual veins and fleeing Penglai Island. However, the Purple Mansion cultivators remained relentless, issuing a bounty on Lu Er and Lian Er, intent on eradicating them. Over the years, my junior sister and I have slain numerous Purple Mansion cultivators, collecting a wealth of spoils. Look, Master, this inferior innate spiritual treasure, the Xianxing sword, was seized from one of our pursuers. Quite impressive, isn't it? Lu Er proclaimed with great pride. Master, I have something to say too. Over the years, I have also slain many Purple Mansion cultivators, 1,430 Xianxian, 230 Jingxian, and 58 Tai Jingxian. Seeing her senior brother actively take credit, Lian Er was not to be outdone, counting her achievements on her fingers. Su Ming, witnessing this, was momentarily speechless. In the face of the relentless pursuit by the myriad cultivators of the Purple Mansion, his two disciples not only showed no fear, but appeared to revel in the excitement, which was truly both amusing and exasperating. Enough, you both needn't say more. I shall take you to a splendid place. Su Ming smiled slightly and continued. Where to? Lu Er and Lian Er asked in unison. To the Purple Mansion continent. Su Ming spoke calmly. They have destroyed my domain and harmed my disciples. How can I let this go unpunished? Let us depart. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming transformed with his two disciples, vanishing like a streak of light. Meanwhile, on the Purple Mansion continent of Ingzhou Island, here spiritual birds flew and colorful clouds ascended, making it a rare paradise between heaven and earth. In the center of the island, countless pavilions and towers rose majestically. Within the grand hall of the Purple Mansion, the Eastern King, donned in a purple robe and holding a dragon-headed staff, sat majestically upon a cloud platform. Surrounded by the circulating aura of laws, he had recently severed 2 of his 3 corpses, breaking through to the late quasi-saint realm. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The ancestor is as eternal as the heavens. Equal to the sovereign of the world, beneath the platform, about 10 great Luo Jingxian cultivators bowed deeply, their faces filled with reverence. Splendid, splendid. Please rise. The Eastern King stroked his beard, his face beaming with satisfaction. After countless years of diligent effort, he had finally achieved his long-desired goal. Among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, apart from Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor, the Eastern King harbored the greatest ambition. He was the embodiment of the first ray of yang energy, belonging to the highest echelon of innate deities. Thousands of years ago, when the Purple Cloud Palace delivered its teachings, he was conferred the title of the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor Hongjun and gifted the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff. Since then, the Eastern King had soared to prominence, becoming a formidable figure commanding myriad cultivators in the Eastern Sea. In terms of strength, the Purple Mansion's power now surpassed even that of Emperor Jun's demon clan Heavenly Court. To date, the Eastern King had utilized his spiritual treasure to slay the good corpse, achieving the quasi-saint realm. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence, regarding all beneath the heavens as inconsequential, save for the Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, he could not foresee that a calamity was slowly approaching him. Chapter 27. This humble Taoist, having nothing to occupy my time, wishes to spar with you myriad cultivators of the Purple Mansion. Within the grand hall of the Purple Mansion on Ingzhou Island, the Eastern King sat high upon the cloud platform. This moment, the myriad cultivators of the Purple Mansion had gathered, like stars surrounding the moon, to congratulate him on his emergence from seclusion. After thousands of years of meditation, he had successfully severed 2 of his 3 corpses, directly elevating his cultivation to the late quasi-saint level. With his current strength, he was on par with the pinnacle powers of the primordial realm, such as the 3 pure ones in Yuhua, truly standing at the forefront of the current primordial world. The Eastern King had leveraged his quasi-saint strength and the title of foremost male immortal bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun to rise to prominence as the dominant figure in the Eastern Sea. Now, he was filled with ambition, having reached the pinnacle of his life, relishing in the grandeur of being surrounded by admirers. However, perfection is a fleeting illusion. This day, what gnawed at him was the regret of not seizing the golden futon representing the heavenly Tao's saintly position during the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. After the second round of teachings by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, he personally accepted disciples, granting 6 positions of saintly fruit. He also bestowed the foundational Hongjun Purple Qi upon his 6 disciples. These 6 individuals were the renowned innate deities of the primordial realm: Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Nuwa, Kunhe, and Jin. Although the Eastern King was envious of the saintly fruit positions, he did not dare to harbor any thoughts against these 6 ordained saints. Each of these individuals boasted immense strength and formidable backgrounds, especially now that they had entered the ranks of disciples under the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The mere Eastern King would not dare to covet them. No matter how arrogant he was, he still possessed this self-awareness. The Hongyun old ancestor had acquired a strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi and was still sequestered within Wuzhuang Temple, now that he had broken through to the late quasi-saint level. He only awaited Hongyun's emergence to seize him without hesitation. The Eastern King murmured to himself, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Presently, his mind was consumed with thoughts of obtaining that strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi from Hongyun. He could not comprehend how this Hongyun had stumbled upon such fortuitous luck, inadvertently receiving a strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi granted by the Tao ancestor after relinquishing his saintly position at the Purple Cloud Palace. However, little did he anticipate that this very strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi would bring him a calamity. A gentleman is innocent, yet possessing a gem brings guilt. Hongyun, bearing the Hongmeng Purple Qi, had instantly become a target for the myriad primordial powers. Choosing the softest targets first, Hongyun, though possessing quasi-saint strength, was merely a loose cultivator without any backing, standing alone and vulnerable. Compared to the ordained saints of the 3 pure ones in Yuhua, he was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Given the current situation, this strand of Hongmeng Purple Qi was akin to a death warrant for Hongyun. His only lifeline was his friend, the Earth immortal ancestor of Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi wielded the defensive treasure. The Earth Book, known as the premier defensive spiritual treasure of the primordial realm, impervious to anyone below the saint level. Now, to preserve his life, Hongyun had hidden himself within Xinyuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple, diligently comprehending the Hongmeng Purple Qi and refraining from any action. At this moment, the Eastern King was devising a plan to seize the Hongmeng Purple Qi from Hongyun. No, this cannot be. The elders Qing Xian and Zimu have been slain. Just then, a panicked cultivator rushed into the hall. Breathless and flustered, what? The Eastern King was taken aback. Standing up from his throne in shock, the look of disbelief crossed his usually impassive face, hardly able to trust his own ears. Qing Xian and Zimu, as esteemed elders of the Purple Mansion, were highly regarded. Both possessed innate spiritual roots and held the cultivation of great Luo Jingxian. In terms of both talent and power, they were among the elite of the myriad cultivators. These 2 had been utterly loyal to the Eastern King, accompanying him through countless campaigns and earning significant merits. They were truly the Eastern King's most trusted aides. Now, with the sudden news of their demise, the Eastern King found it hard to accept the reality, his heart filled with anger and confusion. Quickly, tell me, who is responsible for this? The Eastern King steadied his mind and asked in a deep tone. For years, he had been sequestered in his cave, completely unaware of the happenings outside. He could not fathom who would be audacious enough to openly slay the elders of the Purple Mansion. This was clearly a declaration of enmity against the myriad cultivators of the Purple Mansion. Boom! However, before the seated cultivator could provide an answer, a tremendous surge of divine power suddenly descended, violently tearing apart the entire defensive array of the Purple Mansion. Someone has breached my array. Within the hall, the expressions of the Eastern King and the other Purple Mansion deities shifted dramatically. Even though the Purple Mansion was a formidable force, someone had dared to invade, breaking through their seemingly impenetrable defenses. Realizing this, the mighty beings transformed into streaks of light, rushing out of the hall to ascertain who possessed such audacity. Who dares to trespass upon my Purple Mansion? Reveal yourself at once. Upon stepping outside the hall, the Eastern King was momentarily taken aback. Above him, dark clouds loomed ominously, obscuring the sky. Soon, as the clouds dispersed, a formidable figure clad in a black and gold robe emerged, exuding a powerful aura. This figure was a young Taoist with sharp brows and bright eyes, standing atop the clouds with his hands clasped behind him, his expression neutral, of great terror. Sensing an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure, the Eastern King quickly realized the truth. The intruder was undoubtedly a quasi-saint level powerhouse. However, what puzzled the Eastern King was that this formidable cultivator was someone he had never encountered before. Reflecting on this, the Eastern King could not help but feel bewildered. Since the transformation, he had roamed the primordial realm for millions of years, meeting many powerful beings. Yet he did not recognize this quasi-saint level figure before him. From the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from this individual, it is evident that the visitor is far from benevolent. Pray tell, who are you to dare trespass upon the domain of Zifu Island? State your name. The East Wang Gong, wielding a dragon-headed cane, pointed at the unwelcome guest with a voice steeped in authority. Su Ming, came the cold and indifferent reply from the stranger. Su Ming. That name strikes a familiar chord, as if I have heard it before. East Wang Gong was momentarily taken aback, rapidly sifting through his thoughts for any information pertaining to this name. After a brief moment, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. So Ming. He recalled hearing the name mentioned by Hong Jundao Zhu during his time at Zhixiao Palace. I could see that moment. All 3,000 formidable beings in Zhixiao Palace, including himself, regarded this name with profound reverence. It is crucial to note that in the vast expanse of the current Hongwang world, only a handful of powerful entities could claim the honor of being addressed as a peer by Hong Jundao Zhu. East Wang Gong could scarcely fathom that the enigmatic figure before him, clad in black, was indeed the ancient quasi-saint, Su Ming Dao Run, spoken of by Hong Jundao Zhu. With this thought, East Wang Gong's heart sank. Despite racking his brain, he could not discern what offense he had committed to provoke such an unapproachable existence. Ah, it is indeed you, Dao friend Su Ming. A pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I wonder what brings you to our humble abode today. I happen to have some exquisite 1,000-year-old celestial tea. If you do not mind, why not join me in my cave for a leisurely chat over tea? East Wang Gong, a seasoned player in the game of power, expertly shifted his demeanor with a rapidity that could rival the turning of a page. Recognizing the formidable nature of his visitor, he instantly lowered his tone, donning a facade of respect and humility. There is no need for formality. Dao friend, I have come today simply to engage in a friendly exchange of insights and, incidentally, to flatten this Yingzhou island and eliminate all your Zifu myriad immortals. Su Ming replied, his downcast eyes lifting slightly as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, the moment those words left his lips. Though his tone remained calm, it sent shockwaves of astonishment through the hearts of all present. The mighty beings gathered there. What did you say? East Wang Gong gasped, his expression changing dramatically in the wake of shock. Chapter 28. I shall establish my authority, and I trust you won't mind? Facing Su Ming, East Wang Gong's countenance betrayed an unmistakable trepidation. In his recollection, he had never met this Su Ming Dao Run, nor had he incurred any enmity. Yet upon their first encounter, he realized that hearing of someone was vastly different from meeting them face to face. The audacity of this individual, threatening to annihilate his Zifu myriad immortals at the first provocation, was an affront that stripped him of his dignity in front of other powerful beings. It is well known that East Gong had basked in the adoration of many in the Hongwang realm, buoyed by the prestige of being the foremost male immortal, and had grown accustomed to a sense of superiority. Now, publicly humiliated in such a manner, how could he possibly refrain from feeling furious? Ha ha, you jest, Dao friend. We are strangers to one another, with no past grievances or recent animosities. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. East Gong, suppressing the fury boiling within him, forced a smile that failed to mask his irritation. East Gong was a man who prized his reputation and thrived on accomplishments. Su Ming's brazen provocation in front of the myriad immortals of Zifu had clearly undermined his stature, leaving him exceedingly displeased. Were it anyone else, East Gong would have struck them down with his cane without hesitation. However, in the realm of Hongwang, strength reigned supreme. Faced with such a formidable opponent as Su Ming, East Gong had no choice but to stifle his anger and engage in diplomatic maneuvering. Misunderstanding. A millennium ago, you turned a blind eye as Zifu cultivators destroyed my Taoist temple and injured 2 of my disciples. I have come today to settle this grievance. Su Ming continued, his demeanor unfazed. What? Such a thing occurred. How was I unaware of this? East Gong's brow furrowed upon hearing the accusation. In his confusion, he began to calculate with his fingers, and his expression shifted. It dawned on him that during his recent seclusion, his disciples had rashly invaded Penglai Island, thus bringing this calamity upon himself. Upon grasping the truth, East Gong felt an urge to curse. He longed to personally eliminate those 2, Zhai Wuzhong and Qing Xian. Before his retreat into seclusion, he had warned them to avoid provoking Su Ming, yet now they had carelessly stirred up a disaster, deserving of their fate. However, despite East Gong's mounting regret, he could not alter the reality that had transpired. What weighed heavily on his mind now was how to quell this situation. Should he concede to Su Ming, he would lose all face before the myriad immortals of Zifu and risk losing their loyalty. Conversely, if he were to confront Su Ming directly, given the latter's unfathomable power, he would not only gain nothing, but might also jeopardize the entire Zifu faction. After much contemplation, East Gong could find no viable solution. He was caught between a rock and a hard place, ensnared in a predicament of his own making. Dao friend, please do not be enraged. This is entirely my fault. I have been lax in my governance of my subordinates, and they have offended your 2 disciples. I implore you to extend your magnanimity. Currently, your 2 esteemed disciples have only sustained minor injuries, and you have also slain 2 of my elders. Let us consider this matter settled. East Gong spoke, deliberately gesturing with his dragon-headed cane. It is worth noting that this dragon-headed cane was a precious innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by Hong Jundao Zhu during his time at Zhixiao Palace. Not only was this treasure of considerable caliber, but its significance was equally extraordinary. It served as tangible proof of the honor bestowed upon him as the foremost male immortal by the Dao Zhu himself. In the eyes of all male immortals in Hongwang, whether they were ordinary loose cultivators or innate powerhouses, encountering this treasure was akin to standing before the Dao Zhu, among the powerful beings of Hongwang. Even the likes of the 3 pure ones would not dare to disregard East Gong. By revealing this treasure, East Gong aimed to leverage the sanctity of Hong Jundao Zhu's name as a deterrent against Su Ming. Indeed, it is fortunate that my 2 disciples suffered no grave harm. Had they incurred serious injuries, I would have already laid waste to your Zifu island and brought ruin upon your myriad immortals. Su Ming declared, a formidable aura of half-step Hunyuan emanating from him. The entire Yingzhou island trembled, its very foundation shaken. Among the myriad immortals of Zifu, the cultivators of lower rank were unable to withstand this terrifying pressure and were reduced to nothingness before they could even scream. Very well. You, Su Ming Dao Run, who disregards reason. East Gong's ire ignited upon witnessing the devastation. Despite his attempts to reason with Su Ming, the latter not only refused to show respect, but continued to escalate matters further. Even the most patient of individuals, East Gong, could no longer contain his indignation. This is intolerable. I initially regarded you as an esteemed elder, yet it now appears you are merely an arrogant and shameless old fool. Since you insist on confrontation, I shall oblige you. With that, East Gong unleashed his own quasi-saint level power, a formidable aura erupting forth. The air crackled as the very landscape was swept up in a tempest of dust and debris. Battle! East Gong bellowed, brandishing his dragon-headed cane, infused with the primal essence of innate yang, charging its Su Ming with ferocity. Battle! 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 Simultaneously, the myriad immortals of Zifu sprang into action, transforming into streaks of light to join the fray. I shall see just how capable you are of annihilating my myriad immortals of Zifu, East Gong declared, his voice resonating with determination. Previously, he had hesitated to confront Su Ming due to the latter's unique standing and his close ties to Hong Jun Daozu. However, this did not imply that East Gong was a pushover. Let us not forget that in addition to his own quasi-saint cultivation, he commanded the support of the myriad immortals of Zifu. With over 20 elite Deluo Jingxian and an innumerable array of Tai E Jingxian and Jingxian cultivators at his disposal, East Gong believed he could face Su Ming, a half-step Hunyuan powerhouse. With confidence. Good. For countless millennia, I, Su Ming, have devoted myself to cultivation, shunning worldly affairs. Today, I shall use your myriad immortals of Zifu to establish my name. Let the entire Hongwang world come to know of my renown. Su Ming replied with a slight smile, his voice deep and resonant. In truth, his purpose for creating a disturbance in Zifu was not solely to avenge his two disciples. He harbored an even greater objective. The reincarnation banner had fully evolved within the underworld's vast realm. 2 of the 9 golden lotuses within the earthly Tao Divine wheel had completely blossomed. This signified that Su Ming was but a step away from attaining sainthood. Moving forward, he needed to consider how to establish his authority in the Hongwang world, to announce his presence. With Hong Jun's teachings now concluded, and the calamity of the Wu and Yao soon to unfold, the emergence of the innate human race alongside the heavenly Tao saints would herald a significant shift in the Hongwang landscape. At present, East Gong's Zifu faction was the perfect opportunity for Su Ming to assert his dominance. Moreover, it is worth noting that at the precise moment the second golden lotus within Su Ming's earthly Tao Divine wheel fully bloomed, he also acquired a new divine ability. This ability granted him the power to assist the true spirits within the reincarnation banner's underworld realm in reconstructing their physical forms, enabling them to fight alongside him. By a stroke of fortune, Su Ming had longed for an opportunity to test this newfound power, and today he would use the myriad immortals of Zifu as his trial run. Chapter 29. The Gates of Hell Open. 129,600 Ghost Generals. Since East Gong wishes to witness my prowess, allow me to enlighten you today, Su Ming proclaimed, shaking the reincarnation banner gently in his grasp. Boom! With a resounding crash, the heavens and earth warped, plunging into darkness as the sun and moon were blotted out. A tide of ominous black energy surged from all directions, engulfing the surroundings. After the passage of half an incense stick's worth of time, the black fog receded. Before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd stood an immense, towering black gate. Surrounding it was a ghastly white mist, intermittently pierced by chilling wails. This ancient and magnificent black gate, adorned with primal Tao patterns, emanated an aura of boundless laws, shrouded in mystery. What kind of divine ability is this? Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the gate, East Gong's pupils constricted. Instinct screaming for survival warned him that what lay beyond this door was something unfathomably terrifying. It is not surprising that Dong Gong is taken aback. Before him, the enormous gate summoned by Su Ming is none other than the manifestation of the ghost gate of the underworld. Not long ago, after the fusion of the reincarnation banner and the vast underworld was completed, the second golden lotus among the 9 on the divine wheel of the underworld had fully blossomed. At the same time, Su Ming acquired a new divine ability, the art of summoning spirits from the underworld. In simpler terms, This technique utilizes the power of reincarnation to assist the true spirits within the reincarnation banner and the underworld in reshaping their physical forms, commanding them to fight alongside him. Given the immense power of this divine ability, Su Ming has yet to employ it, but today seems perfect for testing it against the myriad immortals of the Purple Mansion. From the depths of past evils and sins, the Ghost Gate opens upon death, urgently, as if by decree. Command. Su Ming formed a seal with one hand, reciting incantations, unleashing his magical power. Suddenly, a surge of black light erupted from the reincarnation banner in his hand. Rustling in the wind. Boom! Following a thunderous sound, that great gate in the void swung wide open. Accompanied by terrifying howls, powerful figures began to emerge slowly from the gate. Upon seeing the faces of these figures, all the myriad immortals of the Purple Mansion, including Dong Wang Gong, gasped in astonishment. Among these figures were the Primal Demon Clan, with blue faces and sharp fangs, surrounded by demonic aura. There were the Dragon Clan, crowned with dragon horns and enveloped by the laws of water. There were the Phoenix Clan, draped in colorful feathers and surrounded by indestructible laws, and the Qilin Clan, clad in scales and armor, encompassed by the laws of the 5 elements. This is the ancient primordial 3 clans. Dong Wang Gong, in shock, could hardly believe his eyes. The powerful figures before him were, astonishingly, the legendary ancient demon clan and primordial 3 clans that perished during the calamity of Longhan. What chilled Dong Wang Gong to the bone was spotting 2 familiar figures, once thought dead, on either side of him. To his left stood a middle-aged Taoist in a purple robe, wielding a whisk, while to his right was a young Taoist in blue, holding a 3-foot green peak. How could this be possible? Recognizing those 2 figures, Dong Wang Gong's hair stood on end, despite his usual cunning and eloquence. He found himself at a loss for words in his shock. You were supposed to be dead. The 2 individuals before him were none other than the elders of the Purple Mansion, Ziwu and Qing Xian, who had perished at Su Ming's hands not long ago. In his terror, Dong Wang Gong was filled with confusion, as an esteemed figure in the primordial realm, well-versed in various divine abilities and techniques. He believed himself familiar with the sinister arts that manipulate souls and the dead. However, the peculiar state of Qing Xian and Ziwu far exceeded Dong Wang Gong's comprehension. They appeared to possess flesh and blood, yet were not living beings. They seemed ethereal and ghostly, yet were not mere corpses. While the myriad immortals of the Purple Mansion were in a state of bewilderment, Su Ming murmured to himself, "With my current magical power, I can summon a total of 129,600 ghost generals, aligning with the numbers of heaven and earth." In the void, holding the reincarnation banner, Su Ming summoned forth these beings that resembled neither humans nor ghosts, as they were the ghost generals he had summoned from the underworld using his new divine ability. These ghostly figures were formed from the souls he had collected during his travels in the primordial realm, now transformed within the reincarnation banner. Originally, the souls contained within the reincarnation banner had no physical forms or magical power, their strength merely a fraction of what they had in life, rendering them exceedingly fragile. For Su Ming, these souls had little utility beyond cleansing karmic debts and transforming into merits within the banner. However, since Su Ming completed the evolution of the vast underworld and the second golden lotus on the divine wheel of the underworld fully blossomed, the situation had changed. The once silent underworld now held a glimmer of vitality. The wandering souls and spirits within the underworld had entered a state of profound existence, neither truly alive nor dead, influenced by this newfound vitality. Simply put, these souls had become the first batch of living beings within the vast underworld. They represented the underworld tribe, residing within this realm. Simultaneously, Su Ming had gained the ability to reshape the physical forms of these beings using the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Consequently, countless ghost soldiers and generals emerged from the underworld. The 129,600 ghost generals before him were the most powerful among the underworld tribe. Ghost generals of the heavens, heed my command. Annihilate all cultivators of the Purple Mansion, leaving not a blade of grass on Yingzhou Island. Su Ming issued his command with a fierce shout. Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, the 129,600 ghost generals that emerged from the Ghost Gate responded in unison. With boundless killing intent, they surged forth to slaughter the myriad immortals of the Purple Mansion. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Ming's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Most of these ghost generals were ancient powerhouses who had fallen during the final battle of the Long Han Calamity. Among them were some of the most renowned and formidable figures from the Three Clans and the Demon Clan. I am Lin Wu of the Qilin Clan. Who dares to challenge me? I am Feng Jiao of the Phoenix Clan. Do you mere youngsters dare to oppose me? Come forth and meet your demise. I, Tian Bo Sun, have suffered in the underworld for eons, subjected to the torment of karmic flames. Today, I shall finally see the light of day and unleash a massacre. Faced with the overwhelming tide of ghost generals pouring forth from the Ghost Gate, the cultivators of the Purple Mansion trembled in fear. Their fighting spirit extinguished. In truth, when it came to sheer numbers, Su Ming's side was not at an advantage. Dong Wanggong's forces, the so-called myriad immortals, were merely an illusion that in reality, their numbers conservatively exceeded 10 million. Yet, even with such a vast force, they were crushed like chaff before the elite ghost generals under Su Ming's command. Amidst the chaos, Dong Wanggong wore a grim expression. The situation had grown perilous for him. The once formidable myriad immortals of the Purple Mansion were now scattered, with many dead or fleeing, leaving barely a fraction remaining. The numerical advantage had swiftly morphed into a disadvantage. If this continued, the Purple Mansion would undoubtedly face annihilation. He looked up at Su Ming in the void, gripping his dragon-headed staff tightly. Dong Wanggong, ever the strategist, had already devised a plan to turn the tide. To capture the leader first, if he could slay Su Ming, the vast army of the underworld would shatter without resistance. With this thought, Dong Wanggong's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Chapter 30, Lian Air, Dong Wanggong is dead. Where shall we go next to loot? On Yingzhou Island, countless divine abilities and spells illuminated the sky. The immense waves of battle surged and crashed in succession. Just as the myriad ghost generals were overwhelming the Purple Mansion's cultivators, a powerful figure suddenly appeared behind Su Ming. This figure radiated blazing solar energy, revealing the pressure of a late-stage quasi-saint. It was none other than Dong Wanggong, who sought to take advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack on Su Ming. Faced with the powerful ghost generals, the cultivators of the Purple Mansion stood no chance. Crumbling at the first touch, witnessing the battlefield's dire state, Dong Wanggong felt a pang of despair. Realizing his time was running out, he understood that the day the ghost army eliminated all the cultivators of the Purple Mansion would herald his own demise. Watching his painstaking efforts over millions of years dissipate into nothingness, Dong Wanggong felt an unwillingness to accept it. In his desperation, the usually cautious Dong Wanggong decided to take a gamble. He resolved to launch a surprise attack on Su Ming amidst the chaos, aiming to strike him down before he could react. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The instant Dong Wanggong revealed himself, he wasted no time, seizing his dragon-headed staff and unleashing boundless primordial solar energy towards Su Ming's crown. Boom! Accompanied by a flash of crimson light, Dong Wanggong's strike landed fiercely on Su Ming. Following a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, the terrifying force of primordial solar energy unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending dust and debris flying for millions of miles. I've succeeded. Seeing this, Dong Wanggong's heart soared with joy. He eagerly awaited the dust to settle, anticipating Su Ming's figure to reappear before him. However, when the dust cleared, the smile on Dong Wanggong's face froze. Despite his late-stage quasi-saint strength, his primordial energy, and millennia of cultivation fueling this strike, Su Ming appeared completely unharmed. How is this possible? In shock, Dong Wanggong's jaw dropped. He could hardly fathom that his full-powered strike with the finest primordial treasure, the dragon-headed staff, failed to inflict any harm on Su Ming. In his astonishment, Dong Wanggong finally noticed a crimson lotus platform slowly materializing beneath Su Ming's feet. This is the supreme primordial treasure, the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. As an ancient powerhouse, Dong Wang Gong was no stranger to the four great primordial lotuses. The karmic fire red lotus is an exceptional defensive treasure. Once summoned, it renders the user invincible. Realizing the situation, Dong Wang Gong finally understood. And oh wonder, his finest primordial treasure could not breach Su Ming's defenses. It turns out that not only was Su Ming's cultivation exceptionally high, but he also possessed a supreme primordial treasure. Now, do you comprehend the vast chasm that separates us? Faced with the dumbfounded Dong Wang Gong, Su Ming smiled faintly and beckoned with his hand. In an instant, a resplendent aura enveloped him. The brilliance was so intense it nearly blinded Dong Wang Gong. This is the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner. This is the Xian Yuan Water Control Banner. This is the Li Di Flame Light Banner. This is the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. This is the innate treasure, the God-slaying spear. Recognizing the supreme treasures appearing before him one after another, Dong Wang Gong gasped in awe. He had initially believed that the gap between him and Su Ming was not significant, in terms of cultivation. He was a late-stage quasi-saint, on par with Su Ming's strength, in terms of lineage. He was transformed from the primordial first ray of solar energy, considering himself among the elite of the primordial realm. In terms of treasures, he possessed the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff. Personally bestowed by the Tao ancestor, in the current primordial world, he considered himself on par with anyone. Yet it was only now that he realized the folly of his belief, and how utterly mistaken he was. Before him, Su Ming bore spiritual treasures that, when casually displayed, eclipsed even the finest innate artifacts. There were even formidable items like the Reincarnation Banner and the God-slaying spear, rivaling innate supreme treasures. The tide had turned, and the mandate of heaven had abandoned him. With clarity dawning upon him, Dong Wang Gong let out a deep sigh and lowered the dragon-headed staff he had held aloft. The disparity between his strength and Su Ming's was insurmountable, compelling him to surrender. For him, this gap felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, utterly irreparable. At that moment, he accepted the harsh reality. Not only did he lack the means to prevail, but even figures like the three Pure Ones and Yuhua, who stood at quasi-saint levels, would find no hope of victory against Su Ming. With this realization, Dong Wang Gong deflated like a puncture balloon, shedding his earlier arrogance and becoming enveloped in a dimming aura, devoid of any fighting spirit. It was over. Faced with the defeated Dong Wang Gong, Su Ming wasted no time and thrust the God-slaying spear forward. Boom! In an instant, the spear, imbued with boundless killing intent, pierced through Dong Wang Gong's body. In his final moments, Dong Wang Gong struggled to comprehend how, as a quasi-saint, he could be so vastly outmatched by Su Ming. Countless millennia of hard work evaporated in the blink of an eye. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. With a mournful wail, Dong Wang Gong's immense cultivation was reduced to nothingness, even as a once mighty, innate deity. He fell into obscurity. Following Dong Wang Gong's demise, Su Ming waved the Reincarnation Banner, invoking the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 forces transformed into enormous tendrils, ensnaring Dong Wang Gong's corpse and dragging it into the space within the banner. Name: Dong Wang Gong race. Innate Yang Qi cultivation. Late quasi-saint karmic debt. 538,300,000,000 years after slaying Dong Wang Gong, Su Ming reaped significant rewards. The karmic debt of a late quasi-saint was a staggering 100 times that of a great Luo golden immortal. It was worth noting that Dong Wang Gong was the very first quasi-saint level being Su Ming had vanquished since his own enlightenment. Additionally, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, fell into Su Ming's possession as a trophy. Calmly stowing away Dong Wang Gong's remains, Su Ming maintained an expression of indifference. With his current strength, dealing with a quasi-saint level being required little more than the use of few treasures. It was crucial to remember that Dong Wang Gong had attained quasi-saint status through the method of severing the 3 corpses passed down by the Tao ancestor, Hong Jun. His abilities could not possibly be compared to Su Ming, who had achieved enlightenment through establishing the path of reincarnation, let alone that Dong Wang Gong possessed only one exquisite innate spiritual treasure, Even if he had defenses like the heavenly cloud of the 10,000 realms or the earthly yellow Ling Long Tower, he would still be unable to escape the fate of demise at Su Ming's hands that in fact, according to the trends of the primordial world, even if Su Ming had not intervened, Dong Wang Gong would soon meet his end at the hands of the demon race's mighty Emperor Jun. The Eastern Sovereign, Dong Wang Gong, has fallen, a great terror. If I do not flee now, when shall I? As Dong Wang Gong perished, the Zifu cultivators, who had been resisting fiercely on the battlefield, began to abandon their struggle and flee in disarray. Should they delay even a moment longer, they risked not only death at Su Ming's hands, but also becoming the souls claimed by the 10,000-year-long ghost generals. At this moment, Su Ming formed a hand seal. His thoughts shifting, and he retracted his divine powers. Boom! The ominous gate of ghostly energy in the void abruptly closed. As the gate to the netherworld shut, the 12,960 ghost generals, who had been battling on the battlefield, vanished without a trace. Moments later, the stench of blood dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. What a spectacular display of power! My master is indeed formidable, terrifyingly so. That old rascal Dong Wang Gong was no match for my master in a single exchange. At the same time, the figures of 6 Ears and Lian Air reappeared beside Su Ming. The brother and sister duo sang praises for their master without end. Master, who shall we rob next? The demon race's heavenly court or the Panga Hall of the Witches on Mount Buzhou? Lian Air, clearly still eager for battle, suddenly changed her tone, excitedly waving her heavenly breaking hammer. Chapter 31. The apprehension of a primordial powerhouse shortly after Su Ming subdued Yingzhou Island and annihilated the Zifu lineage. News of Dong Wang Gong's fall spread rapidly across the primordial realm. Upon hearing the news, many venerable figures in the primordial world were struck with shock. It should be noted that Dong Wang Gong was the Tao ancestors' appointed leader of the male immortals, a renowned ancient power. Regardless of his cultivation and backing among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he was among the elite. Furthermore, he had dominated the Eastern Sea for many years, gathering countless wandering cultivators under his Zifu banner. In terms of strength, he was on par with the Eastern Sovereign Emperor Jun of the demon race and the 12 ancestral witches of Mount Buzhou. Yet, despite the formidable might of the Zifu lineage, they ultimately fell to Su Ming's singular power. This incident could not help but cause many primordial powerhouses to feel a sense of shame. Meanwhile, on the Sun Star, within the Great Sun Divine Palace, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Sovereignty gazed down upon the primordial world with grim expressions, since their return from the preaching of the Purple Cloud Palace thousands of years ago. The two had been recuperating and refining their skills atop the Fusong tree. Among the brothers, the elder, Emperor Jun, had severed 2 of his 3 corpses and reached the quasi-saint level. In contrast, the younger brother, Eastern Sovereignty, remained at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, seemingly without any intention of severing his corpses. The Zifu lineage and my heavenly court have never been on good terms. Now that he has been eliminated by Su Ming, we have removed a significant obstacle. Emperor Jun spoke in a deep tone, his gaze intense. For thousands of years, the Zifu lineage had been at odds with the demon race's heavenly court. Dong Wang Gong, confident in his title as the Tao ancestors' appointed leader of the male immortals, had arrogantly disregarded even Emperor Jun among the myriad immortals under his banner, aside from a few who had transformed through spiritual roots. Most were demon cultivators adorned with fur and horns. Emperor Jun, having founded the demon race's heavenly court, aimed to unify the primordial demon race, contend against the witch race, and seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The existence of the Zifu was like a colossal hindrance to the heavenly court, and Emperor Jun yearned to eliminate it. Now that Dong Wang Gong has fallen, the Zifu lineage has vanished, which is undoubtedly good news for the heavenly court. Thus, once we annihilate the remaining demon forces of the Zifu, we can incorporate them into our heavenly court, strengthening our power once more. In due time. Extinguishing the witch race and seizing the fortune of heaven and earth will not be a difficult task. However, just as Emperor Jun envisioned the future, Eastern Sovereignty furrowed his brow, seemingly preoccupied with something. Tai, what troubles you? Upon noticing, Emperor Jun inquired with concern. What you said is true, brother, the fall of Dong Wang Gong and the Zifu lineage is indeed a great boon for our demon race's heavenly court. But have you considered that Dong Wang Gong was also a quasi-saint level powerhouse with profound roots? How could he so easily perish at the hands of that Su Ming? Eastern sovereignty shifted the conversation. Deep in thought. What is there to find strange in that? Was it not stated by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun during the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace that Su Ming had already achieved quasi-sainthood during the Dragon Han calamity and has now stepped into the realm of half-step primordial? With his strength, eliminating a mere Dong Wang Gong is but a trifling matter. Unlike Eastern sovereignty, Emperor Jun appeared unfazed by the matter. Do you recall, brother, that during the second teachings of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, it was mentioned that there are two paths for a cultivator to achieve quasi-sainthood. One is through severing the three corpses, while the other is through the path of law. The strength of a cultivator who achieves quasi-saint through the path of law is evidently superior to that of one who severs the three corpses. It is essential to recognize that Dong Wang Gong was a late quasi-saint who had severed two corpses, commanding the multitude of immortals under the Zifu. Yet he was still no match for Su Ming, who had attained enlightenment through understanding the laws. Before Eastern sovereignty could finish, Emperor Jun immediately grasped the implications of his words. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, I too wish to follow in Su Ming's footsteps, abandoning the path of severing the three corpses in favor of the path of law. Eastern sovereignty nodded, speaking with a resolute tone, but the Tao ancestor has said that the path of law is exceedingly difficult, requiring immense willpower and fortuitous opportunities to succeed. Are you truly prepared for this? Emperor Jun countered without hesitation. I have made up my mind. Brother, you have already severed two corpses, and once you acquire the primordial purple energy from the hand of Hong Yun, you will be able to attain the path of sanctification. Meanwhile, I shall carve my own path by pursuing the way of law, waiting for the moment when the demon race's heavenly court triumphs over the witch race and seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. That will be the time for us brothers to achieve enlightenment. With determination in his voice, Eastern sovereignty spoke fervently. Simultaneously, in the primordial world, atop Kunlun Mountain, within the Three Pure Ones Hall, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian sat elevated upon a cloud platform. Now, the three brothers had all surpassed the quasi-saint realm. They were currently delving into the primordial purple energy while keeping a close eye on the shifting dynamics of the primordial world. Su Ming, indeed, lives up to his reputation. Even the late quasi-saint Dong Wang Gong of the Zifu lineage stands no chance against him. The venerable Laozi cast his gaze towards the eastern sea, stroking his beard in contemplation as he spoke. In days of yore, during the time of enlightenment at the Purple Cloud's Palace, the primordial ancestor Hong Jun made special mention of this individual that moment. I believe him to be merely a reclusive powerhouse, indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet, it seems this person harbors ambitions akin to those of the demon and shaman tribes, seeking dominion over the heavens and the earth. Beside him, the Yuan Shi Tianzuan spoke with an air of arrogance. How intriguing! It is said that Su Ming has leveled the forces of the Purple Mansion not only to establish his authority in the primordial world, but also to avenge his two disciples. This indicates that he is indeed a fiercely protective individual. His character resembles that of my own second brother, who is known for his protectiveness. The youngest among the three pure ones, Tong Tian, jested, You exhibit a lack of respect. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression shifted, casting a sidelong glance at Tong Tian, too weary to engage further. Nevertheless, it must be said that the strength of this Su Ming Taoist is formidable. Even the late-stage strength of the Eastern King cannot match him in a single clash. It is rumored that during this battle, Su Ming Taoist unleashed an unprecedented divine power, summoning the innate three clans and the formidable beings of the demon race who perished during the great catastrophe of Long Han to aid him in battle. In my view, Su Ming Taoist possesses celestial powers that are unfathomable. Even if the three pure ones were to join forces, we might not stand a chance against him alone. As Tong Tian's voice fell, both Laozi and Yuan Shi were plunged into silence, present. The three pure ones have ascended to the quasi-saint realm through the method of severing three corpses, rendering them unmatched in the primordial realm beneath the Tao ancestor. Yet, the battle displayed by Su Ming in quelling the forces of the Purple Mansion far exceeded everyone's expectations. In the face of Su Ming, even the lofty Three Pure Ones, with their prestigious lineage, felt a sense of precariousness. Chapter 32. Our Yumming sect is clearly a legitimate sect. Why, dear brother, your words are misguided. Su Ming Daoist achieved the quasi-saint level during the great catastrophe of Long Han and shares a deep bond with the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Thus, his standing and strength far surpass ours. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned at Tong Tian, evidently disapproving of his earlier remarks. Brother, you may be unaware, but it is said that Su Ming Daoist's origins stem from an unremarkable tiger demon. Yet, within just a few gatherings, he ascended to the pinnacle of Semi-Hunyuan. This suggests he must have encountered a significant opportunity to achieve such remarkable advancement in such a short time. Tong Tian cast a glance at Yuan Shi. Speaking earnestly, enough. Let us cease this dispute, my worthy brothers. All that is perceived is but an illusion. The primordial ancestor has stated that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Now we, the Three Pure Ones, have no ties with Su Ming Daoist. Rather than incessantly debating him, it is better to focus on comprehending the primordial purple qi and strive to enter the realm of Hunyuan's saints as soon as possible. Laozi interjected, halting the quarrel between Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. What you say is indeed wise, and we shall heed it. Upon hearing their elder brother speak, the younger siblings could only relent, exchanging glances of annoyance before continuing to introspect on the primordial purple qi. The once tranquil primordial world is now rife with conflict and strife. It seems a change is imminent. Laozi gazed skyward, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on Yingzhou Island, Su Ming and his disciples were tallying their spoils. After slaying the Eastern King, Lu Er and Lian Er swiftly located the treasure trove within the Eastern King's cave, yielding considerable rewards. Among the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the most noteworthy discovery was the Huangzhong Li, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. It is said that this tree blooms once per gathering, bears fruit once per gathering, matures once per gathering, and can be consumed only once per gathering. Its flowers resemble lotus blossoms, while its fruits resemble beads. Both flowers and fruits bear the inscription Huangzhong. The fruits of this tree possess miraculous effects, capable of enhancing a cultivator's prowess and purging impurities from their bloodline. For Su Ming, the acquisition of the Huangzhong Li is indeed a fortuitous find. As for the remaining treasures in the Eastern King's vault, most were inconsequential artifacts, unworthy of Su Ming's attention. He allocated these cultivation resources as rewards for Lu Er and Lian Er, a fitting recompense for their tribulations over the millennia while being pursued by the cultivators of the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, he meticulously collected the corpses of the deceased cultivators on the island, sparing none, and devoted 100 years to refining the shattered artifacts left behind by the fallen cultivators of the Purple Mansion. Crafting 2 pieces of merit spiritual treasures. One was the innate merit spiritual treasure, the black gold battle armor, and the other was the innate merit spiritual treasure, the black lotus palace attire. These 2 treasures were specifically created by Su Ming to serve as protective gear for his 2 disciples. Each of these artifacts was infused with the source powers of Lu Er and Lian Er, enhancing not only their defenses but also their cultivation speed, exhibiting extraordinary efficacy. With these treasures in hand, both Lu Er and Lian Er were overjoyed. Master, who shall we rob next? It is said that the Western Kunlun's mother of the West possesses numerous spiritual treasures. Lian Er's hammer, is already itching for action. Lu Er and Lian Er eagerly surrounded Su Ming, brimming with anticipation. Observing the excitement of his 2 disciples, Su Ming was momentarily speechless. He mused that their bloodthirstiness was excessive. They were quick to resort to violence and theft, lacking the demeanor of disciples from a prestigious sect. What nonsensical talk are you 2 uttering? My Yumming sect is a legitimate sect. How could we engage in such despicable acts of robbery and plunder? Su Ming furrowed his brow, scolding them in indignation. A legitimate sect. Lu Er and Lian Er exchanged glances, pondering whether their master had a misunderstanding of the term legitimate. Can a legitimate sect annihilate the entire lineage of the Eastern King of the Purple Mansion simply because two disciples sustained minor injuries? Can a legitimate sect devise the art of summoning spirits to command the ancient innate 3 clans and 12,600 ghost generals? Well, if Master says it is so, then so be it. So, Master, where shall we head next? Lu Er and Lian Er asked timidly. To the Blood Sea of Yumming, where I shall impose a period of reflection upon both of you, Su Ming declared, forming a hand sign, transforming into a streak of light as he led Lu Er and Lian Er towards the Blood Sea of Yumming. In the primordial realm, time is inconsequential. Shortly after the fall of the Eastern King, numerous significant events unfolded in the primordial world. First, Emperor Jun and the Easter Emperor led the 10 great demon gods to take control of the primordial land, inviting the remnants of the Eastern King's Purple Mansion forces to join the ranks of the demon court. Simultaneously, the great demon of the demon race, Bai Ming Kuanpeng, accepted the invitation of Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor to become a demon master of the demon court. Thus, the strength of the demon court surged, subtly rivaling the shaman tribe led by the 12 ancestral shamans. Following this, in a bid to seize the primordial purple chi, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor forged an alliance with the great demon Bai Ming Kuanpeng to lay an elaborate trap above the Eastern Sea, targeting the formidable ancestor Hong Yun. This battle was exceedingly brutal, lasting for a millennium, ultimately culminating in Hong Yun's self-detonation. What left the powerful beings of the primordial world lamenting was that after Hong Yun's demise, the primordial purple chi mysteriously vanished, disappearing into the void. Despite the scheming of Emperor Jun, the Eastern Emperor, and Kuanpeng, their efforts ultimately bore no fruit, leaving them with nothing but wasted endeavors. Shortly thereafter, in pursuit of vengeance for his dear friend Hong Yun, the celestial master Jin Yuan from Wanshou Mountain, wielding the accompanying treasure, the Earth Scroll, ascended to the heavenly courts of the demon race, engaging in a fierce battle against the demon master Kuanpeng and Emperor Jun. Initially, Jin Yuan displayed remarkable prowess, evenly matching Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor. However, he was later ambushed from behind by the Eastern Emperor Tai, sustaining grave injuries and retreating to Wanshou Mountain. After this conflict, the reputation of the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun's sword, subtly establishing them as the ordained rulers of the primordial demon race. The two subsequently opened a small world atop the primordial ancestral mountain, Buzhou Mountain. Utilizing the celestial and terrestrial principles, they established 32 celestial palaces and 76 treasure halls, relocating the entire demon court within. From that point onward, the fortunes of the demon race flourished. Countless primordial demon tribes actively sought to ally with the demon court. The tides of calamity surged, with every sip and morsel influencing fate. Just as the demon court continued to strengthen, the 12 ancestral shamans of Pangahal below Buzhou Mountain proclaimed their dominion over the primordial land to the heavens. These 12 ancestral shamans, born of the blood of the great Pangu, each possessed combat prowess rivaling the most formidable beings of the primordial realm. However, the shaman tribe had long been obscure due to their dwindling numbers within the primordial expanse. Coincidentally, as the demon court established itself within the small world of Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral shamans devised a solution to the shaman population issue. They could utilize the Pango blood pool within Pangahal and their own primordial blood to continuously create new members of the shaman tribe. As a result, the shaman population surged, emerging as an imposing force rivaling the demon court in the primordial realm. Unlike the demon race, the shamans lacked souls and did not adhere to teachings. They revered only Pangu, disregarding the heavenly saints. These shaman warriors possessed exceptional talents, formidable physiques, and were naturally inclined to feed on demons. Consequently, as both the shaman and demon forces grew, conflict between them became inevitable. Thus, the prologue to the shaman-demon calamity was set in motion. Unbeknownst to them, 30,000 years had passed. In the Blood Sea of Yumming, the sky was shrouded in dense black clouds. Upon closer inspection, these clouds were not formed from water vapor, but rather evolved from the overwhelming innate death energy. Above the dark clouds, a solitary figure clad in a black robe Saturday. This individual, was none other than Su Ming. The Lord of the Blood Sea, Chapter 33. The Emergence of the Saintly Opportunity, the Whisper of Odo. Since Su Ming vanquished the Eastern Prince 30,000 years ago, he had retreated into the Blood Sea with his two disciples, Lu Er and Lian Er, to cultivate in seclusion, steadfast and unyielding. This retreat had but one purpose: to transcend the quasi-saint realm and directly attain the state of primordial unity. Without achieving primordial unity, one could not enter the wilderness of Honghuang. For the past 30,000 years, the conflict of the Wu and Yao had intensified, and an all-out war was imminent. At that time, the 6 heavenly Tao saints would emerge in succession, and the structure of Honghuang would undergo a monumental transformation. Below the saints, all were but ants. These 6 heavenly Tao saints would become the vanguard in safeguarding the will of the heavenly Tao and governing the tides of Honghuang. True to Su Ming's character, even though he currently stood as the foremost being beneath Hong Jun, he would never recklessly choose to face tribulations before breaking through to the realm of primordial unity. Thus, for these tens of thousands of years, Su Ming had remained focused in the Blood Sea, diligently contemplating the path of reincarnation within the reincarnation banner, until the moment the 3rd golden lotus blossomed within the earthly Tao divine wheel. That would signify his attainment of the fruit of primordial unity. However, matters seemed not as simple as he had envisioned. With 30,000 years swiftly passing, despite Su Ming's relentless efforts, the 3rd golden lotus among the 9 within the earthly Tao divine wheel remained dormant. Could it be that to awaken this 3rd golden lotus, some fortuitous encounter was required as guidance? Su Ming pondered aloud. Recalling the past, the 1st golden lotus blossomed on the earthly Tao divine wheel after Su Ming aided Hong Jun and the allied forces of the 3 clans in defeating Luo Ho. Subsequently, he discovered a fragment of the Chaos Pearl within the chaotic secret realm of Penglai Island. After the merging of the reincarnation banner with the vast world of the Nether, the 2nd golden lotus among the 9 on the earthly Tao divine wheel fully bloomed. Based on the experiences of the first 2 golden lotuses, it was evident that the 3rd golden lotus's blossoming necessitated a certain opportunity as guidance, just as he found himself at a loss. A peculiar sound suddenly echoed through the void. A stream of ancient and profound light tore through the sky. This ethereal light was extraordinarily mystical, appearing for but a moment before vanishing. Feeling the call of opportunity, Su Ming's eyes flew open. He had found it. At that moment, enlightenment washed over him, and his mind cleared. He realized that his opportunity for sainthood lay within this enigmatic stream of light. With this thought, Su Ming could no longer remain seated. He stomped his foot and transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly pursuing the source of the opportunity. Meanwhile, in the eastern continent of Honghuang, at Mount Buzhou, within the Panga Hall, 12 powerful figures stood within the Grand Hall. These 12 figures were none other than the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan. They were Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Xian Ming, Chong Liang, Tian Wu, Shi Zi, Shi Bai, and Hudu. These 12 ancestral witches were born from the 12 drops of Panga's blood. Each one possessed an unparalleled physical form, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, manipulating the laws of wind, water, thunder, and lightning, reshaping mountains and rivers. At this moment, all 12 ancestral witches gazed intently at a glowing orb suspended above them. Within this orb, figures swirled, depicting a monumental battle. The focus of their attention was a young man clad in black robes. This figure had slanted brows and a face like a crowned jade, holding a black spear in his right hand and a black banner in his left. With his right hand, he brought forth death. As the spear struck, a cacophony of wails ensued. With his left hand, he exuded compassion. The black banner swayed gently, scattering souls. He stood alone in the void, surrounded by countless cultivators, encircled like an iron drum. At this moment, the black-robed figure waved his black banner, and a menacing black gate materialized in the void. Following a deafening roar, the eerie gate swung wide open. In the next instant, powerful figures surged forth from that gate in unending waves. These figures were terrifyingly strong, swiftly overwhelming the multitude of cultivators before them, sending them fleeing in disarray. Indeed, this battle recorded was the one that shook the entirety of Hongwang, the confrontation between Su Ming and the Eastern princes Zifu 30,000 years ago. The images within the mystical orb were summoned by Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestral witch of time, revealing a historical reflection. Watching the images within the orb, the 12 ancestral witches remained focused, currently, for the Wu clan. The greatest threat in Hongwang, aside from the demon clan's heavenly court led by Emperor Jun, was the figure of Su Ming. This individual had single-handedly leveled the lineage of the Eastern Prince, and his strength was not to be underestimated, yet remained unclear whether he was friend or foe to the Wu clan. The space ancestral witch, Di Jiang, spoke solemnly. He possessed the laws of space and was the eldest among the 12 ancestral witches. Being the strongest of them all, despite the formidable strength of each ancestral witch, their bloodlines were intertwined, making them united. They all looked to Di Jiang as their leader, supporting him as the highest authority of the Wu clan. What is there to fear? No matter how powerful this Su Ming may be, he is no match for me. Should he dare approach Mount Buzhou, I shall incinerate him with the 9 heavens' profound fire. The fire ancestral witch, Zhu Rong, declared boldly, thumping his chest. Despite Zhu Rong's fiery temperament and impulsive nature, his words drew disapproval from the other ancestral witches. Ha! What a boast! This Su Ming is an ancient powerhouse from the time of the Dragon and Han Calamity. A brainless brute like you would likely be toyed with by him, without him even lifting a finger. The water ancestral, which Gong Gong scoffed. What? You dare call me foolish? Are you challenging me to a fight? Zhu Rong's temper flared at those words, and he shouted, ready to confront Gong Gong. Fight? I fear no one. Facing the furious Zhu Rong, Gong Gong stood his ground, raising his fists in response. Enough. This is a crucial moment for strategizing our battle plan. Cease your quarrels, Di Jiang, witnessing the situation, hurriedly intervened. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had always been at odds, frequently clashing, which caused Di Jiang much distress. Just then, the time ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Since the commencement of our war with the demon clan, this Su Ming has hidden within the Blood Sea for 30,000 years without stepping foot into Hongwang. It appears he bears no malice toward our clan. However, he is still a beast adorned in fur and horns. Should he ally with that Emperor Jun, it would pose a significant threat to our clan that I advise against taking rash action. It is best to observe the situation. The time ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin, said gravely that he was the wisest among the 12 ancestral witches and frequently provided strategies to Di Jiang. Very well. We shall proceed according to Zhu Jiuyin's plan. Dispatch scouts to the shores of the Blood Sea to monitor Su Ming's movements. Should there be any developments, report immediately. Yes, upon Di Jiang's command, the remaining 11 ancestral witches dispersed. Once they had departed, only the earth ancestral witch, Hutu, remained standing in place, intently gazing at the images within the orb, lost in thought. This Su Ming evokes a sense of profound familiarity within me, as though there is some connection between us. Hutu murmured to herself, "At this moment." Her gaze remained fixed on the black-robed Su Ming within the orb, as if an inexplicable bond of fate linked them in the unseen realms. Chapter 34. 3 Threads of Fate. In the world of Hongwang, within an unnamed mountain range in the eastern continent, the mountain winds blew gently, shrouded in mist and clouds. Suddenly, a streak of black light surged forth, transforming into a figure in black robes that slowly descended. This figure was none other than Su Ming, the Lord of the Blood Sea, that a millennium ago, while he was in seclusion above the Blood Sea, he sensed the call of a great opportunity, prompting him to arrive without pause. Upon reaching the site of the opportunity, Su Ming surveyed his surroundings. The landscape was strewn with jagged rocks, desolate and barren. The only notable feature was a humble thatched hut standing alone upon the desolate mountain. Appearing out of place amidst the surroundings at this moment, he distinctly felt that his opportunity for sainthood lay within this hut. This place was neither a blessed land nor a renowned mountain. Yet it was unclear which great being had chosen to reside here. Su Ming mused. Following the guidance of the opportunity, he approached the hut and pushed open the door. Inside, he found a simple arrangement of a stone table and 2 cushions. With 2 cups of tea placed upon the table. A friend has arrived. As soon as the words fell, an elderly figure materialized upon one of the cushions beside the stone table. The old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, donned a white robe, his expression neutral, radiating an aura of profound antiquity. His eyes, like chaotic stars, seemed to contain the essence of the universe. "It is you." Recognizing the identity of the old man, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with surprise. This elder was none other than Hong Jun, the revered leader of the Xianmen, who resided high above the clouds. It is known that since the conclusion of the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun had declared his union with the heavenly Tao and ceased to interfere in the affairs of Hong Wang. Yet his appearance in this humble hut was clearly unexpected for Su Ming. "Please," Hong Jun gestured toward the other cushion, speaking in a deep voice. "Please." Su Ming nodded slightly, proceeding to another mat where he seated himself without ceremony, taking the tea on the table and drinking it down in one gulp. It is worth mentioning that he and Hong Jun had formed a profound karmic bond during the era of the Long Han calamity. Now, upon their reunion, they appeared as long-lost friends, both exhibiting a sense of ease and familiarity. "Do you still remember where we first crossed paths during the Long Han calamity?" Hong Jun Daozu inquired after sipping his immortal tea. Tea has come to my mind. This is indeed the place where you and I once deliberated on the Tao." Su Ming exclaimed, suddenly recalling that this was the very spot of their initial encounter during the Long Han calamity. That time, Su Ming was a peaked Luo golden immortal, having come to this location to collect the body of a powerful member of the Phoenix clan. When he was ambushed by the demon General Tian Bo Sun and the avatar of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, after he vanquished the demon general and repelled the avatar of Luo Ho, he then met Hong Jun Daozu. Subsequently, they engaged in a discussion on the Tao, during which Su Ming imparted the method of slaying the 3 corpses to Hong Jun, who, in gratitude, gifted Su Ming the creation jade dish. "Daozu, your invitation for my presence today cannot merely be for reminiscing, can it?" Su Ming raised his gaze slightly and asked, "The purpose of inviting you here is not for idle chatter, but rather to address the 3 karmic debts I owe you from the past, of which 2 remain unpaid," Hong Jun replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "3 karmic debts." Su Ming furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning the nature of these debts. "Indeed, during the Long Han calamity, when we discussed the Tao, you imparted to me the method of slaying the 3 corpses, which constitutes the first karmic debt. Later, you entrusted me with the demon clan as heavenly demon order, allowing me to persuade the leaders of the 3 clans to unite against the demon race, which is the second karmic debt. Lastly, in the final battle beneath Western Shumi Mountain, you aided me by breaking the extermination sword array at a critical moment, resulting in a decisive victory over Luo Ho, which is the third karmic debt," Hong Jun enumerated, raising 3 fingers. "I see," Su Ming responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. He recalled that during the Long Han calamity, he had slain the demon General Tian Bo Sun, thus incurring enmity with Luo Hou to avert retaliation from Luo Ho. Su Ming ingeniously devised a plan to use Hong Jun's alliance with the 3 clans to collectively defend against Luo Ho. In doing so, while defeating Luo Ho, he inadvertently assisted Hong Jun in attaining the Tao lineage of heaven and earth, ultimately bestowing upon him the fortune to become the foremost saint of the wilderness. "You mentioned that 1 karmic debt has been repaid. What exactly do you refer to?" Su Ming pondered and inquired. You remember the fragment of the Chaos Pearl on Penglai Island? That is the first karmic debt I have returned to you." Hong Jun replied with a gentle smile. It was you who placed the Chaos Pearl there on Penglai Island. No wonder it felt so fortuitous," Su Ming remarked, realization striking him. Years ago, when he had visited Penglai Island, he had stumbled upon a shard of the Chaos Pearl, which allowed him to elevate the myriad worlds within the reincarnation banner to the level of the great 1,000 worlds. This advancement not only enhanced his cultivation, but also enabled him to unlock the second golden lotus of the 9 lotus of the Earth Tao Divine Wheel, while also grasping the technique of summoning spirits. The time, Su Ming had believed he had encountered a tremendous opportunity, but now it was clear that it had all been orchestrated by Hong Jun Daozu. For Hong Jun, Had it not been for the method of slaying the 3 corpses imparted by Su Ming, he would not have achieved his current status as a saint of the Tao. This was indeed a monumental karmic debt that must be repaid. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for him to gift the Chaos Pearl fragment to Su Ming.as for the second karmic debt. Hong Jun continued, waving his hand gently. With a hum, a profound light flashed, revealing 4 spiritual treasures before Su Ming. These treasures consisted of 3 shimmering swords and a diagram exuding a fierce, murderous intent. What is this? Su Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing the treasures. The extermination sword array. These 4 swords were none other than the lethal implements used by the demon ancestor Luo Ho during the climactic battle. The extermination array diagram along with the remaining 3 swords. The sword of slaughtering immortals. The sword of absolute immortals and the sword of extermination. I am aware that the sword of trapping immortals is in your possession. I now bestow upon you these 3 swords along with the extermination array diagram to settle the second karmic debt. Hong Jun proclaimed. Su Ming nodded slightly, taken aback. According to the grand narrative of the wilderness, these extermination 4 swords should have been treasures conferred by Hong Jun to his disciple, Tong Tian. He had not anticipated that Hong Jun would directly transfer these treasures to him in repayment of a karmic debt. It is worth noting that the might of the extermination sword array is formidable, being the foremost killing formation of the Tao. Should a saint wield it, it would be impervious to the 4 saints. Now armed with the extermination sword array, Su Ming, given his strength, could contend against the saints of the Tao. Chapter 35. The third karmic debt. Hong Jun's charge faced with the extermination 4 swords and the array diagram. Su Ming found it exceedingly difficult to decline. In that case, I shall accept your generous offer, he declared, sweeping his sleeve to collect the 3 immortal swords along with the extermination array diagram into his possession. Even in the presence of Hong Jun Daozu, he felt no need for insincere formalities. It should be noted that long before, during the Longhan calamity, Su Ming had assisted Hong Jun in vanquishing the demon ancestor Luo Ho, thereby acquiring the sword of trapping immortals, while the remaining 3 swords along with the extermination array diagram had fallen into Hong Jun's hands. The formidable power of the extermination sword array was intricately linked to these 4 immortal swords serving as the array's cardinal points. Should any one sword be absent, the array would be rendered ineffective. According to the grand narrative, these extermination 4 swords were originally intended to be bestowed upon Hong Jun's disciple, Tong Tian. However, due to a twist of fate resulting in the absence of the sword of trapping immortals, the extermination sword array in Hong Jun's possession was incomplete. Even if he were to present it to his disciple, it would fail to manifest its full potential. Moreover, since Hong Jun owed Su Ming a karmic debt, it would not be appropriate for him to reclaim the sword of trapping immortals. Thus, Hong Jun decided to gift the remaining 3 swords and the extermination array diagram to Su Ming as a means of repaying one of the debts. As for the third karmic debt, Dao friend, behold. Upon seeing Su Ming accept the extermination sword array, Hong Jun refrained from further elaboration, instead waving his sleeve to unleash a surge of magical power. A hum resonated as the power coalesced in the void, forming an image. Before Su Ming's eyes, on the boundless expanse of the wilderness, stood a beautiful woman clad in the long gown of the Wu clan. Her massive bloodline aura surged towards the heavens, parting the clouds above. Clearly, this woman was a formidable entity of the Wu clan, possessing both a robust physical form and considerable cultivation. Among all beings in heaven and earth, none could match the might of the 12 ancestral witches, birthed from the essence of the Pangu great god. Gazing into the image, Su Ming's eyes brightened. He recognized this woman as none other than Ho Tu, the earth ancestral witch among the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan. Ho Tu, the earth ancestral witch, was known for her virtuous and nurturing nature. Despite her formidable cultivation, her face radiated compassion, starkly contrasting with the rugged appearances of the other 11 ancestral witches. Yet, Su Ming was perplexed. This Ho Tu was of the Wu clan, and they had never crossed paths in the vast expanse of time. He could not fathom the connection between this ancestral witch and the third karmic debt that Hong Jun had mentioned. The opportunity for you to attain sanctity lies within this earth ancestral witch. Ho Tu, observing Su Ming's look of confusion, Hong Jun Daozu wasted no time in revealing the answer. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Su Ming was suddenly enlightened. In the world of the wilderness, three paths exist: heaven, earth, and humanity. The so-called heavenly path is represented by the Tao of Hong Jun, while the human path will only emerge after Nuwa creates humanity in the future. The remaining path, the earth path, refers to the realm of reincarnation and the underworld. Su Ming's aspiration to attain sanctity is bound to the reincarnation underworld, thereby establishing his own path and achieving the status of an earth saint. In doing so, he would not only attain a rank equivalent to that of the heavenly Tao, but could potentially surpass it in the future, according to the grand narrative of the wilderness. It was none other than this earth ancestral witch, Ho Tu, who would later establish the underworld. Sensing the deficiency within the heavenly Tao, she relinquished her identity as an ancestral witch to embody reincarnation, thus completing the cosmic order. Therefore, if Su Ming wished to fulfill his path within the three realms, he would inevitably need to draw upon the power of this ancestral witch. Moreover, Hong Jun Daozu, in repayment of his karmic debts, had directly unveiled the hidden intricacies of this opportunity, illuminating the path for Su Ming, who had long been in confusion. Thank you, Dao friend, for your guidance. It has truly opened my eyes. Su Ming expressed his gratitude, bowing humbly to Hong Jun, though Hong Jun's assistance in his path towards sanctity was motivated by the resolution of past debts. Su Ming still felt compelled to acknowledge this favor. Do not dwell on it, dear friend. This is merely a settling of our karmic ties, Hong Jun replied, waving his sleeve, with a hum, as Su Ming felt a surge of immense magical power wash over him. His vision suddenly darkened, and the world around him shifted. When he opened his eyes again, both Hong Jun Daozu and the humble cottage had vanished without a trace, gazing at the tumultuous waves rolling beneath his feet. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he was astonished to find himself amidst an endless sea of blood. In his surprise, Su Ming mused that the power of the heavenly Tao sage was indeed formidable, capable of transporting him to a blood sea billions of miles away in an instant. That moment, the voice of Hong Jun Daozu echoed in his ears once more. The karmic ties between this old Taoist and you, my friend, have now been resolved. After the third sermon, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao. At that time, Hong Jun shall embody the heavenly Tao, yet the heavenly Tao shall not be Hong Jun. Once I merge with the heavenly Tao, my own shall be subdued by it. I am aware that you are an anomaly beyond the calculations of the heavenly Tao, destined to transcend it one day. I hope that when you achieve transcendence, you will aid this old Taoist in breaking free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. As the voice of Hong Jun faded, Su Ming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the distant Zixiao Palace in the 33 heavens. Fear not, my friend. The day I transcend the heavenly Tao shall also be the day you are liberated from your bindings. As Su Ming spoke, clarity dawned upon him. The arrival of Hong Jun, ostensibly to repay his karmic debts, was in truth a covert transaction. His true intention was to assist Su Ming in achieving Taohood and liberating himself from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, while inadvertently freeing himself from its oppression. It was crucial to understand that once merged with the Tao, Hong Jun's personal will too would be subdued, relinquishing his freedom. This was the greatest drawback of the three-corpse severing method used to attain Taohood. The term three-corpse severing referred to the cutting away of one's attachments to good and evil, thus bringing one's path closer to the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, with the aid of primordial purple energy and immense virtue, one would communicate with the universe, entrusting their path to the heavenly Tao to achieve the status of a Honyuan sage. The so-called merging with the Tao was essentially a further advancement upon the foundation of attaining the Honyuan sage realm. By leveraging the merits and fortunes of heaven and earth, one would elevate their power to the pinnacle of Honyuan, subduing all desires deep within their primordial spirit, leaving merely a shell behind. In this manner, one's path would not merely be entrusted to the heavenly Tao, but would be completely unified with it. However, the consequence of such an action was that one would become a puppet of the heavenly Tao. In other words, after merging with the Tao, Hong Jun would find it nearly impossible to transcend the heavenly Tao that if he wished to free himself from it, he would have to endure countless years mastering the rules of the heavenly Tao before liberating his suppressed will, thus breaking free from its constraints in one fell swoop. The difficulty of this endeavor was beyond even Su Ming's imagination. Any misstep could provoke a backlash from the heavenly Tao, erasing his will and rendering countless years of cultivation futile. Chapter 36. Hong Jun's Scheme. Hutu's visit reflecting upon the tragic plight of Hong Jun Daozu, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The path of cultivation is a quest to seize yin and yang, to wrestle with fate, to transcend reincarnation, to grasp life and death, and to master the cycle of existence. No one would wish to devote their entire life to cultivation only to become a mere puppet of the heavenly Tao. Yet, for Hong Jun, this was an unwilling but unavoidable fate. Originally a chaotic demon god, he had fallen during the great calamity of creation, seizing the body of a frog, which hindered his understanding and halted his progress. In desperation, he had to resort to the shortcut of severing the 3 corpses to attain Daohood. Otherwise, even if he spent countless eons, he could never hope to succeed in achieving the Honyuan realm. After all, not everyone possesses the destiny of Son of Heaven like Su Ming. However, from another perspective, Hong Jun truly deserved the title of the foremost sage of the Honghuang. His cunning and depth were profound. Over the millennia, he was acutely aware of being constrained by the heavenly Tao, yet he subtly aided Su Ming, all the while laying the groundwork for his own potential transcendence. He sought to plant the seeds for his future liberation from the heavenly Tao, striving for that slim chance of survival. With this in mind, Su Ming secretly rejoiced that he had not chosen the path of severing the corpses like Hong Jun, and his resolve to transcend the heavenly Tao only grew stronger. Since this is the case, I shall no longer waste time. I must focus on planning my path to Daohood. With that, Su Ming transformed into a streak of black light, surging toward the Blood Sea. Beneath the unyielding Mount Buzhou in the Honghuang, in the territory of the Wu tribe, the Hutu tribe stood at that moment. Hutu, clad in a long skirt of the Wu tribe, gazed at the boundless land before her. As far as the eye could see, countless true spirits roamed aimlessly throughout the Honghuang. The world was fraught with calamities, as powerful beings vied for control over the fortunes of heaven and earth, leaving countless lives in despair, with only these spirits left to wander in sorrow. Hutu sighed softly. Unlike her brothers of the Wu tribe, who were naturally fierce and combative, Hutu was born with a primordial spirit, possessing a gentle and kind disposition. Over the years, having witnessed the conflicts between the Wu and the Yao tribes, she felt a pang of compassion. However, the strife between the Wu and Yao was an inevitable trend of calamity. Even if Hutu wished to intervene, she lacked the power to alter the course. Observing the innocent beings who had perished due to war, Hutu could only sigh helplessly, realizing her inability to assist them. Just as Hutu was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a stirring within her heart, as if some grand opportunity was calling to her. In that moment, Hutu experienced an unprecedented sensation. It was known that the Wu tribe, unlike other races, was born without primordial spirits, unable to calculate the heavenly secrets or wield spiritual treasures. Although Hutu possessed a primordial spirit, she had never been taught how to utilize it. Yet now, her mind was clear, and her long-dormant primordial spirit suddenly awakened, allowing her to perceive a miraculous connection to the heavenly secrets. At that moment, an incredible sight unfolded before her eyes. The wandering remnants of souls across the vast land were, as if drawn by an unseen force, all soaring toward a specific location in the Honghuang. Countless spirits transformed into radiant beams of light, converging into a river, rushing toward the same destination. Witnessing this scene, Hutu was struck with astonishment. That direction was the abyssal Blood Sea. It seemed that a power was calling to me. With this thought, Hutu hesitated no longer, transforming into a streak of flowing light, trailing behind the true spirits as she surged toward the Blood Sea. As an ancestral witch, Hutu possessed quasi-saint level strength and flew with remarkable speed. In less than 100 years, she followed the true spirits and arrived at the depths of the abyssal Blood Sea. At this moment, the Blood Sea churned violently beneath her, and the surrounding air was thick with primordial death energy. Hutu then realized that she had carelessly entered the treacherous depths of the Blood Sea, inadvertently losing her way. "My friend, having journeyed from afar, I am remiss in welcoming you." Just then, a deep voice resonated, and the oppressive death energy dissipated, revealing a figure of immense power. "Who is it?" Hutu asked, momentarily taken aback, her expression turning wary. "I am Su Ming, the master of the Blood Se. It is an honor to meet you." Hutu ancestor witch. The figure stepped forward, introducing himself as Su Ming. "I remember now. You are the one who single-handedly leveled Ingzhou Zifu 3,000 years ago." Hutu, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed in realization. She recalled that the young figure in the black robe before her was the quasi-saint powerhouse, Su Ming, whom her brothers in the Wu tribe greatly feared. "Indeed, it is I." Su Ming nodded slightly, smiling in response. "Why have you summoned me here? What is your intention?" Hutu asked, her vigilance evident. She now understood that the previous strange movement of souls was the result of Su Ming's divine powers. His actions were clearly designed to lure her into the Blood Sea. Yet, she remained uncertain of his true motives. "Fear not, ancestor, I have summoned you here not for any nefarious purpose, but to offer you a great opportunity. This matter is of utmost importance, concerning the very survival of your entire Wu tribe." Su Ming spoke with unwavering certainty. "You speak of granting me a great opportunity, but we are strangers. Why should I trust you?" Hutu replied, skepticism in her tone, "That if you do not wish to trust me, you are free to leave at any time, that I shall not impede you." Su Ming waved his sleeve, turning his back, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Observing Su Ming's back, Hutu's gaze was intense, that a woman's intuition told her that Su Ming bore no hostility, and his words were not mere fabrications. "Very well. Since you say this concerns the survival of the Wu tribe, I shall trust you this once. Please, speak quickly," Hutu declared, having made her decision. "Excellent. My friend, behold." Su Ming turned around, a slight smile gracing his lips as he waved his sleeve, summoning a spiritual treasure. This treasure resembled a jade disc, with primordial Tao patterns swirling upon it, enveloped in the power of boundless laws, mysterious and profound. The creation jade disc. Hutu's eyes lit up, recognizing the origin of this spiritual treasure. Although she belonged to the Wu tribe and could not wield spiritual treasures, she revered the Pangu god immensely. The creation jade disc was a companion treasure of the Pangu god, and she certainly recognized it. It was said that this treasure contained the principles of 3,000 Tao laws and the fundamental truths of the world. This opportunity lies within the creation jade disc. I implore you to comprehend it for yourself. Su Ming spoke, and with a fleeting thought, he placed the jade butterfly into the hands of Ho Tuesday. At the moment her fingers brushed the creation jade butterfly, a myriad of extraordinary images flooded her vision. These visions revealed to her the impending events of the cataclysm that would soon engulf the primordial world of witches and demons. Chapter 37. Two Choices. Hotu's decision in the Sea of Blood. Waves surged and a pall of death pervaded the atmosphere. In the void, two figures stood facing each other. Point one was Su Ming, seated in the emptiness, exhibiting neither joy nor sorrow. The other was the ancestral witch Hutu, who was deeply engrossed in deciphering the creation jade disc. At this moment, Hutu's eyes were tightly shut, as fragments of the jade disc spun above her head, emanating profound and majestic Tao rhythms. As the jade disc rotated, the aura surrounding Hutu underwent constant fluctuations, and at times, boundless vitality enveloped her, with myriad ethereal lotus flowers swirling around her. At other times, an overwhelming aura of death would engulf her, causing the surrounding lotuses to wither in an instant. In this ebb and flow, the forces of life and death continuously circulated around her, as if they would never cease. Meanwhile, Su Ming, with his gaze lowered, seemed utterly indifferent to the extraordinary phenomena manifesting around Ho Tuesday. 500 years swiftly elapsed, until one fateful moment. Buzz! Hutu opened her eyes once more, and to her astonishment, two streams of crimson tears flowed from her enchanting gaze. After a century of contemplation on the creation jade disc, she had glimpsed her own future, as well as that of the entire Witch clan. She saw that in the not-too-distant future, she would stand above the blood sea, proclaiming to heaven and earth that in order to mend the deficiencies of the celestial Tao, she would relinquish her ancestral witch form and transform into the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. She witnessed countless beings, wandering aimlessly in the primordial realm, finally finding their sanctuary as they surged toward the underworld. She foresaw that after completing her reincarnation, she would shed her identity as the ancestral witch and attain the status of a sage of chaos. However, just as she believed everything had reached its zenith, she was met with an unforeseen calamity. She found herself suppressed by the heavenly Tao, forced to abandon the ancestral land of the Witch clan. Imprisoned within the underworld, never to tread upon the primordial world again. Due to her departure, the 12 ancestral witches were diminished by one, significantly weakening their combat prowess. Subsequently, the Demon Clan seized the opportunity during the Witch clan's decline to launch a final battle against them. This catastrophic conflict was exceedingly brutal. Countless sons of the Witch clan perished on the battlefield. The 10 ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, Zhu Jioyin, and Zhu Rong, all fell in battle on the Demon Clan side. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai also met their demise during the struggle. After this, the surviving ancestral Witch Gong Gong, witnessing the tragic deaths of her kin, fell into despair in her fury and grief. She crashed into the primordial vein, Shou Mountain. The collapse of the towering pillar caused the land to sink in the southeast and tilt dangerously in the northwest, with the celestial rivers cascading downward. The entire primordial world was plunged into its ultimate doom. Buzz, at this point, the vision before Ho-Tu abruptly ceased. In a daze, she gradually awakened from the illusion. With tears in her eyes, she bore a heart-wrenching expression. At this moment, she finally comprehended the true meaning of Su Ming's earlier words. What she had witnessed was not a mere illusion, but rather a glimpse of the future that was soon to unfold. When the azure lotus arrives, Ho-Tu shall no longer be a witch. On the surface, it appeared that Ho-Tu's transformation into reincarnation was a noble act to mend the celestial Tao's deficiencies. A great merit in the primordial realm. In reality, it was a scheme orchestrated by the heavenly Tao. Its purpose was to weaken the Witch clan's power before the impending war with the demons, ultimately leading both clans to mutual annihilation. One must recognize that in the current primordial world, the Witch and Demon clans are the most powerful forces among the myriad races. The Witch clan governs the earth, while the Demon clan rules the skies. The heavenly Tao, in order to maintain its own position, would never allow such formidable races to exist. From the very beginning, the Witch and Demon clans were destined to be unwelcome in the realm, as the heavenly Tao sought to eradicate them. Thus, the entire calamity between the witches and demons was, from the outset, a trap set by the heavenly Tao to eliminate both clans. I am the ancestral witch of the Witch clan. My 11 brothers, in pursuit of the clan's survival and dominance in the primordial world, are destined to clash with the Demon clan. Thus, I cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation at this time. However, if I were to sit idly by and watch these souls suffer the torment of being unable to reincarnate, my heart would be unwilling. Ho-Tu, awakening from her dreamlike state, murmured after a moment of struggle. Despite her kind-hearted nature and willingness to bear the burden of the world, she could not bear to witness the true souls of the primordial realm wandering aimlessly without a home. Yet, in comparison, what she feared most was the complete annihilation of the Witch clan due to her departure. Now, 2 choices lie before you. The first choice is to heed the whims of fate and succumb to the heavenly Tao's call, transforming into the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. As you have seen, while this act would garner merit in the primordial realm and allow you to attain sagehood, you would ultimately be confined to the underworld, helplessly witnessing the demise of the entire Witch clan. The second choice, however, is to collaborate with me, sparing yourself from the fate of reincarnation. Although this will not prevent the downfall of the Witch clan, I can assure you that I will help preserve a glimmer of hope for your people. Su Ming extended 2 fingers, speaking solemnly at this moment. He utilized the creation jade disc to reveal the future to Ho-Tu. intending to persuade her to relinquish her chance at enlightenment to him. In doing so, not only would Su Ming attain the status of Chaos Sage, but he would also assist the Witch Clan in preserving a thread of survival. This could be considered a mutually beneficial solution. Surely, Ho-Tu would not refuse. Ho-Tu is unwilling to abandon her clan at such a critical juncture. After pondering for a moment, Ho-Tu ultimately made her decision. She could not bear to leave her kin during the crucial moment of the Witch-Demon War. Though she understood that by choosing to become a sage, she could entrust her primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao and attain eternal life. For the sake of her clan, she was willing to forego the opportunity for sanctification and the chance at immortality. She did not fear death. Even if she were to perish, she wished to do so alongside her brothers and sisters. For her, this was a choice without a choice. With this thought, Ho-Tu resolutely raised her hand and gently pointed to her heart. Buzz, 3 drops of essence blood slowly materialized in her palm. Subsequently, Ho-Tu's once rosy complexion turned even more pallid. To safeguard the lineage of the Witch Clan, she was willing to make such a sacrifice. Su Ming admired her greatly. Nevertheless, you have made the most righteous choice and shall never regret it. Receiving the 3 drops of essence blood, Su Ming nodded. These drops were of great significance. Having originated from the very essence of Ho-Tu, it is essential to understand that the ancestral witches were birthed from the blood of Pangu, so their blood is akin to the foundation of their life. Just 1 drop of ancestral witch blood could birth a great witch of the clan. Conversely, the loss of 3 drops would severely injure Ho-Tu's essence, exacting a significant toll. Now, you have severed the constraints of the heavenly Tao and regained your freedom. You can return to the Witch Clan. Remember, 3,000 years hence, bring the 9 heavens Shirong to the underworld to meet me, and I shall guarantee you a great opportunity. As Su Ming spoke, he waved his hand, dispelling the dense primordial death aura surrounding them, and his figure vanished once more into the void. Indeed, I shall remember. Until we meet again. Ho-Tu nodded, turning back toward the primordial continent. With the primordial death aura no longer shrouding her, she swiftly found her way back to this moment. Having lost 3 drops of essence blood, her foundation was weakened, and her cultivation had plummeted, causing her flight speed to diminish significantly. 500 years later, as she once again reached the shores of the Blood Sea, she suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. After a brief hesitation, she turned to gaze toward the Blood Sea, and her vision brightened instantaneously. Before her, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted above the Blood Sea. Countless celestial flowers cascaded down like rain, and auspicious creatures such as dragons, phoenixes, and Shilins manifested in ethereal forms. Upon witnessing this, all clarity dawned upon Ho-Tuesday. This was the celestial sign heralding someone's impending attainment of sagehood. Chapter 38. The 6 paths established, chaos completed at this moment. A remarkable phenomenon unfolded above the Blood Sea. Not only Ho-Tu, but nearly all beings within the primordial realm noticed the celestial disturbances throughout the world. The lingering souls and true spirits wandering the primordial earth seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, soaring skyward toward the Blood Sea. In that moment, all souls appeared to perceive a flicker of hope, converging into a flowing river towards the Blood Sea. What unprecedented change has occurred above the Blood Sea? I do not know. Could it be that someone is on the verge of attaining sagehood? Within the primordial realm, great beings were frantically calculating the heavenly mechanisms, striving to unravel the current state of affairs. Soon, countless extraordinary phenomena appeared before their eyes. An array of golden lotus platforms erupted from the ground, and celestial flowers descended from the heavens. In the void, melodious sounds of the Tao resonated like heavenly music. Radiant rays of light illuminated the sky, cascading celestial flowers and showering golden lotuses. Countless ethereal forms of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilins surged forth, accompanied by a profound and mysterious wave. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Behold, the horizon was shrouded in purple mist, and boundless clouds of merit manifested, transforming into a rain of blessings upon the earth and its inhabitants. As this phenomenon unfolded, all beings of the 100 tribes within the primordial realm trembled in reverence, prostrating themselves upon the ground in worship. Observing the spectacle, countless formidable entities exhibited expressions of astonishment. They suddenly recalled that a similar celestial sign had appeared when Hong Jun attained sanctity, a great terror. That Su-Ming Taoist is about to attain the status of Chaos Sage. With this thought, the gathered powers collectively turned their gazes toward the Blood Sea, all of them inhaling sharply in astonishment. Junior sister looked quickly our master. Simultaneously, within the secret realm of the Blood Sea, Lu Er and Lian Er, who were in meditation, also noticed the magnificent phenomena and turned their attention toward the center of the Blood Sea. Amidst the void, Su-Ming stood, exuding an unparalleled aura, the likes of which had never been witnessed before. 5 centuries passed. Following the departure of the Earth Mother, he had eagerly allowed her vital essence to drip into the God Wheel of the underworld. Soon after this essence melded with the God Wheel, he discerned that the 3rd golden lotus upon it was gradually blossoming. Upon witnessing this, Su-Ming was overwhelmed with joy. The ancestor Hong Jun of the Tao truly did not deceive me. This essence of the Earth Mother is indeed the foundation upon which I shall attain enlightenment. It is known that once the 3rd golden lotus fully blooms, it shall herald my ascension to the primordial realm and my establishment as a saint. Boom! The Blood Sea roiled tumultuously within Su-Ming. The cycles of reincarnation entwined, and myriad peculiar Tao rhythms flickered. Concurrently, the heavenly Tao unleashed an immeasurable pressure, attempting to suppress Su-Ming, unfazed by the might of the heavenly Tao. Su-Ming lifted the reincarnation banner in his hand and gently shook it. Heaven possesses the virtue of fostering life. I, mindful of the suffering endured by all beings under the trials of existence, declare that those lost souls shall have no refuge henceforth. Thus, I shall manifest a realm within this Blood Sea. As his words echoed, it seemed as if heaven and earth responded. Above the Blood Sea, an immense pressure surged forth, counteracting the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao. The rhythms of the Tao flowed through the void, and from the reincarnation banner, a beam of light shot forth, plunging into the Blood Sea, disappearing as swiftly as a cow sinking into the ocean. Simultaneously, a realm resonating with the primal origins slowly materialized. This realm emerged to compensate for the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao, allowing souls to reincarnate after death. This realm was named the Realm of the Underworld. Su-Ming raised the reincarnation banner and let out a light cry that resonated throughout the universe. Boom! Waves surged violently in the Blood Sea. The primordial world began to gradually merge with the realm of the underworld. The reincarnation banner in Su-Ming's hand radiated boundless light. At that moment, he appeared as the sovereign creator, the one who opened the heavens. He gently pointed the reincarnation banner towards the forming realm of the underworld. From this day forth, I shall be the ancestor of the underworld, ruling the underworld world. As his words fell, 5 spiritual mountains slowly emerged above the Blood Sea. These 5 mountains served as the foundations for the 5 regional ghost emperors of the underworld: East Peach Stop, West Longzhong, South Luofu, North Luophone, and Central Baodu. Each of these 5 mountains governed the myriad ghosts of their respective directions. As Su-Ming's voice faded, boundless radiance ascended from the 5 spiritual mountains. Henceforth, whenever a being perished, they would inevitably be guided by fate to these 5 spiritual mountains, and from there, journey to the underworld. Upon the formation of the 5 spiritual mountains, an invisible path began to materialize. This path was the Yellow Springs Road. Along this road lay the 9 springs, beneath which no return path existed. As Su-Ming's words concluded, the law followed suit, and the 9 spiritual springs prominently emerged along the Yellow Springs Road. Each spring bore a different hue, representing the 9 great obsessions of humanity. As souls traversed the 9 springs, they could cleanse themselves of their earthly vitality and essence, thereby severing the ties between heaven and man. Boom! Just as the Yellow Springs Road took shape, a colossal gate, steeped in ghostly energy, manifested from the heavens and the earth. This gate was none other than the Ghost Gate, which Su Ming had once employed to summon 129,600 ghost generals during his battle against the Eastern King on Zifu continent. Following this, the Naihe Bridge, Wangchuan River, and Wangxiang Terrace came into being. The grand city of Fengdu also rose from the ground. Outside Fengdu, the 18 layers of hell emerged, including the 8 hot hells, the 8 cold hells, the increasing hell, and the lonely hell. Within these layers were various instruments of torment, designed specifically for the souls burdened by their karmic debts. As Su Ming continued to invoke the reincarnation banner, the 3 officials, 9 provinces, and 24 palaces of the underworld were born. Meanwhile, Su Ming's aura grew ever more formidable, subtly rivaling that of the ancestor Hongjun, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Yet at this moment, Su Ming did not cease his endeavors. There remained one final and ultimate trial. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Arise! Boom! As Su Ming's declaration resonated, the blood sea beneath him surged violently. From the reincarnation banner, the power of the 6 paths transformed into 6 colossal tendrils, plunging into the blood sea. Concurrently, 6 brilliant golden circles began to materialize. With the appearance of these 6 colossal circles, an infinite force of reincarnation surged forth. The 6 paths encompassed the heavenly path, the Azura path, the mortal path, the beast path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. As the 6 paths of reincarnation took form, countless restless souls flocked towards them, disappearing into the 6 luminous circles. Boom! In the next moment, purple energy emanated from Su Ming's head, stretching for millions of miles. Boundless, auspicious clouds of merit enveloped him. Suspended in the air, this was the heavenly Tao's reward for Su Ming, compensating him for his contributions to the cosmic order. However, beneath that endless merit, Su Ming wore a look of disdain. The merit of the heavenly Tao was tainted with its karmic consequences. No matter how abundant, he held no interest in it. Following this, he let out a thunderous roar, raising the reincarnation banner in his hand and unleashing a tremendous force towards the heavens. This power surged forth, breaking through the clouds, shattering the infinite clouds of merit, transforming them into a rain of merit that gently fell, nourishing the vast expanse of the primordial land. Witnessing Su Ming's actions, the great beings of the primordial realm were struck with astonishment. They marveled at how this Su Ming, unbound by filial piety, displayed a level of audacity unprecedented. The abundant merit bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao was scorned. It is known that the quantity of this merit could suffice for a quasi-saint to attain enlightenment. Crack! As Su Ming shattered the clouds of merit, a qualitative change occurred within his own power. At that moment, he finally established the underworld and achieved the primordial realm. Chapter 39. The awe of the great powers of the primordial realm as Su Ming proclaimed his attainment of the primordial realm to heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of a universe surged, golden lotuses rained down, and boundless merit descended upon the living. This grand spectacle sent tremors through all beings in the primordial realm. Simultaneously, the great powers hidden within the paradisiacal realms turned their gazes towards the blood sea, their hearts filled with shock. Following the heavenly Tao, Saint Hongjun, another saint emerged in the realm. However, unlike Hongjun, this saint did not attain enlightenment through the slaying of the 3 corpses, nor through the merit of the heavenly Tao, nor through brute force. Instead, he created his own path, establishing the underworld and becoming the ancestor of the underworld, on par with the heavenly Tao, in the Hall of the 3 Pure Ones on Kunlun Mountain. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian sat upon the primordial dais, gazing toward the direction of the blood sea with solemn expressions, observing the celestial display of merit. Even the 3 Pure Ones, who were the authentic deities of Pangu, found themselves feeling a pang of envy. This Su Ming, unbound by familial ties, disregarded even the clouds of merit descending from the heavenly Tao, shattering them without a hint of concern. Taiching Laozi stroked his beard, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Humph! A fool who does not recognize the heavenly decrees, unaware of the great fortune he has stumbled upon, yet he dares to attain the primordial realm. Such wastefulness will surely bring about karmic retribution. Yuan Shi Tianzuan spoke with bitterness, his words laced with envy and resentment. Though he did not voice it, his heart bled at the thought that Su Ming disregarded the immense merit of the heavenly Tao. If you do not desire it, then you may give it to me. It is worth noting that Laozi and Yuan Shi, being the legitimate progeny of Pangu, should have understood the consequences of defaming a saint. Not to mention that the saint would sense it. Merely the status of the heavens and earth would bring about boundless karmic forces upon them. Yet, they dared to slander Su Ming. Were they not courting death? In truth, in the eyes of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Su Ming was not regarded as a true saint. The three pure ones had always viewed themselves as the orthodox disciples of Pangu, stubbornly clinging to their notions of hierarchy. The contention between the later generations of the Chan and Jie schools stemmed from the disagreements between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian regarding the orthodox teachings as disciples of Hong Jun. The three pure ones regarded the teachings of Hong Jun as the true orthodoxy. Any path outside of Hong Jun's teachings was deemed heretical. When Hong Jun imparted the Tao in the Purple Cloud's palace, he taught the three great methods of enlightenment: the power of force, the slaying of the three corpses, and the merit of the heavenly Tao. Yet, Su Ming's path to the primordial realm was through his own establishment of the underworld, a method that clearly exploited a loophole in the heavenly Tao, standing in stark contrast to the three orthodox methods of enlightenment. Thus, it drew the disdain of Laozi and Yuan Shi. This was akin to the demon ancestor Luo Ho during the calamity of the Dragon Han era. Even if he ultimately succeeded in his schemes to attain the primordial realm, he could hardly be considered a saint, merely a larger-than-life demon. Therefore, in the eyes of the three pure ones, Su Ming could hardly be regarded as a saint. Moreover, Su Ming's contempt for the heavenly Tao's merit further exemplified his profound disrespect towards it. This only deepened the disdain felt by Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were staunch adherents of the heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha! What a foolhardy Su Ming, who dares to disregard the heavenly Tao's merit. He vows to challenge the heavens, seeking to measure his might against the celestial forces. Delightful, truly delightful. Unlike his two elder brothers, Tongqian's words were filled with admiration. Though his remarks attracted the derisive glances of his brothers, he remained unfazed. It appeared he held a keen interest in this unconventional Su Ming, even feeling a sense of camaraderie. On Mount Buzhou, in the celestial court of the demon race, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor gazed down upon the Blood Sea, their expressions cold and fierce. They could hardly fathom that their former adversary, Su Ming, had now established his own path and attained the primordial realm. The Taoist Su Ming has indeed proven his remarkable prowess, devising a method to attain sanctity. Such a groundbreaking initiative is perhaps beyond the imagination of even the venerable Hong Jun Daozu. Truly a marvel of genius, Di Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Su Ming, am I ultimately unable to surpass you? Dong Huangtai, he spoke with a slightly furrowed brow, his tone heavy to this moment. The two brothers remained silent. Yet their hearts were laden with sorrow. They had devoted countless eons to meticulously planning the establishment of the demon clan as heavenly court, intending to contend with the witch clan for control of the world's fate and thus certify their path to primordial unity. However, while their approach appeared grand and formidable in comparison to Su Ming, their vision was evidently far more limited. It is crucial to recognize that even if the demon clan were to triumph over the witch clan and unify the wilderness, seizing the world's fortune, they would still remain under the constraints of the heavenly Tao. In contrast, Su Ming's attainment of sanctity places him at a level that could rival the heavenly Tao itself. Indeed, he might even surpass it one day. Such an extraordinary notion is something that figures like Di Jun and Dong Huang could scarcely conceive. Beneath Mount Buzhou, in the hall of Pangu, the 12 ancestral witches gazed intently towards the Blood Sea, their eyes ablaze with fervor. 500 years prior, following the return of the ancestral witch Hudu from the Blood Sea, she had recounted her encounter with Su Ming to Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral witches. Upon learning the truth, they altered their preconceived notions about Su Ming, feeling nothing but gratitude towards him. It is essential to understand that the witch clan's formidable strength stems not only from the exceptional cultivation of the 12 ancestral witches, but also from their possession of the 12 capital heavenly gods array. A potent weapon, This array stands alongside the Extermination of Immortals Array, the 10,000 Immortals Array, and the Demon Court Celestial Star Array as one of the four great malevolent formations of the wilderness. In comparison, the power of the 12 capital Heavenly Gods Array far surpasses that of the other three formations, earning it the title of leader among the four. This grand array channels the collective might of the 12 ancestral witches, drawing upon the primordial essence of Pangu, gathering the malevolent energies of heaven and earth to manifest the true form of Pangu. Once invoked, its might exceeds even that of the holy ones of the heavenly Tao. Especially during periods of intense calamity, the array reaches its peak power. It is precisely because the Witch Clan wields this formidable array that the Demon Clan has always been wary, refraining from direct confrontation. However, this grand formation has its weaknesses, requiring the joint efforts of all 12 ancestral witches to activate. Should even one be absent, the array, no matter how potent, would fail to unleash even a fraction of its might. Had it not been for Su Ming's intervention, the Witch Clan might have lost one of their ancestral witches, and his kindness towards them cannot be overlooked, now that he has attained primordial unity. It is undoubtedly a boon for our clan. I intend to send my sister Hutu as a representative to pay him a visit when the underworld reaches completion. Di Jiang gazed towards the Blood Sea. Speaking solemnly, as his words fell, the expressions of the surrounding Zhu Jiu-yin and the other ancestral witches darkened, their hearts still heavy with trepidation at this moment. The Witch Clan was embroiled in a fierce struggle against the Demon Clan, with tensions at their peak. Should Hutu undergo reincarnation now and be suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the underworld, the loss of such a key figure would render the 12 ancestral witches unable to summon the 12 capital Heavenly Gods Array. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to the Witch Clan. Had it not been for Su Ming's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Su Ming has shown great benevolence towards our Witch Clan. It is only right that we visit him. I shall accompany my sister Hutu. Let me go. Move aside, do not contest with me. Whoever disputes shall face my wrath, just as the ancestral witches vie to accompany Hutu to the underworld to pay their respects to the Saint Su Ming. Hutu herself remained lost in thought, her gaze fixed upon the blood seed. He instructed me to bring the 9 heavens Shirong to meet him in 3,000 years, promising me a great opportunity. Yet I do not know what this opportunity entails. Hutu murmured, her heart brimming with anticipation to that moment. A rosy hue graced her rounded cheeks, simultaneously, while the great beings of the wilderness marveled at Su Ming's attainment of sanctity. A tremendous force erupted once more from the direction of the Blood Sea. What has occurred now? The mighty beings of the wilderness ceased their discussions, turning their gazes once more towards the depths of the Blood Sea and the underworld. It seems that the unconventional Saint Su Ming is about to make another grand move. Meanwhile, within the Blood Sea, Su Ming stood suspended in the void, his garments billowing and rustling. At last, he had pushed open the gate of primordial unity, achieving the status of a holy one of the Earth Tao. With his elevation in realm, his state of mind had become even more serene, and he remained unfazed by the criticisms from the three purities and other mighty beings. Their words fell upon his ears without any impact, as if they were inconsequential. One must consider, how could a colossal beast of the heavens heed the derision of mere ants? After eons of planning, his long-held aspirations had finally come to fruition, and Su Ming could not help but reflect. Feeling the overwhelming primordial power coursing through his being, he gazed at his hands, deep in contemplation. Just then, a resonant hum echoed through the sky, as purple energy surged from the east for millions of miles. The clouds of merit reappeared. Su Ming looked up at the heavens, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. The heavenly Tao, witnessing Su Ming's reluctance to accept its rewards, had sent forth an abundance of merit once more, attempting to compel him to entangle himself in the web of the heavenly Tao's causality. Chapter 40 Su Ming. I shall refuse the heavenly Tao's merit. Let it befall whoever it may. Within the Blood Sea, feeling the immense primordial power surging within him, Su Ming regarded his hands. Deep in thought, it is said that beneath the holy ones, all are but ants, and now it seems this statement holds true. No matter how formidable a quasi-saint may be, before a Holy One. They are merely slightly larger ants. Contemplating this, he finally reached a profound understanding. The strength of a Holy One lies in their possession of the primordial body, their primordial spirit being one with the Tao. Immortal and indestructible, the primordial body is, in essence, the manifestation of the Tao. The so-called Tao is the culmination of boundless laws and powers. In other words, to establish a path to sanctity is to validate one's path through power while supplementing the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao. Using the force of laws to break free from constraints and forge one's own path. At present, Su Ming's entire being was suffused with the essence of the path of reincarnation, or rather, he had become the very embodiment of the path of reincarnation. Unlike the heavenly Tao puppet Hong Jun Daozu, the Earth Tao is him, and he is the Earth Tao as the master of the path of reincarnation. Su Ming is akin to the sovereign of this underworld world. With but a subtle gesture, he could reduce this entire realm to ashes. This is the power of a Holy One of primordial unity. He has transcended the conventional notions of cultivation realms, such as Tai, Golden Immortal, Deluo, Golden Immortal, and Quasi-Saints, ascending to a completely different dimension of cultivation. Next, Su Ming would savor the new insights gained from his breakthrough, delving into the profound mysteries of this path of primordial reincarnation. However, before doing so, there remained a matter of greater significance that required his attention. Boom! At this moment, above him, the sky was suffused with purple energy extending for millions of miles. An abundance of merit clouds densely gathering. Su Ming gazed up at the heavens, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not long after his attainment of primordial unity, the heavenly Tao had bestowed upon him a vast quantity of merit as a reward, only for him to unleash his formidable power and obliterate the merit clouds. It is crucial to recognize that this merit from the heavenly Tao is a hot potato, containing the very essence of the heavenly Tao's causality. Once entangled, one must expend countless eons to repay the debt. In later generations, the duo from the West, Ti and Jain, borrowed the heavenly Tao's merit to attain sanctity, only to subsequently scheme to gather merit through deceitful means. A heavy price for their entanglement with the heavenly Tao's causality. Yet now, the heavenly Tao had once again showered an abundance of merit, clearly attempting to force Su Ming to become entangled in its causality, thereby suppressing the Earth Tao he represents. Su Ming, of course, would not fall for such a ploy. Dispense at this moment. Su Ming extended a finger, pointing towards the immense clouds of merit in the sky. Boom! Moments later, the entire expanse of merit clouds transformed into a cascade of golden raindrops, falling gently. The surrounding mighty beings gasped in astonishment. Such precious merit, yet Su Ming discarded it as if it were mere refuse. It must be noted that Su Ming had established the underworld, created the 6 paths, governed reincarnation, and filled the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao, reconstructing creation. This is a rare occurrence since the dawn of time. The magnitude of his merit is truly astonishing. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the clouds of merit in the sky were connected, they could likely cover a substantial portion of the wilderness. However, even in the face of such immense merit, Su Ming shattered it without a trace of regret. Not only ordinary beings of the wilderness, but even the 3 purities, Niwa, and the 2 figures from the West, who were predetermined saints, felt a pang of anxiety and trepidation. In their hearts, they cursed Su Ming thoroughly. Had Su Ming been willing to relinquish this vast merit, the 6 of them might have already attained sanctity. Buzz! At this moment, the heavenly Tao's merit fell upon the wilderness, benefiting the land. Countless spiritual veins ravaged by calamities began to rejuvenate. Many celestial paradises, akin to Penglai Island, that had been damaged in the Great Battle, now visibly regained vitality. Countless weak beings of the wilderness received the baptism of this merit rain, awakening their consciousness, and prostrated themselves towards the blood sea in reverence. This scene surpassed even the grandeur of Hong Jun's sanctification and his teachings to the world. After completing all this, Su Ming once again looked skyward at, I am Su Ming. Today I achieve the status of primordial unity, and I hereby declare to the heavens, I establish a great teaching. named the Underworld. I wish to enlighten the beings of the wilderness through this teaching and employ the innate supreme treasure, the reincarnation banner, to suppress the fortunes of this great teaching. The Underworld teaching is established. Following the establishment of the Underworld, Su Ming seized this opportunity to establish a great teaching. The Underworld teaching. His actions were not motivated by anything else but to emulate the 6 predetermined saints. Establishing a sect to compete for the fortune of heaven and earth against the future saints of the heavenly Tao, it is essential to understand that, within the primeval chaos, unlike ordinary beings, the cultivation of saints relies heavily on the fortunes of heaven and earth. Much like the later calamity of where the contention between the 3 teachings of and the Western sects appear to be an endeavor to assist Zhou in overthrowing the tyrant. It was, in fact, a struggle among the 6 great saints for the fortunes of heaven and earth, for these 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, who rely on severing the 3 corpses to achieve sainthood through the merits of establishing a sect. Such merits and fortunes are indispensable, that it is crucial to acknowledge that the trend of the primeval chaos is unchangeable. With Su Ming's current strength, surveying the primeval world, there is no one who can rival him. Except for the Grand Master Hong Jun, eliminating the 6 yet to become saints would be an effortless task. However, even if he were to act now and eradicate all 6 of those saints, it would not alter the trajectory of the primeval chaos. The heavenly Tao could still summon several strands of primordial purple energy to forge new saints, much like the later calamity of when he have witnessed the fall of in a fit of rage. He shattered the primeval world, reenacting the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, only to face punishment from the Grandmaster, who confined him within never to step into the primeval world again. Yet despite the seeming total destruction of the primeval world, it eventually reformed into the 4 great continents, recreating a realm of earthly immortals. With the fortunes of heaven and earth remaining entirely unaffected, saints do not defy the heavens. To defy the heavens is not to become a saint. In simple terms, to defeat the heavenly Tao is futile even if one were to use brute force to obliterate the entire primeval world. Therefore, Su Ming is acutely aware that if he wishes to transcend the heavenly Tao, he must seize the fortunes of heaven and earth and bring the heavenly Tao under his control. Presently, with his mastery over the 6 paths of reincarnation, he can continuously acquire grand merits through the salvation of beings. In contrast, what he must now contemplate is the acquisition of the fortunes of heaven and earth. This is not a task to be completed in a day. It will require a battle of wits and courage against those saints of the heavenly Tao in the future to achieve it. It is precisely for this reason that Su Ming established a grand sect at this moment, laying the groundwork for the future struggle for the fortunes of heaven and earth. As Su Ming's declaration of establishing the sect resounded, a magnificent palace rose from the central position of the underworld. In terms of scale, this palace surpassed even the of the Grand Master Hong Jun. This palace is the sacred ground of Su Ming. The sect leader of the underworld, known as his disciples, 6 Ears and Lien Air, congratulated their master on achieving, wishing him dominion over the universe, enduring through countless tribulations without fading, untouched by cause and effect. Existing eternally with the heavens, coexisting with the Tao, neither born nor extinguished, returning to the void, capable of gathering and dispersing, existing without existence, impervious to the passage of time, free from the entanglement of cause and effect, roaming beyond materiality. At this moment, Su Ming's 2 disciples suddenly jumped forward, bowing deeply before him. They shook their heads and recited the congratulatory phrases they had meticulously prepared. Chapter 41. The flattery was well done. Do not flatter again. Next time, looking at his 2 disciples, Su Ming was at a loss for words. Over the past 30,000 years, 6 Ears and Lien Air had been in seclusion within the Sea of Blood. In their realms had seen tremendous growth. Both had now surpassed the great Luo golden immortal realm, their strengths vastly improved. However, despite their elevated realms, their dispositions remained as unreliable as Everpoint's 6 Ears, the monkey. Possessed the ability to hear all things, and in the primeval chaos, he was indeed privy to all matters, from the teachings of the Grandmaster and to the old demon of the Black Water marrying and having children. He knew everything in great detail, with a wealth of peculiar knowledge crammed into his mind. This time, upon witnessing their master Su Ming attaining, he showcased his cleverness as a sycophant, and with Lien Air, concocted an elaborate series of congratulatory phrases, ready to flatter their master. Their master comprehended all things in the vast world, perceiving the past, present, and future, manipulating time and space, life and death, and reincarnation. They shook their heads and recited their phrases. And if uninterrupted, they might continue for 3,000 years without pause. Su Ming could not help but shake his head and sigh, thinking that 6 years' extensive vocabulary likely surpassed even that of the Grandmaster Hongjun. All right. You two, be quiet. The flattery was well done, but do not flatter again next time. As Su Ming spoke, a hint of affectionate amusement surfaced on his otherwise tranquil face. Ha! Now that our master has attained, we too shall rise to become the personal disciples of a saint, our standings rivaling even that of the Pangyud, in our excitement. We may have forgotten ourselves. Please do not be angry. Master, 6 Ears and Lien Air bashfully scratched their heads and laughed. Since the Battle of they had followed Su Ming back to the Sea of Blood for seclusion. Over these 30,000 years, their cultivation had soared with inherently exceptional backgrounds. Coupled with the baptism of the 9-turn reincarnation secret realm, their talents ranked among the finest in the primeval chaos. Thus, their cultivation speed had been terrifyingly rapid. Currently, 6 Ears had reached the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Lien Air had made even swifter progress, achieving the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Not long ago, they had witnessed their master, Su Ming, commanding with authority, establishing the realm of reincarnation and attaining, and they distinctly felt their own fortunes rising correspondingly. Their understanding of heavenly mysteries had become clearer, and previously obscure techniques had now transformed into straightforward and comprehensible knowledge. Consequently, the speed at which they would break through in the future would accelerate 100-fold compared to before. Over these 30,000 years, you two have greatly improved your realms while in seclusion within the Sea of Blood. Worthy of commendation, Su Ming said, nodding his head at that moment. He could clearly see the aura of profound and mysterious great sect fortune enveloping 6 Ears and Lien Air. They were now the only 2 disciples within Su Ming's underworld sect, and the fortunes they received were indeed remarkable. Conversely, as disciples of the underworld sect, the improvement in 6 Ears and Lien Air's cultivation could also reciprocally enhance the sect's fortunes, creating a symbiotic relationship. 6 Ears, Lien Air, heed my command. Now that I have attained the status of the Saint of the Earthly Path, overseeing reincarnation and governing the 6 paths, the positions within the underworld still have vacancies, and I hereby confer upon you both the positions of in the underworld, granting you supreme fortunes and merits. As long as the underworld endures, your position shall remain eternal. You both consent. Su Ming suddenly ceased to smile, shaking the reincarnation banner in his hand, and spoke with seriousness. And as soon as he finished speaking, 6 Ears and Lien Air were momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. We are willing. We are willing. It is important to note that the positions within the underworld are those of rare and sought after, and possessing them grants one endless merits and fortunes. There is absolutely no reason for the 2 to refuse. Excellent, Su Ming proclaimed with a clear voice, as golden innate pattern shimmered on the reincarnation banner in his hand. Today, I shall confer upon 6 Ears and Lien Air the titles of in the underworld. 6 Ears, I appoint you as the Southern Ghost Emperor, titled Governing Mount Luofu. Lien Air, I appoint you as the Eastern Ghost Emperor, titled Governing Mount Taoji. As Su Ming's voice fell, 2 lines of golden patterns slowly emerged on the divine wheel of the underworld, representing the positions of for 6 Ears and Lien Air. Simultaneously, the fortune surrounding 6 Ears and Lien Air became entwined with the entirety of the underworld. Now that Su Ming had established the realm of reincarnation and founded a grand sect of the underworld, he also possessed the supreme authority to confer divine positions that in the primeval chaos. Such divine positions are recognized by the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Once a cultivator attains a divine position conferred by the three realms, they will receive the blessings of the fortunes of heaven and earth, much like during the era when Zhang held the and presided over he distributed divine positions to the 8 divisions of the heavenly court, encompassing 365. These are the positions conferred by heaven and earth. Anyone listed would gain a divine position within the heavenly court, receiving an unending stream of merit rewards. Similarly, the underworld possesses positions. Like the reincarnation banner in Su Ming's hand serves as the treasure artifact for conferring in the underworld. Notably, that had long been in the possession of Hong Jun, later bestowed upon his disciple Hao Yin, who utilized it to govern the heavenly court and secure the throne of the Jade Emperor. In contrast, the reincarnation banner in Su Ming's hand is an innate treasure that should have perished during the great calamity of creation, fracturing into and among other treasures of the underworld. However, due to Su Ming awakening the divine level selection system and receiving the reincarnation banner as a reward, this legendary treasure has once again emerged. Thus, not only has Su Ming employed this treasure to attain sainthood, but he can also wield it to govern the underworld and confer positions that it is crucial to recognize that the hierarchy within the primeval world is strict. Similarly, divine positions are categorized into various levels. For instance, within the heavenly court, there exists the Jade Emperor, the 4 great emperors, and the 8 divisions of, among others. The higher the position, the greater the fortunes and merits received. However, it is worth mentioning that while divine positions in the heavenly court may appear enticing, they are, in reality, a trap set by the heavenly Tao to balance the insects and fill vacancies within the heavenly court. Anyone on the list will lose their physical body and cultivation, while their primordial spirit is suppressed by the heavenly Tao, rendering them incapable of further progress in their cultivation. On the surface, they may serve as celestial beings in the heavenly court, but in truth, they become puppets manipulated by the heavenly Tao, losing their free will. In contrast, the positions in the underworld differ significantly. Su Ming is the saint ancestor of the earthly path, fundamentally distinct from Hao Yin, who governs the heavenly court. He presides over the path of reincarnation, and the entire underworld is, in essence, a manifestation of his own great Tao. Unlike Hao Yin, Su Ming embodies the very essence of the underworld. The former serves the heavenly Tao, while the latter is the sovereign who established the earthly path. In the realm of the underworld, Su Ming holds the highest authority. Beneath him, the most esteemed position is that of the Emperor of Fengdu. This position is tantamount to that of the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court, signifying a status of being second only to one and above countless others. Among the remaining ranks, the Emperor of the 5 Directions, who oversees the 5 sacred mountains, wields the greatest power, and possesses the most merits and blessings present. He has bestowed upon Lu Er and Lian Er 2 esteemed titles from this Emperor of the 5 Directions. Chapter 42. Appointing talents, bestowing titles to the celestial spirits. Thank you, Master. Upon receiving the titles of the Yin spirits, both Lu Er and Lian Er found their fortunes enhanced, leading to a dramatic transformation in their demeanor. Even their appearances were renewed. Lu Er adorned a crown of purple gold from the netherworld, donned a black gold armor of chaos, and stood tall in ethereal shoes of the void. Lian Er wore a veil of black lotus and a skirt of world-annihilating pleats. Her presence, striking and dignified. The two have now ascended to become deities of the underworld, basking in endless fortune and merits, soaring to new heights, a stark contrast to their former selves. Go forth. Su Ming nodded slightly, gesturing with a light laugh. Yes. Lu Er and Lian Er knelt before Su Ming in reverence. They then turned and departed from the palace of the nether deities, heading towards the 5 sacred mountains to assume their duties. Watching their retreating figures, Su Ming's gaze burned with intensity. The underworld has recently been established, and apart from the hundreds of vacant positions for the nether deities, there remain thousands of scattered spirit ranks, such as the Yin-Yang Wanderers, Soul Collectors, Minor and Major Rakshases, all awaiting appointment. Although these ranks may seem lowly, they are crucial for the effective functioning of the underworld. Contemplating this, Su Ming gently waved the reincarnation banner in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, beams of flowing light dispersed from within the reincarnation banner, illuminating the previously dim sky above. These rays of light were none other than the souls of the remaining innate 3 clans and the demonic cultivators contained within the reincarnation banner. Due to the heavy karmic burdens they bore, even the passage of countless millennia was insufficient to cleanse them. Thus, Su Ming summoned them forth to offer them a chance for redemption. You have suffered for countless years. Bound by the karmic debts accumulated during the calamity, your plight is unbearable. Today, I grant you an opportunity for a fresh start. If you are willing to serve the underworld, not only can you cleanse your karmic burdens, but you shall also gain merits and fortune, ultimately achieving your destined fruition. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the souls below all fell silent, their expressions grave. For billions of years, they had endured the torment of karmic flames. Their suffering indescribable, now presented with a chance to escape their anguish and begin anew. Only a fool would refuse. We are willing to obey the sage's summons. They replied in unison. Excellent, spirits of the heavens. Heed my command. I decree the appointment of 43,200 ghost marshals, 129,600 ghost generals, 3,670,000 ghost warriors, and 48,500,000 ghost soldiers. Su Ming spoke slowly, and his words manifested into law. With his decree, the souls transformed into armored soldiers of the underworld. It is worth noting that within the underworld, souls are categorized based on their former cultivation and status into ranks, namely, ghost saints, ghost heroes, ghost marshals, ghost generals, ghost warriors, and ghost soldiers. Among these, the ghost saints possess the highest former cultivation and the heaviest karmic burdens. Akin to figures such as the demon ancestor Rahu and the old ancestor of the Nether River. The ghost heroes' rank includes innate great beings like the Eastern King, while the ghost marshals and generals include figures like the demon ancestor and the elder of the Phoenix clan. The lowest ranks, ghost warriors and soldiers, comprise lesser innate beings of lowly status. Herein, the soul collectors, ox-headed and horse-faced, the supreme black and white, the 2 hooked generals, and the day and night wanderers, among others, belong to the ranks of ghost marshals and generals. While the ghost warriors and soldiers serve as the foot soldiers of the underworld. Soon, appointments were completed and countless underworld soldiers dispersed, each heading to their designated duties. At this moment, Su Ming turned his attention to the vacant positions of the nether deity ranks. These esteemed positions hold great significance, conferring immense merits and fortune, and it is imperative to find suitable candidates for these vital roles. For Su Ming, it would be ideal to select individuals from among his disciples. Like Lu Er and Lian Er, this would not only reinforce the authority of the underworld, but also enhance the fortune of the nether teaching, achieving a dual benefit. As for the candidate for the Emperor of Fengdu, let it be him, Su Ming declared, and with a shift of thought, a remnant soul gradually materialized from the reincarnation banner. This remnant soul was imbued with boundless resentment, emanating a ghastly crimson light. In the past, I seized your life within the blood sea, thereby incurring a karmic debt. Now, it is time to repay that debt. As his words settled, Su Ming extended a finger toward the remnant soul. Buzz! The remnant soul seemed to awaken its consciousness, manifesting as a phantom clad in a blood-red robe. This figure was none other than the old ancestor of the Nether River, an innate deity birthed from the depths of the blood sea. Back then, before he could even enter the world, Su Ming had seized his life, leaving him as a wandering soul filled with unrelenting resentment. Nether River, now that I have attained the Tao of primordial unity and become the saint ancestor of the netherworld, if you are willing to submit to me, I shall accept you as my disciple and bestow upon you a position among the nether deities. Will you consent? Su Ming spoke with authority. The Nether River, possessing the lineage of an innate deity, is a renowned powerhouse in the primordial realm, alongside the likes of the 3 purities. Given his qualifications, he would undoubtedly be a most fitting candidate for a significant role within the underworld. However, the Nether River hesitated, seemingly unable to let go of the past grievance concerning Su Ming's actions in the Blood Sea. Nonetheless, Su Ming, now a master of the netherworld, presiding over the cycle of reincarnation, would not be unwise to harbor resentment. After a moment of contemplation, A flicker of realization crossed the Nether River's gaze. Very well. The Nether River is willing to submit to the sage and offer my humble service, he proclaimed, bowing deeply before Su Ming. Excellent, Su Ming replied with a slight smile. Gesturing to the void, boom, a grand bronze door, imbued with ancient Taoist charm, rose from the ground. Beyond this door lay the 9 cycles of reincarnation, a secret realm capable of purifying souls and enhancing their lineage. Since the last time he accepted Lien Er as a disciple on Penglai Island, this secret realm had not been utilized for quite some time. Now that Su Ming achieved the Tao of primordial unity, its effects had grown even more profound and mysterious than before. Now that you are my disciple, according to our teachings, all newly accepted disciples must undergo the trials of the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Fear not, as long as your determination is unwavering, you will pass the trials and be reborn with a new spirit and flesh. As Su Ming's words echoed, the door to the 9 cycles of reincarnation swung wide open. The Nether River, adhering to the sage's decree, willingly accepted the trial. As he spoke, the Nether River transformed into a beam of crimson light, leaping into the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Truly, a worthy innate deity with commendable resolve. Su Ming thought to himself, observing with keen interest. As soon as the Nether River entered the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Su Ming began to scrutinize the process. Chapter 43. A Glimmer of Hope. Rahu's choice as the soul of the Nether River entered the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Su Ming's expression grew focused, his gaze unwavering. In the first life, he reincarnated as the falling treasure money, an innate spiritual treasure taking the form of the falling treasure celestial master, leveraging his exceptional talents to embark on the path of treasure cultivation. In the second life, he was reborn as an elder of the dragon clan, guided by the innate lewdness of dragons, devising a method for cultivating concubines. In the third life, he became a wine-loving demon cultivator, wielding a 3-foot green peak, dubbing himself the Wine Sword Immortal, and indulging in flirtations. Observing the Nether River's conduct within the secret realm, Su Ming felt a headache coming on. Despite the Nether River's cold exterior, his character was exceedingly erratic, acting entirely on impulse. His actions were dictated by whim, a free spirit unbound by convention, exceedingly peculiar. Su Ming couldn't help but silently critique. Although the Nether River was an innate deity, his temperament was too unruly, indicating that appointing him as the Emperor of Fengdu would be ill-advised. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. Drawing on his profound lineage, the Nether River successfully completed the trials of the 9 cycles of reincarnation and emerged from the bronze door. At this moment, having undergone the secret realm's purification, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, his essence further refined, and his appearance transformed. Where once stood a weary, sinister elder, now stood a handsome youth clad in a red robe, with a face as radiant as jade and eyes like bright stars. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, the Nether River exclaimed, kneeling graciously in his flowing robe before Su Ming. You have passed the trials of the secret realm and are now an official disciple of this sect. From this day forth, I appoint you as the Western Ghost Emperor, titled the Bloodmaster of Azura, governing the Mount of Zhuang. As Su Ming's words concluded, the Nether River's aura surged dramatically, and the innate Tao patterns symbolizing his identity as a ghost emperor manifested upon his blood-red robe. Thus, following Lu Er and Lien Er, the third candidate among the 5 directional ghost emperors was now established. Furthermore, take these 2 spiritual treasures as a welcoming gift to commemorate your entry into the sect. Su Ming spoke, extending his hand to summon a spiritual treasure, placing it before the eye of the Nether River. This is, the Nether River focused its gaze, its pupils narrowing slightly. The 2 spiritual treasures were 2 swords radiating a cold light, enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, exuding a chilling presence. They were exquisite, innate spiritual treasures, rare in the primordial chaos, the twin swords of Yuan Tu and Abi. It is said that once these treasures are summoned, one can kill without entanglement in karmic retribution, an extraordinary phenomenon. The disciple is profoundly grateful for the master's bestowal of these treasures. The Nether River expressed its deep appreciation as the Nether River received the spiritual treasures. It spoke in a deep voice filled with gratitude. Buzz. As soon as his hand made contact with the twin swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, his aura surged dramatically, increasing several-fold. It turned out that these two swords were the accompanying spiritual treasures transformed from the essence of the Nether River during the birth of the Blood Sea. Later, Su Ming seized them while the Nether River had yet to be born, thus acquiring these two swords. Now, bestowing the Yuan Tu Abi back to the Nether River could be seen as the return of the treasures to their rightful owner, while also aiding the Nether River in restoring its lost essence. The disciple has a mission to fulfill and must take my leave. Go forth. The Nether River accepted the Yuan Tu Abi without further ado, transforming directly into a beam of bloodlight, flying towards the direction of the western mount of the Zhangzhong. It is worth mentioning that, just as the Nether River completed the trials of the Nine Turns Reincarnation Secret Realm, Su Ming had also reaped considerable reward. As he advanced, he unexpectedly comprehended the Nether River's innate divine ability. 480 million blood gods. Legend has it that these blood gods were cultivated by the ancestral figure of the Nether River through the Blood Sea, capable of serving as the Nether River's external incarnations, or even be utilized as Tao soldiers. The quantity of these blood gods was immense, totaling 480 million. They could assist the Nether River in forming a grand blood river formation. Although its power may not rival the four great evil formations, such as the Slaying Immortals array, its indestructible nature made it exceptionally suitable for attrition warfare. It is said that even if the ancestral figure of the Nether River's physical form were to shatter, as long as a single blood god remained, he could use it to reconstruct his body, hence the saying that as long as the Blood Sea remains, the Nether River shall not perish. Now that Su Ming has attained the status of a sage, the divine ability of the blood gods is not merely a timely aid, but also a delightful embellishment. With this, only the selection of the Emperor of Fengdu remains. Having seen off the Nether River, Su Ming gazed at the reincarnation banner in his hand, murmuring to himself, "This Emperor of Fengdu holds a crucial position in the underworld, one beneath whom countless others serve. It is imperative to find someone of exceptional cultivation to assume this role." Initially, Su Ming had intended to bestow this position upon the ancestral figure of the Nether River due to his profound cultivation as an innate deity. However, after witnessing the Nether River's behavior during the trials of the Nine Turns Reincarnation Secret Realm, he altered his decision. The Nether River's actions were erratic and capricious, clearly indicating he was not a suitable candidate. Thus, only one choice remains. As Su Ming spoke, he gently shook the reincarnation banner in his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of essence burst forth from the banner. This essence, representing the laws of slaughter, erupted into a blood-red radiance that illuminated the previously dim Nether Deity Palace. This beam of essence was none other than the soul of the formidable demonic entity, demon ancestor Luo Ho, who perished during the great catastrophe of Long Han. Who would have thought that a mere little tiger demon from the Long Han calamity could attain the Tao of Hong Yuan? This truly exceeds my expectations. As Luo Ho's soul materialized, it immediately emitted a disdainful laugh, its tone laced with irreverence. Luo Ho was a renowned ancient power during the Long Han calamity. He had clashed with Su Ming before, and thus his understanding of Su Ming's cultivation was profound. Yet, unexpectedly, this innate being, a mere tiger demon, possessed such great fortune and opportunities, capable of attaining the Tao of the sage. I remembered during the final battle of the Long Han. You uttered, "How dare the ants speak to the heavens?" This statement clearly intended to liken all beings of the primordial chaos to ants while elevating yourself to the status of the Tao. However, time has passed, and you have become a wandering soul, while I have established my own path, achieving a Hong Yuan body, not even deigning to regard the Tao. Tell me, between us, who truly is the ant? Su Ming replied with a slight smile, his voice resonating firmly. Now that he has attained the Hong Yuan Tao, the jeers from the remnants of demon ancestor Luo Ho's soul hold no power over him whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's expression shifted slightly, a hint of gloom surfacing on his haughty visage. During the calamity of Long Han, He had self-destructed the Western spiritual vein, entangling himself in a vast web of karmic retribution. Now, after spending countless years suffering from the fires of karma, he finds himself unable to cleanse even a fraction of that retribution. If this continues, even if his true spirit remains powerful, one day he will be worn down by karma, turning to dust. Did you summon me merely to mock me? Luo Ho lifted his gaze slightly, speaking in a deep tone. No, I summoned you not out of a desire to ridicule you. On the contrary, I wish to offer you a magnificent opportunity. If you agree, I assure you that not only will I help you cleanse your boundless karma, but perhaps one day in the future, I can assist you in attaining the Hong Yuan Dao. Fulfilling your lifelong aspiration. Chapter 44. Ho 2. Stop. Do not continue fighting. Is this true? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Ho's eyes gleamed with intensity. Since his birth into the primordial world during the Long Han catastrophe, he has devoted his life to pursuing the realm of Hong Yuan. Now, witnessing Su Ming's achievement, he can only lament in envy. Given his current state, enduring countless years of karmic fire would likely not alter his dismal fate. Yet, now Su Ming suddenly offers him a chance to cleanse his karma and start anew. Perhaps one day in the future, he could attain the Hong Yuan Dao and fulfill his lifelong wish. This is undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for Luo Ho, and he would refuse it under no circumstances. Are you suggesting that you intend to bestow the position of Emperor of Fengdu upon me? Luo Ho pondered briefly before speaking. Indeed, as long as you agree to join my ranks and become my disciple, I shall confer upon you the position of Emperor of Fengdu. Su Ming nodded. Responding with clarity, he secretly admired Luo Ho's innate intelligence. As a key figure during the Long Han catastrophe, his perception was exceptionally sharp. In truth, from the very beginning, Su Ming had intended to elevate Luo Ho. After all, among the countless souls he had collected over the eons within the reincarnation banner, few were as significant as demon ancestor Luo Ho. The position of Emperor of Fengdu is an immensely important one within the underworld. It can be said that, aside from Su Ming, all affairs in the underworld are governed by Fengdu. Therefore, among the souls in the reincarnation banner, only those who can manage the overall situation and possess top-tier cultivation are fit for this critical role. Otherwise, individuals like Dong Wang Gong, though powerful innate beings, lack the leadership ability to govern the vast underworld, unable to command respect. Hence, in Su Ming's eyes, the most ideal candidate for this position is none other than demon ancestor Luo Ho. If I agree to the position, will I be able to completely rid myself of my karmic retribution? Luo Ho pondered, subsequently inquiring. Not entirely. Your karmic burden is too heavy. To cleanse it will not be an overnight task. However, you must understand that the position of Emperor of Fengdu is exceedingly prestigious, and its holder enjoys immense merits and fortune. I believe that in less than 10 yuan meetings, you will be able to completely eliminate your karmic retribution, allowing you to resume your cultivation. However, until your karma is entirely cleansed, you must not step a single foot outside the underworld. Otherwise, the karmic retribution from the Long Han period will subject you to the 5 failures of heaven and man. At best, you will lose your cultivation, and in this life, advancement will be nearly impossible. At worst, your true spirit will be damaged, and your soul will perish. Su Ming explained everything clearly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Luo Ho's expression grew intense. Just as Su Ming stated, this opportunity is one he cannot refuse. It is evidently a mutually beneficial transaction. Su Ming can acquire a powerful and strategically adept individual to assume the role of Emperor of Fengdu. Conversely, Luo Ho can thoroughly rid himself of the torment of karmic flames without having to endure the suffering of reincarnation, merely waiting for the time needed to cleanse his karmic debts before re-entering the path and rising again. Very well, I accept your offer. Upon this realization, Luo Ho inclined his head slightly, speaking with resolute determination. The demon ancestor is indeed forthright. Following the customs of our sect, as a newly inducted disciple, you must undergo the trials of the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm. Please proceed, Su Ming said, gesturing towards the ancient and profound entrance of the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm. Gazing at the 9 turns reincarnation secret realm, Luo Ho's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, the transaction between him and Su Ming was not without its risks. It is well known that those who wish to pass the trials of the Nine Turns Reincarnation secret realm must possess an exceptionally steadfast heart. Otherwise, they risk annihilation of their spirit. A step back leads to the mortal realm. A step forward leads to the underworld. I shall go, Luo Ho declared, leaping into the Nine Turns Reincarnation secret realm, disappearing from sight, now at the end of his rope. He had nothing left to lose. Watching Luo Ho enter the Nine Turns Reincarnation secret realm, Su Ming's gaze was intense that he was curious to see how the illustrious demon ancestor, who has been scorned throughout the ages, would perform. Just as Su Ming was preparing to confer the position of the underworld deity upon Luo Ho, thousands of years had already passed in the primordial chaos on Mount Buzhou. Extraordinary lights flickered, reverberating through the cosmos, shattering the tranquility of the past. This sign clearly indicated that a great power was engaged in a battle of divine abilities. These two formidable individuals, both adorned in the attire of the Wu clan, possess an imposing and majestic presence. One of them is enveloped in the mystical flames of the nine heavens, emanating an air of audacity, while the other is entwined with the ethereal waters of the nine heavens, exuding an air of arrogance. The terrifying pressure radiating from both indicates that their cultivation is certainly on par with that of the quasi-saints. These two are none other than the fire ancestor Zhurong and the water ancestor Gonggong. Two of the 12 ancestral shaman of the Wu clan. Boom! Gonggong's visit to the underworld to pay homage to the sage is of great significance. Among the ancestral shamans, my combat prowess is unparalleled. Thus I should accompany our dear sister Hutu. With a thunderous roar, the fire ancestor Zhurong unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal flame surged forth, and the terrifying shockwaves of their battle erupted, transforming the surrounding expanse into scorched earth for millions of miles. Nonsense, you brute, possess a simplistic and boorish mind that if you were to go, it is likely that a disagreement would spark chaos in the underworld, incurring the wrath of that sage Su Ming. The water ancestor Gonggong deftly dodged the attack and retaliated. As his words fell, the entire Mount Buzhou trembled ominously, showing signs of imminent collapse. It is important to note that both Zhurong and Gonggong are ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, wielding supreme power equivalent to that of quasi-saints. The aftermath of their clash is so formidable that it could slightly shake the very foundation of the ancestral veins of the Hongwang. Although they are both transformed from the divine blood of Pangu and are kin, the discord arising from their elemental affinities often leads to conflict. Today, their disagreement over accompanying Hutu to the underworld has escalated to blows. Let me go. I will go. The clash between them raged on. As neither was willing to give way, their fists meeting flesh in a fiery confrontation. If this continues, it is likely that the entire Mount Buzhou will be reduced to rubble. Cease this at once. Do not continue fighting. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, rang out. Zhurong and Gonggong halted their actions. Amidst the winds, flames, thunder, and rain, a slender figure stood not far away, glaring at them in fury. This figure was none other than Hutu, the youngest of the 12 ancestral shamans. Sister Hutu, you have returned. Hee. Even when angered, Hutu looked so lovely. Upon seeing Hutu, the tempers of Zhurong and Gonggong diminished significantly. It is well known that Hutu, being the youngest among the 12 ancestral shamans, possesses a naturally beautiful appearance and a compassionate heart, endearing her to her elder brothers. Seeing Hutu's anger, the two immediately ceased their fighting, not daring to provoke their sister any further. They turned to Hutu and noticed she was cradling a handful of spiritual soil. This spiritual soil shimmered with an unusual radiance, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Clearly not an ordinary item, but rather a rare treasure from the primordial realm. This soil is none other than the Nine Heavens essence soil, which Huda had promised to bring to the underworld as a gift for Su Ming. After 3,000 years in the Sea of Blood, 3,000 years ago, Hutu encountered Su Ming amidst the Sea of Blood and, through his hands, utilized the chaotic jade disc to deduce her fate and that of the Wu clan. Subsequently, She sacrificed 3 drops of ancestral shaman blood to request Su Ming's assistance in altering her destined cycle of reincarnation. Just before their separation, Su Ming urged Hutu to bring the 9 heavens essence soil to the underworld upon the completion of her reincarnation process, promising her a significant opportunity. Upon returning to the ancestral land of the Wu clan from the Sea of Blood, Hutu shared her extraordinary encounter with Imperial Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral shamans. Upon learning the truth, the ancestral shamans were filled with trepidation. It is crucial to understand that the Wu clan's formidable strength stems not only from the high cultivation of each of the 12 ancestral shamans, but also from the existence of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Their ultimate weapon, this formation stands alongside the Extermination Sword formation, the 10,000 Immortals formation, and the Demon Court's Celestial Star formation, as one of the 4 great wicked formations of the primordial realm. In comparison, the power of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation surpasses that of the other 3, establishing its supremacy among the 4. This great formation harnesses the collective power of the 12 ancestral shamans, channeling the primordial essence of Pangu to gather the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, solidifying the true form of Pangu. Once invoked, its might transcends even that of heavenly saints, especially during times of cataclysmic upheaval. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation reaches its most formidable state. It is precisely because the Wu clan possesses this formidable formation that the Demon clan's heavenly court has always harbored great trepidation, refraining from confronting the Wu clan directly. However, this grand formation has its vulnerabilities, requiring the combined efforts of all 12 ancestral shamans to activate. Should even one be absent, the formation, no matter how powerful, would be rendered ineffective. Currently, as the Wu clan engages in a fierce conflict with the Demon clan, the situation is particularly precarious. If Hutu were to undergo reincarnation at this moment and be suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the underworld, the absence of a key figure among the 12 ancestral shamans would render them unable to summon the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. This would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Wu clan. Had it not been for Su Ming's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As the 3,000-year deadline approached, Hutu recalled that she had yet to prepare the meeting gift she promised Su Ming. Thus, she ventured to Mount Buzhou in search of the 9 heavens essence soil. This 9 heavens essence soil, formed from the primordial essence of the earth, possesses remarkable properties that it is said that in later generations, Niwa used this very soil as a primary material to create humanity, the earth ancestor. Hutu wields mastery over the essence of the earth, making her adept at locating the various divine soils across the primordial land. Upon realizing that Hutu intended to search for treasures atop Mount Buzhou, Zhurong and Gonggong, the 2 bumbling brutes could no longer remain idle. They quickly surrounded Hutu, clamoring to accompany her to Mount Buzhou. Unable to refuse their insistence, Hutu reluctantly agreed to let them accompany her on the journey. Unbeknownst to her, before they had even made it halfway up the mountain, Zhurong and Gonggong quarreled over accompanying Hutu to the underworld, leading to a fierce brawl. With pressing matters at hand, Hutu had no time to tend to the antics of these 2 fools, and so she ascended the mountain alone in search of the 9 heavens essence soil. I will accompany Sister Hutu. I will go. I will go. The battle between them persisted for nearly 500 years. Zhurong and Gonggong exchanged fierce words, neither willing to concede, resulting in an all-out brawl. Enough! Both of you cease this quarrel. You shall both accompany me to the underworld to pay homage. This should suffice, correct? After finally locating the 9 heavens essence soil, Hutu, witnessing the ongoing fight between Zhurong and Gonggong, stamped her foot in frustration and pouted. Humph! Now that's more like it. Upon hearing Hutu's words, the 2 fighters ceased their conflict, exchanging cold huffs, crossing their arms, and ignoring each other. Brothers, with the 3,000-year agreement nearing its conclusion, the sage Su Ming must be anxiously awaiting us. Let us not dawdle any longer. We must depart swiftly. Observing the childishness of Zhurong and Gonggong, Hutu felt a mix of amusement and irritation. She then stamped her foot and transformed into a stream of brown light, racing toward the blood sea where the underworld lay. Sister Hutu, Wait for me. Seeing this, Zhurong and Gonggong also transformed into streaks of red and blue light, hastily following Hutu. Just as Hutu and the others were en route to the Blood Sea and the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, at Mount Buzhou, within the Demon Court's heavenly palace, news from spies reached them. Not long ago, the Wu clan's Hutu, Zhurong, and Gonggong had departed from their ancestral land, heading toward the underworld. It is said that their purpose for this journey is to pay homage to the sage Su Ming and strategize for future alliances. On the throne, Emperor Jun's expression turned grim. Flanking him were two powerful figures. On his left stood the proud demon sovereign Dong Wangtai, while on his right was the sinister and brooding ancestral being Kunping. Now that the underworld has established itself with formidable strength, its combat prowess far exceeds that of our demon court. The Wu clan's visit to the underworld is aimed at forging an alliance with Su Ming. Should they succeed in forming ties with the underworld, the situation could become dire for our demon clan. In my humble opinion, we must devise a strategy swiftly to avoid missing this critical opportunity. As Kunping concluded his remarks, Emperor Jun nodded slightly, in full agreement. As tensions between the demon and Wu clans escalate, war looms on the horizon. Each of the 12 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan possesses mastery over the laws of heaven and earth. With extraordinary physical prowess, what is more alarming is that the Wu clan wields the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Once invoked, it can summon the true form of Pangu, given the current strength of the Wu clan. The demon clan stands to gain nothing should they confront them directly. Even with the Wu clan's immense power, if they were to ally with the underworld, the implications would be decidedly unfavorable for the demon clan. Very well, if that is the case, we cannot remain passive. Let us prepare generous gifts and pay a visit to the sage Su Ming in the underworld. Indeed, as Emperor Jun's words concluded, he dispatched emissaries from the demon clan, laden with sumptuous offerings, to visit the underworld in homage. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the primordial realm, streaks of light flared into motion. Almost all of the innate powerhouses departed their abodes, hastening toward the underworld. Among them, besides the ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, were renowned figures such as the three pure ones of Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West, Zenyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, and the radiant lamp Taoist of Lingjiu Mountain. Among these formidable beings, it was the three ancestral shamans of the Witch clan, namely Hutu and others, who first arrived at the underworld, the Ghost Gate. How majestic it is from a distance! They beheld the ancient and imposing gate shrouded in ghostly aura, and both Zhurong and Gonggong couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Simultaneously, countless wandering souls drifted into the gate. This appearing from sight, I am Lu Er, disciple of the sage Su Ming, accompanied by Lian Er. On the command of my master, I have come to welcome the three ancestral shamans. As the words fell, two powerful figures descended from the heavens. One was a Lu Er, adorned with a crown of underworld purple gold, clad in the black gold armor of the world, and stepping on the ethereal cloud shoes. The other, a dark fairy, donned a black lotus silk cloak, wore a gown of withered petals, and stepped on the embroidered shoes of the underworld deity. They were both conferred by Su Ming as the two ghost emperors of the central underworld. Enjoying boundless fortune and merit, holding an exceptionally noble status, even in the presence of the renowned ancestral shamans of the primordial era, their imposing aura remained undiminished. Chapter 46. The Feast of Gluttony. Hutu meets an old friend upon seeing Lu Er and Lian Er appear. Hutu and others narrowed their eyes slightly, despite these two juniors only possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Their extraordinary lineage and the magnificent aura circulating around them surpassed even those who prided themselves as the true descendants of Pangu. It turns out they are disciples of the sage. Much appreciated. Hutu stepped forward and responded in a clear voice. Unlike the impetuous Zhurong and other shamans, Hutu was exceptionally intelligent and courteous, responding with grace. She understood that even though Lu Er and Lian Er were not highly cultivated, their status as direct disciples of the sage warranted her utmost respect. Please, the three ancestral shamans, let us proceed to Fengdu City, where my master awaits you. Lu Er and Lian Er wasted no time. directly opening the gates of the Ghost Gate. "Thank you." The three ancestral shamans expressed their gratitude and stepped through the Ghost Gate. Upon entering, an involuntary exclamation escaped their lips. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than that of the primordial world, which had been ravaged by calamities. "Is this the road of Yellow Springs?" Huta's face was filled with disbelief as she gazed upon the scenery before her, which was not at all the desolate and eerie place she had imagined. On the contrary, the rich spiritual energy here could rival even the finest spiritual veins of the primordial world. Were it not for the drifting souls, this place would resemble a natural paradise. From a distance, 9 spiritual springs stood majestically. Looking up into the void, a pitch-black Tao palace floated gently, the abode of the sage Su Ming, the underworld deity palace. As they stepped through the Ghost Gate and entered the underworld, Hutu suddenly felt a profound connection to this ethereal realm, an inexplicable bond that she could not articulate. Su Ming's words were not false. This underworld was indeed derived from my relinquished shamanic essence, and now it resonates with the essence of my being. Surely, it must be linked to the 3 drops of my blood. There must be many hidden secrets awaiting revelation when I meet him. Speaking thus, Hutu continued onward with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong towards Fengdu City. Along the way, the 3 ancestral shamans marveled, as if they were country bumpkins visiting the city. The underworld was meticulously structured with countless fortifications, each guarded by formidable, ghostly soldiers. Each of these soldiers stood tall in heavy armor, exuding an air of authority. The weakest among them was at least at the celestial level. Yet, even that level of cultivation paled in comparison to the ancestral shamans. However, it should not be forgotten that these soldiers were the lowest echelon within the underworld, as for the ghost generals and commanders. Each was a formidable being above the golden immortal level. The well-known wandering deities like the night-walking deity and the hooking lock generals were all undoubtedly great powers at the Tai golden immortal realm. Following them were the various deities and officials, all serving at the great Luo golden immortal level. What truly astonished Hutu was the evident strength of this newly formed underworld, which had only existed for several millennia, surpassing all external expectations. Its might was such that even the currently resplendent Witch Clan could not rival it. In contrast to the scattered Witch Clan, the underworld was characterized by its strict hierarchy and discipline. As the 3 ancestral shamans delved deeper, a towering dark city loomed ahead, imposing and suffused with ghostly energy, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Upon the city gates, the characters Fengdu City were inscribed in innate Tao patterns, strikingly visible. Behind Fengdu City, 6 radiant beams of golden light illuminated the dim sky, emanating from the core of the underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation, just as the 3 ancestral shamans were marveling. A cacophony of wails filled the air. Following the sound, they beheld countless wandering souls being escorted by ghostly soldiers, surging into Fengdu City, having been cleansed by the 9 springs along the road of Yellow Springs. These souls had shed their earthly attachments and severed all karmic ties to their past lives. Awaiting them was the judgment of sins within the Hall of Yama, in Fengdu City. Those burdened with heavy karma would be cast into the 18 layers of hell, suffering the purifying flames of retribution. Meanwhile, those with significant merits would directly ascend to the 6 paths for rebirth. Is this the cycle of reincarnation? Witnessing the grandeur of the underworld, Hutu gazed at the 6 paths of reincarnation radiating golden light, murmuring to herself, You have finally arrived, causing us much distress." Just then, a powerful figure emerged from the void before the 3 ancestral shamans. Upon revealing its true form, even the battle-hardened Witch Clan ancestors gasped in astonishment. Before them stood a monstrous being with a green face and sharp fangs. Surrounded by a menacing aura, it was a creature of the Demon Clan. Seeing this, Hutu and the others were taken aback, filled with surprise and doubt. It was said that the Demon Clan had perished during the final battle of the Dragon and Han Calamity. They could not fathom from where this peak great Luo golden immortal demon cultivator had emerged. Do not be alarmed, esteemed ancestral shamans. I am Tian Bo's son, a celestial being of the 6 heavens of the underworld, sent by sage Su Ming to welcome your arrival. Noticing the hostility in the eyes of the three ancestral shamans, Tian Bo Sun quickly explained. Hutu furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the unexpected existence of an ancient demon clan being from the Dragon and Han Calamity period within the underworld, which truly took her by surprise. Despite Tian Bo Sun's fearsome appearance, his cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With such strength, he could stand alone even in the current primordial world. We have come here to meet Sage Su Ming. I kindly request you to guide us, Hutu remarked, slightly bowing in courtesy. At this moment, Sage Su Ming was in seclusion within the underworld deity palace. So please, allow me to take you to the Luo Feng Hall for a brief respite, Tian Bo Sun warmly invited. Unfortunately, his visage was so fearsome that even his courteous smile sent shivers down one's spine. Please, please, upon Tian Bo Sun's invitation, Hutu and the others nodded slightly in agreement. Following his lead, they arrived at the Luo Feng Hall within Fengdu City to rest. Oh, what a delightful fragrance upon entering the Grand Hall. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's noses twitched in excitement as their eyes lit up before them. An ancient round table was laden with an abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. These were clearly prepared in advance by Su Ming's servants to entertain the guests. Zhu Rong, look, this is the innate spiritual root by Jing fruit, and this is the innate spiritual root, Xian Tian berry, said to take 30,000 years to mature. We must try it quickly. This is the meat of the Lingxi white deer from the western Kunlun Mountains. Incredibly delicious. And here is the divine nectar brewed with the water of the three suns, fragrant, truly fragrant. As seasoned gourmands, the two immediately recognized the significance of these rare delicacies, each one a treasure seldom seen in the primordial world. Now, these once elusive delicacies lay before them as if they were free, igniting their appetites. It should be noted that Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, aside from their penchant for fighting, were also unabashed foodies. At this moment, upon seeing the sumptuous feast, they cast aside their earlier wariness and dove headlong onto the banquet table, indulging in the fine wine and delicacies with abandon. Brother Zhu Rong, let me toast first in respect. No need to be polite, little brother. Who are we to each other? Though Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were often at odds, once they sat at the banquet table, they quickly transformed their enmity into camaraderie. Toasting and sharing laughter, their bond growing ever closer. In stark contrast, Hutu showed little interest in the delectable spread before her at this moment. Her most pressing concern was to meet Sage Su Ming and deliver the 9 heavens soil into his hands. Dear brothers, please enjoy your meal. I shall take a stroll outside. Hutu bid farewell and gracefully exited the Luo Feng Hall at that moment. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were too engrossed in their gluttony to care for Hutu's well-being. Soon after, Hutu made her way outside Fengdu City. Before her, 6 beams of golden light surged majestically towards the sky, the cycle of reincarnation. Hutu gently shielded her eyes and murmured. She understood that the 6 golden lights before her were none other than the resplendent radiance of the cycle of reincarnation. Hutu ancestor witch, you have finally arrived. I, the humble Taoist, have awaited your presence for quite some time. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Hutu's ears. She paused slightly, turning to where the voice emanated. There, amidst the void, a powerful figure gradually materialized, approaching her with measured steps. Illuminated by the light of reincarnation, this figure appeared extraordinarily majestic, evoking in Hutu an instinctive sense of reverence akin to gazing upon a towering mountain. Chapter 47. Su Ming. What is wrong with being a bit perverse as a man? Within the light of reincarnation, the figure clad in black robes reappeared. Confronted by this imposing presence, Hutu felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if she were facing not merely a living being, but the sovereign of an entire underworld. Every movement of this figure exuded boundless Taoist rhythm, harmonizing with the realm of shadows and darkness. It is you. Hutu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, immediately recognizing the identity of the individual before her. This person was Su Ming, whom she had encountered 3,000 years prior amidst the sea of blood. Now, Su Ming had attained the realm of Hun Yuan, becoming the saint ancestor of the earth, his strength and status incomparable to days of yore. Back then, you inquired of me in the sea of blood how one could assist the departed in liberating themselves from the torment of reincarnation. Now, this cycle of reincarnation itself is the answer. Fellow Taoist, behold. Su Ming spoke with a slight smile, raising his hand to point slowly toward the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! Suddenly, 6 peculiar bridges erupted from the ground above the cycle of reincarnation. These bridges, imbued with an ancient Taoist essence, were extraordinarily wondrous, each crafted from different materials: gold, silver, jade, stone, wood, and bamboo. These 6 bridges corresponded to the 6 paths of reincarnation: heavenly path, mortal path, Azura path, hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path. Hutu gazed as those souls who had received permission to reincarnate after judgment in Fengdu City began to approach in succession. As they stepped onto the bridges, they leaped toward the respective paths of reincarnation designated for them. Among them, those who leapt upon the golden bridge entered the heavenly path. Those who leapt upon the silver bridge entered the mortal path. Those who leapt upon the jade bridge entered the Azura path. Those who leapt upon the stone bridge entered the hell path. Those who leapt upon the wooden bridge entered the hungry ghost path. Those who leapt upon the bamboo bridge entered the animal path. Before Hutu, she witnessed those souls descending into the 6 paths, instantly torn asunder by the terrifying force of reincarnation, emitting anguished howls that sent chills through the hearts of all who heard. Observing this scene, the inherently compassionate Hutu furrowed her brows, unable to conceal her inner turmoil. It is not the wicked who create evil, nor the strange who suffer retribution. The fruits of one's own deeds are borne by all sentient beings. Such is the nature of the 6 paths. To transcend reincarnation, one must endure untold suffering and pay a grievous price. Su Ming proclaimed, his voice resonating with conviction. The path of reincarnation is governed by the law of karma. Sentient beings are obstinate. Life and death, an endless cycle of reincarnation, revolve incessantly like a spinning wheel that if one cannot find a way to liberation, they can only eternally traverse the 6 paths, enduring an unending cycle of torment. The karma of past lives serves as the cause, manifesting as present suffering and perpetuating into future lives. This is the nature of impermanence. To cleanse oneself, one must endure boundless suffering. Is it possible that, with your capabilities, you cannot alleviate this pain of reincarnation? Hutu looked to Su Ming, her voice heavy with inquiry. The opportunity for a soul to enter reincarnation after death is a rare and precious chance. This pain is trivial in comparison. The greatest torment lies in the limbo between life and death, the forsaken souls who cannot transcend. Su Ming declared, sweeping his great sleeve and casting forth a surge of power. Buzz! Hutu felt the world spin around her, and in an instant, she was taken from the realm of reincarnation, following Su Ming into an extraordinary space. Upon regaining her footing, Hutu's gaze sharpened. Before her lay a bizarre expanse, layered and folded upon itself, forming an astonishing 18 levels. Countless souls burdened with sin were being escorted here, sent into the 18 layers of hell to endure boundless punishments. Once a soul entered, they faced various tortures: tongue extraction, saws, dismemberment, steaming, boiling, ice mountains, knife mountains, fire seas. No method was spared to inflict suffering. These souls endured their torment for what felt like eternity, an unfathomable cycle of suffering. Witnessing the agonizing plight of the souls before her, Hutu's beautiful eyes reflected her deep sorrow. Despite her inherent kindness, these souls had committed heinous acts in their previous lives, entangled in the web of karma, and now suffered the brutal punishments of the 18 levels of hell. It was a deserved fate, and there was little to pity. The 18 levels of hell, each layer more excruciating than the last, inflicted suffering 100-fold greater than the one before. However, even as these souls endured horrific tortures, they were merely paying off their past karmic debts. It was not the most agonizing state of existence. If one were to claim there was greater suffering, Hutu ancestor witch, come with me, Su Ming urged, waving his sleeve once more. Buzz! The world shifted again beneath Hutu's feet, transporting her to another extraordinary space. As she steadied herself, she beheld a vast river flowing ceaselessly, where countless forsaken souls struggled and writhed, emitting heart-wrenching wails as if drowning. This was the river of forgetfulness. Only by crossing it could beings who had passed away re-enter the six paths and be reborn, yet unbeknownst to the world. Beside the river of forgetfulness flowed another river, known as the river of remembrance. As these souls fell into the river of forgetfulness and fought valiantly against the current, they would drink from its waters, only to also sip from the river of remembrance, thus forgetting everything and yet remembering everything. Consequently, these souls were trapped in an endless cycle of agony, unable to find liberation for all eternity. In comparison, this torment of being unable to reincarnate was 100-fold more painful than the pain of reincarnation itself. Su Ming pointed to the river of forgetfulness and spoke solemnly. The river of forgetfulness. The river of remembrance. All beings suffer. Since we urge them to forget, why then compel them to remember? It is truly cruel. Observing the forsaken souls struggling in the river of forgetfulness, Hutu let out a sigh. Despite its crystal-clear depths, this river, akin to the blood-soaked seas of the primordial world, could not nurture any semblance of life. The river of forgetfulness flowed downstream, relentless and unyielding. The river of remembrance flowed upstream, shrouded in misty rain. Compared to the pain of reincarnation, the souls trapped between the rivers of forgetfulness and remembrance experienced far greater torment. Indeed, their suffering surpassed that of the former by millions of times. Was there truly no way to help these souls escape the agony of being unable to reincarnate? Hutu inquired, gazing at Su Ming. There's indeed a method. If we were to take water from the river of forgetfulness and refine it using the primordial essence of the earth, we could create a miraculous concoction known as Meng Pi soup. Should a soul consume this soup, they would forget their past karma and no longer be disturbed by the forces of the six paths. Not only could they reincarnate, but they could also be liberated from the pain of reincarnation. Su Ming explained, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Ming the saint. How ruthless you are! You, the master of reincarnation, the sovereign of this realm of shadows, are fully aware of the method to aid these forsaken souls in alleviating their suffering. Yet you choose to remain idle and aloof. Do you take pleasure in witnessing these souls in torment, without any intention to assist, and feel no shame in your inaction? Hutu retorted, her voice laden with indignation. She had initially believed that Su Ming, willing to assist her in altering her fate intertwined with reincarnation, was a being of great virtue and fortune. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would be so cold-hearted and malicious. Watching countless souls suffer endlessly, he feigned ignorance, knowing full well how to aid them, but refusing to extend his hand. In modern terms, Su Ming resembled a sadistic tyrant, a true pervert. Hutu ancestor witch, do not be overly agitated. The underworld exists to assist souls in cleansing their karma, not to serve as a paradise. Pain and suffering are the very melodies of this world. Why must you be so fixated? Moreover, karma is cyclical, and retribution is inescapable. Currently, I do not possess the 9 heavens restoring soil of the 10,000 earths. Furthermore, even if it were in my possession, this matter should not fall upon me. Su Ming replied, his tone resolute. He seemed entirely unfazed by Hutu's anger, appearing calm and unconcerned. Without cruelty, one cannot be a true man. As the master of the underworld, presiding over reincarnation, I cannot indulge in the tenderness of a woman or the compassion of a saint. Besides, as a man of great stature, what is wrong with being a bit perverse? Chapter 48. Meng Po's Immortality. The last glimmer of hope for the witch clan eons ago, Su Ming traversed the primordial world, reincarnating as an unremarkable little tiger demon. No one could have anticipated that. After enduring the trials of several epochs, he would, through sheer will, achieve the Hunyuan Dao and attain the supreme fruit of the earth. This tale spread widely among the myriad races of the primordial world, celebrated as a great legend. However, they were unaware that, in Su Ming's eyes, such a life hardly qualified as legendary. True legends must encompass 2 essential elements. First, they must be perverse. Secondly, they must embody an unwavering determination to pursue that perversion. Both elements are indispensable. As the saying goes, if I do not embrace perversion, who will? If one is to be reckless, let it be with utmost perversion. If one is to survive, let it be in a manner that is utterly shocking. If one were to be overly cautious and timid, hesitant to pursue grand endeavors while clinging to trivial gains and forsaking righteousness, they would be doomed to a life of mediocrity, indistinguishable from the masses. Su Ming, as the master of reincarnation and the true ancestral being, surely comprehends this profound truth. Do you recall, 3 millennia ago, the pact we forged, wherein you promised to deliver to me the primordial essence of the innate Wu soil? The 9 heavens she rang. To speak candidly, this 9 heavens she rang, along with the sacred blood of your ancestral witch, serves as the remedy to liberate these souls from their suffering. As Su Ming spoke, he cast his gaze towards the ancestral witch. Perceiving the implications within Su Ming's words, the ancestral witch felt a stirring within her heart. Her dormant primordial spirit began to awaken, for unlike the witch tribe, which lacked primordial spirits and did not cultivate heavenly secrets, she possessed an innate primordial spirit, a rare gift. Yet, throughout the eons, her primordial spirit had remained in a state of slumber until her encounter with Su Ming, which ignited a sense of clarity regarding the laws of heaven and earth. The ancestral witch, in her impulsiveness, had inadvertently offended the sage and thus sought his forgiveness. The spirit soil in my possession is indeed the 9 heavens she rang, and I humbly present it to you, Su Ming the sage. As she spoke, she reverently offered the 9 heavens she rang to Su Ming. She now realized that Su Ming had long since discovered a means to aid the wandering souls trapped in the river of forgetfulness. His reluctance to assist them was not born of a heart of stone, but rather due to the intricate entanglements of fate that this matter entailed. However, the crux of the issue lay not elsewhere, but rather in the ancestral witch's sacred blood and the original essence of the 9 heavens she rang. In response to the ancestral witch's apology, Su Ming offered a gentle smile, refraining from further commentary. He understood that her earlier criticisms stemmed from her inherently kind and pure nature, which abhors evil. Fundamentally, the ancestral witch was destined to have an inextricable bond of fate with Su Ming. In the grand scheme of the primordial world, it was not Su Ming who established the cycle of reincarnation, but the ancestral witch who sacrificed her own being for the sake of the myriad creatures in the primordial world, transforming herself into the 6 paths. Yet now, Su Ming had seized the opportunity belonging to the ancestral witch, thereby incurring a karmic debt to her. This profound karmic connection must be compensated with the position of a spirit deity in the underworld. This revered position is none other than that of Meng Pa, the famous deity of the underworld who governs the erasure of memories from living souls, though Meng Pa may not seem as authoritative as the Emperor of Fengdu or the 5 ghosts. Her role in guiding lost souls brings forth the highest returns among all spirit deities. Furthermore, her bond with the 6 paths of reincarnation ensures her immortality as long as the underworld endures. Thus, while one who receives the title of Meng Pa may not be a sage, they nonetheless embody the essence of a sage, with their primordial spirit entrusted to the path of reincarnation. Immortal and indestructible. This also serves as Su Ming's rightful compensation for the karmic debt owed to the ancestral witch. Reflecting on 3 millennia past, when Su Ming had summoned the ancestral witch to the underworld amidst the blood sea, his intention had been to resolve this karmic entanglement. Although you are destined to connect with the 6 paths, you are equally an ancestral witch of the witch tribe, for the sake of your clan's prosperity and future dominance over the primordial realm. A confrontation with the demon tribe is inevitable. Thus, you cannot enter the realm of the underworld at this moment. However, with just a drop of your sacred blood and the 9 heavens she rang, I can recreate an avatar of you. As Su Ming spoke, with a flourish of his sleeve, he scattered the essence of the 9 heavens she rang upon the ground. Then, Su Ming raised his hand and slowly pointed, summoning a drop of crystalline blood imbued with the profound laws of earth. This drop of blood was one of the 3 that the ancestral which had bestowed upon Su Ming above the blood, 3 millennia ago. Subsequently, this drop of blood was directly infused into the handful of 9 heavens she rang below, vanishing from sight, With a surge of immense spiritual energy, the 9 heavens she rang gradually coalesced, taking form as a beautiful woman with a round face, smiling radiantly at Su Ming and the ancestral witch. Upon recognizing the woman's visage, the ancestral witch's eyes brightened. This woman, born of the 9 heavens she rang, resembled her so closely that they could be mistaken for identical twins. As the ancestral witch witnessed this, a sense of revelation washed over her. She realized that this woman was a special incarnation birthed by Su Ming. Utilizing the essence of the 9 heavens, she rang and her own primordial blood as a medium. This incarnation exuded an overwhelming aura. It must be noted that this incarnation was composed of a portion of the ancestral witch's primordial essence, nearly equivalent to a significant fraction of an ancestral witch. Coupled with her body form from the 9 heavens she rang, she harbored immense power, capable of effortlessly refining the waters of the river of forgetfulness into Meng-Pa-S soup. All celestial deities, heed my command. Today, I hereby appoint the ancestral witch's incarnation, Meng-Pa, as the deity responsible for erasing memories from living souls, to enjoy boundless fortune and merits, as long as the underworld exists. Meng-Pa shall not perish. With a light cry, Su Ming proclaimed to the heavens that in an instant, Meng-Pa's aura surged exponentially, and her cultivation level ascended to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Meng-Pa expressed her gratitude to the sage with a deep bow, offering her utmost respect. Very well, you may proceed. Su Ming nodded, gesturing towards the river of forgetfulness. A bridge appeared above the river of forgetfulness, transforming the chasm into a thoroughfare. This magnificent bridge was neither gold, silver, copper, nor iron. It was the renowned Niha Bridge of the underworld. Once the Niha Bridge materialized, Meng-Pa turned and gracefully walked upon it. She extended her delicate wrist, her fingers splayed, revealing a small bowl no larger than a palm. Within the bowl, a swirling concoction of colorful, peculiar broths emerged. This broth was none other than the famous Meng-Pa soup, which aids souls in erasing their memories. On the other side, as if sensing the emergence of the Niha Bridge, countless wandering souls redirected their paths and began to converge towards this point. With remarkable patience, Meng-Pa offered the elixir to these confused spirits. After consuming the Meng-Pa soup, the souls finally shed their past memories, severing their final ties, and began to slowly walk towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. Witnessing this scene, a genuine smile blossomed on the ancestral witch's round face, radiating warmth akin to the gentle rays of early spring, melting the chill of winter. The ancestral witch recalled that in the blood sea of Ur, she had promised to grant a great opportunity to ensure the survival of her clan. As for what this opportunity might entail, dear friend, observe closely. With a shift in his tone, Su Ming beckoned with his hand, summoning a drop of blood. Upon seeing this drop of blood, the ancestral witch's eyes sparkled with recognition. She immediately identified it as one of the 3 drops of her sacred blood from that fateful day in the Blood Sea. Furthermore, this drop of blood radiated not only an immense essence of earth, but also an enigmatic and profound aura of mysterious laws. This was the ancestral witch's primordial spirit. In her astonishment, the ancestral witch gasped in disbelief. Chapter 49. Zhu Rong. My brother dares to eat excrement. Does your brother dare not to? As she gazed at the crystalline drop of ancestral witch blood before her, the ancestral witch's eyes narrowed. She observed that the blood was intertwined with 12 radiant strands of law, each one exuding an air of profound mystery. These 12 laws corresponded precisely with the 12 ancestral witches of the witch tribe, each embodying the laws of space, time, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and poison. What truly astonished the ancestral witch was that each strand of law enveloped a precious Tao, each harboring a fragment of true spiritual consciousness. These 12 spirits manifested in diverse forms, some with 6 legs and 4 wings, others with human heads and dragon bodies, while others resembled tigers, pythons, birds, or dragons. Each bore a striking resemblance to the true forms of the 12 ancestral witches, gestating within the Tao of the 12 laws. What astounded the ancestral witch most was that by merging this miraculous drop of blood with the physical bodies of the 12 ancestral witches, it could facilitate the emergence of their own primordial spirits. This was no trivial matter for the witch tribe. It is well known that the witch tribe is born of the blood of the Panga deity, proud of their authenticity and ignorant of heavenly mandates. Dismissing the teachings of the celestial sages in favor of revering Pangu, they do not possess primordial spirits and are unable to wield spiritual treasures. Each member of the tribe boasts a formidable physique, favoring brute force in combat. Yet, their lack of primordial spirits presents the greatest weakness for the witch tribe. In the primordial realm, practitioners rely heavily on the power of spiritual treasures in their battles. The witch tribe, unable to utilize such treasures, can only confront enemies wielding them with their bare bodies, which, while seemingly brave and fearless, places them at a significant disadvantage. This has led to their reputation as mindless brutes. Despite their formidable physical prowess, they pale in comparison to the innate spiritual treasures born of the earth. That a prime example is the legendary battle between the witch tribe and the demon tribe, where Dong Huang Tai Yi, wielding the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, single-handedly resisted the 6 ancestral witches without faltering. Among the 12 ancestors of the Shaman clan, the fire ancestor Zhu Rong serves as a quintessential example. The absence of a primordial spirit is not merely a shortcoming. It is a significant limitation. Due to the Shaman clan's lack of a primordial spirit, even the true god Pangu, summoned through the grand formation of the 12 celestial gods, is unable to unleash its full powered. In terms of appearance, there may be similarities, yet its strength pales in comparison to that of the genuine Pangu by countless magnitudes. Ultimately, it is but a mere vessel devoid of essence. Consequently, this also results in the grand formation of the 12 celestial gods being fraught with potent backlash. Once the true form of Pangu is summoned, it can only be sustained for a fleeting moment. While the backlash inflicts grave harm upon the very essence of the 12 ancestors, in contrast, although the demon clan may not possess the formidable physicality of the shaman clan, they are endowed with primordial spirit power. Should they fall in battle, as long as a fragment of their true spirit endures, they may seize the opportunity for reincarnation and rebirth. Unlike the demon clan, the shaman clan lacks a primordial spirit. Upon death in battle, they are irrevocably reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The shaman ancestors, despite their formidable physical forms, inherently lack a primordial spirit, and upon their demise, they vanish entirely, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, the Earth ancestor is distinct from the other ancestors, as she is naturally endowed with a primordial spirit. The 3 drops of essence blood you entrusted to me above the sea of blood contain the primordial spirit power of the ancestors. With one of those drops, I have reshaped the other 11 true spiritual wombs. If you take these 11 true spiritual wombs and merge them with the bodies of the other 11 ancestors, they will be able to reconstruct their true spirits and gain primordial spirit. At that moment, Su Ming's voice echoed once more in her ears. Earth ancestor, awakening from her astonishment, received the drop of essence blood from Su Ming. Her eyes ablaze with fervor. She cradled it with utmost care, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. It is crucial to understand that the 12 true spirits nurtured within this drop of essence blood are of unparalleled value, rivaling even the innate treasures. Should Earth Ancestor return with these 12 true spiritual wombs and integrate them into the bodies of her 11 ancestor brothers, the strength of the Shaman clan will experience a qualitative leap. Imagine the already formidable 12 ancestors, armed with innate spiritual treasures, ravaging their foes. What a terrifying sight that would be. Similarly, once empowered with primordial spirits, the true form of Pangu summoned by the 12 ancestors will also wield primordial spirit power. The strength of a Pangu with a primordial spirit will be magnitudes beyond what it is now. Correspondingly, the backlash from establishing the 12 celestial gods' grand formation will be minimized. Moreover, what excites Earth Ancestor the most is that with primordial spirits, even if the 12 ancestors were to perish in the impending calamity between the shamans and demons, as long as a sliver of true spirit remains, they can reincarnate and be reborn. Once they cleanse themselves of their karmic burdens, they can, like the Earth Ancestors' incarnation Meng Pa, utilize the ancestors' essence blood and the nine heavens soil to reconstruct their bodies and re-enter the primordial world. Thank you, Sage, for your precious gift on behalf of the Shaman clan. I express my deepest gratitude. After accepting the primordial spirit of the ancestor, Earth Ancestor deeply bowed to Su Ming in respect for the past 3,000 years. She often reflected on the monumental opportunity Su Ming had granted her above the sea of blood. Little did she expect that this opportunity, as Su Ming had foretold, was intertwined with the life and death of the Shaman clan. Even if the entire clan, including the ancestors, were to perish in the impending calamity, a glimmer of hope would remain. This matter pertains to the great forces of the heavenly Tao and involves numerous causal relationships. Upon your return, be sure to keep this matter confidential. Let no one but the shaman ancestors be privy to it. Su Ming solemnly instructed. Earth Ancestor understood. The sage governs reincarnation and alters the grand trends of the primordial world. The favor of his blood cannot be repaid. Once Earth Ancestor returns to the ancestral grounds of the Shaman clan, she will inform her brothers and prepare a generous gift for a proper expression of gratitude. I shall take my leave now. After storing the primordial spirit of the ancestor, Earth Ancestor bid farewell to Su Ming, feigning nonchalance as she made her way back to the Luo Foam Palace. Good. Su Ming nodded slightly, turning his back and standing with his hands clasped behind him, allowing Earth Ancestor to depart at her own pace. After the passage of a short incense stick duration, Earth Ancestor's figure had vanished from sight, and only then did Su Ming turn around. Now that the Shaman clan has acquired the primordial spirit of the ancestor, my plans have progressed further. I await the imminent onset of the Shaman-Demon War to strategize accordingly. As he spoke, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, given his character, which is driven by self-interest, his assistance to the Shaman clan through Earth Ancestor is not born of goodwill, but rather serves ulterior motives. Looking up, he observed the sky above, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Unlike the primordial world, where the night sky is adorned with countless twinkling stars, the realm of the underworld, vast as it may be, is devoid of outer civilizations, sun, moon, and stars. Beyond the spiritual mountains and rivers beneath Su Ming's feet lies only an expanse of void. Eons ago, Su Ming received the innate treasure, the reincarnation banner, as a reward from the system, and within it, he had opened a small world. As several epochs passed and his cultivation grew, this small world gradually expanded into a medium-sized world and even into a vast world. This vast world, grand and magnificent, encompasses countless spiritual mountains and great vessels, allowing Su Ming to establish the reincarnation underworld within the primordial realm, achieving the path of mixed origin. However, Su Ming knows that the vast world is not the ultimate destination. Above the vast world lies a higher realm known as the multiverse. Unlike the vast world, the multiverse is a composite of countless vast worlds. To put it in contemporary terms, the multiverse is a multiverse composed of innumerable vast worlds. Nevertheless, establishing a multiverse is no simple feat. That it requires the power to cleave chaos and create the heavens, akin to the Panga deity. Therefore, if Su Ming wishes to elevate this underworld realm to the level of the multiverse, he must possess both the power of Pangu and the celestial forces of the stars. Both are indispensable. Yet at this moment, the Panga deity has long since perished, leaving the question, where can one find the power of Pangu? Let us not forget that within the primordial realm, the Shaman clan, born of Pangu's essence blood, still exists. The bloodline of the Shaman clan bears traces of Pangu's legacy, which can be refined into Pangu's power. The Shaman clan governs the earth, while the Demon clan rules the stars. Conversely, the celestial forces are firmly grasped in the hands of the Demon Emperor Jun. Thus, if Su Ming wishes to forge the multiverse, he cannot do without the powers of both the Shaman clan and the Demon clan. His future scheme will be to seize the opportunity during the conflict between these two clans, reaping the benefits while they contend. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Su Ming, Earth Ancestor made her way back to the Luo Foam Palace. Upon her arrival at the Grand Hall's entrance, she found the previously tranquil chamber now bustling with activity. The clamor resembled that of a village market. The three Pangu sages, Niwa, Fushi, Junti, Jing, Zenyuanzi, Dijun, Dongwang Tai, Kuanpeng, and other renowned primordial beings had gathered in droves, just as Earth Ancestor stepped into the Luo Feng Palace. She heard the voice of the Fire Ancestor Zhu Rong, dun dun dun, dun 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 dun. Yuan Shi Tianzun, do not presume that because you're the transformed essence of the Pangu deity, you are the legitimate Pangu. Do not underestimate my shaman clan. Let me tell you, my brother dares to eat excrement. Does your brother dare to? Zhu Rong, clutching a wine jar, tilted his head and gulped down the contents. Wiping his greasy mouth before pointing at Yuan Shi Tianzun's nose and exclaiming, as soon as he finished speaking, the previously raucous Luo Feng Palace fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, gazing at the water ancestor Gonggong, who was savoring a dish of 9 revolutions intestines. What? What happened? Gonggong, seemingly sensing the unusual gazes from the surrounding powerful beings, shivered and asked, bewildered. Chapter 50. You are too beautiful. The queen of the female immortals, the West Queen Mother, arrives in the underworld Luo Feng Palace. During the time that Earth Ancestor departed, various primordial powers continued to arrive. The three Pangu sages, the Western duo of Junti and Jing, Zenyuanzi, Fushi, Niwa, Dijun, Dongwang Tai, Kuanpeng, and other notable figures in the primordial realm came one after another. Thus, the formerly solemn and quiet Luo Feng Palace suddenly transformed into a lively scene. This gathering surpassed even the grand occasions at the Zixiao Palace during the teachings of the Hongjun Daozu. Upon their arrival, as they entered the Luo Feng Palace, a heavy feeling settled in their hearts. The entire hall was permeated with the scent of alcohol, and the round tables before them were in utter disarray. The fruit platters were filled with remnants of half-eaten dishes. The jade bottles, once filled with divine nectar, now lay empty, scattered haphazardly across the floor. The shaman ancestors Zhu Rong and Gonggong were each clutching a wine jar. Burping loudly, their bleary eyes surveying the assembly of powerful beings before them. Such behavior from the shaman ancestors was utterly outrageous. The Luo Feng Palace was meant to be a resting place for visiting dignitaries, and the spirit fruits and divine wines were intended to honor guests. Yet, these two fools had devoured everything in sight, clearly disregarding the presence of others. Seeing this, Dijun exclaimed in indignation, as a powerful being of the demon clan. He was inherently an enemy of the shaman clan. The paths of enemies converge. At this moment, encountering the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, Zhu Rong and Gonggong, naturally ignites a fierce envy. Nevertheless, this realm of the underworld is beneath the feet of the sages. And even if Emperor Jun harbors deep-seated anger, he does not dare to act recklessly, lest he provoke the ire of the sage that, in fact, among the powerful present, it is not just the demon clan, led by Emperor Jun, that harbors ill feelings towards the Wu clan. Upon sighting the two ancestral shamans, the faces of Pangu and the three pure ones also turned pale, although they held reservations about Su Ming's path to sanctity. Looking down upon him greatly, they were compelled to pay their respects due to the close friendship between their master, Hongjun Daozu, and this newly ascended sage, Su Ming, thus engaging in superficial pleasantries. Humph! These Wu clan ancestral shamans are ignorant of the heavenly order, disrespectful of teachings, and utterly uncouth. Such unruly individuals dare challenge us, the three pure ones, for the title of Pangu's true lineage. It is utterly laughable. The primordial lord of heaven snorted coldly, expressing his disdain. It must be noted that there exists a profound connection between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan. Both are derived from the true essence and blood of the great Pangu, following his demise. Upon their arrival in the primordial world, they were favored by heaven, instantly gaining the formidable power of a great Luo golden immortal. The three pure ones, proud of their origins from Pangu's primordial spirit, established their domain atop Kunlun Mountain, claiming the title of Pangu's true lineage. Conversely, the 12 ancestral shamans established their tribe beneath Mount Buzhou, continuously expanding their influence through the blood pool of the Pangahal, asserting themselves as the true lineage as well. Thus, a dispute arose regarding who rightfully held the title of the true Pango lineage. From the perspective of the three pure ones, they looked down upon the 12 ancestral shamans, believing that the Wu clan lacks a primordial spirit, is ignorant of celestial order, and disrespects teachings, inevitably leading to their elimination by the heavenly Tao. Conversely, the 12 ancestral shamans also disdain the three pure ones, considering them as forgetful of their roots, inheritors of Pangu's legacy, yet failing to honor him, instead seeking the tutelage of the old Hongjun, which is indeed disgraceful. Both sides held firm to their positions, unwilling to yield, and tensions escalated, nearly resulting in physical confrontation on several occasions. Had it not been for the fact that the three pure ones had yet to attain sanctity and were far from being a match for the 12 ancestral shamans, it is likely that they would have eradicated the Wu clan without needing the demon clan's intervention. Ahem! How dare you, primordial Lord of Heaven, insult me? Do not forget, you are not but forgetful of your ancestry, self-proclaiming the true lineage of Pangu while bowing to that old Hongjun as your master. You are all ungrateful wretches, loyal only to those who nourish you. Upon hearing the primordial Lord's words, Jerome was instantly jolted, his intoxication fading significantly. He sprang to his feet, smashing the wine jar to the ground, and unleashed a torrent of curses toward the primordial Lord. You! How dare you disrespect my master? The Hongjun sage, do you not fear the endless karma that will befall you, suffering the punishment of the 5 declines of heaven and man? The primordial Lord, seething with rage, felt his beard twitch uncontrollably. As a disciple of Hongjun, he held his master in utmost reverence, and now, being slandered in such a manner, how could he possibly remain calm? Although Jerome may seem coarse, his words struck with precision, evidently hitting a nerve with the primordial Lord. It is worth noting that Hongjun Daozu was originally a fragment of true spirit from the chaotic demon god, who perished during the Great Opening, making him a sworn enemy of the great Pangu. Now, the three pure ones, recognizing Hongjun as their master, indeed raises questions of legitimacy, akin to acknowledging a thief as a father. I, Jerome, fear no so-called sage. Let me tell you, in this entire primordial world, apart from our father Pangu and Su Ming, we Wu clan hold all others in utter disdain. Zhurong laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter reverberating throughout the entire Luo Feng Hall. Among the great powers present, even the 3,000 guests of the Zhixiao Palace, who once listened to the teachings of the Daozu, turned pale upon hearing Zhurong's words. The three pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans engaged in a war of words. On the other side, Xinyuanzi and Kunpeng also found themselves embroiled in conflict. Xinyuanzi, transformed from the innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree, was a figure of considerable renown among the many great powers of the primordial world. By nature, Xinyuanzi was serene and graceful, preferring not to engage in conflict. His greatest passion was to cultivate friendships with like-minded individuals, sharing tea and discussing the Tao in harmony. Among his closest confidants was none other than the first good-natured person of the primordial world, Hongyan Laozu. In their lifetime, they frequently conversed at Wuzhuang Temple, sharing a bond of deep camaraderie. However, 3,000 years ago, the unfortunate passing of Hongyun Laozu left Xinyuanzi bereft of a dear friend, pondering in sorrow ever since. The instigator of Hongyun's demise was none other than the present Kunpeng Laozu and Emperor Jun, the Eastern sovereign. Shortly after Hongyun's death, Xinyuanzi, consumed by rage, ascended to the Sun Star, determined to risk his life for vengeance against his enemies. Yet, outnumbered and ultimately defeated by the combined forces of Emperor Jun and Kunpeng, he returned grievously wounded, his ambitions thwarted. Now, as the two parties encountered one another once again in the Luo Feng Hall, the dormant hatred within Xinyuanzi awakened, a fury that had lingered for countless eons. Kunpeng, you wretched beast who once plotted against Hongyun, today I shall make you pay the price. Xinyuanzi's eyes brimmed with rage, the spiritual light of the earth's membrane circulating in his hands, poised to strike. You, Xinyuanzi, I shall see what you can do against me. Kunpeng, refusing to show weakness, summoned a dark-hued spiritual treasure into his hand. This treasure was none other than Kunping's companion artifact, the Demon Master Palace. Hee, my dear friends, such fiery tempers. Let us speak civilly, lest we provoke the sage in this sacred place. The consequences of such folly. Just as Xinyuanzi and Kunping were prepared for confrontation, a melodious and clear laughter rang from outside the Luo Foam Hall. The sound was akin to the chime of jade, sweet and captivating, causing all the male immortals present to lose their senses. Instinctively, they ceased their verbal skirmish and turned their gazes toward the source of the laughter. At the entrance of the grand hall appeared a graceful figure, gliding with elegance, approaching the assembly of powerful beings. As the figure revealed her true form, she turned out to be a celestial beauty of remarkable stature, her presence ethereal and breathtaking. Esteemed friends, the humble GG, Queen Mother of the West, has arrived late. I greet you all. The woman offered her greetings with a flourish, introducing herself. Such beauty! GG, you are too beautiful. Upon recognizing her form, the great powers were momentarily dazzled, their throats constricting as they swallowed hard. The unparalleled beauty of the Queen Mother of the West was already renowned in the primordial realm. At this moment, her skin was as pure as snow, her hair thick and lustrous, her eyes enchanting, and her lips of vivid crimson. Compared to her appearance while listening to the Tao at the Zixiao Palace, she appeared even more alluring. The surrounding primordial male immortals found themselves entranced, lost in fantasies, groaning in hushed admiration of her beauty. Her fiery red lips and bewitching gaze were akin to swaying blossoms, ensnaring the hearts of all who beheld her. The male immortals licked their lips, inwardly acknowledging the Queen Mother as the pinnacle of primordial female immortals, the goddess of their dreams. Humph, I cannot become any more beautiful. If I do, these old men may lose their wits. The Queen Mother smiled slightly, tossing her hair, her captivating gaze radiating a powerful allure. Much like the foremost male immortal, the Eastern Sovereign, the Queen Mother of the West was an embodiment of the first innate Yin Qi. Belonging to the esteemed ranks of primordial deities, she possessed cultivation at the quasi-saint level, not only wielding formidable magical prowess, but also excelling in alchemy and artifact crafting. It was from her that the legendary archer Hui of the Wu clan sought the elixir of immortality for his wife, Chang'e. Several millennia ago, upon hearing of Su Ming establishing the underworld and achieving the path of primordial unity, the Queen Mother harbored intentions to ingratiate herself with him. Originally, her ally was the Eastern Sovereign, the foremost male immortal residing in the Eastern Seas Yingzhou. However, the Eastern Sovereign, ambitious yet superficial, ultimately clashed with Su Ming and met his demise, dragging his entire Yingzhou with him into oblivion. This battle elevated Su Ming's status remarkably, as the 12,900 ghost generals under his command unleashed a tempest of bloodshed, shocking the entire primordial realm. Those who learned of it were filled with trepidation, their hearts trembling with fear. From that moment forth, the Queen Mother regarded Su Ming with trepidation, recognizing his formidable strength and significant background, even earning respect from the foremost sage of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun Daozu. Now that Su Ming had attained the path of primordial unity, his standing in the primordial realm surpassed even that of the heavenly Tao's representative, the Hongjun sage. In her efforts to win Su Ming's favor, the Queen Mother exerted herself to create a remarkable technique for beauty enhancement, aptly named the Transformation Sphere Technique. Although this technique was splendid, it garnered nothing but disdain from the primordial male immortals, as it could not elevate cultivation nor cause harm. Aside from enhancing beauty, it held no intrinsic value. It is essential to understand that within the primordial chaos, practitioners primarily focus on enhancing their own realms of existence. Particularly among the male immortals of this ancient era, they are often stoic and rugged, believing that a fearsome appearance, 3 heads and 6 arms, equates to attractiveness. They typically pay little heed to their own appearances. In stark contrast, the female immortals are quite different. Many of them are ethereal beings like flower spirits and bamboo fairies, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth to flourish. Each possesses skin as smooth as cream, an exquisite charm, and eyes that shimmer with autumn's allure, radiating vibrant life. Unlike their male counterparts, who are prone to acts of bravado and bloodshed, the female immortals place significant importance on their appearance and demeanor. They indulge in singing, dancing, and the arts, nurturing their sensibilities while also exploring techniques to enhance their beauty and grace. The art of the transmutation sphere, for instance, is a supreme technique developed by Zhuangmu over the course of 2,222.5 years. Mastering this technique is relatively simple. One must prepare a Millennium Spirit Pearl as the medium. This pearl, sourced from the EC, is perfectly rounded and classified among the postnatal spiritual treasures. Roughly the size of a basketball in later times. Practitioners must embrace the pearl each day, allowing it to flow through their entire being in a continuous cycle, whether at their fingertips or beneath their hips. Over time, as they cultivate until they become one with the sphere, the technique is deemed perfected. Since mastering this transmutation sphere technique, Zhuangmu's beauty has only intensified. Upon learning of this, many female immortals flocked to seek her guidance. Consequently, this technique became a sensation throughout the realm of female immortals. Now, within the halls of the Luofeng Palace, besides Zhuangmu, one can find Enhua and the ancestral, which Huta's beauty is flawless and sweetly innocent, evoking a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Enhua's elegance is noble and dignified, perfectly aligning with her celestial identity. However, Zhuangmu's allure is multifaceted and captivating, wielding a potent charm that is particularly enthralling to the lustful male immortals of this primordial realm. They gaze with bloodshot eyes, panting heavily, their demeanor undeniably lewd. But then again, what man is not drawn to beauty? As the male immortals were entranced by Zhuangmu's stunning visage, a sudden, overwhelming aura of sanctity descended upon the Luofeng Palace. Silence! The sage Su Ming has arrived. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembled powerful beings felt the immense pressure of the sage's presence, causing them to straighten their expressions, the likes of Pangu. The three pure ones, the Western figures of Zhuanti and Jing, Enhua, Kuanpeng, Xinyuanzi, and even the ancestral which Hutu felt their bodies grow heavy. Their powers seemed nearly uncontrollable, and their very beings trembled in response to the sage's overwhelming might. The force was immense, akin to a prison or an ocean, as if the stars themselves had manifested. Then, with a soft sound, some of the less capable powerful beings, unable to withstand the sage's pressure, spat blood and faltered. "Esteemed friends, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." With these words, Su Ming's figure gradually materialized upon the cloud platform of the Luofeng Palace. It was indeed the sage Su Ming. The powerful beings gazed up at the high platform, their expressions solemn. There stood Su Ming, clad in a black and gold ceremonial robe, surrounded by swirling clouds, with radiant light emanating from behind him. Above his head, a vast celebration cloud appeared, wherein a black banner flickered and the six paths of reincarnation manifested, embodying the myriad of all things. At this moment, his eyes were cast downward, exuding an aura of calm authority. Reminiscent of a revered ancestor, we have come to pay our respects to the earthly Tao's venerable ancestor, the leader of the underworld, Sage Su Ming, to congratulate him on achieving the path of chaos and attaining eternal longevity. In the presence of Su Ming's formidable aura, even the proudest of the ancient powers found it necessary to lower their esteemed heads, including those among them who had been wounded by Su Ming. Everyone bowed deeply, paying their respects without a hint of disrespect, but of course, this was the proper etiquette expected when greeting a sage. The presence of Sage Su Ming was unparalleled in this world. In terms of charisma, even the heavenly Tao sage Hongjun could not compare. To become his partner in the Tao would render one's life devoid of regrets. Among the crowd, Zhuangmu gazed up at Su Ming, a flicker of subtle light dancing in her beautiful eyes. With her mind racing, a rosy hue blossomed upon her delicate face, after spending thousands of years trying to ingratiate herself with Su Ming. The moment to realize her plans had finally arrived. In the underworld, within the Luofeng Palace, as soon as Sage Su Ming appeared, the assembled powerful beings presented their carefully prepared gifts. Esteemed Sage, this is a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Kunwu sword. I humbly request you to accept it. This is a millennium red fruit from the innate spiritual root of Shouyang Mountain. It ripens only once every 30,000 years. Consuming one can enhance your cultivation by 10,000 years. I beseech you to accept it. This is the innate spiritual fruit, the ginseng fruit from Wuzhuang Temple. It takes 100,000 years to yield 30 fruits. Consuming it can aid in purifying the body and enhancing cultivation. I hope you do not find it lacking. These treasures were the cherished possessions that various powerful beings had hoarded for eons. Now, in an effort to curry favor with Su Ming, they felt compelled to present them. Gazing at the mountain of rare materials before him, Su Ming maintained an expression as calm as a still pond. Having achieved the path of chaos, he held little interest in such external possessions. He was not lacking in spiritual treasures, and as for the spiritual roots and fruits, beyond their flavor, they held no further value for him. However, while he had no particular use for these treasures, bestowing them upon his disciples and the deities of the underworld would be most beneficial. Esteemed friends, having traveled far to congratulate me, I must reciprocate your kindness with all due hospitality. As Su Ming spoke, he waved his sleeve. In an instant, the earth was cleared of the spiritual treasures, replaced instead with a table adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. This is the fruit of the supreme innate spiritual root. The Huangzhong Li, such fine tea. It is the tea from the innate spiritual root of the Wudao tea tree. I had thought this tree had vanished from the primordial realm. The taste of this exquisite wine was so refreshing. It felt as if it could lead one to a breakthrough in cultivation. It even contained the essence of Pangu's jade marrow, as the powerful beings beheld the array of spiritual fruits, teas, and wines before them. They could not help but gasp in astonishment. They marveled at the grandiosity of sage Su Ming's generosity. The spiritual fruits laid before them were rare and sought after throughout the primordial realm. If offered to the outside world, even a single one could incite fierce competition and bloodshed among cultivators. Contemplating this, the powerful beings felt a twinge of embarrassment, in comparison to the treasures before them. The gifts they had presented to Su Ming seemed utterly insignificant. Indeed, Su Ming, as the sovereign of the underworld, has the means to acquire any treasure he desires, should I present him with yet more treasures. I would merely invite ridicule upon myself. It is said that lonely Yin does not give birth, and solitary Yang does not endure. Observing that sage Su Ming stands apart, lacking companions, I shall select a few beautiful female immortals from the Zikonglan to present to him, and I hope he will accept. At this moment, the long-silent Zhuangmu spoke up. She extended her delicate wrist, summoning forth an overwhelming aura that soared into the heavens, transforming into an endless cascade of golden flowers that danced through the air. Accompanied by an enchanting fragrance, the golden blossoms descended, morphing into graceful figures. The surrounding powerful beings watched in astonishment as their pupils constricted. Accompanied by the sound of tinkling laughter, the figures revealed their true forms, each a charming female immortal, vibrant and alluring, embodying beauty and grace. Upon closer inspection, there were precisely 3,000 of these enchanting beings. "Let us dance," commanded Zhuangmu with a playful tone that in an instant. The Luophone palace resonated with celestial music. The 3,000 beauties swayed in rhythm, their flowing sleeves fluttering as they danced gracefully. The music was mesmerizing, captivating the hearts of all present. The 3,000 maidens twirled their long sleeves, petals showering down like blossoms, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. As they moved in perfect harmony, it was as if they were blooming flowers, spreading joy throughout the surroundings. Amidst the shower of petals, a stunning maiden clad in white appeared, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty. Her dance was otherworldly, her steps light and elegant, her wide sleeves concealing and revealing her form, enchanting all who beheld her and eliciting waves of admiration. It is worth noting that as the leader of the female immortals, Zhuangmu's followers are primarily flower spirits and bamboo fairies, ethereal beings that have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, nurtured by nature itself. Each possesses skin as smooth as cream, a delicate beauty, and eyes that shimmer with life. In this moment, Even the most seasoned of ancient powers, who have encountered countless beings, were utterly captivated, their mouths watering at the sight, observing the 3,000 female immortals before him. Su Ming remained seated upon the cloud platform, his expression still as tranquil as ever. The desire for beauty is a universal trait, and Su Ming was no exception. However, for millions of years, he had devoted himself solely to elevating his own realm, aspiring to attain the path of chaos, and had not allowed matters of romance to occupy his thoughts. Now that he had achieved the status of a primordial sage, his perspective had significantly broadened. To him, these thousands of female immortals, including Zhuangmu, were merely a collection of superficial beauties. I appreciate Zhuangmu's kind intentions. I shall graciously accept these female immortals. Su Ming nodded slightly and responded in a deep voice. As long as the sage is pleased. The Queen Mother of the West observed Su Ming accepting her congratulatory gifts and felt a surge of delight in her heart. She mused that even heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. It seems the sage is no different. With this, she could utilize these celestial maidens to approach Su Ming, waiting for an opportunity to seize him. Just as she reveled in her private joy, she suddenly heard Su Ming's voice shift atop the cloud platform. "Where is the Eastern Ghost Emperor? Come forth at once." With a slight utterance, his words manifested into reality. Immediately, a dark figure emerged from a void. "Master!" As this figure appeared, she bowed deeply to Su Ming. Standing at less than 3 feet tall, she bore a massive hammer on her shoulder, her long, dark hair cascading to reveal a pair of fierce eyes. Within her diminutive frame seemed to dwell an inexhaustible pressure. "These 3,000 celestial maidens are of excellent caliber. I shall have them serve under you to assist in guarding the Ghost Gate." With that, Su Ming waved his hand. Before the 3,000 beauties could react, their delicate garments vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by gleaming black armor that shimmered ominously. The maidens, astonished, exchanged glances. Having thought they were merely being sent to the underworld as the sage's playthings to owe their surprise, they had transformed into the soldiers of the Eastern Ghost Emperor after donning their new attire. The originally graceful celestial maidens instantly transformed into valiant and formidable warrior women. Once you join the underworld, you must heed the commands of the Eastern Ghost Emperor. I hope you diligently cultivate your skills, for great merits and fortunes shall be bestowed upon you in the future. Yes, we shall abide by the sage's decree." The 3,000 celestial maidens replied in unison, their voices resonating with authority. Evidently pleased with this outcome, "Let us depart." Lianer swung the massive hammer in her hand, leading the trio of celestial warriors as they marched valiantly toward the Ghost Gate. Among the powerful beings present, the Queen Mother of the West was momentarily speechless, her expression slightly pale. She had not anticipated that the celestial maidens she had so carefully selected as gifts for Su Ming would be so unremarkable. Directly conscripted into military service, her previous belief that her beauty could sway the sage was merely her own delusion. I am aware that many of you, my fellow Taoists, are eager to understand the underworld's stance on the impending calamity of heaven and earth. Allow me to take this opportunity to address you all. As these words were spoken, the eyes of the assembled powerful beings brightened, their ears perked up. In truth, this was indeed their primary purpose for attending. Chapter 53. Within the underworld, divine presence is prohibited. At this moment, within the underworld's Luofeng Hall, Su Ming sat firmly atop the cloud platform. Below him, countless ancient powers congregated in the grand hall. Most among them were established beings who had stood for eons in the wilderness. Yet, among these beings, only the powerful figures Di Jun and Dong Huang from the demon race had ever interacted with Su Ming. The remaining powers had only heard of Su Ming, and few were familiar with his accomplishments prior to achieving the state of Han Yuan. Hence, upon learning of Su Ming's attainment of Han Yuan, these powerful beings rushed to the underworld to pay their respects on the surface. This was an act of celebration, but in reality, they sought to gauge Su Ming's stance on the calamity of heaven and earth. It is essential to note that the conflict between the witch and demon races was intensifying within the wilderness. The witch race dominated the land, while the demon race ruled the stars. These two factions were formidable, perpetually warring for dominion over the fortune of heaven and earth for countless eons. Although they had exchanged victories and defeats, their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could overpower the other. Now, with Su Ming's emergence from the depths of the underworld, the assembled powers had witnessed the formidable legacy of the underworld firsthand. Its might was such that even the ancestral witches and demon emperors felt a flicker of trepidation. Regardless of which faction the underworld aligned itself with, or if it were to push open the Ghost Gate and lead an army of countless spirits into the wilderness, it would undoubtedly disrupt the entire balance of the wilderness. First and foremost, I must clarify that since the inception of the universe, my yumming underworld has existed independently, unwilling to entangle itself in the karmic affairs of the heavenly path, nor do I wish to interfere in the conflicts of the wilderness. However, should anyone seek to provoke my underworld, we shall not show mercy. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I will not offend them. But if one offends me, even if they are far away, I shall hunt them down. Secondly, as long as you fellow Taoists are willing to befriend my underworld, our doors shall always remain open to you. However, should anyone arrive here to settle personal grievances or covet the treasures of the underworld, they shall be met with lethal force within the underworld, beneath the feet of the sage. Anyone daring to act recklessly, even primordial deities, shall be compelled to retreat. Lastly, any powerful beings from the wilderness that fall and transform into spirits and specters, regardless of their formidable backgrounds in life, shall be detained within my underworld, awaiting judgment in Fengdu. Other outsiders, including the heavenly path sages, shall not intervene. Should anyone dare to meddle, even the heavenly path sages shall find themselves returning empty-handed. Have my words been made clear to all? Su Ming's voice resonated with authority, firm and unwavering. Though his tone was calm, it sent shivers through the hearts of the myriad powers present. The will of the sage of the underworld left no room for negotiation. Those who align shall prosper, while those who oppose shall meet their doom. It is crucial to understand that this underworld was personally crafted by Su Ming, standing as an independent entity, distinct in nature. Even if a heavenly path sage were to arrive here, they would sever their ties with the heavenly path, losing their powers, and would be subject to Su Ming's command. Su Ming's declaration served as a proclamation to the world, asserting the sovereignty of the underworld and delineating its separation from the heavenly path. However, upon hearing Su Ming's words, the demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huang among the powers collectively exhaled in relief. As long as the underworld expressed its intent not to interfere in the conflicts of the wilderness, it was excellent news for them. The assertion that heavenly path sages were mere outsiders. At this moment, among the gathered powers, the faces of the three pure ones, including the proud Yuan Shurtanzun, darkened. Despite his displeasure, he dared not voice his grievances in the presence of the sage's pressure. One could only wonder how the Tao ancestor would feel if he were present. Meanwhile, the two Western figures, Zhuan Ti and Jin, bowed their heads, murmuring incantations, their expressions inscrutable. Yet their hearts seemingly harbored some discontent. Having heard of the underworld being a place of immense merit and fortune, they inquired, "May I ask, sage, who holds the position of Emperor of Fengdu in your esteemed underworld, and which powerful being presides over it?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming turned his gaze toward the source of the voice that he noticed Dong Huang Tai rising, respectfully clasping his hands in inquiry. With Dong Huang's question, the other powers nodded in agreement. Their interest piqued. It appeared they were all keenly curious about this matter. Upon their arrival in the underworld, they had sensed the presence of an god position. These positions were occupied by those who possessed great merits and fortunes, allowing them to enjoy boundless rewards. As they contemplated this, envy glimmered in the eyes of the assembled powers. They longed to join Su Ming as disciples, seeking a position of merit. It must be noted that merits were a rare commodity in the wilderness. Among the thousands of powerful beings present, only the three pure ones truly possessed great merits due to their origin from the primordial deity Pangu, endowed with remarkable destiny from birth. Aside from the three pure ones, even figures like Dijun and Dong Huang, with profound backgrounds and treasures, had only meager merits in their possession. Thus, the opportunity to effortlessly acquire merits within the underworld was an enticing prospect for these powerful beings. one they could only dream of. Nevertheless, no matter how envious they were, they could not join the underworld. Having participated in the Zixia Palace teachings, they had already pledged allegiance to Hongjun Xianmin, intertwining their fates with the heavenly path. Switch allegiances now would invite the backlash of heavenly karmic retribution. Yet they were left wondering who could possibly hold the esteemed position of Emperor of Fengdu. Governing the underworld, the gathered powers speculated amongst themselves. Su Ming's voice rang out once more. "Where is Fengdu? Come forth at once." With his words, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy surged through the air. Accompanied by this formidable energy, a powerful figure emerged from the void. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, they focused their gaze, only to behold a figure clad in a dark golden robe, his face an inscrutable mask of defiance. It was he. Upon recognizing the visage of a newcomer, the mighty beings collectively gasped in disbelief. Chapter 54. The manifestation of Luo Ho and the unconventional swordplay of Dong Huang Tai. O sage above, allow me to pay my respects to the Emperor of Fengdu. At the appearance of this figure, he bowed gently before Su Ming. This figure was none other than the Emperor of Fengdu, a being exalted above countless others in the realm of the underworld. The surrounding powerful entities cast wary glances towards the Emperor of Fengdu, and in an instant, their vision was illuminated. This figure exuded a vast and oppressive aura of demonic energy, a manifestation of the unparalleled might characteristic of a peak quasi-saint, imposing a tremendous sense of pressure upon all present. It was indeed the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Among the multitude of mighty beings, exclamations of astonishment erupted in a cacophony. Each one inhaled sharply, filled with trepidation. Some seasoned veterans who had endured the calamity of the Longhan era resembled mice confronted by a feline, breaking into a cold sweat and trembling in fear. How could they have anticipated that the Emperor of Fengdu before them was none other than Luo Ho, the progenitor of the demon race who had nearly annihilated the Honghuang world by detonating the western spiritual veins during the Longhan cataclysm? A wave of dread washed over them. Was Luo Ho supposed to have perished in the final battle of Longhan, defeated by Hongjun Daozu? How could he possibly be here? Daozu's compassion had led to Luo Ho's self-detonation of the western spiritual veins, transforming a realm of bliss into a desolate wasteland, causing Su Ming and his brethren to exhaust countless heavenly materials and treasures in their relentless efforts to restore the spiritual veins. The sight of Luo Ho sparked a reaction of caution among the mighty beings. Confronted with the formidable figure who had wrought untold havoc upon the Honghuang world, fear gripped their hearts. The horrific scenes of the Longhan calamity resurfaced vividly in their minds. Among them, the most emotionally charged were the duo from the west, Zhuan and Jin. They were beings born in the aftermath of the Longhan calamity. Having faced the harshest of beginnings, since Luo Ho's fall, the western lands had languished in desolation, lacking spiritual energy and treasures. Zhuan and Jin had toiled for eons to mend the western spiritual veins, resorting to deceit and trickery just to restore a semblance of fortune. Upon seeing Luo Ho, they felt as though they were face to face with the murderer of their kin, their hatred palpable. Silence upon overhearing the discussions of the mighty beings. Luo Ho cast a sidelong glance. Above his head, auspicious clouds unfurled, while behind him emerged a vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom! The oppressive aura exclusive to peak quasi-saints erupted suddenly, sweeping through the entirety of the Luo Feng Palace. Puffed. Even Zhuan and Jin, who were only at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood, found themselves unable to withstand this terrifying pressure, spitting out blood. Not only they, but many others of lesser cultivation also found themselves pale and bloodied in its wake. What a terrifying spectacle! The demon ancestor Luo Ho, a figure once dominant during the Longhan calamity, with his indomitable spirit, was now willing to submit to sage Su Ming, revealing the unfathomable depths of the underworld's power among the gathered mighty beings. Some murmured their astonishment. Yes, their words fell. Nods of agreement spread through the crowd, sending chills down their spines. It is worth noting that during the Longhan calamity, Luo Ho single-handedly stood against the might of Hongjun Daozu and the leaders of the three innate clans, remaining an undefeated terror. Even when faced with a dire situation, he had chosen to self-destruct rather than surrender, wishing to take the entire Honghuang world down with him. Such an audacious and rebellious demon now willingly bowed to the underworld sage Su Ming, obeying him without question. This was enough to bring shame upon any mighty being in the Honghuang realm. The immense prestige of sage Su Ming was thus made abundantly clear upon the cloud platform. Su Ming raised his gaze slightly, taking in the anxious expressions of all the mighty beings beneath him. In truth, his summoning of Luo Ho was a deliberate maneuver intended to establish his authority before the powerful entities of the Honghuang realm. It must be noted that besides Hongjun, Su Ming stood as the sole sage amidst the tides of the Honghuang world. And no matter how audacious one might be, none would dare to entertain thoughts of encroaching upon the dominion of the underworld. However, as time passed, it would not be long before the 6 celestial sages, including the 3 pure ones, Enhua, and the 2 from the west, would rise to prominence. At that juncture, the landscape of the Honghuang world would inevitably shift once more. In the struggle for the fortunes of heaven and earth, the tensions between the great powers would intensify. Sooner or later, these 6 celestial sages would plot against the underworld in pursuit of their own interests. Should the underworld entangle itself in the affairs of the celestial realm, Su Ming would ultimately find himself bereft of dominion over reincarnation, akin to the fate of the neutral goddess, reduced to a puppet. Overtaken by the celestial sages, that it would be akin to the court of the heavens in later generations, rendered impotent before the 4 teachings: humanity, exposition, interception, and the Western teachings. Hence, Su Ming could never allow such a scenario to unfold. To instill fear among the various mighty beings of the Honghuang, he was unreserved in showcasing the strength of the underworld as a warning. Thus, in the forthcoming struggle for the fortunes of heaven and earth, the 6 great sages would be less inclined to target the underworld. Very well, you may withdraw now. Yes. Having achieved his purpose of establishing authority, Su Ming waved his hand, dismissing Luo Ho. I have spoken. You may all proceed as you wish. With that, Su Ming's figure vanished from the cloud platform, leaving behind tables laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. As the mighty beings witnessed the departure of sage Su Ming, they collectively exhaled in relief, and soon began to indulge in the sumptuous feast laid before them. Particularly, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin from the Western world, who had always lived in dire poverty, were eager to relish this extravagant display. They longed to pack all these spiritual fruits and wines back to the West, so that their famished disciples could also partake in the feast. In no time, the entire Luo Feng Palace was filled with clinking cups and jubilant revelry as the mighty beings raised their goblets in joyous celebration. After a few rounds of drinking, several individuals staggered to their feet, expressing their gratitude. We thank the sage for the hospitality. We are no longer able to hold our liquor and must take our leave. Farewell. Gradually, many took their leave. Returning to the Honghuang world, the demon race's Emperor Donghuang, Pangu, the 3 pure ones, Enhua, Fushi, as well as the ancestral shamans of the witch race, Hutu and Zhurong, all took their leave in succession. Notably, as Hutu departed, she cast a lingering glance back towards Su Ming's abode, sensing an inexplicable bond with the sage of the underworld. In the void, clad in a black robe, Su Ming murmured as he observed the departing figures of the mighty beings. He had noted earlier during the banquet that the aura surrounding the demon race's great being, Dong Huang Tai Yi, was anything but ordinary. A magnificent and pure golden flame emanated from him, far more potent than that witnessed amidst the blood sea in times past. The overwhelming essence of the laws of fire radiating from Dong Huang indicated that he had not followed in his brother Emperor Jun's footsteps toward the path of severing the 3 corpses. Instead, he had chosen to transcend the constraints of his realm through the path of laws, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. Even the astute Su Ming found this unexpected. Indeed, the heavenly Tao is adept at calculations. To ensure that the momentum of the calamity remained unaltered, it subtly adjusted the balance of power between the 2 races. Previously, Through meticulous planning, Su Ming had not only aided Hutu in rewriting her fate of becoming one with reincarnation, but had also entrusted her with a drop of blood containing the ancestral shaman's essence, indirectly amplifying the witch race's power 100-fold. What surprised him was that the demon race's Dong Huang Tai, he had fortuitously altered his cultivation direction, opting against the path of severing the three corpses, instead choosing the path of laws. Consequently, Dong Huang's strength was set to increase significantly, and with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, in his possession, he would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat to the witch race in the forthcoming battlefield. Chapter 55. Hongjuan Sai, the Underworld's Pillar of Support. The principle of the Heavenly Tao is to diminish the surplus and supplement the deficiency. Despite its seemingly ethereal nature, the Heavenly Tao conceals intricately woven foundational rules. Upon entering the Honghuang world, Su Ming had been striving to uncover the loopholes within these rules and exploit the gaps in the Heavenly Tao. Now that he had achieved enlightenment in the realm of mixed elements, he had finally gleaned some insights into the mechanisms of the Heavenly Tao's rules. As the saying goes, the grand trends of the Honghuang cannot be altered, yet the minor trends may be adjusted. However, the so-called grand trends are but a tapestry woven from countless minor threads. This involves an exceedingly complex web of causation and repercussions, where pulling one thread could potentially unravel the entire fabric. While this may sound convoluted, if one can grasp the categories and scales of these grand and minor trends, enacting change is not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, after intervening in the witch-demon conflict, Su Ming had enabled the witch race to achieve significant advancements. Correspondingly, the emergence of his influence had also led to a substantial enhancement of the demon race's power. The heavenly net is vast. Yet nothing escapes its grasp. It appears that the repercussions of my previous actions remain confined within the bounds of minor trends. Given this, during the impending witch-demon conflict, I can act freely and calculate my moves with precision. Upon reaching this realization, Su Ming's thoughts stirred, and his form vanished once more into the void. In the boundless primordial realm, time was inconsequential. Soon, a millennium had elapsed. During this span, the entirety of the primordial world remained largely unchanged. The struggles between the Wu and the Yao clans continued unabated, frequently erupting into skirmishes of minor scale. Yet, it was perplexing that the once ferocious and combative Wu clan seemed to have suddenly altered their demeanor. They slowed their external expansion, choosing instead to conserve their strength and adopt a more cautious approach. Sensing this anomaly, the celestial court of the Yao clan hesitated to act recklessly, opting to shift their strategy from offense to defense, adopting a watchful stance. Thus, after years of bloody conflict, the primordial world finally entered a brief period of peace. However, nearly all formidable beings understood that this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm of war. In the distant expanse of 33 heavens at the Zhixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. Within his chaotic gaze, a gentle radiance of the heavenly principles blossomed. Su Ming, my friend, has forged the path of the underworld amidst the sea of blood, ultimately attaining the state of Han Yuan. A great weight has lifted from my heart. The day I merge with the heavenly principles is not far off. As Hong Jun spoke, a shadow of melancholy surfaced on his typically placid countenance. Since their clandestine meeting, he had remained within the Zhixiao Palace, locked in a battle of will against the heavenly intent, striving to preserve his self-awareness from being supplanted by the heavenly order. The third sermon at the Zhixiao Palace, which was meant to have occurred thousands of years ago, had been delayed for millennia as a result of his efforts to assist Su Ming in mitigating the oppression of the heavenly principles, hoping to expedite his journey to enlightenment. Now, with Su Ming having established the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, creating a path that stood equal to the heavenly order, this act had provoked the wrath of the heavenly principles, necessitating an intensification of the suppression upon Hongjuan's will. Boom! At that moment, with a thunderous roar, the doors of the Zhixiao Palace burst open as immense pressure enveloped him. Hongjuan's eyes widened. The usually calm expression on his face was now marked by an unusual fear. A colossal sphere of white light emerged from a void, bearing the weight of unparalleled heavenly might. hurtling towards Hong Jun with lethal intent. "This is not good," Hong Jun exclaimed, his heart sinking as he realized that this white light was the manifestation of the heavenly power itself. As it surged forth, aiming to devour his primordial spirit and usurp his existence, Hong Jun, in desperation, struck the back of his head, releasing a mouthful of sacred blood, and then swiftly formed a hand seal, unleashing a formidable burst of power to resist the oncoming light. Accompanied by a cataclysmic roar, the two forces of Supreme Might collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that caused the vast Zixiao Palace to tremble. The chaotic energies within 1,000,000,000 miles were abruptly clarified. In this stalemate, Hongjuan's power flickered ominously, clearly at a disadvantage. Even as a sage of the heavenly order, he found himself no match for the overwhelming force of the heavenly principles. Akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, how can a mere grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? In the end, I am but an insignificant insect. Su Ming, my friend, I can only accompany you this far. The path ahead is yours to tread. As Hongjuan's words fell, a piercing howl echoed as the heavenly light forcefully subdued his power, vanishing within his mud pill palace. In the next moment, Hongjun was overwhelmed by a splitting headache, alternating between fits of sorrowful weeping and uproarious laughter, as if he had lost his mind. After a brief period, Hongjun exhaled a heavy sigh, ceasing his tumultuous movements, and sat slumped upon his meditation mat, looking as if he had aged significantly. It was impossible to tell how long had passed. When he finally reopened his eyes, they shimmered with an otherworldly light. He gazed down at his hands, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His demeanor and aura had transformed entirely, now radiating an enigmatic essence. This moment, Hongjun had been completely consumed by the will of the heavenly principles. Henceforth, the heavenly order was Hongjun, and Hongjun was the heavenly order. I shall soon deliver the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace. All who are fated to hear, save for those of the underworld lineage, are welcome. The sacred voice of Tao ancestor Hongjun resonated throughout the realms. Countless mighty beings emerged from their abodes, transformed into streaks of light, hastening towards the Zixiao Palace. Meanwhile, in the underworld's Mingxin Palace, Su Ming, who had been in closed-door meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Alas, my friend Hongjun has ultimately succumbed to the suppression of the heavenly principles, losing his self-awareness. It is truly lamentable. Su Ming sighed, a note of sorrow in his voice. He had sensed the oppression of Hongjuan's will by the heavenly principles, understanding that Hongjuan's proclamation to the world was intentionally directed against the underworld lineage, which was evidently not his true intention. The road ahead is long and arduous. I do not know when I shall be able to contend with the heavenly order and liberate my friend Hongjun from its grasp, Su Ming murmured, instinctively lifting his gaze to the heavens. The sky of the underworld was shrouded in a heavy gloom, devoid of any light. The third sermon by Hongjun was about to commence, addressing the path of the sages and distributing treasures from the treasure cliff to the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, after which he would merge with the heavenly order, eternally anchoring the primordial heavenly principles. Regarding the treasures from the treasure cliff, Su Ming held little interest, for more pressing matters awaited him. Since successfully opening up the underworld, he had observed that the heavens and earth of this vast world were gradually tilting and merging, exhibiting a tendency towards closure. Unlike the primordial realm, where the heavens and earth were distinctly separated, the underworld seemed to lack a pillar to support the sky. Contemplating this, Su Ming murmured softly to himself. Within the primordial realm, the Panga deity's demise left behind the ancestral mountain, Buzhou, which served as a support for the heavens. Just as the primordial world required such a pillar, so too did the underworld need one to fulfill the prerequisite for transforming this vast world into a myriad of celestial realms. At that moment, as Su Ming pondered, a sorrowful cry from an extraordinary beast pierced the air. Upon hearing this sound, Su Ming's heart resonated, sensing a call towards a significant opportunity. Instantly, he concentrated his thoughts and stepped into the void, hastening towards the location of the opportunity within the primordial realm. Chapter 56, The Glacial Secret Realm, Devourer of Worlds Above the Eastern Sea. The cold winds whistled. Buzz, accompanied by a dark, ethereal glow. A powerful figure emerged from the void. This figure was none other than Su Ming, the Lord of Reincarnation. At this moment, he had attained the state of Han Yuan, and his strength was immeasurably greater than before. Traveling to any corner of the primordial world was now merely a thought away. Amidst the howling winds, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Lifting his gaze, he beheld an expanse of boundless glaciers and towering snow-capped mountains. This was the frigid region where the northern sea met the northern underworld, perpetually cloaked in silver, icebound and frozen. Roar! Simultaneously, the cry of the extraordinary beast echoed once more. The sound resonated like thunderous roars at times, and at others, it resembled the gentle patter of spring rain, akin to the mournful wail of a dying giant. This sound did not seem to emanate from the primordial world, but rather, gazing at the white expanse before him. Devoid of anything but snow-capped mountains and glaciers, he could not discern the source of the giant's cry. Contemplating this, Su Ming calculated and, with a placid expression, revealed a hint of astonishment. What piqued his curiosity was that, despite his status as a Han Yuan sage, he could not discern the whereabouts of the sound's origin. The mournful cry was intermittent, occurring once every 100 years, as Su Ming held his breath, concentrating his spirit, employing the divine ability to listen to all things, and followed the sound's trail. After approximately 500 years, he finally pinpointed the specific location. His suspicions were confirmed. The sound indeed did not arise from the primordial realm. Otherwise, any being with some measure of cultivation within the primordial would be drawn to this sound, compelled to investigate. Yet after 500 years of searching, Su Ming had encountered not a single soul. This sound seemed to traverse some mysterious and profound law of the universe, audible only to a Han Yuan sage like Su Ming. Clearly, there existed a primordial restriction concealing the heavenly secrets. With this realization, Su Ming extended his hand and summoned the god-slaying spear. He then thrust the spear into the void. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the glaciers of the northern sea shattered into countless fragments within 1 billion miles. It must be noted that this was no ordinary thrust. Infused with the power of a Han Yuan sage, it was sufficient to shake the very foundations of the primordial realm. Even the myriad powerful beings gathered at the Zhixiao Palace, miles away, heard the deafening roar and turned their gazes towards the primordial world. Had it not been for Hongjuan's sermon, many would have transformed into streaks of light, rushing to uncover the source of the commotion. At this moment, Su Ming was enveloped by an infinite swirl of water, fire, and wind. The surrounding space appeared like a shattered mirror, revealing countless cracks. This was the might of a Han Yuan sage. Should a sage unleash their full power, they could obliterate the entire primordial realm. The subsequent god-conferring calamity, where Tongtian, Laozi, and others clashed, had shattered the primordial world, replaying the celestial realm. However, it must be understood that these figures had attained sagehood through the severance of their 3 corpses and the accumulation of merit. In contrast, Su Ming had achieved sagehood through the establishment of his own path, his divine powers far surpassing those of an ordinary sage by millions of times. His seemingly casual strike unleashed devastation that even the most powerful of saints could not hope to match. In the next moment, accompanied by fierce spatial fluctuations, the tip of the god-slaying spear left dark traces in the void. With an endless surge of water, fire, and wind, the spatial barrier before him was torn open, creating a gaping wound. Su Ming lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. He beheld the shattered space, revealing a pitch-black void. This space was shrouded in darkness, icy winds howling, evoking a sense of trepidation. Without hesitation, Su Ming darted forward, stepping into the realm beyond. Upon entering this extraordinary world, he waved his grand sleeves, summoning forth a surge of mystical power. Buzz! The previously dark world suddenly became brilliantly illuminated. Looking up, he saw the sky stretching endlessly, clear and cloudless, while beneath him lay an infinite ocean, the heavens and earth merging as one. The surface of the sea was littered with the carcasses of countless fish and shrimp, exuding a pungent stench that in this realm. The cosmos had yet to fully evolve, concealing unknown great opportunities. Yes, Su Ming spoke. A hint of doubt crossed his face. Initially, he believed that the great opportunity he had summoned would undoubtedly be hidden within a cave of fortune in the middle thousand worlds, or even the great thousand worlds. Yet upon arrival, he found himself in a mere small thousand world, which left him somewhat disheartened. It is worth noting that Su Ming had once opened the underworld great thousand world, endowing him with a lofty perspective. He would never regard this still-evolving little world with any significance. The only aspect of this world that piqued Su Ming's interest was the four colossal pillars supporting the heavens, rising majestically above the ocean's surface. How peculiar! This small thousand world contained supporting pillars, yet what significance did they hold? Before Su Ming could finish his thoughts, a sorrowful wail from the colossal beast echoed once more. Unlike before, this sound resonated throughout the cosmos. Its shockwave unprecedented in magnitude. The once tranquil azure sea beneath him roiled into towering waves. The entire small thousand world trembled violently, showing signs of imminent collapse. Commanding with a single hand gesture, Su Ming unleashed waves of profound merit, showering the realm with his blessings. Under the influence of this overwhelming merit, the entire small thousand world gradually stabilized, just as this realm regained its footing. A heavy knocking sound reverberated from the sky. The sound resembled rhythmic drumming, echoing with a peculiar cadence. As Su Ming looked up, and his vision brightened suddenly. There, suspended in the sky, was an enormous heart, though shriveled and desiccated. It began to pulsate once more under the influence of Su Ming's profound merit. This place was actually, upon witnessing this, Su Ming immediately grasped the truth. This was not merely a small thousand world, but rather the interior of a massive being. This creature's size was so immense that it had swallowed the entire small thousand world along with its inhabitants into its belly, becoming its sustenance. The ancient aura emanating from this colossal beast suggested that it had existed since the dawn of creation. With this thought, Su Ming's mind shifted in an instant. He broke through the celestial barrier above him, ascending to an altitude of countless miles. As the sky regained its former brilliance, Su Ming realized he had returned to the primordial world. Standing in the void, he gazed downward, his eyes narrowing. Below him lay the terrifying corpse of a colossal beast, its size unfathomable, stretching for countless miles. Chapter 57. The Corpse of the North Sea Xian Turtle. Celebratory clouds of the celestial realm at this moment. In the heights of the North Sea, Su Ming stood suspended in the void, looking down. Before him lay an unprecedentedly enormous creature's corpse. Unexpectedly, the small thousand world he had entered earlier was actually the belly of this gigantic beast. The four enormous pillars that supported the heavens were, in fact, merely the creature's limbs. This colossal beast lay there, its armored back almost touching the sky. One could only imagine that if this beast were to stand, it could easily break the heavens apart. This creature was an immense Xian turtle, bearing an entire glacial world upon its back. Could it be the legendary North Sea Xian turtle, said to support the heavens? Gazing upon this unfathomably large Xian turtle, Su Ming felt a flicker of understanding. He realized that this being was destined to be slain by the primordial heavenly venerable in the future, its four limbs taken to mend the heavens. However, Su Ming found it curious that, despite the Xian turtle's immense size, he had never heard of it in the primordial realms. Now it seemed that this Xian turtle was burdened with the weight of heavenly karma, shrouded in the veils of fate, trapped and unable to gain freedom. For countless eons, it had been confined within the constraints of this small thousand world, unable to break free, enduring the torment of millennia. Only when Nuwa mended the heavens would the primordial heavenly venerable personally strike down its limbs, using them to replace the broken mountain, serving as a support for the heavens. Su Ming pondered briefly before reaching a conclusion. Just then, a piercing wail emanated from the massive Xian turtle's corpse. Once more, Su Ming turned towards the sound. Nodding slightly, he reflected on the Xian turtle's plight. It was indeed a tragic fate. Destined from birth to be slain by a saint, trapped in this small world for eternity, enduring torment for countless years. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. This Xian turtle, born of the earth and heaven since the dawn of creation, harbored the essence of heavenly karma. yet struggled in vain within this small thousand world, letting out a wail every 100 years, hoping someone might hear its cries for salvation. Yet, after countless years, all it received was the end of its life. As Su Ming spoke, his expression turned somber. He could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the Xian turtle, intertwined with the immense spiritual power cultivated since the beginning of time, had this Xian turtle not been suppressed by the heavenly laws. With its profound origins, it might have attained enlightenment long ago. Su Ming's voice was filled with lamentation. The Xian turtle before him, though rich in potential, was doomed to remain untranscended, trapped in a state of neither life nor death. Enduring torment. For millions of years, it was as if it were bound to a butcher's block, helplessly watching as the butcher wielded the knife to claim its life. Now, its primordial spirit had been worn down by the passage of time, leaving only a remnant soul that refused to fade, continuously emitting heart-wrenching cries in search of liberation. For countless years, this Xian turtle had been confined within the small thousand world, growing alongside it as time passed. Until one day, when this world completed its evolution, the Xian turtle would emerge into the primordial realm. However, now, for reasons unknown, this small thousand world had ceased its evolution, and the Xian turtle, unable to break free from its constraints, faced death. It seemed that this matter was indeed related to Su Ming. Why taking the place of the Earth Mother as the master of reincarnation, he inadvertently created a butterfly effect, altering the course of the primordial realm and indirectly leading to the premature demise of the North Sea Xian turtle. In fact, even if Su Ming had not intervened, allowing the North Sea Xian turtle to continue its evolution, it would eventually break through the small thousand world, only to be met with the backlash of cosmic karma, damaging its primordial spirit. Ultimately, the Xian turtle would perish in solitude, leaving behind only a shell within this small thousand world, with a fragment of its soul endlessly lamenting its fate. In this light, it would appear that when Nuam mended the heavens, the Xian turtle slaughter at the hands of the primordial heavenly venerable would, in a sense, serve as a form of liberation for it. Given the Xian turtle's colossal size, if it were to be taken into the underworld, it would serve as a perfect support for the heavens. With this thought, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He extended his hand, summoning forth the reincarnation banner. Buzz! With a single thought, the power of the 6 paths emerged from the banner, transforming into 6 enormous tentacles that surged toward the corpse of the North Sea Xian turtle. Name: North Sea Xian turtle race. Xian turtle cultivation. Peak quasi-saint karma. 36,650,000,000,000 years. Once the Xian turtle's body was absorbed into the underworld space, its flesh and blood intertwined, transforming into the nourishment for the underworld great thousand world, while its massive limbs became 4 towering pillars, standing resolutely amidst the underworld realm. The previously murky underworld gradually became clear, with pure energy rising and turbid energy sinking, transforming into a realm of clarity. The fortunes within the netherworld surged significantly, experiencing a remarkable rise. This journey had not been in vain. Hichem, what is this? As Su Ming absorbed the corpse of the North Sea Xian turtle, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He discovered a wisp of swirling mist within the Xian turtle's mind palace. Gradually circulating within the mist, the primordial world flickered into view, with the sun, moon, and stars illuminating the scene. Amidst celebratory clouds, 5-colored radiance enveloping the heavens, and celestial music resonating throughout the universe. Outside the mist, countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and jewels rained down from the celebratory clouds like a ceaseless stream of water dripping from an eave. It was the celebratory clouds of the celestial realm. Recognizing the origin of this wondrous mist, Su Ming's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, this wisp of mist was none other than the legendary innate treasure, the celebratory clouds of the celestial realm. These celebratory clouds were extraordinarily remarkable. Once summoned, they would vanquish evil and dispel malevolence, untouched by all forms of divine powers or treasures, immune to any harm from spells or artifacts. This treasure is none other than the auspicious clouds of the heavens, transformed from the lofty righteousness within the heart of the great Pangu. According to legend, These heavenly, auspicious clouds were obtained by the primordial supreme being in the treasure cliff of the Purple Clouds Palace. However, it seems that the rumors were not entirely accurate. It appears that this treasure was derived from the remains of the Black Sea's mysterious tortoise during the time when Nuwa mended the heavens and the primordial supreme being slew the tortoise. As Su Ming spoke, his eyes shone with intensity. Now that he had retrieved the remains of the Black Sea tortoise and acquired the auspicious clouds, it could be considered an unexpected delight. With this thought, Su Ming collected the auspicious clouds and turned his gaze to the remaining wisp of true spirit from the Black Sea tortoise. Since you have bestowed upon me such a grand gift, we are bound by fate. I shall assist you in attaining liberation and grant you a transformation, Su Ming declared, directly casting a force of reincarnation towards the tortoise's true spirit. Soul, coalesce, as soon as the words left his lips. A hum resonated, the true spirit of the tortoise, enveloped by the overwhelming force of reincarnation, began to form at a visible speed, and in less than 100 years, it transformed into the figure of a graceful young maiden. Chapter 58. The Fifth Disciple, the shield maiden of courage in the icy expanse of the Black Sea. The cold wind howled. Amidst the vast whiteness, Su Ming stood alone, holding the wisp of the tortoise's true spirit in his hand. He raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly surprised. To think that this tortoise's true spirit would manifest as a beautiful maiden. The image of this slender girl was hard to reconcile with the tortoise's heavy and massive form. Who has awakened me? The maiden rubbed her chubby face, staring at Su Ming with her sparkling eyes, gazing at him with a Na'vi expression. I am Su Ming, the master of reincarnation, the earthly saint ancestor. It is I who have awakened you. So it was a saint who saved me, the young girl exclaimed, bowing deeply to Su Ming. Thank you, esteemed saint, for your enlightening grace. Hearing Su Ming's words, the tortoise maiden appeared flustered, bowing her head in reverence. Despite her delicate appearance, she was, after all, a formidable being at the peak of quasi-saint level. Now, standing before the saint Su Ming, she was filled with trepidation. Today, amidst this vast expanse of the Black Sea, we have crossed paths and formed a connection. Since you are an ancient being born at the beginning of the world, I wish to grant you an opportunity for reincarnation. Would you be willing? Su Ming nodded slightly and continued. Are you willing? I am willing. I yearn for it. The tortoise maiden eagerly nodded and bowed once more, her demeanor exceedingly earnest. Excellent. Su Ming responded with a nod, then slowly raised his hand to point. Boom! In the distance, a grand bronze door, imbued with ancient Taoist essence, rose from the ground. This door led to the secret realm of 9 reincarnations. This is the secret realm of 9 reincarnations that, if you can pass the trials of the 9 reincarnations within, you shall be reborn and reconstruct your physical form. For those with a steadfast heart, Su Ming's words were not yet complete when a hum interrupted. Understood. I shall go now. The tortoise maiden playfully made a face and eagerly dashed into the bronze door of the 9 reincarnations. Disappearing from sight, this foolish child. Su Ming shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze to observe the realm. In her first life, the tortoise maiden reincarnated as an adorable little flower spirit, displaying a mix of innocence and cleverness, gradually honing her skills amidst the treacherous primordial chaos, ultimately growing into a wise and composed great being. In her second life, she became a beloved tribal princess, hiding her identity to seek vengeance after her tribe's destruction, her character innocent yet stubborn. In the end, she achieved mastery and exacted revenge on her foes. In her third life, she reincarnated as a cheerful, optimistic, and kind-hearted snake demon, inadvertently falling in love with her master after joining a celestial sect, ultimately succumbing to madness and bloodshed in her pursuit of the Tao. Observing the tortoise maiden's experiences within the secret realm, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Despite being tormented in her previous life within a minor world, she remained steadfast in her original intentions, consistently confronting the dark world with kindness and enthusiasm. Yet her selfless sacrifices culminated in her descent into madness, unleashing waves of bloodshed. Soon, a millennium passed. Through her indomitable spirit, the tortoise maiden successfully completed the trials of the 9 reincarnations' secret realm and stepped out from the bronze door. At this moment, she had shed the burdens of her past life, reconstructed her primordial spirit, and transformed her physical form, emerging rejuvenated. Her foundational power had ascended from the innate divine level to that of the chaotic demon god. Most astonishingly, she had restored her cultivation to approximately 80 to 90% of her previous strength upon completing the trials, standing at the early quasi-saint level. Today, you have passed the trials of the 9 reincarnations secret realm and reconstructed your physical form and primordial spirit. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Su Ming smiled slightly and continued, I am willing. I bow to my master. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the tortoise maiden hurriedly knelt, bowing deeply. Good. From this day forth, you shall be my 5th direct disciple, known as Bei Xian. According to our sect's regulations, I shall present you with a spiritual treasure as a meeting gift. Please choose one. Su Ming stated, waving his sleeve to reveal 3 spiritual treasures before Bei Xian. The first was a 3-foot sword radiating a cold light, its blade crimson. This was the innate spiritual treasure, the Inxia sword. The second was an iron staff, thick as a bowl. This was the medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Wujie staff. The third was a long spear, its tip glimmering with ethereal light, sharp and unmatched. This was the superior grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Patian spear. These 3 spiritual treasures were gifts received from the various immortals during a recent banquet hosted by Su Ming. Due to their lower grade, Su Ming had little use for them in his usual practices. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in the reincarnation banner space, he preferred to offer them to Bei Xian as a meeting gift. Observing the 3 spiritual treasures, Bei Xian pondered for a moment before shaking her head. What? Do you not fancy these treasures? Su Ming inquired, his expression darkening. No. All 3 treasures are quite splendid. It's just that I, Bei Xian, have never been fond of violence. These weapons are not suited for me. If my master could bestow upon me a defensive spiritual treasure, it would be more appropriate. Seeing Su Ming's displeasure, Bei Xian quickly knelt, hastily explaining, I see. Let me think. Su Ming mused, suddenly struck with inspiration. He recalled a turtle shell he had stored in the reincarnation banner space, which would be quite suitable for crafting a spiritual treasure. This shell was none other than the heavy and cumbersome shell obtained from the Black Sea tortoise when he collected its remains not long ago. This shell, born from the earth, was extraordinarily hard. Even the fierce winds of the reincarnation banner's underworld could not diminish its strength. Presenting it to Bei Xian as a protective spiritual treasure would be quite fitting. Moreover, this shell originally belonged to the Black Sea tortoise, making it a fitting companion treasure for Bei Xian. Command! Su Ming retrieved the turtle shell from the reincarnation banner space and pointed. Boom! Boundless infernal flames erupted, slowly refining the turtle shell. Now that Su Ming had attained the level of a Hunyuan saint, refining an acquired spiritual treasure was merely a matter of tease time. Soon, the turtle shell was successfully refined into a defensive postnatal merit spiritual treasure. This treasure is named Gue Lingzi. It has been refined from the shell of your predecessor. The Black Sea tortoise. It serves as a primary defensive postnatal merit spiritual treasure, and I bestow it upon you as a meeting gift. Su Ming declared, handing the Gue Lingzi to Bei Xian. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasure. This item suits me perfectly. My heartfelt thanks. Upon receiving the Gue Lingzi, Bei Xian's face lit up with joy, clearly pleased with this meeting gift. Although this treasure was merely a postnatal merit spiritual treasure, its origins from the Black Sea tortoise's shell, coupled with the enlightenment of a Hunyuan saint, endowed it with defensive capabilities rivaling those of superior innate spiritual treasures. Bei Xian, grinning foolishly, held the shield made from the turtle shell. Utterly delighted, it is worth noting that the shell bore countless barbs, which Su Ming had also refined, allowing it to reflect a portion of the damage it received. It could be said to embody a defensive strategy while simultaneously providing offensive capabilities, a top-tier magical artifact. Very well, let us return to the underworld together, Su Ming said, summoning the god-slaying spear, tearing open the space before him. Transforming it into a great black door, he then led Bei Xian through it, directly returning to the underworld. Chapter 59. The Underworld Palace opens for teaching. Emperor Jun seeks to establish the Great Sun Sect after returning to the underworld with Beixian. Su Ming, like the other disciples, directly imparted the teachings of the Chaos Golden Seal to this newly initiated disciple. Today, I officially confer upon you the title of God of the Underworld. Beixian, I appoint you as the Northern Ghost Emperor, known as Beixian Jinjuan, governing the Mount Luophone. As Su Ming's words echoed, 2 lines of golden Taoist patterns gradually materialized upon the divine wheel of the underworld, representing Beixian's God status. Despite Beixian's youthful appearance, she previously harbored the causal essence of a Tao and was a formidable being at the peak of quasi-saint level. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Beixian was transformed from the true spirit of the Black Sea tortoise, possessing an exceptionally vast reservoir of vitality, far surpassing that of ordinary innate deities. In terms of physical strength, she was comparable to the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, faced with such robust physicality. Even the finest innate spiritual treasures, primarily designed for offense, would struggle to breach her defenses. What is even more extraordinary is that Beixian possesses an innate primordial spirit, enabling her to wield spiritual treasures and divine secrets. This renders her akin to a dual-cultivating soul entity, a revered shaman of the Witch clan endowed with a primordial spirit. Given her natural aptitude, it is certain that, with the passage of time, she will ascend to the ranks of the most formidable beings in the primordial world. At this moment, Su Ming's selection of her as the Northern Ghost Emperor among the 5 Ghost Emperors is indeed fitting. After completing these arrangements, a resonant hum echoed through the void as 4 powerful disciples emerged. They were none other than Lu Er, Lian Er, Ming He, and Luo Ho, all under Su Ming's tutelage. She is our 5th junior sister. Ha! From this day forth, I, Lu Er, have 2 junior sisters. How delightful! Lu Er, as the esteemed elder brother of our sect, you must conduct yourself with decorum rather than bouncing around like a monkey. Look at our junior brothers Ming He and Luo Ho. They embody grace and poise, reminiscent of the disciples of a saint. Those 2 are as silent as a sealed jar, their faces perpetually solemn, rendering them utterly dull. Our junior sister has just embarked on her journey. It would be unfortunate if she were to be stifled by their gloom. Upon hearing Lu Er's remarks, Ming He and Luo Ho exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They opened their mouths to respond but thought better of it and swallowed their words. Both of them were seasoned experts of the primordial era, known for their calm and composed natures, and thus would not stoop to argue with Lu Er, a rather boisterous character. Moreover, their master Su Ming was present, and, as the sect's elder brother, Lu Er deserved a modicum of respect. Greetings to my esteemed senior brothers and sisters. As a newcomer, if I display any shortcomings, I kindly ask for your understanding. Beixian smiled broadly, offering a slight bow to Lu Er and the others. These 5 disciples had all undergone trials in Su Ming's 9 turns reincarnation secret realm and had unwittingly forged karmic bonds long before. Now, upon their initial meeting, they felt an instant rapport, engaging in light-hearted banter and laughter. Observing his 5 disciples, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Among them, one was a manifestation of the chaos demon god, another a dark and enchanting figure born of the annihilation Black Lotus. One was an ancient deity and former ruler of the Blood Sea. Another was the progenitor of the demon clan, and the last was an ancient power that had existed since the dawn of creation. The potential and talents of these 5 disciples could only be described as unparalleled. It would not be an exaggeration to state that any one of them could effortlessly overshadow the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Very well, from this day forth, you are all fellow disciples. Remember to foster mutual love, respect, and assistance among one another. Do not engage in petty disputes that might tarnish my reputation. Yes, we shall diligently adhere to Master S' decree. The disciples responded in unison, bowing deeply. Su Ming nodded, then shifted the topic. Today marks the initiation of our 5th junior sister. I shall seize this opportunity to expound upon the teachings in the underworld divine palace, addressing any queries you may have. With that, Su Ming soared into the air and gracefully settled onto a cloud platform. As he took his seat, he began to speak, his words enveloped by auspicious clouds and mist. The sacred sounds emanating from his mouth were as enchanting as blooming lotuses. Lu Er, Lian Er, Ming He, Luo Ho, and Bei Xian sat upright on their cushions, holding their breath in focused attention, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity to listen to the sage's teachings. The path of reincarnation is ceaseless. Benefits and detriments are indistinguishable. Binding and liberation are one and the same. Indulgence and restraint, merits and transgressions are all equal. At this moment, Su Ming was plotting to elevate the status of the underworld S realm to that of the myriad universes. However, within the primordial world, the witch and demon clans had ceased hostilities, maintaining a cold war for millennia without any sign of conflict. Therefore, Su Ming could only observe the unfolding events, taking things one step at a time. Rather than waiting idly for time to pass, he opted to use this opportunity to impart wisdom to his disciples. This would not only aid in their cultivation and ascension, but would also indirectly enhance the fortunes of the entire underworld realm. As time flowed by, thousands of years slipped away in an instant in the purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens. Hong Jun's third sermon had come to a close. Following this sermon, the myriad guests in the purple cloud palace left with their hearts brimming with satisfaction. Not long ago, they had each procured favorable spiritual treasures at the Treasure Division Cliff, and now they bid farewell to Hong Jun, returning to the primordial world. I am Hong Jun today. I proclaim to the heavens and all beings, from this day forth, I shall unite with the heavenly as long as the heavens and earth endure. So shall Hong Jun remain unseen, just as the mighty beings began to return to the primordial world. The voice of Hong Jun echoed once more through the skies. Upon hearing the sage's voice, all beings upon the primordial earth trembled in reverence, prostrating themselves and praying to the heavens. Hong Jun has merged with the Tao. The primordial world is on the brink of transformation. In the underworld divine palace, Su Ming suddenly paused mid-sentence. He raised his gaze slightly, his expression becoming serious. Su Ming was well aware of the implications of Hong Jun's announcement regarding his impending union with the heavenly Tao for the entire primordial world. This signified the official commencement of the war between the witch and demon clans. After Hong Jun's merging with the Tao, tens of thousands of years passed. One day, atop the unshadowed mountain, ominous clouds gathered. Outside the Lingxiao treasure hall of the demon clan's celestial court, a vast multitude of demon experts, numbering in the millions, gathered in the training grounds, their presence imposing. Amidst the fluttering banners, they donned armor and stood in perfect formation. 10,000 years prior, Su Ming had established the reincarnation underworld atop the Blood Sea, founding a grand underworld sect that shocked the entire primordial world. He had also utilized this to establish a path to attain the mixed element Tao. Subsequently, under the scheming of the demon master Kunpeng and Dong Huang, the demon emperor Di Jun conceived the idea of establishing a grand sect for the demon clan, as far back as hundreds of thousands of years ago. The demon clan had opened a small world atop the unshadowed mountain, known as the celestial court of the demon clan. In a moment, myriad demons flocked to pay their respects, their might undeniable. Now, as time passed, the demon clan's ancient rivals, the witch clan, also flourished, growing ever stronger. In their precarious situation, the demon clan sought to emulate Su Ming, the Lord of Reincarnation, by establishing a grand sect in the demon court to harvest the virtues and fortunes of the heavens and earth. This grand sect was named the Great Sun Divine Sect. Chapter 60. Battle, Battle, Battle. The witch and demon clans rise again outside the purple cloud palace. Banners fluttered in the wind. Ominous clouds rolled like a canopy. Obscuring the sun, in the training grounds stood the 10 great demon deities, 36 demon generals, and millions of demon soldiers. However, what was peculiar was that the demon army was not clad in armor. Instead, they wore robes adorned with the blazing golden flames of the sun, resembling disciples of a grand sect rather than soldiers of the demon clan. In the great hall, Di Jun sat atop a cloud platform, his expression neutral. Below him stood several of the demon clan's most powerful innate deities. Nu Hua, Fu Shi, Kuanpeng, and Dong Huang Tai Yi, among others. Many thousands of years ago, these five had already transcended to the Deluo realm, becoming quasi-saint level innate powers. It is worth noting that beside Di Jun stood a stunningly beautiful and ethereal female immortal. This woman was none other than the innate deity from the Moonlight Star, the moon goddess Shi He. Now, under Nu Wa's matchmaking, Di Jun had united with Shi He, solidifying their celestial marriage. Shi He, born from the laurel of the Moonlight Star, embodies the essence of softness and femininity, perfectly complementing the strong and fiery character of the sun-born demon emperor Di Jun. There are two moon goddesses, aside from the elder sister Shi He. The younger sister Chang, she is also a remarkably beautiful female immortal. With Shi now married to Di Jun, she has become the empress of the demon court, enjoying significant power and prestige among the demon clan, though she currently possesses only the peak cultivation of the Deluo golden immortal. She stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Nu Wa and Fu Shi, the venerable powers of the demon clan. Elder brother, the auspicious hour has arrived. We may commence. Dong Huang Tai Yi, standing beside Di Jun, clasped his hands and spoke in a deep voice. Following the baptism of the Blood Sea battle, the formerly brash Dong Huang Tai Yi had matured significantly, exhibiting a much steadier demeanor. Each gesture of his radiated the majesty and solemnity of a sovereign of the demon clan. Good. Di Jun nodded, rising to his feet as he proclaimed to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao above. Today I, Di Jun, shall emulate the Lord of Reincarnation, Su Ming, and establish a sect of my own. Our demon clan stands between heaven and earth, with the sun star as our foundation, governing the celestial bodies of the primordial realm. Thus, this sect shall be named the Great Sun Divine Sect, with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, suppressing the sect's fortunes. May the heavenly Tao witness this." As soon as Di Jun's words fell, he summoned the power of the heavenly Tao. With a resonant hum, the small world of the celestial court was enveloped in azure clouds, and spiritual energy surged forth. The auspicious light of the celestial stars manifested, showering down their essence, simultaneously a peculiar tone. A spiritual treasure radiated brilliance above Di Jun's head. This tome was none other than the river diagram and Luo book, the innate treasures that accompanied Di Jun. The river diagram and Luo book blazed with light, generating boundless starry images, encompassing the entire realm of the celestial court. From this day forth, Di Jun declared himself the master of the sect, with Dong Huang Tai Yi as the deputy master, while Nu Wa, Fu Shi, Kuanpeng, and Shi served as the protectors of the grand sect, witnessed by heaven and earth. Furthermore, 365 celestial demon deities, along with the demon generals and commanders, will become inner disciples of the sect. Sharing in its fortunes, the Great Sun Divine Sect is established. As Di Jun's proclamation reverberated, the celestial stars above the heavens responded instantaneously. Auspicious purple chi surged from the east for millions of miles, gathering an inexhaustible cloud of golden virtue, hovering in anticipation. Swiftly, accompanied by the shimmering brilliance of countless stars, the merits of the heavenly Tao transformed into several portions, gently descending upon the mighty beings of the celestial court below. Among this vast accumulation of merits, a staggering 70% settled upon the likes of Emperor Jun and other great powers. The remaining merits were then distributed according to the hierarchy of the demon generals. Demon commanders and demon soldiers within the celestial court shared among the myriad troops of the demon realm. Buzz, upon receiving these heavenly merits, the aura surrounding Emperor Jun, Dong Huang, Fu Shi, and Nu Wa surged dramatically, signifying a shift in their realms of cultivation. In contrast, Fu Shi, Nu Wa, and Kuanpeng received comparatively lesser merits, merely achieving a slight elevation in their respective realms. Among the great powers, it was Emperor Jun, Dong Huang, and the least cultivated Shiha who reaped the most significant benefits. With the aid of this immense merit, Shiha astonishingly broke through the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, ascending directly to the quasi-saint level. Consequently, the demon race gained yet another quasi-saint powerhouse, substantially enhancing their overall combat prowess. Following Shiha's advancement, Emperor June successfully severed a corpse once more, elevating his cultivation to the late quasi-saint realm. Of the trio, the greatest enhancement came to Dong Huang Tai, who wielded a supreme treasure. It is known that the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, which suppresses fortune, resides in the hands of Dong Huang Tai this moment, as the demon court established a grand cult. Dong Huang Tai enjoyed an overwhelming 80% of the cult's fortunes, leading to an unimaginable surge in his strength. One could witness the immense power coursing through him, with waves of might enveloped by golden flames. Unlike his brother Emperor June, Dong Huang Tai chose not to break through his realm by severing corpses, but rather opted for an unconventional path of proving his Tao through the sword. Now endowed with the fortunes of the Grand Sun sect, his cultivation experienced yet another breakthrough, as the golden flames of the sun flickered around him, propelling him into the mid-quasi-saint realm. It is worth noting that his quasi-saint mid-realm, achieved through the path of principles, surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-saint who severed 3 corpses by 1,000-fold. Thus, the demon court's combat strength surged once more, subtly exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to surpass that of the witch race. Having completed these feats, Emperor June returned to his throne, gazing down upon the ancestral land of the witch race beneath Mount Buzhou, a smirk of superiority gracing his lips. Meanwhile, within the ancestral land of the witch race at Mount Buzhou, in the Hall of Pangu, upon hearing Emperor June's declaration, the 12 ancestral witches looked up at the celestial realm above Mount Buzhou, their fury igniting. Humph! That insolent beast, Emperor June, has not only occupied Mount Buzhou with a horde of demon spawn, but dares to establish some nonsense Grand Sun sect, truly underestimating the witch race. The ancestral witch Zhu Rong exclaimed in rage. Zhu Rong speaks true. We, the ancestral witches, have retreated to our ancestral land for thousands of years to refine our primordial spirits. It is high time we show that demon race a lesson. The ancestral witch Gong Gong echoed. Despite their historical enmity, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, having attained their primordial spirits, had undergone a significant change in temperament, becoming more contemplative. Thousands of years ago, the ancestral witch Hoodoo returned from the underworld, bringing with her a drop of blood containing the essence of the ancestral witches. This enabled us, the 12 ancestral witches, to acquire our primordial spirits and learn to wield spiritual treasures and divine insights. With our current strength, annihilating that demon celestial court would be a trivial task. The animosity between the witch and demon races is irreconcilable. This battle is unavoidable, and further delay serves no purpose. Brother Dijiang, give the order. The long silent ancestral witch Zhu Juyin finally spoke. Dijiang, give the order. Battle, battle, battle. As Zhu Juyin's words fell, the surrounding ancestral witches joined in fervently. For millennia, the witch race had lain dormant, and the ancestral witches were eager to stretch their limbs. At this moment, they were all eager to engage, their eyes fixed upon the demon celestial court of Mount Buzhou, ready to unleash their wrath. The calamity between the witches and demons was imminent. Among the ancestral witches, Hutu sighed softly. Memories of the war between the witches and demons resurfaced before her. In the past, upon the Blood Sea, she beheld the future outcome of the war through Su Ming's heavenly jade plate. Now, everything has come to fruition. The impending conflict between the witch and demon races is an inevitable decree of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 61. The Witch Race's Surprise Attack. From the southern heavenly gate to the eastern road of Penglai, just as Emperor June of the demon race established the Grand Sun sect. Within a mere 100 years, the previously tranquil wilderness erupted in monumental waves once more. The demon celestial court had undergone a profound transformation. Since the inception of the Grand Sun sect, Emperor June had constructed 365 celestial formations within the celestial realm, aligned with the 5 elements to absorb the essence of the stars, aiding the disciples within the sect in their cultivation. These 365 celestial formations were remarkably mystical, suppressing the formations with the He-Tu and Luo Shu, continuously drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the stars, that in just a short span of 100 years, countless demon cultivators benefited from these celestial formations, rapidly advancing their realms. The number of demon deities within the celestial court surged from a mere 10 to 108, perfectly aligning with the numbers of the heavenly and earthly spirits. Although these 108 demon deities lacked the strength of veteran demon deities like Bai Zhe and Ji Meng, they were all solidly established quasi-saint powers. Furthermore, with Emperor Jun and Dong Huang among the innate deities holding the fort, the demon celestial court's influence had reached its zenith. At this rate, if the demon race were granted tens of thousands of years to recuperate, they might very well become invincible within the wilderness, surpassing all other races. Now, Demon's sovereign Emperor Jun, simultaneously the leader of the Grand Sun sect, sat upon a cloud platform, surveying the world with a condescending gaze. In his eyes, the only force capable of rivaling the demon celestial court in the future would be the Blood Sea under the command of the sage Su Ming. However, Emperor Jun could not have anticipated that a cataclysm was about to descend upon his demon court. On this day, the once calm demon realm suddenly stirred with ominous clouds, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A billowing inferno surged outside the southern heavenly gate. An enemy attack. Witnessing this scene, the demon soldiers stationed at the southern heavenly gate were taken aback. Yet, just as they were about to sound the alarm, a voice boomed. "Ha! Little demon spawn, your grandfather Zhu Rong is here." Suddenly, amidst the flames, a crimson figure burst forth, transforming into a fiery serpent, swiftly igniting the towering southern heavenly gate. A great terror. The demon soldiers guarding the gate gasped in shock. As if parting the clouds to reveal the sun, the crimson figure revealed its true form, manifesting as a towering figure brandishing twin serpents, crushing toward the southern heavenly gate. This figure was none other than the fiery ancestral, which Zhu Rong's true form. "Burn!" Zhu Rong bellowed. With a powerful swing of her fiery fists, torrents of celestial flames erupted, instantly engulfing the area around the southern heavenly gate in a raging inferno. "Kill!" Behind Zhu Rong, the battle cries shook the heavens. Countless witch soldiers emerged from the void, working in unison to topple the heavenly gate and charge into the heart of the celestial court. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Caught off guard, numerous demon cultivators had yet to utter a scream before being crushed to ashes by the oncoming witch warriors. "Emperor Jun, Dong Huang spawn, where are you? Come forth and meet your demise." With a thunderous roar, 11 formidable figures emerged from the void. They were none other than the 11 ancestral witches of the witch race: Dijiang, Zhu Jin, Hutu, Ru Shou, Zhu Meng, Chong Liang, Xian Ming, Tian Wu, Gong Gong, Shebi Shi, and Shi Zi. Oh no, the 12 ancestral witches are attacking the celestial court. Upon witnessing this, countless demon cultivators turned pale, crying out in despair as they scattered in all directions. "Emperor Jun, you insolent beast, daring to call yourself the demon sovereign, yet you cower like a turtle. The North Sea has a fish named Kun, so immense that it cannot be cooked in a single pot. And you would need 2 barbecues. Ha!" At this moment, the entire celestial realm was filled with the scornful jeers of the 12 ancestral witches. Under the leadership of the 12 ancestral witches, their hundreds of thousands of witch warriors surged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the demon forces. The witch race, known for their ferocity, had always regarded the demon race as prey. Now, as they swarmed the demon celestial court, it was akin to wolves entering a sheepfold, slaughtering with abandon, directly devouring the defeated and defenseless demon cultivators. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the witch race, the demon race, though caught off guard, still held significant advantages due to their ancestral land celestial court status. Amidst the thunderous clamor of battle, countless spells and treasures illuminated the skies. Numerous demon cultivators unleashed their artifacts, colliding fiercely with the iron fists of the witch race, and in mere moments, the azure sky turned blood red. Amidst the chaos, the entire celestial court was shrouded in an endless storm of blood and slaughter. Shameless witch race, lacking honor in battle, resorting to ambush simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, several powerful figures suddenly flew out from the Lingxiao treasure hall of the demon race. Leading the charge was none other than the mighty demon sovereign, Emperor Jun, clad in the resplendent golden robe of the Grand Sun. Amidst the blood and chaos, witnessing countless demon kin perish, Emperor Jun's fury reached a boiling point. Among these demon cultivators were many loyal companions who had fought alongside him for millennia, establishing numerous achievements. Now, witnessing the slaughter of his kin, how could Emperor Jun, as the demon's sovereign, harbor no hatred? Dijiang, you shall perish. Emperor Jun summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu in his hand, directly aiming to crush the ancestral witch Dijiang. I am the demon master Kunpeng, who just declared they would stew me into a pot of soup. I am the Taiyin star Shiha. Hutu, do you dare to battle me? The remaining formidable entities of the demon clan, including Fushi and Kunpeng, did not falter either. With the guidance of Emperor Jun, they eagerly sought out the ancestral shaman of the witch clan to engage in fierce combat. Simultaneously, the remaining 108 demon gods surged forth, clashing with the prominent shamans of the witch clan, such as Ho Yi and Xing Tian. Amidst the chaos of battle, the demon master Kunpeng found himself locked in a stalemate with the ancestral shaman Zhu Jiuyin. Each of these figures was a renowned powerhouse in the primordial realm. One was the cunning strategist of the demon heavenly court, while the other was the wise counselor of the Panga Hall. Well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge in this narrow encounter, they were indeed matched opponents. Kunpeng gestured, and amidst a swirling black wind, a palace-like spiritual treasure ascended from the void. This treasure was the Demon Master Palace, the companion artifact of the ancestral Kunpeng. Meanwhile, the time ancestral shaman Zhu Jiuyin recited incantations, surrounded by the laws of time, warping the very fabric of space at an astonishing pace. On another front, the demon sovereign Fushi clashed fiercely with the wind ancestral shaman Tian Wu. Armed with the innate spiritual treasure, the Fushi Qin, Fushi manipulated the strings, sending waves of sonic energy infused with killing intent towards the wind ancestral shaman. In response to Fushi's assault, Tian Wu unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning a boundless tempest that intertwined with the melodious notes of the Qin. Furthermore, the demon queen, Shihi, wielded the lunar essence wheel, engaging in battle with the earth ancestral shaman. Despite their graceful appearances, both wielded formidable powers, and the clash between them was fierce, with each side striking back valiantly, proving that women are no less formidable than men. Meanwhile, the mightiest warrior of the demon heavenly court, Dong Huang Tai Yi, displayed his divine prowess, standing against 6 ancestral shamans, including Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, all by himself, utilizing the innate treasure in his possession. He deftly maneuvered amidst the 6 ancestral shamans, maintaining an advantageous position. In that moment, the heavens above were illuminated by the brilliance of various magical artifacts. As the forces remained evenly matched, the battle descended into a stalemate, with neither side willing to yield. At this juncture, in the underworld, within the hall of the underworld deity, Su Ming, who had been in seclusion atop the cloud platform, suddenly opened his eyes. The war between the witches and the demons had finally commenced. Sensing the waves of murderous intent emanating from the demon heavenly court, Su Ming gradually rose from the cloud platform. Given this opportunity, it was time for me to make some calculations. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Su Ming swayed and vanished from the hall of the underworld. Chapter 62. Pursuit. The secret weapon of the 12 ancestral shamans at Mount Buzhou, within the small world of the demon heavenly court. The 12 ancestral shamans of the witch clan led their kin into a desperate struggle against the demon army, locked in a fierce confrontation. What astonished the 12 ancestral shamans was the realization that the strength of the demon clan far exceeded their expectations. Ever since the earth ancestral shaman returned from the underworld with a drop of blood containing the essence of the 12 ancestral shamans' primordial spirits, the ancestral shamans refined it, gaining not only their primordial souls, but also a significant enhancement in their powers. Initially, they believed that with their current supreme strength, they would dominate the ensuing battles against the demon clan. However, the reality far surpassed their imagination. It is well known that the witch clan possesses formidable physical prowess, rendering the spiritual treasures wielded by the demon clan ineffective against their defenses. In addition to the 12 ancestral shamans, the witch clan also boasted top-tier warriors like Xing Tian, Qua Fu, and Ho Yi. Thus, despite the witch clan's inability to utilize spiritual treasures, they still maintained the upper hand in their confrontations with the Demon Clan. Throughout numerous conflicts, the Demon Clan had consistently found themselves at the mercy of the Witch Clan, suffering great losses. The only reason the Demon Clan could contend with the Witch Clan for supremacy in the primordial cosmos was due to their vast population and deep-rooted heritage. It is worth noting that within this primordial land, any being possessing 9 orifices could attain immortality. Countless creatures, adorned with fur and horns, could evolve into demons as long as they awakened their intelligence and cultivated their Tao fruits. Presently, the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun, conceived a grand idea, establishing the Daesun sect based on the fortune of the Demon Clan, which directly resulted in a significant enhancement of the cultivation levels of the Demon Clan's elite. The individuals selected from the Heavenly Court to join the Daesun sect were nearly all the elite warriors among the Demon Clan in the primordial world. Upon recognizing the current situation, the 12 ancestral shamans exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts. The purpose of this surprise attack had been fulfilled. It was time for the warriors of the Witch Clan to retreat at Emperor Zhang's command. The Witch Clan's warriors, having gained the upper hand, shifted from offense to defense, retreating while continuing to engage in battle. Trying to escape? It shall not be so easy. Not a single one of you, Witch Clan thieves, shall get away. Emperor Jun's fury intensified at this sight, but he waved his hand, issuing a pursuit order to the countless demon army. Brother, the Witch Clan's ambush has clearly gained the upper hand. Their sudden retreat now seems suspicious. Dong Huang Tai transformed into a streak of light, arriving beside the enraged Emperor Jiang, speaking in a grave tone. Ever since the bloody battle with Su Ming, Dong Huang's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. He had shed his past impulsiveness and arrogance. Becoming calm and composed, he quickly discerned that the Witch Clan's choice to retreat at this moment was decidedly illogical, suggesting the presence of a hidden scheme. Indeed, what you say is quite right, that in that case, we shall act separately. You summon the followers of the Daesun sect. Should the Witch Clan make any unusual moves, we shall unleash our trump card against them. Understood. After hearing Dong Huang's reminder, Emperor Jun nodded in agreement. He quietly instructed Dong Huang Tai with a few words before leading the demon army to continue pursuing the fleeing Witch Clan. Soon, the demon forces followed the Witch Clan out of the small world of the Heavenly Court and into the chaotic cosmos beyond the primordial realm. You Witch Clan ancestral shamans, without honor in battle, ambushed my demon court and fled when faced with defeat. Even if you escape into the chaos, I, Emperor Jun, shall not let you go today. As he spoke, Emperor Jun chanted incantations, a flash of spiritual light appearing above his head as he summoned a scroll-like treasure. This treasure was none other than his companion artifact, the He-Tu Luo Shu. The He-Tu Luo Shu was extraordinarily mystical, recording the laws governing the movements of rivers, mountains, sun, moon, and stars, shrouded in profound mystery. Emperor Jun could harness the power of the sun, moon, and stars through the He-Tu Luo Shu to launch devastating strikes against his foes. Now, surrounded by countless stars in the chaotic space, the He-Tu Luo Shu found its perfect opportunity to be wielded. With a hum, Emperor Jun formed a hand seal, pointing forward. A massive star enveloped in blazing flames, accompanied by boundless chaotic energy, hurtled towards the 12 ancestral shamans of the Witch Clan. Boom! Haha! This foolish creature has indeed fallen for our ruse. The 12 ancestral shamans of the Witch Clan, witnessing the scene, did not evade or dodge. Each summoned a spiritual treasure. This treasure was a set of 12 differently colored banners, known as the 12 capital heavenly gods banners. Each of these banners bore engravings of the 12 laws of space: time, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, electricity, and poison, perfectly corresponding to the innate laws of the 12 ancestral shamans. The 12 capital heavenly gods banners were crafted from the ancestral shaman's own blood, designed to summon the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation. A treasure of postnatal merit. Thousands of years prior, the earth ancestral shaman had returned from the underworld with a drop of blood containing the essence of the 12 ancestral shamans' primordial spirits. By refining this drop of blood, the 12 ancestral shamans each obtained their primordial souls. Consequently, The ancestral shamans, who had previously only known brute force, could now utilize spiritual treasures and predict heavenly secrets. Following this, they dedicated thousands of years to refining the 12 capital heavenly gods banners using their blood and various heavenly materials from the Witch Clan's treasury. This allowed them to summon the 12 capital heavenly gods great formation directly, calling forth the true form of Pangu. It is important to note that previously, the 12 ancestral shamans would have to sacrifice their own blood and expend considerable primordial energy to summon the 12 capital heavenly gods great formation, risking backlash from the formation itself. Now, with the 12 capital heavenly gods banners, the power of the true form of Pangu was magnified a millionfold, given the immense power of the true form of Pangu. Once summoned, it rivaled that of the heavenly Tao saints. Thus, the 12 ancestral shamans dared not recklessly summon it within the primordial world, instead devising a plan to lure Emperor June and the demon army into the chaotic void beyond the primordial realm, where they would unleash the true form of Pangu to annihilate them. Today, this chaotic void shall be the burial ground for you, Emperor June, and your demon heavenly court. The 12 ancestral shamans roared in unison. Shaking their banners, boom! In an instant, boundless waves of water, fire, and wind surged within the chaotic void. The infinite chaotic energies suddenly coalesced, forming an overwhelming calamity of malevolence. Buzz! This malevolence surged forth with such intensity that it rivaled even the malevolent energies unleashed by the demon ancestor Lihu when he detonated the Excalibur array during the Dragon Han calamity. Initiate the 12 capital heavenly gods great formation. As the command was issued, the figures of the 12 ancestral shamans abruptly vanished into the chaotic void. Simultaneously, the surrounding powerful shamans of the Witch Clan expelled waves of formidable malevolence from their bodies to empower the formation. Soon, the boundless malevolence gradually solidified, taking the shape of an enormous, unparalleled figure in the void, a great terror. Upon witnessing the true form of this figure, countless powerful beings of the demon court displayed expressions of dread. Before them stood a towering ancient demon god, whose height reached billions of zhong, a being of extraordinary proportions, with its head held high, its body spanned the heavens and the earth, muscles coiling like wrought iron. Its eyes emitted boundless, resplendent light, illuminating the surrounding dark, chaotic void like the sun. This colossal figure was none other than the legendary Pangu, who once emerged from the chaos and stood undefeated against 3,000 chaotic demon gods. Chapter 63. The true form of Pangu versus the divine avatar of the three-legged golden crow, a great terror. The great Pangu has been resurrected, gazing upon the formidable figure of Pangu, as if a deity had descended. Countless powerful beings of the demon race were stricken with fear, their faces ashen and their spirits shattered. Some of the lesser demon cultivators had already lost all will to fight, abandoning their armor and fleeing in disarray. They could never have imagined that the 12 ancestors of sorcery could actually employ a spiritual treasure to establish a wondrous formation, summoning a primordial deity that had perished since the dawn of creation. It is worth noting that these 12 ancestors were birthed from the essence of Pangu's blood, and although their physical forms were robust, they lacked a primordial spirit due to the taint of the world's malevolent energies. The 12 heavenly divine sorcery formation was a treasured legacy bestowed upon the sorcerer clan by the mighty Pangu. As long as the 12 ancestors united their strengths to invoke it, they could merge the innate malevolence within them, calling forth the true form of Pangu to re-emerge in the primordial realm. With a thunderous roar, Pangu's true form opened its eyes, and an overwhelming aura of terror erupted, instantly clarifying the chaotic void around it for countless miles. Axe arise! Accompanied by a resounding command, Pangu's true form extended its colossal hand, gathering boundless malevolent energies into an ancient, massive axe, which it hurled toward the distant army of demons. No! Accompanied by anguished wails, countless demon cultivators fell in an instant, disintegrating into ashes beneath the might of Pangu's primordial axe. The force of this strike was so terrifying that, after obliterating myriad demons, it continued unabated, stirring the primordial chaos into a tumultuous tempest of earth, water, fire, and wind, all converging upon Emperor June and his allies for annihilation. Where is my virtuous brother Tai? If he does not act now, when will he? Seeing the dire situation, Emperor June let out a fierce roar. If there was even a moment's hesitation, he would surely perish beneath the weight of Pangu's true form's axe. It is essential to understand that Pangu is an unparalleled existence. Having single-handedly battled against 3,000 demon gods since the dawn of creation. Though Pangu's true form was merely a manifestation conjured by the 12 ancestors utilizing innate malevolence, its power was already comparable to that of a heavenly Tao saint. Established the great formation of the heavenly stars. As Emperor June's voice echoed, the celestial diagrams of the river diagram and the Luo book radiated with ethereal light above his head. In the blink of an eye, a grand formation was inscribed. Elder brother, I come to aid you. Simultaneously, powerful figures emerged from the void. Leading the charge was the demon sovereign Dongwang Tai, wielding the chaos bell. Behind him stood the demon race's sun god sect's direct disciples. The 108 demon gods, along with 365 demon envoys. Chaos treasure, heed my command, arise. Dongwang Tai intoned, directing the chaos bell toward the celestial diagram manifested by the river diagram and the Luo book. Boom! A magnificent starry river materialized, forming a vast celestial expanse, aligning with the positions of the 5 elements and the heavenly stems and earthly branches to reveal 365 celestial stars. Buzz! Within the boundless chaos, countless stars shone and converged, coalescing into an infinite power of the stars, enhancing this primordial great formation of the heavenly stars. Following this, hundreds of disciples clad in the robes of the sun god sect transformed into streaks of light, soaring toward the apex of the formation. These individuals were the new demon elites born from the star formation of the sun and moon over the past century. Furthermore, Emperor June, Dongwang Kunpeng, and others took their positions around the formation to stabilize its core. Establish the great formation of the heavenly stars. As Emperor June's voice fell, the once dim and lifeless great formation of the heavenly stars expanded exponentially, radiating with brilliant light. This formation was a refined version developed by the demon race, utilizing the innate treasure chaos bell to amplify the original great formation of the heavenly stars. Upon its emergence, the stars of the celestial sphere seemed to respond to a summons, showering silver light upon the formation. Under the illumination of the 365 radiant celestial lights, even the boundless malevolence stirred up by the sorcerer clan to summon Pangu's true form was dispelled. Moments later, as torrents of golden flames erupted, a 3-legged golden crow, equal in stature to Pangu's true form, appeared, its body enveloped in golden fire, spanning the heavens. With a piercing cry, this golden 3-legged divine bird let out a spine-chilling screech that echoed through the air. What is this? Facing the 3-legged golden crow summoned by the demon race, the 12 ancestors controlling Pangu's true form in the 12 heavenly divine sorcery formation narrowed their gazes, clearly taken aback. It is essential to note that this 3-legged golden crow was conjured by Emperor June using the boundless stellar power of the great formation of the heavenly stars. This divine bird was also a trump card developed by the demon race's celestial court thousands of years ago. Harnessing the collective strength of the 108 demon gods, along with the innate treasure chaos bell held by Dongwang, and the powers of Kunpeng, Fuxi, and other formidable demon cultivators, the supreme manifestation of power was summoned. The great formation of the heavenly stars connected with the primordial star soul powers of the cosmos, summoning the star soul manifestation of this 3-legged golden crow, linking it to the primordial star source. Buzz as the boundless starlight cascaded down, the 3-legged golden crow's manifestation raised its neck to the heavens, unleashing a thunderous cry as it soared toward Pangu's true form. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided violently, shattering space in their wake, causing torrents of air to surge and igniting a tempest of earth, water, fire, and wind. The aftermath of this battle was so catastrophic that countless warriors for both the demon and sorcerer clans were caught in the chaos, turning to ashes before they could even scream, their lives extinguished, while the manifestations of the sorcerer and demon clans were entangled in fierce combat. no one noticed a powerful figure concealed in the nearby void, coldly observing the unfolding events. This figure was none other than Su Ming, the Lord of Reincarnation from the underworld, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. Even with his pinnacle of mixed-element saint realm, he had to summon all his magical power and employ a supreme innate treasure for defense to barely withstand the residual shockwaves of the sorcerer-demon battle. The sorcerer and demon clans, drenched in the calamity of fate, were driven to bloodshed by the heavenly Tao's machinations. Once they are locked in a deadly struggle, I shall intervene to mediate, reaping the benefits, Su Ming silently mused. His cold gaze fixed on the scene as the Grand Master of the underworld, presiding over the path of reincarnation. He had no need to entangle himself in the calamity of the heavenly Tao. His purpose for being here in the midst of the sorcerer-demon conflict was not out of a desire to aid either side, but rather driven by his own schemes. Ding! The detection of the first great battle between the sorcerer and demon clans has commenced. Activating the divine-level choices, one that remain indifferent to the sorcerer-demon battle, allowing both sides to suffer losses, rewarded with the chaos spiritual root, the heavenly tree. Two that intervene to halt the first sorcerer-demon battle, leveraging the momentum of the calamity to scheme against the heavenly Tao. Rewarded with the chaos spiritual root, the creation reincarnation purple lotus. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Ming's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that just as he was about to intervene in the sorcerer-demon battle, the system, dormant for millions of years, would reactivate. Looking at the two options before him, Su Ming's gaze burned with intensity. Both rewards offered by the system were exceedingly generous. It is crucial to understand that the chaos spiritual roots were ranked above the top 10 innate spiritual roots, like Huangzhong Li, bitter bamboo, and ginseng fruit tree. The reward for option 1 was the legendary chaos spiritual root, the heavenly tree. This heavenly tree grows in the depths of the primordial chaos, boundless and vast, its branches intertwining and reaching to the very heavens and earth. This tree is an innate wood-type spiritual root, governing all plant life in the world, with incomparable divine might. Notably, it is said to possess the ability to connect with a myriad universes, rendering it extraordinarily miraculous. However, while the heavenly tree is indeed splendid, it pales in comparison to the reward of option 2, the chaos spiritual root, the creation reincarnation purple lotus. This is a treasure of immense value. Unlike the heavenly tree, this purple lotus possesses even more extraordinary abilities. It can commune with the powers of reincarnation from the underworld and, nourished by the might of Pangu and the celestial powers of the stars, is utilized to create the celestial bodies. In comparison, the heavenly tree can connect with a myriad universes, while the creation reincarnation purple lotus can be used to forge the celestial bodies, constructing a realm of its own. I choose option 2. With this resolution, Su Ming declared his choice aloud. As the words fell, a peculiar purple lotus emerged within the space of the reincarnation banner, floating serenely. It is worth noting that even without the system's rewards, Su Ming would have chosen to intervene to halt the sorcerer-demon battle. Given his character, he would not act without benefit. Thus, his motivation for stopping the battle was not to protect the sorcerer and demon clans, but rather to fulfill his own ambitions. Billions of years ago, Su Ming had received the innate treasure, the reincarnation banner, as a reward from the system, within which he had opened a small world. After several epochs, as Su Ming's cultivation grew and opportunities multiplied, this small world gradually expanded into a middle thousand world, and then to a great thousand world. This great thousand world, grand and magnificent, encompassed countless spiritual mountains and great rivers, enabling Su Ming to establish the underworld of reincarnation within the primordial realm, achieving the mixed element Tao. However, there was a slight regret. Although his underworld of reincarnation was a great thousand world, it lacked external civilizations, celestial bodies, or life. Apart from the 5 spiritual mountains and 2 great rivers beneath him, the sky was a vast expanse of darkness, devoid of any vitality, leaving only an abyss of emptiness. It is essential to recognize that the Great Thousand World is not the end. Above the Great Thousand World lies a higher tier of existence, known as the Myriad Heavens. unlike the Great Thousand World. The myriad heavens is a synthesis of countless great thousand worlds. In modern terms, the myriad heavens can be described as a multiverse composed of innumerable great thousand worlds. However, to establish a multiverse is no simple feat. It requires breaking through the chaos and creating the heavens and earth, much like Panga did, to achieve such a grand design. Thus, if Su Ming wishes to elevate his underworld of reincarnation to the level of the myriad heavens, he must possess the powers of Pangu and the celestial powers of the stars. The two are indispensable to one another. However, at this moment, the great deity Pangu has already perished for an unknown number of years, and his boundless might has since transformed into nothingness, leaving no trace to be found. Let us not forget that within the primordial chaos, the witch clan, born from the essence of Pangu's blood, still exists. Within the bloodline of the witch clan, the legacy of Pangu lingers, which can be harnessed to refine Pangu's power. The witch clan commands the earth, while the demon clan reigns over the stars. Conversely, the power of the celestial bodies is firmly grasped in the hands of the demon Emperor Dijuan. Therefore, if Su Ming wishes to forge a path through the myriad realms, he cannot do without the strength of both the witch and demon clans. His purpose for coming this time is to take advantage of the conflict between the two clans, profiting as the fishermen while they fight. Now, the system has rewarded him with the creation and rebirth Purple Lotus, perfectly laying the groundwork for his next scheme. Boom! Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, the witch clan and the demon clan remain entangled in fierce combat. The true form of Pangu, manifested through the 12 heavenly formations of the witch clan, clashes with the golden crow avatar of the demon clan, both engaging in a fierce exchange. The aftershocks of this battle are terrifying, stirring up endless water, fire, and wind, causing the chaotic currents within 1 billion miles of the void to surge violently. Under the immense impact of the battle's aftermath, countless stars shatter, oscillating between existence and oblivion. Countless powerful beings of the demon clan and warriors of the witch clan fall, staining the entire starry sky crimson. Buzz! At this moment, between the immense figures of the true form of Pangu and the golden crow avatar, a black radiance suddenly appears. Following that, a resounding sacred voice, akin to the deep toll of a great bell, resonates in the ears of both clans. Space is revered, time is sovereign, reincarnation cannot be evaded, and causality reigns supreme. Cease your hostilities at once. As soon as the voice fell, it immediately captured the attention of the mighty beings from both clans. They turned to look, and there stood a figure cloaked in black robes, wielding a large black banner. Buzz! The banner radiated boundless divine light, unleashing the formidable power of the laws of reincarnation. Boom! In unison. The true form of Pangu and the golden crow avatar emitted a mournful wail. Despite possessing immeasurable power, under the illumination of this reincarnation light, they both retreated several million zhong. All that has form is but an illusion. Although these two avatars are manifestations of the boundless power of the stars and the earth, they ultimately amount to mere reflections. Flowers in a mirror and moons on water. Mere phantoms. Su Ming spoke solemnly and then slowly raised his hand, gently waving the reincarnation banner. Buzz! Accompanied by an unusual rumble, the power of reincarnation transformed into 6 enormous tendrils, suddenly lashing out towards the true form of Pangu and the golden crow avatar. Boom! Almost as soon as the power of reincarnation made contact with the two avatars, both emitted a chilling cry of despair, their bodies engulfed in boundless karmic flames. In an instant, the two supreme avatars, which possessed unparalleled might, began to shatter and collapse under the relentless burn of the karmic fire, ultimately disintegrating into powder, resembling the twinkling of fireflies merging into a brilliant glow. This glow was none other than the unique, boundless power belonging to the demon clan and the witch clan, the power of the celestial stars and the true form of Pangu. Previously, Su Ming had coldly observed from a void, deliberately waiting until the witch and demon clans suffered grievous losses before taking action, all to acquire these two forms of boundless power. Now that his purpose has been fulfilled, he also aims to halt the war between the two clans, accomplishing his system task and reaping dual rewards. Gather! Seeing this, Su Ming once more shook the reincarnation banner in his hand in an instant. He absorbed the shattered, boundless power of the stars and the power of Pengu into his possession. Following the collapse of the two avatars, the 12 ancestral witches and powerful beings like Dijuan of the demon clan broke through the formations. Gazing warily at Su Ming, the Lord of Reincarnation, we pay our respects to Su Ming, the saint. Upon witnessing this, they immediately abandoned their conflict, bowing respectfully to Su Ming. It is said that beneath the saint, all are but ants. Even though the mighty beings felt resentful, they had no choice but to lower their noble heads in the face of the supreme power of the primordial saint. Witnessing the two avatars disintegrate before Su Ming with a mere gesture, all felt a lingering dread. They thought to themselves that no matter how powerful the true form of Pengu and the Golden Crow avatar were, they were merely insignificant in the presence of the power of the primordial saint. Heaven possesses the virtue of benevolence. You have committed acts of slaughter that have invoked the calamities of heaven and earth, staining yourselves with boundless karmic retribution. Now, return to your ancestral lands to recuperate, and from henceforth, let the demons govern the heavens and the witches the earth, and for 10,000 years, cease all conflict. Do you understand? Su Ming spoke with authority, his words manifesting as law. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the 12 ancestral witches and Dijuan of the demon clan were momentarily taken aback. In their astonishment, doubts began to arise. Was this not the same Su Ming who once claimed to be the earthly saint, refraining from intervening in the great calamities of the primordial chaos? How now? Then, did he contradict himself and assume the role of the celestial saint, meddling in the affairs of the witch and demon calamities? Chapter 65. The Truce Between Witches and Demons. The 24th grade creation and rebirth purple lotus beyond the primordial domain, within the chaotic void. The fierce battle between the witch and demon clans has been forced to a halt by Su Ming, the saint's intervention. The expressions on the faces of the participating mighty beings reveal their unwillingness to cease. However, in the face of Su Ming, both the witch clan and the demon clan, despite their reluctance, can only maintain silence, not daring to voice their opposition. The 12 ancestral witches wore solemn expressions. The witch clan had suffered devastating losses, with many sons sacrificing their precious lives at this moment. The witch clan clearly had the upper hand. To simply abandon the battle would be a significant loss that, on the other hand, the demon clan, led by Dijuan, still bore the anger of their defeat. The battle was ignited by a surprise attack from the witch clan on the heavenly court, and they could not simply let this go unpunished. Yet, despite their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to temporarily set aside their fury in the face of the saint's might and choose to compromise. The saint Su Ming has shown grace to our witch clan. We are willing to heed the saint's decree and cease hostilities. What say you, brothers? Dijuan spoke, slightly bowing in decision. We are willing to heed the elder brother's command. As soon as he spoke, the other 11 ancestral witches, including Zhu Jiuyin and Zhu Rong, nodded in agreement. Good, warriors of the witch clan, heed my command. We shall abide by the decree of Su Ming, the saint, and cease all hostilities with the demon clan for 10,000 years. All of you, follow me back to the ancestral land of the witch clan to recuperate before we proceed with our plans. With a single command from Dijuan, he waved his hand, transforming into a streak of light, leading the remaining 11 ancestral witches back toward the ancestral land of the witch clan, located at Mount Buzhou. The warriors of the witch clan exchanged glances. Even though they were reluctant, they dared not defy the will of Ancestor Dijuan, transforming into streams of light and following him back to their tribe. Brother, the witch clan has ceased hostilities and returned. In my opinion, we should also lay down our arms and return to the heavenly court. Upon witnessing this, Dong Huangtai approached Dijuan and spoke respectfully. Now that the Saint Su Ming has intervened, the witch clan, which traditionally disrespected the celestial saints, must give him some measure of respect. In contrast, the demon clan would be even more reluctant to defy the saint's decree. Should they inadvertently offend the saint and incur his wrath, it would be to their own detriment. The power of the Saint Su Ming is such that he effortlessly dismantled our demon clan's primordial celestial star formation, a display of strength that commands our utmost respect. Since the saint has spoken, Dejuan shall follow his decree. Warriors of the demon clan, heed my command and retreat. Dejuan waved his grand sleeve, invoking the escape technique of the Golden Crow, transforming into a streak of light as he returned to the small world of the heavenly court at Mount Bujo. Seeing that the demon emperor had departed, the remaining members of the demon clan did not dare to linger, swiftly transforming into streams of light and following suit. Thus, the first battle between the witch and demon clans, under the intervention of Su Ming, ultimately reached a conclusion. Watching the two clans depart, Su Ming wore a tranquil expression. He slightly turned his head to gaze into the void. Not far away, a scene of desolation unfolded, with countless corpses of fallen warriors from both the witch and demon clans floating amidst the aftermath. Gather, Su Ming focused his thoughts, gently shaking the reincarnation banner in his hand. Buzz, the reincarnation banner erupted with black radiance, and the power of reincarnation transformed into enormous black tendrils, sweeping outwards and directly collecting the myriad corpses of the witch and demon clan. After accomplishing this, Su Ming raised his foot, intending to return to the underworld. Suddenly, in the chaotic void not far away, a surge of purple energy approached from the east. A vast expanse of merit golden clouds appeared prominently. This golden cloud of merit transformed into golden light, gradually moving towards Su Ming. Here it comes again. Is it never-ending? Observing the heavenly merit rushing toward him, Su Ming's expression revealed disdain, despite its seemingly alluring nature. This heavenly merit is tainted with the causal web of heaven. If carelessly accepted, it would surely result in a backlash from the heavenly order. Scatter. Su Ming furrowed his brows and pointed slowly at the merit golden cloud, shattering it into fragments. Countless golden clouds of merit dispersed in a mist, filling the spatial rifts caused by the aftermath of the witch and demon battle. Such a vast amount of merit was discarded by Su Ming as if it were worthless. Had any other innate mighty beings witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly scold Su Ming for his lack of filial piety and humanity. However, despite the vast quantity of the merits of the heavenly Tao, to Su Ming's discerning eyes, they were merely a tasteless morsel, regrettably cast aside. It is essential to note that Su Ming's intervention was not motivated by these trifling merits. In fact, under the conventional circumstances of the primordial chaos, it was expected that the one to intervene and halt the impending conflict between the witch and the demon would be the venerable Hongjun, who embodies the heavenly Tao. Yet, by a stroke of fate, Su Ming seized the opportunity, preemptively interceding. His actions were driven not only by the need to fulfill the divine selection task set by the system, but, more critically, by the desire to exploit the chaos of the witch-demon war to calculate against the heavenly Tao. There is a saying that the momentum of the primordial chaos cannot be altered. However, in Su Ming's view, this is not an absolute truth. His intervention to thwart the initial clash between the witch and the demon serves as a clear example. Despite preemptively halting the conflict before Hongjuan's intervention, he not only evaded the wrath of the heavenly Tao, but, conversely, was rewarded with an abundance of heavenly Tao merits. Moreover, this was not Su Ming's first alteration of the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. As early as the conclusion of Hongjuan's first sermon at the Zixiao Palace, Su Ming had preemptively intercepted the innate gourd vine and the 5 gourds of gold, red, yellow, green, and black that adorned it. Although the remaining gourd for slaying immortals and the gourd for summoning monsters were taken by Hongjun beforehand, the gourds that rightfully belonged to the 3 purities were successfully seized by Su Ming, subtly shifting the original course of the primordial chaos. With this in mind, I have many more calculations to make in the future and must conduct further explorations. With this thought, Su Ming murmured softly, "The purpose of this journey has been fully accomplished, and it is time to return to the underworld." As soon as he spoke, Su Ming's figure vanished once more into the void. Buzz, in the underworld's reincarnation realm, Su Ming reappeared. Having now achieved the realm of the Hunyuan Saint, he can traverse the vast expanses of the primordial world with but a thought, saving considerable time compared to before. This time, he directly arrived at the foot of 5 sacred mountains in the underworld, at a most peculiar location. Here lay a vast lake, reflecting the radiance of mountains and skies, emanating a tricolored divine light. The spiritual energy above the lake was so dense that it was on the verge of liquefaction. This lake, shimmering with tricolored divine light, was none other than the three-light divine water that Su Ming obtained on Penglai Island. At this moment, two exquisite lotus flowers swayed gracefully upon the three-light divine lake. Among these two lotus flowers, one was pure white as jade, immaculate and untainted. The other was a fiery red, blazing with divine flames. They were the 12th grade pure world white lotus and the 12th grade fiery red lotus from the four great sacred platforms of the primordial chaos. Now, these two lotus platforms were planted by Su Ming in the three-light divine lake, enhancing the scenery while also serving to suppress the fortune of the five sacred mountains. Su Ming floated to the center of the lake and slowly beckoned with his hand. Buzz, suddenly, a point of purple divine light, infused with the essence of the Tao, burst forth from the space within his reincarnation banner. It descended into the three-light divine lake, quickly taking root and transforming into a purple lotus. This lotus was none other than the chaos spiritual root, the 24th grade creation reincarnation purple lotus, awarded to him by the system for halting the witch-demon war. Chapter 66. Establishing a new realm in the underworld. Heavenly Tao suppression in the underworld. Beneath the sacred mountains, the three-light divine lake cradled an extraordinary purple lotus, floating serenely while radiating a mysterious glow. This purple lotus was, in fact, the chaos spiritual root. The 24th grade creation reincarnation purple lotus, recently bestowed upon Su Ming by the system. It is essential to recognize that this chaos spiritual root holds an exceedingly high rank, surpassing even the top 10 innate spiritual roots, such as the Huangzhong Li, the bitter bamboo, and the ginseng fruit tree. Not only is the creation reincarnation purple lotus of high rank, but its capabilities are also astonishing. As long as it is planted in the underworld's ethereal passages, it can connect with the forces of reincarnation, and nourished by the powers of Pangu and the celestial bodies, it can forge the myriad stars of the heavens, thereby crafting a cosmic world. It remains uncertain whether the fragments of the powers of the celestial bodies and Pangu's true essence can indeed give birth to the myriad stars within this underworld realm. As Su Ming pondered, he raised a hand. From the reincarnation banner, points of peculiar starlight emerged, illuminating the dark lake with an enigmatic radiance. Not long ago, the clash between the witch and demon clans in the chaotic starry sky was earth-shattering. Had it not been for Su Ming's intervention, the aftershocks of that battle would likely have rippled across the primordial world, bringing untold suffering to countless beings. However, Su Ming's choice to intervene in the witch-demon war was not born of a desire to uphold the momentum of the heavenly Tao. He had ulterior motives. Eons ago, he had received the innate supreme treasure, the reincarnation banner, as a reward from the system, within which he had opened a small world. After several epochs, as Su Ming's cultivation deepened and opportunities multiplied, this small world gradually expanded into a vast universe. This realm, grand and encompassing, contained innumerable sacred mountains and veins. Through this, Su Ming had established the reincarnation underworld in the primordial chaos, attaining the Hunyuan Tao. Despite the fact that his underworld realm now boasted countless pavilions and towers, filled with myriad beings, this world is still not complete, beyond the 5 sacred mountains and 2 great rivers below. The sky above remained utterly dark, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, with no signs of life. Only an expanse of nothingness. It is crucial to acknowledge that the vast universe is not the final frontier. Above the vast universe lies an even higher realm, known as the celestial cosmos. Unlike the vast universe, the celestial cosmos is a composite of countless infinite vast universes, a multiverse. However, to establish a multiverse is no simple task. It requires a being akin to the Panga god to cleave through the chaos, creating heaven and earth to succeed. Thus, if Su Ming wishes to elevate this underworld realm to the level of the celestial cosmos, he must possess both the powers of Pangu and the celestial forces, as both are indispensable in the primordial chaos. Only the witch clan, formed from the blood of Pangu, possesses the power of Pangu. The remaining celestial forces are firmly grasped by the demon clan in their heavenly court. Therefore, Su Ming's ambition to establish the celestial cosmos cannot be achieved without the powers of both the witch and demon clans. This time, he took advantage of the decisive battle between the two clans to orchestrate a scheme, collecting immense celestial forces and Pangu-S power, thus reaping a bountiful harvest. Buzz! At this moment, Su Ming pointed towards the myriad of luminous stars, and the boundless powers of the celestial bodies and Pangu surged as if awakening intelligence, rushing into the heart of the creation reincarnation purple lotus, vanishing from sight. These two primal forces are, in fact, crucial components for constructing the primordial world. Similarly, these two primal forces are vital for Su Ming to elevate the underworld from a vast universe to the celestial cosmos. Arise, with a clear command. The 24th grade creation reincarnation purple lotus began to oscillate. It inhaled and exhaled the shimmering Pangu power and celestial forces, beginning to nurture new life. Boom! After a brief moment, an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth from the creation reincarnation purple lotus. Suddenly, the heavens above erupted in a brilliant radiance, and an infinite whirlwind of water, fire, and wind spiraled into being above him. Concurrently, a formidable pressure emanating from the heavenly Tao descended with great force. Feeling this terrifying pressure from beyond the underworld realm, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was clearly the heavenly Tao, having sensed Su Ming's intention to elevate the realm of the underworld, intervening to thwart him. The heavenly Tao, which seeks to balance excess and deficiency, overseeing the fortunes of all beings, is insatiable. It dares to meddle in the affairs of my reincarnation underworld. How greedy indeed! Su Ming looked up at the heavens, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The primordial world is divided into the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Since the dawn of creation by the Pangu god, the heavenly Tao first manifested, governing the fortunes of all beings in the primordial cosmos. Subsequently, according to the original momentum of the primordial chaos, the earth Tao and human Tao were meant to manifest only after the reincarnation underworld was established by Hutu and Nua's creation of humanity. The earth Tao and human Tao each hold supreme positions and were destined to stand alongside the heavenly Tao. However, due to their later emergence, they face oppression from the heavenly Tao, ultimately becoming mere tools for the extraction of fortunes. Thus, if Su Ming were to successfully establish the celestial cosmos within the underworld, the fortunes of the underworld would directly elevate, aligning with the heavenly Tao. This action evidently surpasses the heavenly Tao's tolerance threshold, compelling it to intervene. Buzz! As the will of the heavenly Tao manifested, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended. The 24th grade creation reincarnation purple lotus emitted a mournful cry, and its one straight stem was bent under the weight. The celestial forces and Pangu power contained within it spilled forth, cascading into the three-light divine lake, gradually dimming and dissipating to, you who are unaware, the underworld is my domain. Here, I am the sovereign of this realm. How could I permit outsiders to intrude? Su Ming's words resonated with authority, and as he spoke, the very essence of the underworld's fortune coalesced, transforming into a colossal will that surged upward. This will of the earth Tao was so formidable that it forcefully repelled the heavenly Tao's pressure. It is worth noting that Su Ming had invested countless eons in meticulously planning and establishing this underworld realm. Within this domain, he is the master. Even the heavenly Tao cannot dictate his actions. Buzz! Upon sensing the resistance of the earth Tao, the pressure from the heavenly Tao intensified dramatically, increasing more than 100-fold. Yet, despite the immense pressure exerted by the heavenly Tao, Su Ming remained utterly composed, revealing not a trace of panic. That it is essential to understand that the realm of the underworld was established to compensate for the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao, created to supplement the forces of nature. And no matter how formidable the heavenly Tao may be, it possesses no authority to obliterate the earthly Tao, following the heavenly tribulations of the future when the deities were enshrined. The brothers of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian quarreled, joining forces with the two saints of the West to defeat Tong Tian, resulting in the disciples of the ascending the divine list in droves. Witnessing the downfall of the Tong Tian, in a fit of rage, shattered the primal world, recreating a portion of the earthly immortal realm. After the demise of the also faced retribution for its transgressions. Its fortunes waning, providing the two saints of the West with a golden opportunity to usurp the human and powers of the Eastern three teachings and seize the celestial legacy, following the rise of the West. In a bid to claim the fortunes of heaven and earth, the Buddha mother of Zun Ti dispatched her disciple, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, to assume control of the underworld under the pretense of the vow that hell shall not be empty until she attains Buddhahood, thereby displacing the Holy Mother of Earth and monopolizing the fruits of merit, leading to the nominal existence of the underworld. Thus, it is evident that even if the primal heavens and earth were shattered, the lineage of the underworld still endures. In other words, as long as the heavenly Tao persists, the earthly Tao shall not vanish. Therefore, as Su Ming faced the suppression of the heavenly Tao, caught in a stalemate, he remained unflinching, resolved to resist to the bitter end. Soon, the will of the heavenly Tao faltered, gradually receding. Witnessing the dissipation of the heavenly pressure, a slight smile graced Su Ming's lips. Everything seemed to have been anticipated by him. Firmly within his grasp. Chapter 67. The birth of the Nether Realm. The emergence of Blackwater. The establishment of mountains and seas. The formation of the nine hells. Having temporarily repelled the heavenly Tao suppression, Su Ming exhaled in relief. Consequently, when the time comes to successfully develop the myriad realms of the heavens, the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly unleash an overwhelming pressure, leaving no room for my existence alongside this underworld. Contemplating this, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. It is crucial to recognize that elevating the vast underworld to the level of the myriad realms is no small feat. An immense reservoir of primordial power from the worlds must be gathered to achieve this. Thus, the heavenly Tao, perceiving the underworld's insignificance, and in order to maintain the integrity of the three realms, temporarily relinquished its suppression of the underworld. However, this respite is merely transient. One day, should the underworld truly ascend to the level of the myriad realms, the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly unleash boundless karmic retribution, unhesitatingly striving to obliterate Su Ming. Yet at this moment, the distance to opening the myriad realms is still considerable, and Su Ming need not worry excessively. With the art of creation and the cycle of reincarnation unceasing, the vast expanse of the underworld awakens, Su Ming proclaimed, directing the reincarnation banner towards the reincarnation purple lotus with a deliberate gesture. Buzz! The 24-petal creation reincarnation purple lotus suddenly blossomed, releasing boundless stellar essence, transforming into a fierce surge of pure energy that ascended rapidly, merging with the limitless elements of earth, water, fire, and wind in the celestial dome. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the boundless elements of earth, water, fire, and wind above were bolstered by the power of the stellar essence, continuously expanding at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, the previously chaotic and indistinct sky became clear, and a realm of stars was thereby established. As this celestial domain appeared, the fortunes of the entire underworld surged dramatically. Su Ming's spirit became invigorated, sensing that this realm of reincarnation seemed to have transcended a certain limitation. Previously constrained by his initial stage of primordial unity, Su Ming now experienced a swift increase in his cultivation level in tandem with these changes, feeling the immense power within him yearning to manifest. Su Ming finally grasped a profound truth. This underworld is a manifestation of his own fortunes, symbiotically entwined and coexisting. Simply put, the path of reincarnation in the underworld is intrinsically linked to Su Ming's fortunes. Even if the current fortunes of the underworld have only slightly increased, it will significantly benefit Su Ming's cultivation. At last, the celestial realm of the underworld has been successfully established, and the next step is to create the stars of the myriad realms. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the reincarnation purple lotus erupted with blinding radiance. In the celestial dome above, the infinite power of the stars converged, solidifying into substance in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Under the cover of the sky, a colossal star gradually coalesced, suspended in the night sky, emanating a mysterious and ethereal radiance. Buzz. As that star took shape, brilliant starlight cascaded down. Under the illumination of this boundless starlight, the spirits and beings of the underworld, including the ghostly generals and various apparitions, began to resonate. The fortunes of the 5 ghostly emperors and other spirits surged, resulting in notable enhancements in their cultivation levels. Meanwhile, the remaining apparitions, previously mere wisps of existence, became increasingly solid, gradually attaining corporeal forms. Thus, it becomes clear why the celestial court of the demon race can harness the power of the stars beyond the primal realm for their cultivation. Now, our underworld has also birthed its first star, greatly benefiting the practitioners of the underworld. Witnessing this new dawn in the underworld, Su Ming's heart brimmed with understanding. Soul, return. In the south lies brightness, in the north dwells darkness. This star resides in the northern part of the underworld's celestial realm, formed through the convergence of stellar power. As the saying goes, as the sun travels its course, all things dwell in darkness. North represents the void, gathering to create a city. I shall name this new star the Yudu star. As Su Ming's words echoed, the name took root. From this moment forth, this star shall be known as Yudu star. Simultaneously, the Yudu star radiated with brilliance. Surrounding it was a peculiar celestial river, emanating a mysterious glow, enigmatic in nature. This celestial river encircling the Yudu star would later be renowned as the Black Water River. Subsequently, as the Yudu star glimmered with newfound brilliance, unleashing boundless stellar power, it began to extend infinitely into the surrounding void. The speed of this expansion was remarkably gradual, manifesting countless stars, endlessly flickering within. Go! Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of profound merit into the boundless starry sky. With this influx of merit, the evolution speed of the underworld's celestial realm surged significantly. To accelerate the evolution of the stars around the world, in addition to the infusion of the power of the great Tao, more stellar essence was needed. Looking up at the sky, Su Ming murmured, "To evolve the underworld's celestial realm into the myriad realms, the time required is unimaginably lengthy, often stretching into hundreds of millions of years, while time is the least valued commodity in the primal world. If Su Ming wishes to establish a firm foothold amidst the forthcoming celestial tribulations, he must meticulously plan ahead, like a tea present, to hasten the evolution of the underworld celestial realm into the myriad realms. Apart from the boundless merit from the great Tao, the most urgent need is the source power of the stellar essence from beyond the primal realm, as the master of the underworld. Su Ming possesses an abundance of merit, lacking for nothing. In any case, he has already attained the level of primordial unity, possessing boundless longevity. As for the power of the primal stars, he can strategize gradually. With no need for haste, on the Yudu star, a flicker of life emerged. At this moment, Su Ming sensed something, astonished to discover that numerous living beings had indeed sprung forth on the Yudu star. As the saying goes, from the Yudu star, the black water emerges, giving rise to primordial creatures such as the blackbird, black serpent, black leopard, black tiger, and black fox. Within the primal world were the elements of earth. Water, fire, and wind abound. Countless beings are conceived. If I could also utilize the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, along with the celestial and earthly energies, to delineate the vast seas and mountains of the underworld, could it not also give rise to myriad races? As Su Ming spoke, his brow furrowed, a realization dawning upon him. Subsequently, he summoned forth boundless earthly energy from the reincarnation banner, surging forth. This earthly energy, remarkably pure, was extracted from the corpses of the fallen shaman warriors during the war between the shamans and the demons. Furthermore, the 9 heavens soil, combined with the earthly energy, will be ideal for forming boundless spiritual veins of mountains and rivers. Next, Su Ming retrieved the 9 heavens soil and scattered it across the underworld. This soil is extraordinarily mystical, capable of transforming a single grain into boundless land and mountains. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion. The infinite earthly energy enveloped the 9 heavens soil, plummeting suddenly, causing the underworld's vast expanse to proliferate endlessly. I desire this underworld to be akin to the primal world, delineating 9 regions, encompassing 5 lakes and 4 seas, glaciers and fiery peaks. As his words fell, countless mountains and rivers converged before Su Ming's eyes, and the waters surged forth. From this day forth, this realm shall be known as the 9 Hells. Chapter 68. The Upgrading of the Reincarnation Banner. Niuhua observes Ashura's enlightenment. Boom! Just as Su Ming completed the establishment of the underworld and delineated the 9 Hells, he noticed the Reincarnation Banner in his hand emanating an overwhelming radiance. The pressure that once belonged to the Primordial Treasure category had now surged 100-fold. Sensing this transformation emanating from the Reincarnation Banner, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he understood something profound. With the completion of the evolution of the 9 Hells, the divine wheels of the earthly Tao began to bloom, with the 4th golden lotus among the 9 golden lotuses starting to unfurl. Simultaneously, as the realm of the underworld expanded, the positions of the ghostly deities within the underworld increased by over 100. These positions were specifically designated to govern the mountains and rivers of the 9 Hells. Among them, the one with the highest merit rank would receive rewards of merit that rivaled even those of the 5 ghostly emperors. Seeing this, a hint of joy flickered across Su Ming's otherwise calm face. It is worth noting that the positions of the ghostly deities are rare treasures, and having more of them is certainly advantageous. In this light, it seems that as the vast underworld evolves into the myriad realms, the rewards of merit will undoubtedly multiply. Gazing up at the ethereal starry sky, Su Ming murmured to himself. One can only imagine the terrifying heights to which his lineage in the underworld will ascend as the levels of the netherworld continue to rise. What delighted Su Ming the most was the unexpected elevation in the grade of the Reincarnation Banner, which seemed to show signs of advancing from a congenital treasure to a chaos spirit treasure. Furthermore, in addition to the original power of reincarnation, the banner now bore the powers of the celestial stars and the divine spirits of the universe. The power of the celestial stars could compensate for the inadequacies of creation, transforming the acquired into the innate, while the divine spirits of the universe possessed unmatched sharpness, capable of breaching the defenses of congenital treasures upon invocation. Feeling the wondrous transformation of the Reincarnation Banner in his grasp, Su Ming appeared somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this emblem of reincarnation could evolve continuously alongside the elevation of the divine wheel of the underworld. Unlocking new divine abilities, the vast and profound netherworld continued to expand. The might of the Reincarnation Banner gradually surpassed the realm of congenital treasures, reaching the level of chaos spirit treasures. Thus, it seems that the day the netherworld ascends to the realms of the universe will coincide with the Reincarnation Banner attaining the quality of a chaos treasure. As Su Ming spoke, his gaze burned with intensity. The grade of the Reincarnation Banner was intricately linked to the vast netherworld bound within it. Much like the chaos pearl of the chaos treasure, as the world nurtured within it continued to elevate, so too would the quality of the spirit treasure. With this thought in mind, Su Ming stowed away the Reincarnation Banner, just as he was about to return to the palace of the underworld deity. A sudden sensation gripped his heart. He beheld the light of reincarnation within the 6 paths, representing the path of humanity, suddenly blossoming forth. How peculiar! The path of humanity had lain dormant for countless eons, and now it was inexplicably resonating. Could it be? Upon witnessing this, Su Ming paused momentarily, then calculated with a flick of his fingers, gaining clarity in his heart. Meanwhile, beneath the unraveled mountain of the primordial chaos, towering ancient trees stood lush and verdant, whispering softly in the gentle breeze, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. Suddenly, a pure white stream of light descended gracefully, transforming into a slender figure clad in palace attire. Although this figure was a woman, the overwhelming aura surrounding her revealed her terrifying might at the quasi-saint level. This individual was none other than the innate deity of the demon race. Niuhua ate this moment. A trace of sorrow appeared on Niuhwa's delicate face. The unending conflict between the witch and demon races had left the primordial land ravaged, with countless beings suffering, casting doubt on when this world could ever attain peace. And then there was my foolish brother Fushi, wholeheartedly loyal to the demon court, consumed with battles and striving for dominance over the fates of heaven and earth, oblivious to the impending calamities that he had unwittingly drawn upon himself. Niwa sighed as she spoke. She and Fushi were born from the remnant soul of the chaotic demon god atop the unraveled mountain, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. The siblings were born with extraordinary potential, undeniably among the foremost of the ancient powers. Since the demon emperor Dejuan established the small world of the celestial court atop the unraveled mountain, he had sought out Fushi and Niwa 3 times, inviting them to join the heavenly court in service to the demon emperor. Though Niwa was reluctant, she could not resist her stubborn brother and had to reluctantly acquiesce. After all, they were of the demon race, and it was impossible to ignore the invitation from their own kind. Moreover, Niwa had once seized a holy position in the Zhixiao Palace, all thanks to the assistance of her brother Fushi, forging an unbreakable bond that could never be repaid. However, Niwa was a predetermined saint, embodying the laws of creation, innately compassionate and disinclined toward conflict. Thus, after joining the demon court, whenever she encountered disputes with the witch race, she would do her utmost to evade them, treating them with indifference. Unlike her sister, her brother Fushi seemed deeply invested in the struggle against the witch race, fighting alongside the demon emperor for countless years, achieving great military exploits while also committing innumerable acts of slaughter. Niwa worried that her brother's entanglement with the calamities would deepen, and despite her earnest attempts to dissuade him, he remained obstinate, refusing to heed her words that 1,000 years prior, the witch and demon races had engaged in a decisive battle within the chaotic space, resulting in the fall of countless mighty beings. Later, Saint Su Ming intervened to mediate, establishing a truce for 10,000 years, thus temporarily ceasing hostilities and allowing both races to retreat to their ancestral lands to recuperate. However, in the primordial realm, 10,000 years was but the blink of an eye. When the witch and demon races clashed once more in the future, the primordial land would inevitably suffer, ushering in a catastrophic disaster. In that case, the flames of war would engulf the city gates, and her brother Fushi would find himself swept into the calamity, possibly at risk of losing his life. With no other recourse, Niwa could only focus on comprehending the primordial purple energy, striving to attain sainthood. Once she achieved enlightenment, even if her brother Fushi encountered danger, she could surely utilize her saintly powers to help him navigate through peril. Recently, Niwa had sensed the agitation of the primordial purple energy within her, as if the opportunity for her to attain sainthood was drawing near. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not discern the chance to attain her goal. In her frustration, she decided to abandon her seclusion and take a leisurely stroll at the foot of the unraveled mountain. Thus, as Niwa ambled about, she suddenly encountered imposing figures emanating powerful auras. Upon closer inspection, she found that the newcomers were a group of oddly featured men and women, exuding an aura that was neither divine, nor ghostly, nor demonic, nor witch-like. Among them, the men bore grotesque and fierce visages, while the women were strikingly beautiful, creating a stark contrast. The Azura race. Recognizing the visitors before her, Niwa's eyes gleamed with intrigue. These peculiar individuals were none other than the Azura race, crafted by Su Ming, the sovereign of reincarnation in the underworld. This race was extraordinarily unique. While it resembled celestial beings, it lacked their benevolent deeds, sharing similarities with spirits and phantoms. Though they possessed emotions, they also wielded the formidable powers of deities and spirits. Most notably, the Azura race was born as innate Tao bodies. It is essential to note that in the primordial realm, once beings awaken their intellect, they must first undergo transformation before embarking on the path of seeking immortality. However, in the current era of the primordial world, tainted by calamities, it was no easy task for beings to undergo transformation. Many underprivileged demon practitioners could not even survive the tribulation of transformation and perished under the heavenly lightning if only there existed a being in the primordial realm that was innately a Tao body, neither bloodthirsty like the witch race nor excessively combative like the Azura race, and who did not have to endure the tribulations of transformation like the demon race. How wonderful that would be! As Nuwa spoke, her mind cleared, and a spark of realization illuminated her thoughts at that very moment. The primordial purple energy within her surged restlessly, as if the opportunity for her to attain sainthood was imminent. Chapter 69. Su Ming. Nuwa, my friend, can we possibly create life without my involvement? Sensing the agitation of the primordial purple energy within her, Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with enlightenment. She understood that the opportunity for her to attain sainthood lay before her. That was to create a brand new race that innately possessed Tao bodies, distinct from the witch, demon, and Azura races. This new race would embody emotions and sensory perceptions. They would lack the sharp fangs and claws of the demon race, as well as the formidable physique of the witch race, yet possess an immense primordial spirit power, born as the essence of all beings. However, just as Nuwa was preparing to create this entirely new race, she found the heavenly secrets before her shrouded in obscurity, as if she were missing some vital tools. Nuwa extended her delicate wrist, slowly calculating, and her eyes brightened momentarily. She then realized that in order to create the being she envisioned, two rare treasures of the primordial realm were prerequisites. Point one was the nine heavens soil, the source of all earth. The other was the innate gourd vine, one of the 10 supreme spirit roots. However, after her calculations, she soon discovered that both treasures were tainted by the heavenly laws of causality, rendering them elusive. No matter how she calculated, she could not ascertain the precise locations of these treasures within the primordial world. Just as she was feeling distressed over this, a resonant voice, akin to a grand bell, echoed in her ears. Nuwa, my friend, can we possibly create life without my involvement? As the voice fell, Nuwa barely had time to be astonished when a familiar figure appeared before her. Standing in the dim void of the underworld, a tall figure clad in a black robe stood with hands clasped behind his back, holding a black banner. Behind him, 18 golden wheels of virtue shone brilliantly, revealing the overwhelming aura unique to a primordial saint. It was him. Recognizing the familiar figure, Nuwa was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment. This figure was none other than Su Ming, the sovereign of reincarnation in the underworld. He had actually proposed to collaborate with her in creating life. How utterly mortifying! Wait, could it be that my opportunity to attain sainthood lies with Saint Su? Upon reaching this conclusion, Nuwa no longer hesitated, her form transforming into a stream of pure white light as she sped towards the direction of the Blood Sea. After spending a century, she arrived non-stop at the entrance of the underworld's Ghost Gate, situated at the heart of the Blood Sea. Just as she settled into place, a slender figure clad in a black robe appeared before her. Lady Nuwa, I am Xian, the fifth direct disciple of Saint Su, and I have been waiting here for quite some time at my master's behest. The figure before us is that of a young maiden, her rounded visage adorned with a sincere smile. She is none other than the fifth direct disciple of Su Ming, the manifestation of the remnants of the North Sea's mysterious turtle, known as the North Xianjun, a disciple of the sage. It is indeed a privilege to have your assistance, dear friend. Nuwa responded with a gentle smile and a courteous gesture. Despite North Xian's youthful appearance, she is, in truth, the reincarnation of the ancient power of the North Sea's mysterious turtle, having existed since the primordial era. Even Nuwa, a venerable figure of the primordial chaos, must address her with respect. Please follow me, North Xian said, leading Nuwa into the Ghost Gate and along the path of the Yellow Springs. Deep into the realm of the underworld, as they journeyed, Nuwa gazed around in awe, exclaiming her wonder. The underworld, now appearing far more expansive than during her last pilgrimage, was a sight to behold. Particularly striking was the once obscure and dimly lit nether sky, now adorned with countless twinkling stars, casting a gentle glow. Among these stars, the brightest was the Yudu star, hanging in the northern expanse of the nether sky, radiating an ethereal brilliance. Soon, they arrived before a grand palace. The plaque above the great hall bore the words Ming Shun Palace, inscribed with innate Tao patterns, reflecting the light of the Yudu star in a dazzling display. This was the sacred ground of Su Ming, the master of the cycle of reincarnation. Upon entering the grand hall of the Tao Palace, Nuwa beheld a figure seated upon a cloud platform nearby, draped in a black robe, surrounded by swirling clouds. With eyes cast down, betraying neither joy nor sorrow, it was none other than Su Ming, the sage of the underworld. "Master, I have brought the esteemed Nuwa here," North Xian said, with a respectful gesture towards the cloud platform. "Very well. You may return to your position," Su Ming replied with a slight nod, his voice resonating with authority. North Xian bowed deeply once more before standing beside Su Ming in attentive service. "Nuwa of the unmoving mountain, I pay my respects to the sage Su Ming. May I inquire about the purpose of your summoning?" Nuwa asked, bowing respectfully. The thought of Su Ming's previous communication, hinting at collaboration in the creation of life, flushed her cheeks a deep crimson. "Indeed, the reason for summoning you today is to discuss the matter of creation," Su Ming stated plainly, as though he could see through Nuwa's thoughts. "What? Create? Create life? How utterly embarrassing!" Nuwa exclaimed, her fair face turning even more rosy upon hearing Su Ming's words. Since her emergence into the primordial chaos, she had remained unwed, never having promised herself to another. Faced with the sage's proposition, she was at a loss for how to respond, thinking to herself that he was a sage while she was but a mere ant. If it came to it, perhaps she should simply acquiesce. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. When I speak of creation, I do not imply a union of partners, but rather something of greater significance. This matter is of utmost importance, as it pertains to aiding you in your ascension to sainthood. Please allow me to elaborate, Su Ming continued, his tone grave. "Now I understand. Please enlighten me, sage," Nuwa responded, finally grasping the significance of his words. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she covered her face with her hands. "This involves the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil. Your opportunity for ascension lies within these 2 treasures," Su Ming declared, pointing to the 2 items he retrieved from the space within the reincarnation banner. Placing them before Nuwa. On the left lay a handful of soil shimmering with 5-colored divine light, the essence of the innate Wutu, the origin of earth known as the 9 heaven soil. On the right was an ancient, verdant vine, the renowned innate gourd vine. "Thank you, sage, for your invaluable guidance." Upon receiving the 2 treasures, Nuwa felt a surge of inspiration, the primordial purple energy within her responding. She immediately realized that these 2 spiritual treasures were essential tools for creating new beings in the primordial world. Filled with gratitude, her reverence for Su Ming deepened. It was known that both the 9 heaven soil and the innate gourd vine were exceedingly rare treasures in the primordial realm, and Su Ming had generously presented them to her, revealing the depth of his resources. According to the trends of the primordial realm, the new beings you create should emerge at the foot of the unmoving mountain. I shall accompany you to witness this event. With a grand gesture, Su Ming summoned forth a powerful spell. In an instant, Nuwa felt the world spin around her, and when she opened her eyes again, she was astonished to find herself at the foot of the unmoving mountain. Chapter 70. Nuwa molds clay to create life. Su Ming's scheme. Upon reaching the foot of the unmoving mountain, Nuwa found an open space to stand. With a wave of her sleeve, the 2 treasures, the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil, flew forth from her sleeve. "Dear Nuwa, you may begin," Su Ming communicated telepathically, guiding her in the creation of life. Meanwhile, North Xian, the 5th direct disciple of the ghost sect, was intently focused, fearful of missing any detail. Though she did not fully comprehend the intentions of her master and Nuwa, she recognized the gravity of the moment, which pertained to Nuwa's opportunity for ascension. Holding the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil, Nuwa entered a profound state of enlightenment under the guidance of the heavenly mysteries. "Congeal," she extended her graceful wrist, her jade-like hand beckoning forth a handful of 9 heaven soil, that as she released it, multicolored rays of light enveloped her, while 3 hues of divine light intertwined around her fingers. These were the innate laws of creation that accompanied her existence. Buzz! As the 9 heaven soil touched the ground, it immediately transformed into numerous figures, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, others with distorted features, entirely lacking in human form, falling short of the innate Tao body. Observing this, Nuwa furrowed her brow and summoned the innate gourd vine. "Command!" She dipped the innate gourd vine into the nine heavens soil and lightly struck it upon the clay figures. Countless droplets of clay fell, instantly transforming into living beings. It is the Holy Mother. She has granted us life, they proclaimed, each newly formed being possessing limbs and vibrant gazes, bowing reverently before Nuwa. Witnessing their sincere devotion, Nuwa smiled gently, her expression radiating maternal affection as she regarded them as her own children. She nodded in acknowledgement and continued the process, deftly wielding the innate gourd vine. In no time, the number of beings multiplied exponentially, growing from a mere few hundred to an astounding 10,000. Thus, the human race was born. Who could have imagined that this seemingly frail race would become the progenitors of destiny in the primordial realm? The masters of heaven and earth. As Su Ming observed the scene, a subtle expression graced his otherwise tranquil countenance, reflecting on his journey through the primordial world, where he had once been a wandering spirit of the demon race. He had awakened to his path of sainthood after countless trials. Now, having achieved the status of sage, he was witnessing the birth of humanity, an event that stirred the depths of his being. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. How time has changed. I was once an ordinary person, living a simple and blissful life. Now, as a saint of the primordial realm, I witnessed the emergence of humanity. Truly, the whims of fate are remarkable. However, he soon steadied himself, awakening from his reverie. As a sage, he had long since detached from the mundane life of his past. North Xian, your previous incarnation, was a pivotal figure in the great calamity of the witch and demon tribes, entwined with Nuwa in significant karma. Today, I have brought you here to witness the birth of humanity, which will aid in resolving this karma. Pay close attention. You may glean profound insights from this event. Su Ming conveyed to North Xian, who stood beside him, present. Su Ming had 5 direct disciples within the ghost sect, each possessing deep roots and boundless opportunities. These disciples were remarkable in their cultivation, unwaveringly loyal to Su Ming. Thus far, the earliest initiates, Lu Er and Lian Er, had reached the late quasi-saint stage, while the later initiates, such as Luo Ho and Ming He, had surpassed their predecessors, attaining the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation. As for the once mighty Bei Hai Xiange, transformed from the colossal turtle that supports the heavens, the latecomer to the sect known as Bei Xianjinjun has now attained the early stages of quasi-saint cultivation. Despite her delicate appearance as a seemingly frail woman, her vitality and blood energy are exceedingly potent, her physical strength rivaling that of the ancestral shamans of the Wu tribe. Additionally, given her previous incarnation as a pivotal figure during the calamity of the Wu and Yao, she has almost imperceptibly forged a profound karmic connection with the revered Nuwa, the goddess who shaped humanity from clay and mended the heavens with colorful stones, as well as severing the legs of the Ao to establish the 4 poles. As the disciple of the true sage Su Ming, Lu Er and his companions naturally would not opt for the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment, a practice handed down by the heavenly Tao's Saint Hong Jundao Zhu. Being the direct disciples of a terrestrial sage, should they resort to such a crude method, it would be a disgrace to their esteemed master. Although Su Ming, as their master, does not voice his thoughts, he is well aware of the intentions of his disciples. However, the path of enlightenment through the laws is exceedingly arduous. Only those with profound roots, immense resolve, and great fortune can achieve it. Thus, Su Ming devised a means to aid his disciples in their quest for enlightenment. Leveraging the karmic ties and celestial fortunes bestowed by the heavenly Tao, today he has brought Bei Xian to the unyielding mountains to witness Nuwa's creation of humanity, and this is his true intention. Given the intricate karmic threads binding Bei Xian to the goddess Nuwa, Su Ming plans to seize this opportunity to assist Bei Xian in comprehending the laws of creation, while simultaneously grasping the fortunes of the human race within his own hands. Nuwa, utilizing yellow earth as her medium, transformed into myriad beings, changing 70 times a day, molding clay to create humanity, a feat that profoundly contributes to the state. What extraordinary talent this is! The divine powers of creation are ever present. And the unending, inextricable tricolor divine light embodies the path of creation. Meanwhile, Beixian does not disappoint Su Ming's expectations. Under the guidance of karma, she gains insight into the laws of creation through her understanding of Nua's creation of humanity. Buzz! Just as Beixian comprehends the laws of creation through Nua's crafting of humanity, a resounding and crisp sound reverberates, and an extraordinary purple radiance erupts above the heads of the gathered crowd. Lingering in suspense, upon noticing the phenomenon above, the onlookers turn their gazes and cannot help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. They behold an immense tide of purple energy surging from the eastern horizon. Vast clouds of merit and virtue illuminating the entire sky with dazzling hues of violet and crimson. The sheer magnitude of this cosmic merit is staggering, surpassing even the time when Su Ming attained enlightenment through the cycle of blood seas. I am Nua. Today, I grasp the heavenly secrets and create a primordial race at the foot of the unyielding mountains. I shall name them humanity. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. As a proclamation echoes, a canopy of auspicious clouds unfurls above Nua, within which endless laws of creation continuously evolve. That boundless cloud of merit cascades down, converging upon Nua. Chapter 71. Is humanity weak? Ah, indeed, just as Nua declares to the heavens. Completing the creation of humanity, the infinite clouds of merit split into four, cascading downward. Two portions of merit respectively settle into the Jiuqian Shirong and the primordial gourdvine. A remaining 10th descends upon Su Ming, while the final 70% is wholly claimed by Nua. Buzz. Soon after, a spiraling aura of purple emerges from above Nua, entirely absorbing the merit, which then transforms into a beam of purple light that vanishes in her Niwen palace. Simultaneously, Nua's aura surges to unprecedented heights. In an instant, the heavens rain down, and the earth erupts with golden lotuses. Nua's cultivation transcends the pinnacle of quasi-saint, reaching the realm of Hunyuan saint. After countless eons of arduous contemplation upon the primordial purple aura, Nua finally realizes her aspirations today, achieving sainthood. Witnessing the celestial phenomena brought forth by Nua's ascension, countless beings in the wilderness tremble in fear, prostrating in reverence upon ground.